On the winter solstice, it snowed in Jiangcheng. In a hospital corridor, Chu Yuxuan stood looking haggard and anxious, pacing back and forth. Moments later, he rushed toward the doctor who had just exited the patient's room. "Doctor, how is my grandmother doing?" he asked urgently. The middle-aged doctor, with thinning hair, closed the door behind him and shook his head gently. He sighed. "It's uncertain whether she'll make it through the night. He'll prescribe some painkillers, administer one injection every 3 hours. Let's at least help her pass peacefully." Chu Yuxuan felt dizzy and unsteady on his feet. He leaned weakly against the wall for support. After taking a moment to steady himself, he removed his glasses, wiped away tears from the corner of his eyes, and finally gathered the courage to enter the Bingfa. His grandmother had just received the painkillers. She was now hooked up to an oxygen tube, lying calmly in bed. Her face turned slightly toward him, eyes half closed but smiling warmly. "Yuxuan, where's Xia Zhu?" She likely knew her time was near and wanted to see her granddaughter-in-law before passing. Chu Yuxuan fought back tears, sat down on the chair beside the bed, and managed a faint smile. "Grandma, she's filming today. She's really busy." The elderly woman took his hand in hers, her fingers icy cold. "It's good that she's busy, Yuxuan. Why don't you give her a call? I want to talk to her. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for her." "How could that be? You'll live a long life." Chu Yuxuan squeezed her hand gently. Seeing the firmness in her eyes, he gave in and pulled out his phone to dial Xia Zhu. "You have reached a number that is currently unavailable." Frowning, he turned to his grandmother and said, "Never mind, she really is busy." "Grandma, are you hungry? Should I go get you something to eat?" The old woman closed her clouded eyes briefly, then whispered softly, "I do like some tomato egg custard, the kind you used to make." The cancer hospital wasn't far from home, only a 10-minute drive. After a moment's thought, Chu Yuxuan called a nurse over to check on his grandmother, then hurried off in his second-hand Skoda. At the underground parking lot, he parked the car and opened the door. Just then, he caught sight of Xia Zhu's figure not far away. Near a white Range Rover, Xia Zhu was tightly hugging a man in a suit gowning. Chu Yuxuan's heart skipped a beat. His body stiffened instantly. He knew that man well. Gao Ning was Xia Zhu's childhood sweetheart, a man she had never forgotten, her white moonlight. 3 years ago, for unknown reasons, Gao Ning had left Xia Zhu behind and gone overseas. During that time, Xia Zhu had been lost and brokenhearted. As they say, when a woman is at her weakest, it's easiest for her heart to open to someone new, and that was how Chu Yuxuan, the devoted admirer, had managed to marry her. Though he knew there was someone Xia Zhu couldn't forget, Chu Yuxuan believed that no stone was too cold to warm with love. But now, Gao Ning gently patted Xia Zhu's back, soothing her with tenderness. "Little bamboo, 3 years ago, I truly thought my illness was incurable. Going to America was just a last-ditch effort. I was going to die anyway, so I chose to leave you behind. You don't know how much it hurt me. I pushed away the girl I loved most, and still sincerely hoped she would find someone who would love her more than I ever could." Xia Zhu sobbed. "How could you be so selfish? So foolish. Brother Ning, these past 3 years, I've never stopped thinking about you. I always knew you must have had a reason for leaving me. Please promise me you won't leave me again, okay?" Gao Ning cupped her face lovingly, his eyes full of affection. "Silly girl, I won't leave anymore. And I know you don't really love this Mr. Chu, do you?" Xia Zhu hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip. Before she could respond, her gaze landed on the approaching figure of Chu Yuxuan. "Let her go." Hearing the sudden cold voice behind him, Gao Ning instinctively loosened his arms and turned around. Upon seeing Chu Yuxuan, he was momentarily stunned, then smirked mockingly as he wrapped his arm around Xia Zhu's waist. Xia Zhu's body stiffened slightly. After a brief hesitation, she stepped forward 2 paces toward Chu Yuxuan, avoiding his gaze as she spoke coolly. "Yuxuan, you saw everything? I'm not blind." Chu Yuxuan replied flatly, pausing briefly before adding, "Come with me to the hospital. Grandma wants to speak with you." Gao Ning also stepped forward, eyeing Chu Yuxuan's outdated, rural-looking outfit with a sneering grin. "So, you're Chu Yuxuan? I remember you chased after Xia Zhu back in high school. Back then, you were already dressed like a bumpkin. Still the same old country boy, huh?" Chu Yuxuan didn't blink, staring straight at Xia Zhu. "I said it once. Come to the hospital. Grandma wants to talk to you." Xia Zhu frowned, about to speak, when Gao Ning cut in. "Chu Yuxuan, you should understand the bond between Xia Zhu and me. You should also know that she has never truly loved you." With that, Gao Ning pulled out a stack of checks, tore one off, and handed it to Chu Yuxuan. His tone was sincere, yet laced with mockery. "Whatever the case, thank you for taking care of her these past 2 years. Fill in any amount, it's my way of repaying you." Chu Yuxuan could bear it no longer. He shoved Gao Ning aside, shouting, Did I ask you anything? Gao Ning stumbled backward, his back hitting the hood of the Range Rover. Clutching his chest, he grimaced in pain. Xia Zhu's eyes widened in shock. She angrily pushed Chu Yuxuan away and rushed to help Gao Ning. Chu Yuxuan, what are you doing? He's not feeling well. Can you even handle what happens if something goes wrong? Are you okay? Xia Zhu helped Gao Ning into the front passenger seat, then walked around to the driver's side. As she passed Chu Yuxuan, she shot him a glare and snapped. Get out of my way. I don't want to see you anymore. Chu Yuxuan clenched his fists tightly and repeated. Xia Zhu, I'm telling you one last time, come with me to the hospital. Grandma isn't going to make it. That final sentence was drowned out by the slamming of the car door. As the Range Rover sped away, Chu Yuxuan lightly adjusted his thick black-rimmed glasses, took a deep breath, and let out a bitter chuckle. Forget it all. When it came to being a hopeless romantic, Chu Yuxuan was unmatched. He always dreamed that through hard work, he might earn a single smile from the woman he adored, though he understood that unrequited love could never compare to mutual affection. Yet even devotion had its limits. In a situation like this, if he kept clinging on, begging for attention, he truly deserved divine punishment. Reality often worked this way. When the long-loved prince finally reappeared, the prince's kindest words to the dreamy frog were usually, "You're a good person," followed by silently walking away with her prince. Sure enough, that very night at 11:30 p.m., his grandmother passed away peacefully. Old folks believed in returning to their roots in death. Chu Yuxuan hired a funeral home van and returned his grandmother's body to their hometown overnight. Neighbors heard the news, word spread quickly, and many volunteered to help. They knew the old lady had no other family besides her grandson, and clearly, young Chu had no idea how to handle a funeral. Kneeling in mourning under the funeral tent all night, Chu Yuxuan dozed off midday from exhaustion. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw a WeChat message from someone labeled Second Old Man. It included 4 screenshots and a short message. Make him disappear? 2 of the screenshots showed photos of Xia Zhu and Gao Ning holding hands and entering a house together, clearly taken by paparazzi. The other 2 were comments from netizens. Is our goddess finally announcing her relationship? Congratulations. I heard the guy is a rich second generation. What else can you expect? Female stars always chase after rich heirs. Xia Zhu was now a top-tier celebrity, so being followed by paparazzi 247 was normal. As for why no one questioned her morality, because she and Chu Yuxuan had secretly married, citing the excuse of protecting her career. And indeed, when true love exists, career excuses mean nothing. Chu Yuxuan pinched the bridge of his nose and replied to Second Old Man. Don't. Then he put his phone away. At that moment, someone outside the tent shouted, "The grieving son should bow in gratitude." Chu Yuxuan quickly cowed out. When he lifted his head, he noticed a heavy-set man in a suit coming to pay respects. The man weighed at least 200 pounds. His suit buttons wouldn't close, and as he knelt, his belly pressed heavily against his thighs, making the scene oddly comical. After burning 2 pieces of spirit money, the fat man crawled over to Chu Yuxuan, his face expressionless. Quietly, he slipped a mobile phone into Chu Yuxuan's hand, like a secret agent handing off intelligence. In a low whisper, he said, "Someone wants to speak with you." Chapter 2, You're Still Alive? Chu Yuxuan eyed the burly man with suspicion, his gaze lingering on the stranger's face. "Who the hell are you?" "Doesn't matter who I am." The man replied gruffly. "The call's connected, just answer it." With a skeptical glare, Chu Yuxuan slowly took the phone and pressed it to his ear. "Hello? Yuxuan." The voice on the other end was achingly familiar. "It's your father." A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Yuxuan's features before settling into a wry smirk. "Oh, you're still alive?" The heavens must be blind. The burly man beside him paled visibly. A heavy silence stretched before the voice sighed. "Sometimes I wonder if you're really my flesh and blood. That tongue of yours is sharper than a blade." Chu Yuxuan scoffed. "Chu Jiqing, even if my grandmother was merely the mother of your third wife, she was still your mother-in-law. If you have any decency left, you'd come kneel before her grave." The man whose mere frown could send tremors through Jiangqing's business circles seemed unperturbed, chuckling instead. "Let this fellow kneel in my stead. It's inconvenient for me to come." Chu Yuxuan's lips twitched as he cast a sidelong glance at the burly man. "He says you're to kowtow 800 times. Don't even think of leaving until you finish." The burly man. Chu Jiqing laughed outright, though it had been over a decade since they'd last met. He knew his illegitimate son's temperament all too well. After a moment, his tone sobered abruptly. "Let's discuss serious matters. Yuxuan, 2 years ago when you first returned, I wanted you back in the Chu family, but you insisted on caring for your grandmother until her last days, so I didn't press you. Now that she's gone, isn't it time you came home? The Chu family, the foremost dynasty in Jiangqing. Yet, faced with such opulence, Chu Yuxuan remained indifferent. Why should I return? To send you off next? Are you on your way out already? The burly man's knees buckled, his forehead thudding against the floor. Yuxuan, I know you resent me, but this isn't the time for grudges. You're my only son. Your grandfather's health is failing by the day. And I think, so you want me back to help you fight for the inheritance? Chu Yuxuan cut in coldly. Can't wait to replace the old man, can you? Don't forget, I'm just a bastard. I have neither the right nor the interest. Another waited pause. Then, out of nowhere, Chu Yuxuan remarked, Don't think I don't know. You've been investigating that incident all these years. Chu Yuxuan's pupils constricted briefly before steadying. His voice darkened. What else do you know? Heh. Boy, like it or not, I'm still your father. You've hidden for 10 years, fooling others, but not me. By the way, I just saw the news. That little wife of yours seems to be running off with someone else? A mocking chuckle. Son, those so-called romantic ideals are just nonsense the lower classes chase to fill their empty lives. You shouldn't stoop to such petty mistakes. There isn't a woman in this world who can't be bought. His tone turned conspiratorial. I've prepared a gift for you, Jiangqing's most beautiful woman. Want her? Just come home, and you'll be wed at once. Chu Yuxuan showed no interest in Jiangqing's so-called beauty, merely retorting dryly, the lower classes, huh? Heh. Chu Yuxuan, in some respects, you don't even qualify as human. A few curses will suffice. At least leave me some dignity, you little wretch. The opportunity comes but once. You have a week to consider. Oh, and let me remind you, the Chu family has vast resources and extensive connections. Perhaps they could assist in uncovering that matter you're investigating. Not to pour cold water on you, but with your current meager capabilities. You might never find out in this lifetime. Chu Yuxuan fell silent, pondering for a long while before gritting his teeth and saying, Chu Yuxuan, don't you want to uncover the truth of what happened back then? Sometimes, I truly wish to carve open your chest and see if you even have a heart. Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly, his tone almost carefree. Don't forget, 1 week. No extensions. Then, the call ended abruptly. Chu Yuxuan hurled his phone to the ground in fury, his eyes bloodshot, a faint sheen of moisture glimmering in their depths. The burly man stared at the shattered phone, tempted to yell, Why the hell smash my phone when you're angry? But seeing Chu Yuxuan's murderous expression, and considering he was, after all, the young master, he swallowed his indignation and continued kowtowing. Meanwhile, in Gao Ning's villa, Xia Zhu was slicing an apple on the sofa while Gao Ning led her mother on a tour of the house. Auntie, this is the new home my father bought for me last month, intended for my marriage. If you don't mind, you could move in today. Oh, how could I impose? The woman feigned reluctance, though her eyes brimmed with approval for Gao Ning. And rightly so. Gao Ning was undeniably handsome, tall, well-mannered, and, more importantly, from a wealthy family with influential parents. Any mother-in-law in the world would find him satisfactory. Gao Ning chuckled. Annie, you and my parents are old acquaintances. Besides, Xia Zhu and I have long been deeply attached. Your moving in is only natural. Xia Zhu's mother laughed heartily, shuffling over to her daughter. Xia Zhu, call that good for nothing right now and have him come over. The two of you will finalize the divorce today. I never approved of you being with him. But you were bewitched, insisting he was caring, gentle, and considerate. Here, she seemed to realize her slip and promptly shut her mouth. After an awkward pause, she turned back to Gao Ning. Ninger, rest assured, Xia Zhu and that waist have never been intimate. I stake my honor on it. Mom. Xia Zhu frowned in displeasure. What are you saying? Perhaps even she didn't understand why she had once chosen Chu Yuxuan. Women often face two choices, striving for the one they love or settling for the one who loves them. Xia Zhu, with her resolute nature, had chosen the former. But that path led only to heartbreak and regret. So, she compromised with the latter. And now, her first choice had returned. The misunderstanding that had driven him away 3 years ago was resolved. The one who had loved her unconditionally was destined to lose. Here, have an apple. Xia Zhu stood, offering the peeled fruit to Gao Ning, her eyes shimmering like spring waters. Truth be told, Xia Zhu possessed an ethereal beauty in both countenance and figure. Her grace so exquisite that had she been born in ancient times, she would have been the ruin of kingdoms. In recent years, the idle scions of Jiangqing's elite had concocted a frivolous rouge ranking, updated quarterly, where Xia Zhu had perpetually lingered within the top 3. Yet now, at the advanced age of 28, it was inevitable she would soon tumble from that pedestal, for time spares neither the bloom of youth nor the petals upon the bough. Speaking of the rouge ranking, one must mention the undisputed reigning beauty of Jiaqing, who had claimed the crown since her freshman year and remained unchallenged for 7 years. Many a besotted aristocrat had schemed to possess her, yet this ice-cold goddess, hailing from considerable wealth, remained untouched at 25. Gao Ning accepted the apple Xia Zhu offered. Taking a delicate bite. "Exquisite," he murmured. They stood face to face, so close they nearly merged into one silhouette, a picture-perfect pair, harmonious as pearls entwined with jade. Observing their intimacy, Xia's mother tactfully interjected, "Xia Zhu, keep Ninger company while I prepare a feast. Tonight, we celebrate his rebirth and your reconciliation." As the kitchen door closed, Gao Ning instinctively drew Xia Zhu into an embrace, tilting his face toward hers. Yet, as if guided by some unseen force, she averted her gaze, whispering bashfully, "Ningji, not yet. My divorce with Yuxian isn't finalized. It feels improper." A shadow flickered in Gao Ning's eyes, though his voice remained magnanimous. "As you wish, my little bamboo. But do summon him soon. I can scarcely wait to make you mine." Xia Zhu nodded faintly. "Yes." Chapter 3. Leaving with nothing on the 4th day after Grandma's passing, with the help of neighbors, she was laid to rest. In the afternoon, Chu Yuxuan visited each household to express his gratitude. Due to the mourning period, he couldn't enter their homes but bowed at the doorsteps, presenting each family with a red envelope as a token of appreciation. That evening, just as he finished dinner, Xia Zhu called, already distressed. He had no patience to entertain her. Yet, despite repeatedly hanging up, she persisted. Finally, exasperated, he answered, "Where are you?" Xia Zhu's voice was icy, teetering on the edge of fury. "Why haven't you answered my calls these past 2 days? Indeed, for the last 2 years. Chu Yuxuan had endured everything without complaint. When had he ever dared ignore her calls? In the countryside. "Grandma is home," he replied, his tone even colder than hers. At the mention of Grandma, Xia Zhu, who had been lost in her own world, suddenly remembered. The elderly woman had been hospitalized recently, and Xia Zhu had visited her half a month prior, sensing her condition was grave. Her voice softened slightly. "How is Grandma? Why was tea she brought home? Why take her directly to the countryside? Yuxuan, don't be childish. Our issues shouldn't affect her. Her health is fragile." Though she had always been indifferent toward Chu Yuxuan, she had treated the kind old woman with warmth. Chu Yuxuan nearly laughed bitterly, suppressing his rage. "No need for your concern. Grandma has already been buried." Xia Zhu's heart lurched. When did this happen?" "Yuxuan, why didn't you tell me?" He scoffed, the bitterness overwhelming. "Listen carefully, Xia Zhu. You don't have the right to call her Grandma. You're unworthy. I know why you called. Wait for me. I'll return tomorrow morning and grant your wish." With that, he ended the call. Xia Zhu stood frozen, stunned by the news. She hadn't expected Grandma to leave so suddenly. That gentle soul had always doted on her. Last winter, despite her illness, she had secretly knitted Xia Zhu a scarf. These kindnesses, she would never forget. Only now did she recall Chu Yuxuan's desperate plea in the underground garage days ago, urging her to visit the hospital. So, Grandma had already been. A wave of remorse crashed over her, and she couldn't help but blame herself. Truthfully, she was heartless. Over the past 2 years, aside from Grandma, Chu Yuxuan's unwavering care had left her with a lingering sense of debt. But debt was debt, it could never be love. Now, resolute in her decision to be with Gao Ning, divorce was inevitable. At most, she could offer Chu Yuxuan more money, a feeble attempt at compensation. Her mind drifted to their first meeting in middle school. Back then, his demeanor, attire, and speech all carried the air of a young aristocrat. At that time, he did not wear glasses, his handsome features just beginning to blossom. Towering among his classmates, he possessed a pair of long legs, slender and elegant fingers, and a neck as delicate and fair as fine porcelain when he tilted his head slightly. Wherever he went, he would send those young girls in the throes of first love into flustered excitement, whispering playful words that made their cheeks burn the moment he passed by. Yet, within a single semester, it was as though his family had fallen into decline. His once distinguished aura vanished, leaving him utterly ordinary. By the latter half of their second year in high school, Chu Yuxuan seemed to have evaporated from the world, disappearing for nearly a decade until, inexplicably, he reappeared 2 years ago as a Didi driver by her side. Xia Zhu never inquired about his past. On the rare occasions when she brought up old memories in good spirits, Chu Yuxuan remained tight-lipped, as though those missing years were stained with something unspeakable. In her mind, he was nothing more than a pretty face, utterly worthless, and above all, perpetually short of money. The next morning, Chu Yuxuan returned early to their city apartment. The home was silent, the master bedroom door ajar. Xia Zhu was not there. He paid no mind to her whereabouts. Retrieving the divorce papers prepared the day before from his bag, he signed his name with effortless grace and placed them on the living room coffee table. Then, he pulled out a suitcase and swiftly packed his and his grandmother's belongings. Just as he prepared to leave, the electronic beep of the door lock being disengaged sounded. Click. The door swung open, revealing Xia Zhu, Gao Ning, and Xia Zhu's mother stepping inside, chatting and laughing, their harmony painting the picture of a perfect family. At the sight of Chu Yuxuan standing in the living room, Xia Zhu's smile vanished, replaced by visible guilt. Gao Ning, however, curled his lips in provocation, tightening his arm around Xia Zhu's waist as he smirked at Chu Yuxuan with a tilted head. Xia Zhu's mother reacted most violently, jabbing a finger at Chu Yuxuan's face as she screeched, "Worthless trash. Finally decided to show your face? Did you think hiding and ignoring calls would stop this divorce? Oh, Ninger, you know how to change the passcode, right? Do it now, before some penniless wretch gets sticky fingers and sneaks in to steal in the dead of night." Mom, enough. Xia Zhu chided before turning to Chu Yuxuan, her gaze flickering uncertainly, at a loss for words. Long accustomed to his mother-in-law's venom, Chu Yuxuan ignored her entirely, his cold eyes fixed on Xia Zhu as he spoke. "The divorce papers are on the table. Since it's Saturday, the Civil Affairs Bureau is closed. Pick a time, call me when you're free. I'll be ready." A pause. "Make it quick. Don't keep me waiting." "Divorce papers?" Xia Zhu's mother's eyes bulged. She stormed to the coffee table, snatching up the document with a sneer. "You deadbeat, you're surely making outrageous demands. Aren't you? Let me tell you," her voice faltered. "Leaving with nothing?" Suspicion twisted her face as she glared at Chu Yuxuan. "What underhanded scheme are you plotting now?" Xia Zhu's countenance was clouded with discomfort. Although Chu Yuxuan's decision aligned with her wishes, an inexplicable sense of loss weighed upon her. She had anticipated at least a flicker of reluctance from him, perhaps even a tempestuous outburst, smashing objects in a fit of rage. Yet the man before her was eerily composed, his demeanor icy and detached, as though an entirely different person. This unfamiliarity deepened the guilt gnawing at her conscience. "Yuxuan, I know you love me, but I can't let Ninggu slip away. I've wronged you, and Grandma too. Truly, I'm sorry. There's no reason for you to leave with nothing. At least, take this apartment. I find it repulsive." Chu Yuxuan cut her off coldly, hoisting his luggage as he turned to leave. Gao Ning, stung by the word repulsive, shoved Chu Yuxuan sharply. "Watch your mouth," he snarled. "Do you even know your place? Did you really think a toad like you could keep a swan?" With a derisive snort, he produced a checkbook once more, thrusting it forward. "Name your price. Just stay the hell away from Xia Zhu from now on." Xia Zhu parted her lips, poised to intervene, to shield Chu Yuxuan from further humiliation. But before she could speak, he accepted the check, lifting his gaze to meet Gao Ning's with a smirk. "Then I want to hold back. Pathetic, utterly spineless," Xia Zhu thought bitterly. Then, her eyes widened as Chu Yuxuan began scribbling zeros, endlessly. "A billion?" Gao Ning scoffed. "Are you out of your mind?" Chu Yuxuan responded with a frigid laugh, crumpling the check and tossing it aside. "Spare me the act," he muttered, striding away without another glance. In the basement, he paused beside a trash bin. With deliberate indifference, he removed the thick, frameless glasses perched on his nose, useless props, and discarded them. No sooner had he settled into his car than his phone buzzed. A message from Heir. "He pushed you with his left hand? I'll have it severed by tonight." A vein throbbed at Chu Yuxuan's temple. Rubbing it wearily, he dialed Heir directly. The line connected instantly. "Heir, have you nothing better to do? Stalking me now?" And peeping from the opposite building? Impressive eyesight. A pause. Then, a low voice. "Telescope." Chu Yuxuan rolled his eyes. "Focus on your own duties. No reckless moves. Remember, my family might still be watching." A grunt. Then, "Are you returning to the Chu estate?" Exhaling slowly, Chu Yuxuan met his own reflection in the rearview mirror. His reply was resolute. "I am." Chapter 4. The prodigal's return. If the arrogance of the wealthy is measured by seaside villas and rows of luxury cars, then the Chu family transcends mere arrogance. It embodies an empire. Patriarch Chu Yuxuan, a military man turned business magnate, spent decades navigating the treacherous waters of commerce, riding the wave of economic prosperity to build a billion-dollar dynasty. For years, the Chu family has dominated the northern district's Phoenix Mountain, constructing the infamous Phoenix Manor, a sprawling private estate that has drawn both admiration and scorn from political and business elites. The manor resembles an ancient noble's residence, commanding a panoramic view of lakes, mountains, and dense bamboo groves. Within its walls lies a world of grandeur. Pavilions and towers rise in harmonious disarray. Winding paths lead to secluded vistas, and every beam and pillar is carved with exquisite craftsmanship. The vermilion roofs and jade green tiles gleam under the sun, while corridors twist like serpents, connecting courtyards adorned with pearl-inlaid gates. Even the bloodjade amulet at the entrance, half a man's height, could easily trade for a luxury penthouse in the city center. Today, on New Year's Day, the manor gates stand wide open. Security guards, standing at rigid attention, greet the steady stream of luxury vehicles that ascend the mountain road. The occasion? Not just the holiday, but the joyous celebration of a young master's wedding. Amid the procession of gleaming cars, a sputtering coda, belching black smoke, creeps into view. Like a tattered raft drifting into a naval harbor, it draws bewildered stares. One guard strides forward, halting the vehicle with a stern wave. Inside, Chu Yuxuan, disheveled, clad in a rakish black trench coat, lazily rolls down the window, phone pressed to his ear. Xia Zhu, just how busy are you? He murmurs, voice devoid of urgency. It's been days. Her reply is icy. After New Year's. The paparazzi caught me with Ningguo. I'm dealing with the fallout. A faint smile curls his lips. Perfect timing. Then, we'll finalize the divorce cleanly. You two can marry on the spot. Announce it online, problem solved. For a star like Xia Zhu, marriage spells career suicide, a truth she knows all too well. Her company, protective of its golden goose, has already flooded the media with denials, branding her relationship with Gao Ning as mere childhood friendship. Relax, she says tersely. We'll divorce after the holiday. Xia Zhu detected the impatience in Chu Yuxuan's tone, along with that icy detachment, and inexplicably felt as though she were being clingy. With a soft sigh, she said, I know I've wronged you, Yuxuan. Please just accept my compensation, that apartment. Before she could finish, Chu Yuxuan hung up the phone. He had no patience for such nonsense, and besides, the security guard had already lost his temper and was summoning backup via walkie-talkie. Easy there, brother. I'm here to get married, Chu Yuxuan said with a strange smirk. After making his decision that day, he had called his father, Chu Jiqing. Naturally, his father was overjoyed to hear his son was returning. But there was one condition: he had to marry Jiangqing's most renowned beauty. Chu Yuxuan understood this was likely another cliché business alliance through marriage. Since his return to the Chu family had ulterior motives anyway, he didn't care one way or the other and casually agreed. What he had expected was how swiftly this farcical marriage would come about. Early that morning, still half asleep, he received a call from Chu Jiqing, telling him to come home for a casual meal, and, by the way, to get married for fun. It caught him completely off guard. The problem was, while this side was rushing into marriage, the other side hadn't even finalized the divorce yet. On this point, Chu Jiqing assured him there was nothing to worry about. Today's wedding would be held privately at their estate, with only select guests in attendance. Besides, his marriage to Xia Zhu had been kept secret. No one even knew about it. After some thought, Chu Yuxuan decided it didn't matter and hurried to the villa. Now, upon hearing that he was here to get married, the security guard pinched his thigh to keep from bursting into laughter. Glaring, he snapped, You? Getting married? Still dreaming. Aren't you? Today is our young master's wedding day. Get lost and stop blocking the way. Ignorance was no sin, so Chu Yuxuan didn't bother arguing. Instead, he called Chu Jiqing directly. Old man, seems like I can't get in. Moments later, the guard's walkie-talkie crackled to life. That is the young master. Escort him in immediately. The guard's face turned ashen. His mind went blank for a moment before he forced a smile and respectfully ushered this unexpected guest inside, silently lamenting that his ironclad job was probably as good as gone. By the lakeside reception hall, the spacious living room was already filled with distinguished guests, elite figures from high society. Given the Chu family's standing in the business world, those invited were undoubtedly the Crme de la Crme. In these upper echelons, alliances shifted like clouds, and principles were dictated by profit. Without power or connections, even dogs wouldn't spare you a glance. Among them, the poised and dignified middle-aged man holding court with effortless charm was none other than Chu Jiqing. Dressed in a sleek black tuxedo, his hair slicked back to a glossy sheen, and the faint crease between his brows lending him an air of authority, he exuded the commanding presence of a seasoned patriarch. Just as he was savoring a sip of red wine, teasingly prolonging a discussion on a topic of great interest, a sharp voice cut through the air from the entrance. Chu Jiqing, the man whose name was called, started violently, inadvertently spitting out the red wine in his mouth. Coughing, he turned around, his face unexpectedly breaking into an ingratiating smile. Son, you're here? The assembled guests fell into a stunned silence, casting puzzled glances at Chu Yuxuan. This young master was truly rather unkempt, excessively low-key, with a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Chu Yuxuan paid no heed to the strange looks from the crowd. He strode toward his father, casually picking up a vase along the way, gripping it by the neck. He flashed a hollow smile and said, "Chu Jiqing, long time no see. Come, let your son show you some affection." Chu Jiqing couldn't help but shiver, quickly circling behind the sofa. Raising a hand to point at his rebellious son, he chuckled nervously. "Yuxuan, there are so many people here. Save your old man some face, you shameless old thing. Since when did you have any face to save? Stay right there." Father and son chased each other in circles around the sofa, a comical sight no one could have anticipated. Who would have thought this feared and ruthless titan of Jiangqing's business world would ever be reduced to such a pitiful state? "Son, let's talk this out properly. How about we move somewhere else?" Chu Yuxuan came to a slow halt, his cold gaze sweeping over the astonished faces in the room. With a derisive snort, he said, "Fine, you pick the place. I want a one-on-one with you. Let's go to the study on the second floor. Come, come." Chu Jiqing fawned, forcing a smile as he gestured politely. Without another word, Chu Yuxuan marched forward, grabbing his father's obscenely expensive tie, worth a commoner's yearly wages, and yanking him toward the staircase. Chu Jiqing clutched at the knot of his tie to avoid being strangled by his wretched son, all the while offering apologetic smiles to the guests. "My apologies, everyone. Poor hosting on my part. Please continue chatting. I must go appease my ancestor here. I'll be back shortly." The guests, judging by the look of things. "Are you sure you'll make it back alive?" Chapter 5. A substantial dowry in true aristocratic households. Even the servants exude elegance. A comely young maid ascended the stairs with a fruit platter, her graceful movements carrying her toward the guest chambers. As she passed the study, a cacophony of shattering porcelain erupted from within, antiques, no doubt, including several priceless Yuan dynasty blue and white pieces. Alarmed, she pushed the door open. Inside, a disheveled young man lounged in a chair, legs crossed insolently, while Chu Jiqing, ordinarily stern and unyielding, stood before him like a chastened subordinate, his expression obsequious. At the intrusion, the youth, Chu Yuxuan, cast an indifferent glance before casually smashing another artifact onto the floor. Chu Jiqing's face darkened as he snapped at the maid. "Out." Trembling, she bowed and hastily retreated. The moment the door closed, Chu Jiqing's demeanor shifted back to fawning servility. When his son picked up a Yuan blue and white piece, he ventured cautiously that's a Yuan dynasty artifact. Chu Yuxuan smirked. "Not allowed to break it?" Of course. Shatter whatever you please, even me, if it suits you." With a scoff, Chu Yuxuan set the piece down and fixed his father with a piercing gaze. "Explain. Why the urgency in marrying me off to this so-called number one beauty? At least let me die knowing why." "Foolish boy," Chu Jiqing chuckled, settling into a nearby chair. "Marrying her would be the death of you from sheer pleasure." Chu Yuxuan stared. What kind of father says that to his son? Unfazed, Chu Jiqing continued. "Her name is Zhao Yanan, 3 years your junior. Recently, Jiangqing's political elite collapsed, dragging the Zhao family down with it. Her father received a 3-year sentence. Their assets seized. Before his imprisonment, old Zhao came to me, begging for an alliance through marriage. As lifelong friends, how could I refuse? Realization dawned. So, wedding her into the Chu family is just a shield? Precisely. Beauty is a blessing, but excessive beauty invites misfortune. The moment old Zhao fell, vultures circled that girl. I couldn't stand by." Mocking, Chu Yuxuan retorted, "Why not marry her yourself? Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What adds 1 more wife to your collection? You wretched. Nan-er is like a daughter to me." Yes, Chu Yuxuan interjected, grinning. "You've plenty of those too." Chu Jiqing fell silent. "Enough nonsense. The wedding may seem rushed, but it's merely for show. No harm done. As for whether the 2 of you can have a future, that depends entirely on your capabilities." Chu Jiqing paused, then shifted the topic. "However, Nan's dowry is nothing to scoff at. The Zhao family used to run an entertainment company. She was the CEO, holding 49 of the shares inherited from her mother. This company holds great sentimental value to her. Before old Zhao was incarcerated, he drafted a contract stipulating that once you marry Nan, you'll become the acting CEO of the company, inheriting his 51 stake." Chu Yuxuan smirked. "What kind of ridiculous dowry is this? I suspect he's transferring the shares to me simply to shield the company from his own legal troubles, isn't he? And by leveraging the Chu family's influence, he hopes to protect the company, right? As for the so-called 51 stake, ID only have proxy rights after 3 years. Everything reverts to him, doesn't it?" Chu Jiqing coughed and grinned. "My son is truly sharp. Our Chu family has no shortage of petty cash. I agreed to old Zhao's request purely out of friendship. If you're interested, you can pick any company under my name. I'll hand it over to you. But there's one thing I think might pique your interest. This company has no shortage of starlets, each more stunning than the last. Only then did Chu Yuxuan understand what his father had meant earlier by a damn good time. Chu Jiqing, I'm not as unrestrained as you. Don't assume everyone shares your workhorse stamina. I have no interest in carnal pleasures. His father's enthusiasm met with cold indifference. Sighing, Chu Jiqing said, Son, since ancient times, even the greatest heroes faltered before beauty. Why not test yourself a few times? Eventually, you'll realize why struggle through the gates when paradise lies within. Chu Yuxuan. Realizing he was outmatched in this debate, Chu Yuxuan changed the subject. I can be the sacrificial lamb in your social maneuvering. But you owe me an explanation. On the phone, you said the Chu family's vast resources could assist me. What exactly can I leverage? Enlighten me. Chu Jiqing shed his playful demeanor, his tone turning cryptic. That's something you'll have to uncover gradually. A word of advice, the greater purpose of your return, beyond marriage, is to stake your claim in the family fortune. Only by establishing yourself within the Chu family will allies come to you. Chu Yuxuan fell into contemplation. Chu Jiqing plucked a cigarette from his pocket, hesitated, then offered one to his son. After lighting it himself, Chu Yuxuan remarked, Truth be told, I once even suspected the Chu family, but found nothing. Chu Jiqing lit his own cigarette, his smile ambiguous. Don't tell me. You suspected me as well? Chu Yuxuan's gaze turned glacial. You likely haven't sunk to that level of depravity. But if it was you, I'd kill you. No, I'd carve the flesh from your bones piece by piece and feed it to the dogs. By the time he finished speaking, his eyes were bloodshot. Watching his son in this state, Chu Jiqing's heart felt as though it were being shredded by thorned hands. Yet his expression remained unreadable. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he uttered something cryptic. This entire city of Jiaqing is shrouded in mist, and in the mist, it's impossible to distinguish man from devil. Chu Yuxuan struggled to suppress his emotions, remaining silent for a moment before asking, How much do you know about me? You? Chu Jiqing lifted his eyelids to glance at him. You're my precious son. Your father loves you. Chu Yuxuan. Huh. Chu Jiqing was a master at feigning ignorance. With a faint smile, he continued, Your uncle and aunt are out of town and can't make it today. Your grandfather is at the villa, but he doesn't wish to appear. Chu Yuxuan wore an indifferent expression. Do you think I care? He never spared me a glance since the day I was born. It's better they don't come. Saves me the trouble. What I meant was, do you want to see your grandfather first? No sooner had he spoken than Chu Jiqing regretted it, considering his son's unique way of greeting. The first words out of his mouth upon seeing the old man would undoubtedly be, Oh, you're still alive? The mental image was too vivid, he dared not dwell on it. Chu Yuxuan took a shallow drag from his cigarette and sneered. Forget it. Isn't his health fragile? Wouldn't want him to drop dead from shock at the sight of me? Chu Jiqing shook his head with a wry smile, plucking the half-smoked cigarette from his lips and stubbing it out in the ashtray. Come on, clean yourself up. At least for the wedding, what kind of state are you in? Chu Yuxuan exhaled deeply and strode out the door. As fate would have it, he collided with a maid who had just pushed the door open. The maid kept her head bowed, not daring to meet his gaze. Her delicate face had paled slightly from nervousness. As she passed Chu Jiqing, she paused briefly and murmured, Chairman. Chu Jiqing remained silent, his gaze icy as it bore into her. Chu Yuxuan, well acquainted with his father's temperament, could easily guess the grim fate awaiting this maid who had witnessed something she shouldn't have. Frowning, he spoke up, Old man, I like this girl. Let her serve me from now on. A faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered across Chu Jiqing's lips. As you wish. Chapter 6. Acting so soon? After receiving Chu Yuxuan's call, Xia Zhu sat restlessly on the sofa, lost in thought. The divorce agreement on the coffee table remained unsigned. She couldn't comprehend why Chu Yuxuan had been so resolute, without a trace of hesitation, and why he insisted on leaving with nothing. I must have truly broken his heart, she thought. Before long, Gao Ning returned home, having accompanied Xia Zhu's mother shopping earlier that morning, placing a bag of fruit on the shoe cabinet. He changed his slippers and said, Andy went to play mahjong with friends and asked me to come back to keep you company. Xia Zhu murmured a soft acknowledgement. Gao Ning settled onto the sofa, his gaze flickering toward the divorce papers before studying Xia Zhu's subdued expression. Gently, he asked, Little Bamboo, what is troubling you? You're not thinking about him, are you? A flicker of guilt crossed Xia Zhu's face before she forced a smile. No. I was just preoccupied with work. You must have heard, the Zhao Group is in trouble. Our company is under their umbrella, though we haven't been severely affected. Rumors say the owner might change. I don't know who it'll be or how they'll treat me, given the recent scandal. I'm worried they target me. Don't waste your energy on such concerns, Gao Ning reassured, taking her hand with a tender smile. If it comes to it, we'll terminate the contract. I'll hire the best lawyers to handle it. Ningji, you know me. Acting is my dream. Unless there's no other choice. I want to leave the industry. His lips parted slightly. I just hate seeing you suffer. Of course I know your dreams. You used to confide in me about everything. Even during those 3 years abroad, you treated my WeChat like a diary and a dumping ground for your frustrations. I read every message. I just didn't reply because, given the circumstances, I thought it was better if you forgot me. He sighed. You have no idea how much I wished I could been there for you whenever you poured your heart out to that silent account. His words carried just the right weight of sentimentality, not cloying, but suffused with an inexplicable depth of emotion. Xia Zhu's cheeks warmed as she recalled those years. How she had treated that pinned contact as both a notepad and an emotional outlet. A faint embarrassment settled in her chest. Then, as if struck by sudden realization, she seized Gao Ning's arm. Ningji, a year ago, I was still a nobody in the industry. I finally landed a role, only to have it snatched away. That night, I drank myself into a stupor and vented everything to your WeChat. Not long after, Wang Long contacted me out of nowhere to cast me as his female lead. That film was what catapulted me to stardom and won me Best Actress. I never understood why he chose me. He refused to explain. But now, was it you who pulled the strings behind the scenes? Gao Ning came from considerable wealth. It wouldn't be surprising if he knew the renowned director, and if he had believed he was dying abroad. It made sense that he wouldn't have wanted her to know he was her unseen benefactor. Upon hearing Xia Zhu's words, Gao Ning froze momentarily before chuckling softly. Little bamboo, I never intended for you to discover these matters. Xia Zhu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lightly tapped his arm. Her voice laced with tender reproach. Why must you always be so foolish? Promise me you won't do this again. At noon, the wedding at Phoenix Manor commenced punctually. As the saying goes, fine feathers make fine birds. Chu Yuxuan, naturally handsome with his 183 centimeters stature and well-proportioned physique, particularly his strikingly long legs, now adorned in designer attire, effortlessly captivated every guest present. The Western-style ceremony, devoid of excessive formalities, gathered loved ones upon the lakeside lawn. The orchestra members, uniformly dressed, sat in a row by the water's edge, their cellos and violins resting beside them. In the biting wind, they rubbed their hands incessantly, fearing stiff fingers might falter during performance. When all preparations were complete, the bride finally made her entrance. The title of Jiangqing's foremost beauty was no hollow claim. Her skin, fairer than the wedding gown itself, glowed like polished jade. Wine-red tresses cascaded in loose curls, lending her an air of languid rebellion. Her expression was frosty, with delicate brows arched like slender blades rather than willow leaves. Beneath long lashes, her amber eyes shimmered with an aloofness that repelled intimacy. Yet concealed within was an undercurrent of sorrow, meticulously veiled by icy detachment. Her high-bridge nose exuded an elegant chill, while tightly pressed rosebud lips contrasted against her snow-pale complexion. Her willowy waist, statuesque legs, and porcelain swan neck framed curves that rose and fell like tempestuous waves. Guests of all genders stood mesmerized, even Chu Yuxuan, who moments earlier had boldly proclaimed his indifference to beauty in his father's presence, found himself transfixed, particularly by the headlights, murmuring involuntarily, such abundance, truly fertile ground. As Zhao Yanan ascended the platform, her fleeting glance at Chu Yuxuan's infatuated gaze flickered with undisguised disdain. How pitiable, a noble heiress reduced to wedding a bastard son. Not that she scorned his lineage, this loveless marriage was but a 3-year charade, rendering the groom irrelevant. Yet her private investigations revealed 7 unaccounted years in Chu Yuxuan's life. Seeding dark suspicions, had he served prison time? Born to Chu Jiqing's mistress, this illegitimate child endured lifelong scorn within the Chu clan. After middle school, his abandoned mother raised him alone, making psychological distortion inevitable. Should he prove truly vile, wouldn't she be plunging into an abyss? The more Zhao Yanan dwelled on it, the more agitated she grew, yet resistance now was futile. The silver-haired pastor recited brief preliminaries before proceeding to the pivotal questions. Chu Yuxuan, do you take this woman as your lawfully wedded wife? Repeated twice, the query hung in the air. Love her, be loyal to her, whether in poverty, illness, or disability, until death. Chu Yuxuan merely stood with glistening eyes, refusing to speak. Sensing the awkward tension, Zhao Yanan finally lifted her gaze toward him with a questioning look. With a faint smirk, Chu Yuxuan turned to the priest beside them and remarked playfully, Old man, I must say I'm perplexed. Don't you foreigners consider the occasion before speaking? This is supposed to be a joyous wedding celebration, Yet you bring up sickness and death? Tell me, if your beloved were to pass, would you still marry her? In my country, we call that a ghost marriage. Ever heard of it? The hall fell into stunned silence. Zhao Yanan's lips twitched as she wished the ground would swallow her whole. The priest gaped before stammering, I meant, until death parts you. Not that she would die now. Ah, there you go again with death. Chu Yuxuan continued mockingly. Is your profession so fixated on mortality? How many funerals must you conduct monthly to meet your quotas? What's the commission like? Lucrative, I presume. Trembling, the priest made the sign of the cross. Lord, forgive this young man. Murmurs rippled through the guests. None could fathom how the esteemed heir of the Chu family could display such impropriety, shaming his father Chu Jiqing publicly in this manner. Meanwhile, Chu Jiqing maintained a stern expression while secretly amused. The rascal has begun his performance rather swiftly, hasn't he? Chapter 7. A gentleman conceals his talents after much ado. Perhaps realizing he had gone too far, Chu Yuxuan finally exchanged rings with Zhao Yanan. The pastor, moved to tears, watched as the awkward ceremony drew to a close. Subsequently, amidst the strains of elegant music, the guests returned to the banquet hall, some dancing, others indulging in food and drink. As the central figures of the occasion, Chu Yuxuan and Zhao Yanan, under Chu Jiqing's earnest persuasion, raised their glasses in a perfunctory toast to the assembled guests. Zhao Yanan remained icy throughout. Were it not for Chu Jiqing's face, she would have had no patience for such formalities. Yet she found herself perplexed. Chu Jiqing's demeanor toward Chu Yuxuan seemed almost fearful. She was well acquainted with her father's longtime friend. Yet never in all these years had she witnessed Chu Jiqing display such servility. Chu Yuxuan's approach to toasting was uniquely his own. To strangers, he offered a curt enjoy yourselves before moving on, utterly disregarding the decorum expected of nobility. With those he recognized, he was even more unrestrained. Oh, still alive? Became his greeting of choice. Even the venerable Wang, the Chu family's steward of decades and a man of considerable standing, was not spared his barbs. Uncle Wang, still kicking? I recall your health was tea great even when I was a boy. Does your urine still split midstream? How is the constipation? The steward, disinclined to engage with this illegitimate son, remained impassive. Before the gathered guests, he relayed the patriarch Chu Xiaodian's decree. The master says you'd best behave, or he'll break your legs. The surrounding guests exchanged glances. Understanding dawning, the Chu family's patriarch held little regard for this bastard son. Chu Yuxuan merely grinned. While he dared not speak ill of the old master, Steward Wang was beneath his notice. Uncle Wang, ever heard of Gojin tasting feces? Since grandfather's unwell, why not follow the king of US example? Take a little taste, diagnose his ailment. After all, a dog never strays far from its nature. Know your place. Beside him, Zhao Yanan's temple throbbed. What manner of creature have I married? She wondered. Disrespectful to elders, his speech laced with vulgarity, utterly shameless. The steward remained unruffled. Rising slowly, he cast a glance at Chu Jiqing, who feigned obliviousness. Jiqing, you've certainly raised a fine son. My congratulations. Chu Jiqing hurried to apologize, offering a half-hearted reprimand. Unfazed, Chu Yuxuan scanned the crowd until his eyes landed on a familiar face. With renewed enthusiasm, he strode over, initially reluctant to follow. Zhao Yanan changed her mind upon recognizing the man, Wang Long, the renowned golden director of their circles. Wang Long, with his rodent-like features and protruding teeth, a man whose ugliness no finery could mask, was infamous for his love of drink. Already inebriated, he slung an arm around Chu Yuxuan. Words slurring. Nephew, fortune smiles upon you. Dumped by a star, only to wed an even greater beauty? Chu Yuxuan chuckled. Uncle, you've practically watched me grow up. Don't force me to curse at you. Wang Long burst into laughter, his peripheral glance catching sight of Zhao Yanan. He reined in his mirth and said, Director Zhao, congratulations. Zhao Yanan's typically aloof face broke into a rare smile, flawlessly illustrating why ancient rulers would ignite beacon fires to amuse their vassals. Director Wang, what an honor. After exchanging pleasantries, she swiftly steered the conversation toward business. I heard you're preparing for a grand production recently. Have all the roles been finalized? Though discussing work at such a moment might seem untimely, an opportunity to meet this titan of the entertainment industry was too rare to waste. Wang Long feigned modesty, waving a dismissive hand. Just a minor endeavor, hardly worth mentioning. Director Zhao, I have some private matters to discuss with Yuxuan. I hope you don't mind. A flicker of awkwardness crossed Zhao Yanan's face before she parted her crimson lips. Of course not. Please, go ahead. With that, she retreated to the side, lifting a glass of red wine for a delicate sip. The fool of a wealthy family truly has it easy. Everyone treats him with deference. Nephew, I have to say, instead of living the life of a privileged heir, you drive a rundown car for ride-hailing? Xia Zhu is now a top-tier actress. It's only natural she looks down on you. Did you really think the cowherd and the weaver girl was a realistic love story? Wang Long teased. Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly. Are the poor unworthy of love? TCH. Enough nonsense. Tell me, do you want revenge? If it weren't for your personal callback then, why would I have bothered promoting her? Humph. If I can lift her up, I can just as easily bring her down. Let her learn not to look down on people. All right, stop right there. I'm not that petty. Just pretend you never knew me. Chu Yuxuan replied with a wry smile. Wang Long pondered briefly before sighing. Fine, I don't have time to deal with her. But from now on, she can forget about starring in any of my productions. I almost forgot. I signed her for a role recently. Well, in a few days, I'll find an excuse to replace her. The entertainment industry runs on connections. The line of people begging me for roles stretches all the way to Iraq. She's at the very back of it. Do as you please. Chu Yuxuan's tone was breezy. After exchanging more trivialities, Chu Jiqing signaled for his son to join him in toasting the guests. Wang Long clapped him on the shoulder. Go on. Nephew, you must attend my birthday banquet in a few days. I've saved 2 bottles of 30-year-old vintage. Your father begged for them countless times. And I've never relented. I'll be there, Chu Yuxuan promised. Every word of their conversation reached Zhao Yanan's ears, leaving the stunning beauty lost in thought. The lively event lasted until the afternoon before guests gradually dispersed. Returning to her guest room, Zhao Yanan changed outfits and grabbed her bag, evidently preparing to leave. As she reached the first-floor lobby, she nearly collided with a slightly intoxicated Chu Yuxuan. Without hesitation, he seized her wrist. Instantly, the most beautiful woman in Jiangqing shuddered as if electrified, wrenching her hand away with force. Chu Yuxuan was momentarily taken aback by her vehement reaction. After a brief pause, a roguish smirk curled his lips. The nuptial chamber awaits. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Yanan glared at him. Don't touch me. His smirk deepened, the roguish charm on his already handsome face making him appear even more devilish. I asked you a question. Where are you going? I have urgent business at the company, she replied icily. Can't you at least pretend on our wedding day? Chu Yuxuan's gaze never wavered from her. Zhao Yanan showed no trace of fear. Chu Yuxuan, this is a marriage of convenience. Don't you dare get carried away with this charade. Though she now lived under his roof, any debt was owed to Chu Jiqing, not him. Besides, hadn't the Zhao family paid their dues? This so-called marriage was nothing but a business transaction. Before the wedding, she had envisioned a relationship of mutual respect and non-interference with this illegitimate son, ideally. Complete strangers coexisting under one roof. Who could have predicted he'd turn out to be such an unscrupulous scoundrel? His boorish behavior toward others was bad enough. But knowing this was a sham marriage, he still dared to lay hands on her and speak so improperly. How could she possibly show him any kindness? Aren't you concerned about displeasing me? Chu Yuxuan's lips curled in amusement. I suggest you learn your place. After all, it wasn't me who was desperate for this marriage. If you continue like this, I'll go straight to Uncle Jiqing. Oh, you think that old man can control me? Zhao Yanan bit her lip unconsciously, taking 2 steps back. You're despicable. Unfazed, Chu Yuxuan replied with shameless nonchalance. Darling, I'm a thoroughgoing scoundrel through and through. Does that frighten you? As their standoff continued, Chu Jiqing descended the stairs with purposeful strides. Nan, after the holidays, the 2 of you should complete the marriage registration. Even a performance requires thoroughness. If you have matters to attend to, go ahead. I'll deal with him. Zhao Yanan finally exhaled in relief, murmuring an acknowledgement before hastening out the door. Chu Yuxuan stretched lazily, his tone bored. How tedious, not amusing at all. Chu Jiqing chuckled. Indeed not amusing. You performed with such conviction. Yet the intended audience failed to appear. Leaning casually against the sofa, Chu Yuxuan showed no surprise at his father seeing through his act. Isn't that the truth? The old man's absence was expected, but the butler's presence would have served equally well. Your brother and sister being out of town explains their absence. But my cousins. And those sisters you manufactured for me. Why didn't a single one show up? Blame your illegitimate status, Chu Jiqing retorted, arms crossed. Chu Yuxuan. And that's somehow my fault? You have some nerve. Enough. Chu Jiqing sighed, then suddenly adopted a meaningful tone. Since you've chosen to play the role of a dissipated, worthless playboy, you'd best continue the performance. My son, you're facing an entire world, a world not just of social niceties and conflicts, but of callousness and covert struggles. The slightest misstep could mean complete defeat and cost you your head. Remember this well. A wise man keeps his weapons hidden, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Chu Yuxuan gazed at the four-character calligraphy piece mounted on golden silk and jade rollers hanging on the living room wall, which he had written during his summer vacation before entering junior high. The inscription read, "A gentleman conceals his talents." After a brief moment of silent contemplation, he clicked his tongue and remarked, "Empty platitudes are useless. Be practical. Give me some money to spend. Even being a prodigal son requires capital. Easy, easy." Chu Yuxuan produced a pre-prepared bank card and handed it over. "Spend as you please." Chu Yuxuan carelessly pocketed the card, his smile thin and insincere. "Chu Yuxuan, aside from your insatiable lust, you almost seem like a decent human being." Chu Yuxuan shot his son a sidelong glance and shamelessly replied, "A man must have his hobbies." Just then, a golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl came bounding through the front door, her nanny chasing closely behind, anxious she might trip or hurt herself. "Daddy." The little girl threw herself into Chu Yuxuan's arms, her Mandarin heavily accented. "Play with me." Chu Yuxuan stared at the 5- or 6-year-old foreign doll, utterly dumbfounded. "Chu Yuxuan, care to explain?" Chu Yuxuan chuckled. "A few years ago, on a business trip to America, I momentarily lost restraint. Later, her mother, fearing she'd never marry, packed her off and sent her to me. Her name is Chuli. She's 5 now. HM? Son, what are you looking for?" Chu Yuxuan frantically searched around, grinding his teeth, looking for a knife. "I'm going to castrate you. Your tastes are far too eclectic. Even a workhorse from the production brigade couldn't keep up with you. I'm 28. She could be my daughter. You beast, you absolute beast. Lily, hold tight to daddy. We're about to play a game of life or death escape. Sound fun?" The little girl giggled brightly. "Daddy, run. That weird uncle is chasing us." "Uncle? I'll show you, uncle." Chapter 8. Divorce. The New Year holiday swiftly concluded. By 7 in the morning, Chu Yuxuan had already washed up, brewed a cup of tea, and nestled himself in the study, thoroughly engrossed in Zhizhitongjian. At 7:30, Zhao Yanan called. Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow slightly, allowing the phone to ring for a while before answering with a languid, "Let us go get the certificate this morning." The voice on the other end was icy. Chu Yuxuan replied with lazy mockery, "Can't wait?" Silence. "You left me alone for 3 days. Why should I listen to you now?" A faint, restrained breath sounded through the receiver before Zhao Yanan spoke again. 10 o'clock. "Don't be late." After hanging up, the amusement on Chu Yuxuan's face gradually faded, replaced by a slight furrow of his brows. Whether Zhao Yanan was cold or warm hardly affected his mood. They barely knew each other, after all. What truly unsettled him was Xia Zhu. They weren't even divorced yet. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed Xia Zhu's number. As a top-tier celebrity, Xia Zhu typically slept in during her free time. It took 4 or 5 calls before she finally picked up. "Xia Zhu, you promised we'd divorce after the holiday. Time to honor that, don't you think?" A prolonged silence followed, perhaps as her mind sluggishly booted up. "Fine. Let us meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau this afternoon." Chu Yuxuan didn't hesitate. "No, get yourself to the bureau now. I don't have time to waste with you." Hearing his impatience, Xia Zhu's temper flared. "Chu Yuxuan, you're pretending to be magnanimous, pretending not to care, all just to make me feel guilty, aren't you? Do you really think this is amusing? I already said I'd decompensate you." Chu Yuxuan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Xia Zhu, to be honest, I did love you once. But don't overestimate yourself. I'm the kind of person who can let go as easily as I hold on. You're not some priceless treasure worth my despair." Through the receiver, Xia Zhu's breathing grew heavy. Chu Yuxuan could vividly picture her seething with rage. "Fine. I'll get up now and head to the bureau once I'm ready. Don't keep me waiting." 40 minutes later, Chu Yuxuan arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau in his coda. The sky was overcast, the frigid air biting like knives against exposed skin. After lighting a cigarette, he retreated back into the car. Women required ceremonial preparation before stepping out, their faces akin to unfinished canvases, demanding at least an hour of meticulous refinement. It was nearly 9:30 when Gao Ning's white Land Rover finally appeared. Chu Yuxuan stepped out of his car, his gaze playfully sweeping over the two of them before nodding toward the bureau's entrance. "Let us go. I'm in a hurry." As a public figure, Xia Zhu wore a mask and a baseball cap pulled low. When she caught sight of the entirely transformed Chu Yuxuan, she froze momentarily. Though her astonishment was hidden behind the mask, the disbelief in her eyes was unmistakable. During their 2 years of marriage, Chu Yuxuan had always worn thick, scholarly black-framed glasses, so thick that one might assume he was nearly blind. Now, he had learned to wear contact lenses. Those long, deep-set eyes, How had I never noticed how captivating they were before? His attire, though always neat and tidy in the past, consisted of bargain bin garments from street vendors, the epitome of rustic simplicity. Yet now, clad in a tailored suit from head to toe, he exuded an air of undeniable sophistication. Even his temperament had transformed. Once quiet and unassuming, almost obsequious, he now carried himself with a roguish nonchalance, his every word and gesture dripping with rakish charm. Little did she know, this man she deemed utterly unremarkable had been deliberately concealing his brilliance all along, though not, of course, for her sake. After a prolonged silence, Xia Zhu's eyes once again clouded with detachment. Gao Ning, holding her hand, sauntered over to Chu Yuxuan and cast a disdainful glance at the rather unimpressive Skoda. Chu Yuxuan, he sneered, do you comprehend the vast chasm between us? With evident pride, he pointed to his Range Rover. That's no ordinary model, over 4 million out the door. The purchase tax alone could buy several of your pathetic little cars. My advice, accept our compensation. It might ease our dear Xia Zhu's conscience. Chu Yuxuan responded with careless amusement. I've often wondered, what brand of plastic bag are you? To contain so much hot air? I did accept your compensation offer. You simply couldn't meet my terms. As Gao Ning's mouth twisted in irritation, Xia Zhu interjected coldly. Let's go, Chu Yuxuan. From today onward, we're strangers. The feeling is mutual, Chu Yuxuan drawled with characteristic insouciance, guided by principles of impulse over reason. Without deliberation or regret, they swiftly completed the formalities. Holding the divorce certificate, a barely perceptible bitterness tugged at Chu Yuxuan's lips, despite his resolute demeanor and maintained composure. This was, after all, the girl he'd loved for years. A pang of melancholy was inevitable. How many years had it been? Since middle school. When he first noticed the class beauty from the neighboring classroom, her every smile etching itself upon his heart. Fate reunited them in high school, placing them in the same class. The love-struck, down-on-his-luck young master, heedless of taboos about puppy love, pursued her shamelessly until circumstances forced him to drop out midway through sophomore year. These memories had been rare bright spots during his subsequent years of obscurity. 2 years ago, he'd finally married her, grinning like a fool all night. Now, their paths diverged forever. The clerk observing this recently divorced, perfectly matched couple couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the waist. But soon, her regret turned to astonishment. Gao Ning produced a household register from his pocket, gazing tenderly at Xia Zhu. Since we're here, Xiao Zhu, shall we take care of our business too? Xia Zhu hesitated, stealing a glance at Chu Yuxuan before murmuring awkwardly, Ningji, perhaps we should wait a few days. This feels inappropriate. Chu Yuxuan scoffed. Spare me the forced propriety, it doesn't suit you. With that, he strode out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xia Zhu's expression darkened immediately. Noting this, Gao Ning tactfully pocketed the register and offered cheerfully, shall I take you to breakfast? Xiao Zhu. Xia Zhu forced a faint smile. Thank you for understanding me, Ningge. We'll come to register our marriage in a couple of days. The three of them walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau one after another. Chu Yuxuan leaned against the hood of his Skoda, lighting a cigarette with no intention of leaving. Xia Zhu stood about 10 meters away, watching him. She parted her lips slightly, as if wanting to express her final apology and remorse. But before she could speak, a red Ferrari pulled up right in front of Chu Yuxuan. A heavy-set man stepped out of the driver's seat, glanced briefly at Chu Yuxuan, whose brow was slightly furrowed after the ordeal of kowtowing dozens of times days prior, then hurried around to the passenger side and opened the door. Zhao Yanan stepped out, nodding at the man in silent thanks before turning to Chu Yuxuan. Her expression remained impassive as she spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. I went to the villa to find you, but you weren't there. Uncle Jiqing had him drive me here. After a pause, she added, Uncle said this car is yours to drive from now on. Gao Ning's hand, still gripping the car door, had frozen in place for a long while, his entire body stiff with shock. As a true second-generation elite, he naturally knew exactly who this raven-haired beauty was. She was the dream of every man in Jiangxing. How could she possibly know someone like Chu Yuxuan? A nobody? Xia Zhu looked even more stunned than he was. Zhao Yanan, aside from being Jiangxing's most beautiful woman, was also the IC CEO of their company. Chu Yuxuan smirked devilishly. Looking for me? Afraid I'd be late? Couldn't he wait? Huh? Zhao Yanan was draped in a black velvet cloak, her breathtakingly beautiful face adorned with exquisite makeup, radiating elegance and nobility. Faced with Chu Yuxuan's irreverent attitude, her cool expression remained unreadable. She glanced briefly at Xia Zhu, who stood fully armed in the distance, but made no move to greet her. Instead, she addressed her nominal husband. It seems everything is settled. Let us go register. I have other matters to attend to later. Chapter 9. Turning the tables the moment Chu Yuxuan laid eyes on the burly man. He understood. This was all orchestrated by Chu Jiqing. And the fact that Zhao Yanan knew he was planning to divorce first today? Undoubtedly, Chu Jiqing had informed her. It seemed his father was indeed monitoring his every move. Flicking the cigarette but from his lips, Chu Yuxuan strode toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhao Yanan following closely at his side. As they passed the white Land Rover, Xia Zhu bit her lip and greeted timidly, yet coldly, President Zhao. Zhao Yanan could ignore her, but she couldn't ignore Zhao Yanan. Such was the disparity between stardom and capital, no matter how famous. One still had to bow their head before wealth. Zhao Yanan responded with a faint hum. After taking 2 steps forward, she suddenly paused, lifting a hand to lightly tug at Chu Yuxuan's sleeve, almost as if she were holding on to him, before turning to Xia Zhu. Xia Zhu, I'd appreciate it if you kept my marriage to Mr. Chu confidential. Understood? Marriage. Xia Zhu, who had overheard their earlier conversation, froze in shock, only now realizing why the two were heading toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gao Ning's face twisted in disbelief, the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng marrying this good-for-nothing. Zhao Yanan cast him a glance, her icy disdain undisguised, before addressing Xia Zhu again. As the company's second-largest shareholder, I feel obliged to remind you, you're nearly 30. Stop being so naive in love. Someone who truly cares for you would never sabotage your marriage. Don't cause any more trouble for the company. I don't have time to clean up your messes. Her words left Xia Zhu seething but silent, while Gao Ning burned with humiliation. Still, the Gao family held some standing in Jiangcheng, enough not to fear the now declining Zhao family. Suppressing his anger, Gao Ning sneered, President Zhao. Xia Zhu and I are genuinely in love. Unlike you, so desperate you'd settle for a worthless pretty boy? How laughable. Before he could finish, the burly man lunged forward, cracking his knuckles. Watch your mouth, kid. Unless you want me to knock your teeth out. Towering and intimidating. The man's fierce glare and clenched jaw were enough to make Gao Ning swallow hard, wisely choosing silence. Xia Zhu, unwilling to provoke Zhao Yanan, quickly stepped between them. Bowing her head, President Zhao, I apologize, rest assured. I'll keep your marriage confidential. Zhao Yanan was wounded well on pettiness. With a curt nod, she walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau beside Chu Yuxuan. The corner of Chu Yuxuan's lips curled as he glanced at her. So, President Zhao, how do you like your pretty boy? Expressionless, she pressed her lips together and said nothing. By the time they emerged with their marriage certificate, the white Land Rover was gone. The portly man approached Chu Yuxuan and handed over the Ferrari keys with a guileless smile. Young master, take this one. I'll handle your car for you. Chu Yuxuan made no move to accept them, instead tilting his chin toward Zhao Yanan with a smirk. Let her drive it. I'll keep my own car for sentimentality. Got it. Zhao Yanan pressed her lips together and took the keys. Once inside the vehicle, she started the engine and said coolly, I'm heading back to the company. You can drive yourself home later. Chu Yuxuan cast her a sidelong glance, amusement dancing in his eyes. Nothing else to say to me? Zhao Yanan turned slightly, her expression one of mild puzzlement. You didn't need to say those things to Xia Zhu earlier, Chu Yuxuan remarked as he fastened his seatbelt. Pausing deliberately. Was it just a vent on my behalf? A faint, enigmatic smile played on her lips. Feeling protective? Hey, Zhao Yanan. Since I'm in a decent mood right now, spit it out if you've got something to say. No need for cryptic games. For a moment, she studied him intently, struck by the fleeting illusion that this seemingly reckless playboy might not be as frivolous as he appeared. Fine. I was going to tell you tonight anyway. Wang Long's birthday banquet is tomorrow evening. I want to attend. Chu Yuxuan chuckled and shook his head. I knew it. No kindness comes without a motive. But go if you want. Why tell me? Her brows knitted slightly. Consider it a favor. And how will you repay me? His gaze was laden with mischief. How would you like me to? Call me husband and let us hear it. Chu Yuxuan. Her voice was ice. You're not a scoundrel. Flattery, 1T work. You're scum. Chu Yuxuan. Meanwhile, Gao Ning fumed behind the wheel, turning to Xia Zhu in the passenger seat. Xia Zhu. Why don't I help you terminate your contract? Let us switch agencies. Zhao Corporation has already hit rock bottom. Who knows if Qingya Media can even survive? Xia Zhu's face was a mask of distress. Work was the last thing on her mind. Her thoughts were consumed by the image of Zhao Yanan and Chu Yuxuan together. How could they be together? Did the fairy tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl actually manifest in reality? It's utterly incomprehensible. No wonder Chu Yuxuan has been so eager to divorce, He has already found himself a wealthy patroness, hasn't he? Seething. She fired off a WeChat message to Chu Yuxuan. So eager to divorce because you already had someone lined up? Congratulations. I never knew you had such talent. And here I thought you were a man of loyalty, ha. Well, at least now I don't feel guilty anymore. On the other end. Chu Yuxuan read the message and let out a derisive laugh. The adulterer pointing fingers, how nauseating. After a moment's thought, he replied with an enigmatic line. Ah. How could I have forgotten about you? Xia Zhu stared at the message, turning it over in her mind without comprehension, and sent back a question mark. What greeted her next was a glaring red exclamation mark. Only then did she grasp the meaning behind his words. Ah, how could I have forgotten to delete you? Disgusting. Xia Zhu bit her lip and cursed angrily in frustration. Gao Ning, standing beside her, pursed his lips slightly with a hint of displeasure. Little bamboo. I was just talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Xia Zhu glanced at him, suddenly realizing her rudeness, and stammered. Ningji. I don't want to switch jobs right now. The penalty for breaching the contract is too heavy. I'll find a way for you, Gao Ning said firmly. Forget it. Ningji, I know you mean well, but I don't want such a trivial matter to affect my work. Gao Ning pondered for a moment before replying, all right, I'll respect your decision. But if you ever feel unhappy at work, promise you'll tell me immediately, okay? Xia Zhu nodded gratefully. Thank you, Ningji. Having you by my side is such a blessing. Gao Ning freed one hand to gently squeeze Xia Zhu's cold fingers, smiling tenderly. Silly girl, why so formal with me? Xia Zhu chuckled softly before changing the subject. By the way, tomorrow evening is Director Wang Long's birthday banquet. Since our last project just wrapped up, all the main cast have been invited. Ningji, you're so close to him. Did you get an invitation too? Gao Ning's expression faltered momentarily, but he feigned composure. Little bamboo. I never got the chance to tell you earlier. After seeing your distressed messages on WeChat, I actually asked my father to pull some strings for you. That Wang Long. I'm not really familiar with him. The excuse seemed plausible enough, and Xia Zhu didn't suspect anything. She smiled warmly. That's all right. You're my boyfriend, after all. Let us go together tomorrow night. He has helped me so much. I really want to thank him properly. Gao Ning nodded. Since the lie had been smoothed over, he was worried about exposure. As for why Wang Long had cast Xia Zhu in the first place, he assumed it was simply because of her acting skills. If someone had been pulling strings behind the scenes, they would have revealed themselves by now. Just like those investors who lavished attention on actresses. Wasn't he it always for some ulterior motive? In this day and age, who would selflessly help someone without seeking recognition? Little bamboo, after dinner, let us pick out a gift for him, Gao Ning suggested, already considering options. Artistic types like him usually appreciate antiques or calligraphy. I happen to know a friend who deals in antiques. He has quite a collection. We'll go take a look, and you can choose whatever you like. My treat. Xia Zhu lifted Gao Ning's hand and planted a playful kiss on its back, grinning. Then I want to hold back. Chapter 10. Shaoqing the Ferrari came to a halt at the company's entrance. Chu Yuxuan stepped out, gazing thoughtfully at the grand sign bearing the words Xingya Media. With a smirk, he mused, I suppose my mother-in-law's name must contain the character Qing? Zhao Yanan remained frosty, extending the car keys toward him with silent disdain. What? Trying to dismiss me? Chu Yuxuan chuckled roguishly. The favor you asked of me, I haven't agreed yet. I don't expect you to. Her outstretched hand stiffened midair. I was nearly swayed, but it seems unnecessary now, he drawled, stretching lazily without accepting the keys. Keep it for yourself. I prefer a more understated lifestyle. This belongs to the Chu family. I won't take it. Her voice was resolute. Chu Yuxuan arched a brow, his peach blossom eyes fixed on her with an inexplicable allure. You're my wife now, technically, that makes you part of the Chu family too. A derisive twitch tugged at Zhao Yanan's lips. Chu Yuxuan, don't make me despise you. You're utterly shameless. Ah, thank you. Many have said the same. Zhao Yanan. Grinning, Chu Yuxuan extended his hand again, his expression shifting to something marginally more serious. CEO Zhao, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the major shareholder of Xingya Media and its current acting CEO, Chu Yuxuan. Zhao Yanan? Her father had mentioned transferring his shares temporarily to Chu Jiqing for the company's security, ensuring its stability under his name. But how had they ended up with this unscrupulous scoundrel? Watching her stunned expression, realization dawned on Chu Yuxuan. This was undoubtedly another one of Chu Jiqing's schemes. What exactly was that old fox plotting? A memory surfaced, his father's words. Whether the two of you develop anything further depends entirely on your efforts. So, this was an orchestrated opportunity for him and Zhao Yanan to interact? It seemed Chu Jiqing truly approved of this daughter-in-law. Amused, Chu Yuxuan scoffed inwardly. He had no time for frivolous romance. Without offering any explanation, he flashed a cheeky grin. CEO Zhao, as your superior, shouldn't you lead the way and give me a proper tour of the company? Clenching her fists until her nails bit into her palms, Zhao Yanan glared at him before muttering disgraceful and striding through the company doors alone. Chu Yuxuan watched her retreating figure, making no move to follow. Only when the elevator doors closed did his cavalier smirk fade. Retrieving his phone, he dialed the contact labeled Lao Wu. Boss, what's up? A groggy, heavily accented voice answered, clearly just awakened and not native to Mandarin. Up all night gaming again? Chu Yuxuan's tone darkened. A sheepish laugh crackled through. Oh God, you see everything. Rolling his eyes, Chu Yuxuan remarked, your Mandarin still needs work. Lao Wu, I've got a job for you. Interested? Of course. I'm bored out of my skull. Chu Yuxuan was momentarily speechless, exhaling in exasperation. What a pointless nuisance. Oh, never mind. Wait for my call then. That's all for now. Hanging up the phone, he took a deep breath, tilting his head back to gaze at the leaden sky, his eyes shadowed with brooding intensity. The following day, snow began to fall steadily from noon onward. As dusk approached, Chu Yuxuan closed the well-thumbed pages of Comprehensive Mirror for Aid and Governance, changed his attire, and descended the stairs. In the drawing room, the young maid who had inadvertently witnessed Chu Jiqing's embarrassing predicament earlier was mopping the floor. Hearing footsteps, she straightened abruptly, casting a timid glance upward. Young master, Chu Yuxuan acknowledged with a non-committal hum, his gaze sweeping indifferently across her face as he passed. Yet upon drawing near, he paused unexpectedly and inquired with inexplicable curiosity, how old are you? The maid kept her eyes lowered, her voice scarcely louder than a mosquito's hum. 23, young master. 23? He murmured. Fresh out of university? A delicate flush crept across her cheeks. My family couldn't afford it. I became a maid here after high school. His assessing eyes traced the petite frame of this comely maid, her demure shyness reminiscent of sheltered gentry maidens. Her face porcelain smooth, yet hands calloused from labor. Clearly no stranger to hardship, she might have flourished academically given the opportunity. Your name? Chu Yuxuan moved toward the vestibule, seating himself to change shoes. The maid scurried after with mincing steps. Xiaoqing, she offered, immediately kneeling to assist with his footwear. No, I'll manage. His raised hand halted her mid-motion. Xiaoqing froze momentarily before rising awkwardly, fingers twisting nervously as she remained rooted nearby, her head still bowed. Her cherry lips parted hesitantly. Young master. About last time. Thank you. I know you kept me by your side to help me, but Xiaoqing can do many things. Please don't hesitate to give orders. Securing his shoes, Chu Yuxuan regarded this trembling, diffident girl and remarked with a wry twist of his lips, Xiaoqing, you're employed here, earning your keep honorably. There's no need for such obsequiousness. Understood? Yes, young master. Yet when she noticed him adjusting his tie, instinct overrode instruction. Darting forward, she stammered, Let me help with that. Chu Yuxuan sighed inwardly. Xiaoqing, if you're truly at leisure, go watch television. No one here dares disparage you. His well-intentioned words were misconstrued. Her voice quivered with wounded pride. Does the young master find Xiaoqing disagreeable? Chu Yuxuan. Very well, have at it. I surrender. Spreading his arms in exaggerated resignation, he resembled nothing so much as a man facing inevitable slaughter. Xiaoqing fought to suppress a giggle, her youthful features contorting into an endearingly peculiar expression as she meticulously arranged his neckwear. Midway through, her small yet work-roughened hands stilled abruptly. Dark eyes flickering excessively over his attire, she ventured timidly, Young master, this tie's hue is somewhat pale. Your ensemble would be better complemented by a darker shade. His eyebrows arched in genuine surprise. You're knowledgeable about such matters? Xiaoqing lowered her head demurely and gave a slight nod. In my leisure time, I enjoy perusing magazines of that nature. Quite fascinating. Chu Yuxuan offered a faint smile. Very well then, I shall heed your suggestion. Please fetch me another copy. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wang Long's call came through. Cease your incessant urging. I'm preparing to depart. Chu Yuxuan replied tersely. A cacophony of boisterous chatter emanated from Wang Long's end, suggesting a sizable gathering had already assembled. Nephew, make haste. Your father is nearly inebriated from the attentions of several beauties. A frown creased Chu Yuxuan's brow. Is he aware of my impending arrival? Wang Long paused, momentarily taken aback. You haven't informed him? Wait, old Chu, weren't you aware your son was joining us? Hey, where are you fleeing to? Have you seen a ghost? Chu Yuxuan. Wang Long muttered in bewilderment. How peculiar. Your father bolted as if pursued by specters. Never mind him, proceed with all due haste to Jade Spring Retreat, Villa number 3. The invitation has been dispatched to your mobile. Security will require verification upon entry. Such formality. Surely you're not engaged in clandestine affairs. Chu Yuxuan remarked with sardonic amusement. Preposterous. This is merely to prevent unscrupulous journalists from infiltrating. Tonight's assembly comprises distinguished personages. Should any compromising images be captured surreptitiously, I would bear intolerable responsibility. This revelation illuminated Zhao Yanan's earlier plea for assistance. Evidently, she genuinely lacked the means to gain admittance. Chapter 11. The birthday banquet. The Jade Spring Club stood as one of Jiangqing's most opulent venues, its security impeccably stringent. As Chu Yuxuan arrived, fate would have it that he spotted Zhao Yanan at the grand entrance. The renowned beauty of Jiacheng, draped in a beige trench coat, huddled beneath the portico, her delicate hands cupped before her lips as she exhaled warm breaths against the biting cold. With an amused shake of his head, Chu Yuxuan feigned indifference and strode past her toward the entrance. Zhao Yanan, who had been lying in wait, hastily seized the gift at her feet and hurried after him. Just as the security guard inspected Chu Yuxuan's invitation, the wayward young master cast her a sidelong glance and drawled with deliberate provocation, "Darling wife, have you been waiting long?" She had anticipated his taunts, precisely the effect she desired. Under the guise of being his spouse, she could slip in unchallenged. True to her expectations, the guard merely saluted and welcomed her inside. Once past the gates, Chu Yuxuan couldn't resist teasing, "So much for not relying on me, HM?" Zhao Yanan's expression remained frosty. "I entered on my own merit." "Oh, is that so?" He halted, a roguish smirk playing on his lips before he turned and called out, "Guard, this lady here." In a flash, she yanked his tie, her eyes flashing a warning. "Chu Yuxuan, don't push your luck." Unfazed, he held her gaze, his narrowed eyes brimming with mischief. "Beg me, Chu Yuxuan." HM? She inhaled sharply, unleashing the torrent of her indignation. "You are an utter scoundrel, despicable, shameless, hypocritical, and utterly vile." The cathartic outburst left her momentarily exhilarated. Chu Yuxuan arched a brow. Unconventional way to plead. Though, spare me the hypocrite. I've never pretended to be anything but a scoundrel. With a glare, Zhao Yanan stormed ahead. He trailed her like a shadow, undeterred. "Freezing, weren't you? My reprobate father arrived earlier. Why not beg him for entry? Or did you miss him?" "Chu Yuxuan," she snapped. "Can we pretend we don't know each other? Stay away from me." He chuckled. "But we don't know each other well, do we?" Zhao Yanan. In the third courtyard, glamorous figures submerged themselves like dumplings in the hot springs, their bold swimwear contrasting whimsically against the snowfall. The more refined guests indulged in wine, dance, and music indoors, savoring cultivated pleasures. Beneath the eaves, Wang Long sipped tea with a close friend when his gaze landed on Zhao Yanan, her exquisite face taut with irritation, and the insouciant Chu Yuxuan sauntering behind her, his smirk dripping with mischief. "Well now," Wang Long muttered, rising to greet them. "What a perfectly matched pair." He stepped past Zhao Yanan and directly slung his arm around Chu Yuxuan's neck. After greeting him, he then turned to look at Zhao Yanan. "Director Zhao." "Ah. Look at my slip of the tongue. I should be calling you niece-in-law now, shouldn't I?" Chu Yuxuan suppressed a smirk, remaining silent. Zhao Yanan, however, offered a polite smile and presented the gift she had prepared with both hands. "Director Wang, happy birthday." Wang Long waved it off. "We're all family here. No need for formalities." As he spoke, his gaze shifted back to Chu Yuxuan, sweeping up and down before clicking his tongue in mock disapproval. "Nephew, did you really come empty-handed?" "Not entirely empty-handed," Chu Yuxuan drawled, fishing out a plastic bag from his suit pocket with a roguish grin. "Didn't you mention having 2 bottles of fine wine? Pack them up for me later." Zhao Yanan. "Well, I'll be damned." Wang Long gaped. "You bandit." After some light-hearted banter, the trio moved indoors and settled by the window. Wang Long personally brewed tea, launching into nostalgic reminiscences with Chu Yuxuan. Zhao Yanan sat awkwardly beside them, nodding occasionally and dutifully refilling their teacups. Since when had this young heiress ever endured such indignity? Yet fate had played its cruel hand. Had old Zhao not met misfortune, matters of social grace would never have required her intervention. Her meticulously planned visit to Wang Long today was for one purpose: to seize this opportunity and request a favor. But the uncle and nephew chattered endlessly, leaving her no opening to interject. She could only wait for their conversation to lull before making her move. After enduring the ordeal for some time, Zhao Yanan suddenly sensed something amiss. Where was Chu Yuxuan's usual sharp, fearless tongue? Instead, He was uncharacteristically earnest. Even verbose, each time Wang Long neared the end of a topic, he smoothly steered the conversation elsewhere, effortlessly keeping the older man rambling. Mid-contemplation, she happened to catch Chu Yuxuan's sidelong glance and the faint, mischievous smirk tugging at his lips. "You wretched man! You're doing this on purpose!" Fury simmered within her. After a brief deliberation, she subtly slid her right hand beneath the table and pinched Chu Yuxuan's waist hard. The normally glib young master sucked in a sharp breath and shot to his feet, glaring at Zhao Yanan. She blinked up at him with an innocent "what's wrong" expression, though a silent warning glimmered in her eyes. Wang Long frowned. "Nephew, what happened?" Chu Yuxuan pressed his tongue to his cheek, studying the deceptively guileless face before quirking a smile. "Leg cramp." "Cramp?" Wang Long blinked. "Should I call someone to massage it?" Chu Yuxuan nudged his chair back. "No need. I'll just rest a moment." Before he could finish, Zhao Yanan smoothly interjected. "Director Wang, let him rest here. By the way, I couldn't help overhearing your earlier stories. Would you, perhaps, tell me about Yuxuan and Xia Zhu?" Wang Long stiffened, forcing a strained chuckle. "That's all in the past. Why bring her up now?" Even as he spoke, his foot jabbed repeatedly at Chu Yuxuan's leg beneath the table. The true reason for Zhao Yanan's marriage into the Chu family was a secret Chu Jiqing never disclosed to anyone, merely claiming it was an engagement arranged with old Zhao years ago. Thus, Wang Long remained unaware of their sham marriage, assuming both parties were simply honoring their father's wishes. Chu Yuxuan frowned, curling his right leg, which had been kicked several times, and dusting off his trousers. "Why kick me?" "He was asking you," he muttered. Wang Long hesitated, coughing awkwardly before Zhao Yanan smiled lightly. "Director Wang, go ahead. I want to mind." With practiced diplomacy, Wang Long sidestepped the heart of the matter, swiftly steering the conversation towards Xia Zhu instead. He spoke of how he had once championed her career but now hesitated to cast her in his new project. President Zhao no. "My dear niece-in-law, though Xia Zhu is your company's star, her reputation is problematic. The internet is rife with rumors of her courting wealthy patrons. I can't afford to gamble on her." Zhao Yanan considered this. "Admittedly, our company hasn't handled this situation well. However, I happen to have a promising new actress under my wing, years of minor roles, impeccable professionalism. Would you care to meet her? If she doesn't suit your vision, I'll withdraw her without hesitation." In truth, the moment Zhao Yanan learned Xia Zhu was Chu Yuxuan's ex-wife, she knew the role was lost. Whether the reckless Chu Yuxuan sought revenge was irrelevant. Wang Long's loyalty alone guaranteed he'd avenge his dear nephew. Realizing he'd been maneuvered, Wang Long inwardly cursed. Zhao Yanan had deliberately invoked Xia Zhu to pivot the discussion toward business. With Chu Yuxuan present, refusal wasn't an option. Chu Yuxuan glanced at Zhao Yanan, lips quirking in silent admiration. "Brilliant." Just then, commotion erupted outside. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Chu Yuxuan observed a group of actors from Wang Long's previous production arriving, inciting cheers from the younger crowd. Among them, Xia Zhu and Gao Ning. Chapter 12, The Birthday Banquet, Part 2. As dusk settled, the courtyard lights cast a kaleidoscope of colors upon the falling snowflakes. Though Xia Zhu was a top-tier celebrity, none of the guests present tonight were ordinary. She dared not carry herself with the haughty air befitting a star, instead appearing approachable and humble. Unintentionally, her gaze drifted toward the floor-to-ceiling windows of the grand hall. Under the brilliant illumination, that vaguely familiar stranger was watching her with an enigmatic half-smile. From her perspective, Zhao Yanan stood close to Wang Long's side, engaged in a serious discussion, while Chu Yuxuan sat somewhat apart, like an unwelcome outsider. To this day, she couldn't fathom what Zhao Yanan, renowned as Jiangqing's most beautiful woman, saw in Chu Yuxuan. Handsome? Please. As the CEO of an entertainment company, Zhao Yanan rubbed shoulders with countless male celebrities, many far more attractive than Chu Yuxuan. If not looks, then talent? What talent could a mere ride-hailing driver possibly possess? If he truly had any, would he have been reduced to such a menial job? Utterly preposterous. Gao Ning, standing beside her, also noticed Chu Yuxuan and immediately sneered. Even if a toad gets a taste of swan meat, it's still just a toad. Look at him. What business does he have sitting there while they discuss serious matters? Doesn't he feel ashamed? Then again, a spineless freeloader like him wouldn't he know the meaning of shame? Xia Zhu took a deep breath and murmured softly, "Let us go. We should greet Director Wang." Inside, Zhao Yanan had already cornered Wang Long. "Director Wang, it's settled then. In 3 days, I'll bring the newcomer to meet you. I'm not asking for a major role, just a chance for her to appear in your film. She is truly a dedicated and talented actress." Wang Long nodded in agreement. If she is as professional as you say, I'll certainly consider her. However, Xia Zhu was originally cast as the female lead. Now that I've decided to replace her, you must understand I already have someone else in mind. So let us not discuss her any further. The recent scandal surrounding Xia Zhu was indeed mishandled. On her behalf, I apologize. If you're determined to recast, I want to object. Then it's settled. Bring the new actress for an audition in 3 days. Having reached an agreement, Zhao Yanan hastily poured tea for Wang Long. Just as she raised the cup, Xia Zhu's voice echoed from the entrance. Director Wang, happy birthday. Wang Long glanced toward the door, his teacup frozen midair. His gaze flickered awkwardly toward Chu Yuxuan before he muttered under his breath, I send out mass invitations. Forgot to exclude her. Chu Yuxuan took a sip of tea, his expression unreadable. It doesn't tea matter. Attend to your guests, don't mind me. Zhao Yanan observed him, her usually aloof face betraying a hint of amusement, though Xia Zhu hadn't tea been intentionally invited. Wang Long wouldn't tea make a scene at his own birthday celebration, lest he become the evening as spectacle. Rising with practiced grace, he smiled. Xia Zhu, you've arrived. As he spoke, his eyes briefly and pointedly flickered toward Gao Ning, though he offered no greeting. Xia Zhu hurriedly presented the antique gift box in her hands, saying, Director Wang, this is something my boyfriend and I specially picked out for you. We hope you'll like it. Wang Long didn't even glance at the box, waving his hand dismissively. Xia Zhu, there's no need for such formalities with me. Take the gift back. If others see it, it might give rise to gossip. Besides, I don't know this boyfriend of yours. Accepting a gift from you both would be inappropriate. Please, take it back. Xia Zhu's expression froze for a moment. Director Wang had always been so kind to her before, treating her with meticulous care on set. How had things become so distant now that even a simple gift couldn't be given? Just as she stood there at a loss, Gao Ning stepped forward. With a mocking glance at Chu Yuxuan, he addressed Wang Long. Director Wang, hello. I'm Xia Zhu's boyfriend, Gao Ning. I apologize for coming uninvited today. But Xia Zhu often speaks of your kindness toward her. I felt it only right to personally express my gratitude. This humble gift is but a small token. Please forgive its inadequacy. Wang Long remained impassive. Your sentiments are appreciated, but as for the gift, take it back. It truly isn't necessary. Gao Ning smiled. Director Wang, actually, my father is Gao Jinxing, chairman of the board at Gao Corporation. Our chain of cinemas is somewhat renowned nationwide. Now that I've returned to the country, my father intends for me to take over the cinema business. So today, I also hope to befriend you. After all, you are a luminary in this industry, and I'm certain we'll have many opportunities to collaborate in the future. Don't you agree? At the mention of Gao Corporation, Wang Long's gaze toward Gao Ning shifted subtly, not quite reverent, but no longer so distant. Beside them, Xia Zhu exhaled softly, casting a sidelong glance at Gao Ning, her eyes brimming with quiet pride. Oh, so you're old Gao's son? No wonder you carry yourself with such distinction, Wang Long remarked with a chuckle, his eyes flickering briefly toward Chu Yuxuan, who was absorbed in his phone. Well then, why don't you and Xia Zhu join the dance inside? There's a party underway. As a seasoned player in this world, Wang Long knew better than to offend those he shouldn't tea. Besides, Chu Yuxuan seemed entirely indifferent to the pair. Why not extend a courtesy and avoid unnecessary trouble? Xia Zhu accepted cheerfully before turning to greet Zhao Yanan. President Zhao, you're here as well. Zhao Yanan responded with a faint hum, her gaze sliding toward the silent Chu Yuxuan, a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. This wretched man must be seething inside. Serves him right. What could have been a minor incident settled peacefully took an unexpected turn when Gao Ning, emboldened, overstepped. He extended a hand toward Zhao Yanan with a smile. President Zhao, what a pleasure to see you again so soon. Out of politeness, Zhao Yanan shook his hand. Likewise. Without invitation, Gao Ning pulled out a chair and seated himself beside Zhao Yanan, oblivious to the darkening expression on Wang Long's face behind him. With a hint of arrogance, he continued, President Zhao, my father recently partnered with a certain platform for a variety show currently in preparation. Given the number of talents under your management, I believe we could explore some collaboration. Regarding work matters, Zhao Yanan has always been conscientious and responsible. Certainly. May I inquire which platform you're referring to? Would it be convenient to disclose? Gao Ning raised his hand slightly, about to speak, then deliberately glanced at Chu Yuxuan with mockery. President Zhao, as you're aware, some topics are rather confidential. With outsiders present, it might not be appropriate, no? Zhao Yanan, sharp as ever, immediately discerned Gao Ning's true intent. Business was merely a pretense. Humiliating Chu Yuxuan was the real aim. However, She harbored no fondness for Chu Yuxuan either, and thus had no inclination to defend him. She merely lifted her eyelids, regarding him with an ambiguous half-smile. Chu Yuxuan remained indifferent, shifting his chair back another 2 steps before shrugging. Carry on. Pretend I don't exist. With that, he lowered his head and resumed fiddling with his phone, replying to Lao Wu. It's settled. Report to Qingya Media tomorrow at 9. Wang Long suppressed his irritation. Addressing the visibly uncomfortable Xia Zhu. Xia Zhu, why don't you accompany our young Mr. Gao for a dance? Eager to defuse the tension, Xia Zhu tugged at Gao Ning's sleeve. Ningji, would you dance with me? Gao Ning sighed, rising to his feet as he glared at Chu Yuxuan. President Zhao, perhaps we could exchange WeChat? I'd like to treat you to dinner another time to discuss in detail. He paused deliberately before adding, and when that time comes, I'd prefer you not bring this pretty boy along. The sight of him disgusts me. Xia Zhu interjected hastily. Enough, Ningji. Today is Director Wang's birthday. Don't make a scene. Gao Ning patted her hand, softening his tone. Little bamboo, I merely wish to stand up for you. Honestly, were it not for Director Wang's sake, I'd have beaten him senseless by now. This young master, emboldened by his father's influence, clearly believed himself untouchable. How dare a mere director cross a cinema chain? Did they not care for film screenings? Openly insulting Chu Yuxuan wasn't enough to satisfy him. Demanding Zhao Yanan's contact right in front of him was the true dagger to the heart. He wanted Chu Yuxuan to understand the chasm between them. Chu Yuxuan exhaled in resignation. Truthfully, I've never been fond of bullying others with privilege. Tread carefully, don't bring trouble upon the Gao family. Gao Ning, misinterpreting Chu Yuxuan's warning, burst into derisive laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke. Are you delirious? You, threatening us? Huh. Remember this. Chu, you're nothing but a toad. His arrogance in that moment made it clear he held neither Wang Long nor Zhao Yanan in regard, let alone the seemingly worthless Chu Yuxuan. Little did he know, the trio now regarded him with the pitying gaze reserved for a clown missing a few marbles. Chapter 13. The Birthday Banquet, Part 3. Upon hearing the young master of the illustrious Chu family, his own nephew whom he had watched grow up, being called a toad by this arrogant young man, Wang Long slowly closed his eyes and spoke in a low, measured tone. Xia Zhu, Mr. Gao, you do realize that today is my birthday celebration, don't you? Xia Zhu hurriedly offered apologies. Director Wang, I'm so sorry. Before she could finish, Gao Ning interrupted. Director Wang, my sincerest apologies. I've always been blunt. I just can't stand those good-for-nothing leeches. Chu Yuxuan smirked and turned to Zhao Yanan. President Zhao, aren't you going to say something? They're insulting your pretty boy. Zhao Yanan remained aloof, her expression icy with disdain. But Wang Long had no intention of tolerating this any longer. On one hand, Gao Ning's arrogance was simply too much. On the other, he knew Chu Yuxuan was holding back only to avoid ruining his birthday. With a sharp slam of his hand against the table, Wang Long snapped, Xia Zhu, to be honest, I never planned to invite you in the first place. And you, Mr. Gao, you're not welcome here. Get out. Xia Zhu's palms grew damp with sweat as she stammered out apologies. Gao Ning had expected this renowned director to be so unreasonable, willing to turn against him over some freeloader? Director Wang, I was only joking. Surely you're not taking it so seriously? He forced a laugh. I genuinely want to be your friend. After all, we'll inevitably cross paths in business. Before he could finish, Wang Long cut him off. Mr. Gao, let me advise you, don't try to intimidate me with business. You clearly don't understand the rules of our industry. Do you really think your father controls film distribution? I may be a small player who can't afford to offend your Gao family, but the investors behind me, they don't give a damn about you. Let me be clear, I'm not worried about distribution at all. Those investors have their ways. Understood? At this point, Gao Ning was utterly humiliated. His face alternating between red and white, unable to muster a single word. Wang Long continued, I gave you every chance to save face, but you threw it away. Who the hell do you think you are? Take your gifts, take your woman, and get the hell out of my sight. Gao Ning, too mortified to lift his head, grabbed Xia Zhu's arm to leave. Yet Xia Zhu pulled away, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Wang Long. Director Wang. About the day, I'm so sorry. I never meant to ruin your celebration. Wang Long scoffed. Leave before I lose my temper, will you? Xia Zhu bit her lip, her expression pained. Director Wang, I don't understand. Weren't we good friends before? Why did you say you never intended to invite me? Have I done something wrong? Tell me, and I'll change. She truly couldn't comprehend why her once supportive mentor had turned so cold. You don't understand? Wang Long cast a contemptuous glare at her, then glanced at Chu Yuxuan before turning his gaze back to Xia Zhu. Even now, you still don't understand? In his view, even if this celebrity were a fool, even if she remained unaware of Chu Yuxuan's true identity, seeing them together having tea should have made the situation clear. Did she truly believe his previous support was due to her acting skills? Xia Zhu looked at Chu Yuxuan, her confusion deepening. What did any of this have to do with him? Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly. Don't look at me. I'm just a pretty face. Zhao Yanan pursed her lips. After all, Xia Zhu was still an artist under her company, and she had to protect her when necessary. Xia Zhu, you should leave now. Don't provoke Director Wang further. We'll discuss the rest after tonight. Understood, President Zhao. Xia Zhu nodded, offered an apology to Wang Long, then turned toward the exit. Xia Zhu, Zhao Yanan called after her. One final reminder, balance your romantic fantasies with some intelligence. Don't ruin your own future. Gao Ning, waiting by the door, swept a furious gaze over the three of them. His jaw clenched in silent fury. Once the two had left, Chu Yuxuan chuckled. Uncle Long, you dare provoke the heir of the Gao family? Aren't you afraid they'll blacklist your films? Wang Long pinched the bridge of his nose, grinning. Unless the Gaos want to lose money out of spite. Who in their right mind would turn down profit? Besides, your father invests in nearly every project of mine. How many heads does Gao Zhenxing have to dare cross him? Chu Yuxuan understood now. No wonder you're so bold. That old bastard Chu Jiqing is quite the figure in Jiangqing. You've latched onto quite the powerful ally. Zhao Yanan. Wang Long laughed. Isn't that the truth? To this day, I still consider myself fortunate to have attended the same university and shared a dorm with your father. Honestly, my old friend has helped me tremendously. Chu Yuxuan teased. And you've helped him too, introducing him to plenty of starlets, haven't you? Unashamed, Wang Long shrugged. Fair ladies are a gentleman's delight. Besides, isn't your father still single? True, Chu Yuxuan replied, his expression playful, but his eyes darkening with a cold edge. The dead are dead. The divorced are gone. How conveniently unburdened he is. The remark seemed to touch on a sensitive subject. Wang Long swiftly dropped his smile and changed the topic. All right, enough of that. Why don't you two lovebirds go enjoy the dance floor? Liven things up a bit. As soon as he finished, Zhao Yanan and Chu Yuxuan spoke in unison. No. Wang Long blinked. Well, damn. Chu Yuxuan raised a brow. Darling, already so in sync with me? Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes. Chu Yuxuan. Yes. Try being human. Wang Long. Meanwhile, outside the club, Gao Ning erupted in fury, viciously kicking his car door as he cursed. That bastard Wang Long has no idea who he's dealing with. Offending the Gao family. Let's see how he survives in this industry now. Xia Zhu, her face ashen, silently opened the car door and slid inside. Gao Ning followed closely behind, starting the car and turning on the heater. His gaze toward Xia Zhu carried a hint of guilt. Little bamboo, that bastard Chu is utterly shameless. Barely divorced from you. And he's already latched onto that brainless little rich girl, Zhao Yanan, with her ample bosom. He must have been involved with Zhao Yanan long before. That's why I wanted to stand up for you. But who knew? It must be Zhao Yanan's influence that made Wang Long disregard my father's reputation. That bitch. Who knows if she's also entangled with Wang Long? Xia Zhu suddenly frowned in displeasure. Don't speak of Director Wang like that. Everything I have today is thanks to his support. If he were that kind of man, why would he have helped me without asking for anything in return? Gao Ning grasped Xia Zhu's cold hand and said patiently, appearances can be deceiving. Before, Wang Long didn't he dare to have ulterior motives toward you. Likely because my father had warned him. Men like him are fickle, turning on a dime. Now that he is cozy with Zhao Yanan, who knows what powerful backer he has found. He actually dares to disrespect my father. Humph. I'll make him regret it. Little bamboo. I swear I'll make him kneel and beg for your forgiveness. No. Director Wang isn't that kind of person. Xia Zhu shook her head, her thoughts in turmoil. He truly isn't. Gao Ning pondered for a moment before speaking. Little bamboo, think about it. Wang Long treated you well before, so why did his attitude change after your divorce from Chu Yuxuan? Xia Zhu recalled the way Wang Long had glanced at Chu Yuxuan when he said, You still don't understand? A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Does all of this have something to do with Chu Yuxuan? But how could he possibly have that kind of influence? It doesn't make sense. Gao Ning sneered. He may be powerless, but his woman isn't. Now that you've divorced him, he must be seeking revenge, whispering poison into Zhao Yanan's ear. And that poison reached Wang Long. He slapped his thigh in sudden realization. Yes, that has to be it. It's all that bastard Chu scheming behind the scenes. Xia Zhu wavered between belief and skepticism. If he was already involved with Zhao Yanan, then it means he never loved me at all. In that case, why would he bother ruining me? Gao Ning scoffed. Some petty men simply can't stand to see others happy. Chu Yuxuan is the epitome of such a man. Little bamboo, don't worry about this. I'll make him pay. Xia Zhu took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She couldn't bring herself to believe that Chu Yuxuan could be so sinister. During their 2 years of marriage, he had always appeared honest, gentle, and meticulous, utterly devoted to her, obeying her every word and tending to her every need. But how could she explain his sudden marriage to Zhao Yanan? There was simply no explanation. With the facts laid bare before her, she had no choice but to accept Gao Ning's words. Chu Yuxuan was never the man she thought he was. Instead, he was a scheming, treacherous, and utterly despicable villain. Chapter 14. Corporate Restructuring. The following morning, Zhao Yanan rose early, completed her morning routine, and warmed a glass of milk. As she sipped, she scrolled through the updates in the company group chat. Ever since the Zhao Group's scandal erupted, Xinhua media had been steeped in unease. Many employees speculated it was only a matter of time before the repercussions reached them. Lately, the once lively group chat had grown eerily quiet, with only a few optimists occasionally chiming in. The office atmosphere had plummeted to dismal lows, and even some long-term employees had begun seeking opportunities elsewhere. This weighed heavily on the beautiful CEO, leaving her restless for several sleepless nights. After breakfast, she drove to the office. En route, her assistant Xiaowei called. "President Zhao, the new owner is here." A throbbing pulse surged at Zhao Yanan's temples. She checked the time, 8:30 a.m. What is that troublemaker doing here so early? Is he really planning to assert his new authority? With employee morale already fragile, any reckless move from that infuriating man could spell disaster. Her anxiety mounting, she wished for wings to instantly transport her to the company. Upon arrival, she found all employees gathered in the large conference room. Chu Yuxuan lounged with one leg crossed over the other, fingers idly drumming the table. Noticing Zhao Yanan's entrance, he smirked. "President Zhao, as the company's leader, how could you arrive later than your subordinates?" Zhao Yanan retorted coolly, "Company policy states employees start at 8:30, while managers and above begin at 9. That sounds rather bureaucratic," Chu Yuxuan replied with a sly grin. After a deliberate tap on the table, he announced, "Starting tomorrow, employees will begin at 9, while managerial staff will arrive at 8:30 for morning meetings." The employees exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. The managers, equally startled, wondered what game the new owner was playing. "President Chu, we hold weekly meetings. There's no need for daily gatherings," Zhao Yanan countered icily. "Then consider it a breakfast assembly. Take attendance. I'll cover the expenses." "We don't have a habit of eating breakfast together," Zhao Yanan shot back without hesitation. The employees glanced at one another, silently impressed by their president's defiance. She seemed utterly unfazed by the new authority. Chu Yuxuan, slightly flustered, discreetly pulled out his phone and sent Zhao Yanan a WeChat message. "Humiliating me? This is awkward. Should I just reveal our relationship? Being a henpecked husband isn't so shameful." Their marriage was still fresh, and the ceremony had been an exclusive affair. Even Gao Zhenshan, chairman of the Gao Group's board, hadn't qualified to attend, let alone these ordinary employees. Zhao Yanan glanced at her phone, then calmly took a seat beside him. Without a flicker of emotion, she declared, "Starting tomorrow, all managerial staff will attend morning meetings in the small conference room at 8:30. The employees." Chu Yuxuan smirked triumphantly and declared, "This matter is settled then. Now, I have a few more announcements to make." Zhao Yanan frowned slightly, shooting him a warning glare, as if fearing he might stir up trouble again. Utterly disregarding her, Chu Yuxuan continued with utmost seriousness. "First, from now on, overtime is strictly prohibited. For departments where overtime is unavoidable, such as PR, artist management, and agents, overtime bonuses will be increased by 50%. Additionally, holidays must not be adjusted to weekends. Take your leave as it is meant to be taken." As his words landed, the conference room fell into stunned silence once more. The employees exchanged bewildered glances, scarcely believing their ears. A capitalist with a conscience? The odds of that are akin to being struck by a falling atomic bomb while strolling down the street. Zhao Yanan's expression shifted to one of suspicion. What scheme is this spoiled heir plotting now? Chu Yuxuan pressed on. "Second, the administrative department will compile a list post-meeting. Employees who have served the company for 5 years or more will receive a salary increase of 1,000 yuan. Security and janitorial staff will receive a base salary raise of 500 yuan, with bonuses and performance incentives increased by 5% across the board. Third, all employees, including janitorial and security personnel, will be fully covered by social insurance and housing funds. In cases of critical illness or accidents involving immediate family members, The company will reimburse 60% of medical expenses. Furthermore, any employee whose child achieves a first-tier university entrance exam score will receive a 50,000 yuan reward. And most crucially, if a child is admitted to the National University of Defense Technology, they will be awarded a 3-bedroom apartment in the city center. Long live the boss. Holy hell, this is insane. The conference room erupted in exhilaration. Zhao Yanan observed the once anxious employees, who had been unsettled by the recent Zhao family turmoil, now brimming with fervor. A quiet sense of relief washed over her, and her gaze toward Chu Yuxuan softened considerably. Who would have thought this reckless playboy could be so sensible? The conditions he had promised were well within the company's financial capacity, the salary adjustments were manageable, and the university rewards primarily targeted older, lower-tier employees like security and janitorial staff. Given that most of these families had only one child and few would achieve first-tier scores, the actual number of rewards would be negligible. As for the most enticing perk, the apartment, if a child truly earned admission to the National University of Defense Technology, gifting a property would be a small price to pay. The company could even capitalize on the patriotic sentiment it would generate. Realistically, how many could ever clear that university's high bar? As for medical expense reimbursements, while financially unwise from a capitalist standpoint, it would bolster the company's social responsibility image. If an employee's family member fell seriously ill, the goodwill generated might outweigh the cost. In essence, the changes amounted to little more than salary adjustments. Yet, the way Chu Yuxuan had framed them had electrified the room, instantly stabilizing morale. Not only had he steadied the workforce, but he had also garnered considerable goodwill. With a single meeting, he had established his authority within the company. Chu Yuxuan raised a hand, signaling for silence. I've significantly improved your benefits. But now, I have one more demand. Upon arriving at the company this morning, I noticed an issue. You are predominantly of Asian descent and communicate in Mandarin. Yet everyone bears an English name. This displeases me. On Chinese soil, there's no necessity for such affectations unless absolutely required. Effective today, with the exception of entertainers. All English names are abolished. Names like Rose or Jack, how utterly incongruous. Do not presume that adopting an anglicized moniker bestows sophistication upon you. True confidence stems from embracing one's national heritage. Those who lack reverence for their own cultural roots, particularly those afflicted with blind admiration for foreign customs, such individuals are unwelcome in my establishment. Should I hear any further use of Western appellations among you, I shall resort to corporal punishment. Zhao Yanan. And there goes his fleeting moment of professionalism. Little did she know, Chu Yuxuan's actions today extended beyond safeguarding employees' livelihoods. They carried deeper implications. The staff reacted with varied expressions to the mention of physical discipline, the most wore looks of bemusement. The newly appointed leader, who had initially appeared so dependable, had suddenly revealed a streak of roguishness. At this precise moment, the conference room door swung open to reveal a foreigner with tousled blonde locks and azure eyes. Spotting Chu Yuxuan at the podium, he enthusiastically waved. Hi, Stephen. The assembly turned toward the interloper, then swiveled in unison to gape at Chu Yuxuan. Stephen? Chu Yuxuan. After an awkward pause, Chu Yuxuan responded woodenly, having resided abroad for nearly 8 years, possessing an English name isn't entirely unreasonable, is it? The collective silence conveyed their unspoken consensus. The boss's prerogative was absolute. Clearing his throat, Chu Yuxuan glared at the still-waving foreigner by the doorway. This meeting is adjourned. Only when the room had emptied did he beckon the blonde man closer. Lao Wu, sabotaging my authority, quite amusing, isn't it? Oblivious to any transgression, Lao Wu blinked vacantly. What do you mean? Sighing, Chu Yuxuan waved a dismissive hand. Never mind. Henceforth, English names are prohibited here. Cease addressing me as Stephen. Lao Wu scratched his head. But you instructed me never to call you big brother in others' presence. Address me as President Chu henceforth. After a measured pause, Chu Yuxuan added, moreover, I've devised a Chinese name for you. Chu Sheng. Committed to memory. Chu Sheng, as in life or existence. Clutching his head in delight, Lao Wu exclaimed, Oh my God, such profound significance. I love joy. Might you perhaps mean like? Yes, I like. With solemn gravity, Chu Yuxuan nodded. Your satisfaction pleases me immensely. Chapter 15. Oh my God. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Chu Yuxuan lowered his voice and said, Fifth brother, stay by my side from now on. I'll give you a private office. You don't need to do anything else, just keep investigating that man. Understood? Fifth brother pursed his lips. Big brother, I've really tried my best. It's been 2 years, and I still can't find him. Could he already be dead? Chu Yuxuan gazed out the window and inhaled deeply. I need to see him alive or his corpse. Only by finding him will I have the right to enter the game. Understood. I'll keep trying. Good. Chu Yuxuan patted his shoulder. Now, it's time to show what you're capable of. Otherwise, if I make you the head of the technology department, others won't be convinced. Fifth brother smirked faintly and pulled out a thumb-sized USB drive from his pocket. Don't worry. When it comes to my expertise, there's no. What's the word? Doubt. Undoubtedly. Yes, that word. With that, fifth brother headed straight for the conference room as computer. Chu Yuxuan left silently, only to see Zhao Yanan standing in the hallway with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall. Something wrong? Zhao Yanan took a breath and stepped forward, her tone cool. Today. Thank you. Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly. Thank me. I just can't stand capitalists exploiting the working class. Zhao Yanan ignored his feigned ignorance. You know, even though morale is temporarily stabilized, it's just temporary. What the company really needs is to restore the employees' confidence. Aren't you already doing that? Chu Yuxuan grinned roguishly. By pushing a new actress into Wang Long's production, who would dare say the company lacks strength from now on? Zhao Yanan didn't deny it, her gaze fixed intently on Chu Yuxuan, her red lips pressed together. Chu Yuxuan frowned. What? Plotting against me again? Huh. Afraid Wang Long might still reject your candidate? Zhao Yanan, we're not close. I have no reason to help you. Unless, you beg me? Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes. Chu Yuxuan, I was just starting to think you weren't completely detestable. Don't force yourself. Keep hating me. Chu Yuxuan shrugged indifferently. Then added with a smirk, that old man Wang Long actually has an eye for talent. If the actress you recommended has real skill, he won't refuse. It's not like she's being cast as the female lead, anyway. Hearing this, Zhao Yanan exhaled subtly in relief. Chu Yuxuan knew Wang Long well. If that was the case, the chances of the newcomer being selected were still high. After a moment of thought, she pursed her lips and met Chu Yuxuan's gaze with sudden seriousness. Chu Yuxuan, you seem not as much of a scoundrel as you appear. At the very least, not like the spoiled brat of a wealthy family. Oh? Suddenly not insulting me, I'm not used to it. Zhao Yanan hesitated, about to say more, when a commotion erupted from the office area. What is going on? Did the network crash? Something is wrong. It looks like a virus. Why are the files on my computer transferring automatically? Who are they being sent to? My mouse won't obey me at all. Who's controlling it? Amidst the astonished exclamations of the employees, Zhao Yanan immediately grew serious and strode toward the office area. Chu Yuxuan stood at the conference room door, a smirk playing on his lips. After a brief wait, Lao Wu peeked out. Boss, is it my turn now? Chu Yuxuan grabbed him by the collar and yanked him forward. Come on, let us give them something to marvel at. Foreigners probably all suffer from some form of social audacity syndrome. The office was in complete chaos. Chu Yuxuan clapped his hands to quiet everyone down. But before he could introduce Lao Wu, the latter waved enthusiastically and began his self-introduction in broken Chinese. Hi, Big Good. I am Animal. I come from New York, USA. I am network engineer. The crowd stared in stunned silence. Good grief. Did he just insult himself right off the bat? Who the hell is this guy? Lao Wu continued, unfazed. Don't be nervous. Your current situation is all thanks to me. I attacked your network with a virus. Am I not amazing? A tech department employee gritted his teeth. Damn it. No wonder he called himself an animal. He really is one. Give me 1 minute, and I'll restore everything to normal. With that, Lao Wu marched to a computer and began typing furiously. Your network security is full of vulnerabilities. Even a small-time hacker could paralyze your system or steal your secrets effortlessly. But with me here, none of that will happen. Zhao Yanan turned her head, her sharp gaze locking onto Chu Yuxuan. Are you planning to bring him into the company? Chu Yuxuan grinned. The facts prove he has what it takes to stay. Zhao Yanan glanced at Lao Wu. At the very least, I should know who he is. Chu Yuxuan pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket, clamping one between his lips. A friend from my time in the States. A network engineer, Tony. Now goes by Chu Xing. Zhao Yanan plucked the cigarette from his mouth, crushed it, and tossed it into the trash bin. No more randomly bringing people into the company. And smoking is prohibited here. Chu Yuxuan pressed his tongue against his cheek, his hand stiffening around the lighter in his pocket. Then he chuckled. President Zhao, notify all our artists they must come to the company this afternoon. It'll take no more than an hour of their time. Zhao Yanan blinked. What mischief are you up to now? Chu Yuxuan smirked lazily. President Zhao, I feel obliged to remind you, I am the owner of this company. Some matters don't require explanations. Just do as I say, no questions asked. Zhao Yanan inhaled deeply but said nothing. Just then, Lao Wu resolved the virus issue. Tossing his head back triumphantly, he declared, "See, this is what professionalism looks like. Oh my God, I'm so handsome. So cool." Xiao Wei, the executive assistant, timidly looked at Chu Yuxuan, her voice pleading. "President Chu, perhaps you could let him speak English from now on? I feel like ants are crawling all over my skin." Lao Wu looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Chu Yuxuan, "Complimenting your looks." Lao Wu immediately beamed with delight. "Oh, my heavens. What a discerning young lady with impeccable taste. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Would you be so honored?" The others. Suppressing his laughter, Chu Yuxuan grabbed Lao Wu's arm and pulled him toward his office. "Enough. Tonight, I'll treat you." As he spoke, he took out the bank card Chu Jiqing had given him earlier and handed it to Lao Wu. "Go get yourself a proper haircut and clean up a bit." "Clean up? What does that mean?" Lao Wu's expression was the very picture of eager curiosity. Chu Yuxuan explained patiently. "Buy some decent clothes. Groom yourself, understand?" "Oh, enough with your damn heavens." Chu Yuxuan cut him off. "Listen, after you've tidied yourself up, head to the Emerald Lakeside Villa District. I arranged for a villa there last night. Go and purchase it. That's where we'll be staying from now on. Leave it to me," Lao Wu declared proudly. "When it comes to spending money, I'm an absolute expert." Chapter 16. Who possesses such audacity? Having endured Wang Long's cold indifference the previous evening, Xia Zhu remained secluded in her bedroom all morning, reclining against the headboard as she gazed blankly at the ceiling. The chandelier above was adorned with photographs of her on every crystal facet. Each time the light flickered on, her smiling face illuminated the expanse above. It had been a custom piece commissioned by Chu Yuxuan in the past. Recalling the fragments of their 2-year marriage, Xia Zhu felt a wave of nausea. How had she failed to see it sooner? That Chu Yuxuan was such a man. A soft knock interrupted her thoughts, and Gao Ning entered with a tray of fresh fruit. "Little bamboo, if you don't feel like eating, perhaps some fruit?" Xia Zhu offered a faint smile and nodded. "All right." Gao Ning settled beside her, peeling a banana before handing it over. "Little bamboo, my mother has already moved in with me. Why don't you pack your things and join us this afternoon?" Xia Zhu took a small bite, her expression tinged with guilt. "Ningji, perhaps we should wait a little longer. The rumors about me have only just subsided. I don't want the company gossiping again." Gao Ning had intended to broach the subject of marriage, but sensing her subdued mood, he held his tongue. Just then, a message from Xia Zhu's agent arrived. "Report to the company at 4 p.m. The new owner has arrived and wishes to meet all artists." Xia Zhu frowned and quickly typed back. "Is something happening?" "Who asked the new owner?" "Her agent, not a professional manager, but her high school best friend," replied moments later. "I'm back home for a blind date and just got the notice myself." "Don't be late." Xia Zhu. "Understood. Hope you land a pig-headed match." After sending the message, unease settled over her. A new leader always brings sweeping changes, and among the company's artists, I'm the only one with recent scandals. Will these changes burn me? Gao Ning studied her phone screen briefly before dialing his father. "Dad, I heard Xingya Media has a new owner. Do you know who it is?" Gao Zhenxing sounded equally unaware. "HM? Really? After old Zhao's incident, I lost touch with the Zhao family. Who would dare take over Xingya at such a critical moment?" Gao Ning paused. "You've recently invested in a variety show, Haven TU? Perhaps I could use that as a pretext to investigate Xingya's new owner. If they're reliable, we might even collaborate." Gao Zhenxing chuckled. "You're doing this for Xia Zhu, aren't you?" "Fine, go ahead. I'm curious myself, who has such boldness?" Hanging up, Gao Ning gently squeezed Xia Zhu's hand. "Don't worry, my little princess. I'm here for you. Let us prepare and head over early." Xia Zhu smiled softly. "Ningji, thank you for always supporting me." At 2 in the afternoon, Zhao Yanan was reviewing a document in her office when Xiao Wei knocked on the door and said, "President Zhao?" "Xia Zhu is here. With him is someone who calls himself President Gao. They want to see our company's owner, saying they have some collaboration to discuss." Zhao Yanan's expression turned slightly peculiar. This Gao Ning is like a persistent burr. Why does he turn up everywhere? And Xia Zhu, his intelligence is truly exasperating. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled faintly. "Let them in." As soon as they entered, Xia Zhu gave a slight nod. "President Zhao." Zhao Yanan acknowledged with a hum. The appointment was for 4. "Why are you so early?" Xia Zhu barely managed a word before Gao Ning cut in. "President Zhao, we meet again so soon. Do you remember that variety show project I mentioned last night?" Zhao Yanan shot him a cold glance, her face expressionless. "I remember. I'm here today representing the Gao Group to discuss a collaboration with Xingya Media." Gao Ning carried himself with an air of arrogance, as if he had completely forgotten the humiliation he suffered in front of Zhao Yanan the previous night. That said, to outsiders, Xia Media appeared to be at the end of its rope. In a way, Gao Ning was offering them an opportunity, so his haughty demeanor wasn't entirely unjustified. Zhao Yanan gestured toward the sofa without a flicker of emotion. Have a seat. Gao Ning, however, scoffed. No need, President Zhao. I heard your company has a new owner now? So, do you still have the authority to make decisions? Zhao Yanan maintained a polite smile. I am the acting CEO of Xia Media. I have full authority over all matters. Are you sure? Gao Ning smirked. You know better than I do what state your company is in. I think it's best if your new owner comes to negotiate with me. Some things aren't as simple as keeping a pretty boy around. Wouldn't you agree, President Zhao? Xia Zhu tugged at Gao Ning's sleeve and whispered, Ningji, don't speak to President Zhao like that. Gao Ning patted her hand, giving her a reassuring look as if he already had Zhao Yanan cornered. Zhao Yanan remained unruffled, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. Are you absolutely certain you must see our new owner? Absolutely, Gao Ning declared. And without a doubt. Zhao Yanan took a breath. All right. Our owner is currently occupied, but I'll call him right away to explain the situation. Please wait outside. With that, she called for Xiao Wei. Escort President Gao to the reception room. She truly couldn't fathom it. Xia Zhu's foolishness was one thing, but how could the heir of the prestigious Gao group be this dense? Or was he simply overconfident, truly believing his father was the undisputed ruler of Jiangxing? Compared to that scoundrel Chu Yuxuan, Gao Ning seemed more like the dim-witted son of a wealthy landlord. At that very moment, Chu Yuxuan, who was being shown around the company by a group of managers, suddenly sneezed and muttered, Who's cursing me? No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Yanan called. The crown prince of the Gao group is here. He says he wants to discuss a collaboration. Chu Yuxuan was puzzled. Gao Ning, can't you handle it? I have no interest in Xia Media's business. Zhao Yanan spoke in a measured tone. He said he wants to meet the new boss. After a brief pause, she added, with a faintly mocking smile playing at the corners of her eyes, his fiancée is with him. Chu Yuxuan naturally recognized her deliberate provocation and responded with a wry smile. Let them wait. I'm occupied at the moment. After hanging up, the head of the marketing department hurriedly approached. President Chu, shall we continue? This floor you're seeing now was designated as an influencer incubation hub 2 months ago under Chairman Zhao's directive. However, after Chairman Zhao, the project has been stalled since. Influencer Incubation Hub. Chu Yuxuan murmured thoughtfully before inquiring. Has the renovation been completed? Long finished. With your approval, we can launch as early as tomorrow. Chu Yuxuan nodded decisively. Promising. Bring the documents to my office later. This project has my endorsement. Chapter 17. Unwanted encounter in the reception room. Xia Zhu remained somewhat uneasy. Turning to Gao Ning, she suggested softly, Ning, perhaps I should go to the artist management department first. I would want to invite unnecessary gossip. Gao Ning responded with composed arrogance, Little bamboo. When will you understand? My presence here today is an opportunity I'm granting Xia Media. Their new owner should be groveling for my favor, if he proves competent. The Gao group might even consider collaboration. And then he chuckled darkly. He'd have to treat you like royalty. After all, you're my woman. Though Xia Zhu disliked leveraging relationships for personal gain, this was Gao Ning, the man she loved deeply, who loved her in return. Thus, she allowed herself this small indulgence. Yet after nearly an hour of waiting, the new owner of Xia Media remained conspicuously absent. Gao Ning's patience wore thin, his pride wounded. When Xiao Wei, a timid assistant, entered to refill their tea, he snapped, Where is your boss? Keeping us waiting like this, is this how Xia Media treats its guests? Trembling under his imperious glare, Xiao Wei stammered, He should be here soon. Please, just a little longer. Tell him to hurry, Gao Ning sneered. Does he not realize who he is dealing with? Am I the one begging here? Ridiculous. Xiao Wei scurried away, seeking refuge in Zhao Yanan's office like a wronged child. Director Zhao, that Mr. Gao is furious. He said. Zhao Yanan cut her off calmly. Return to your duties. Ignore them. Another half hour passed before Gao Ning stormed into Zhao Yanan's office, his temper frayed. Director Zhao, you've got some nerve toying with me. Do you look down on the Gao family? Fine. Unfazed, Zhao Yanan replied, I warned you beforehand, Mr. Gao. Our owner is occupied. You insisted on imposing. If anything, it's you who disrespects us. Gao Ning's lip curled. Zhao Yanan, don't flatter yourself just because you're pretty. Mark my words, cross the Gao family, and we'll see how long you last. To him, a fallen phoenix was no better than a chicken, easily crushed beneath his heel. Zhao Yanan remained impassive. As you wish. The elegant CEO never provoked needlessly, but neither did she cower. Once, her father had been her shield. Now, her backing was far greater. What was the point of this marriage otherwise? Chu Yuxuan might be a dissolute scoundrel, but at the end of the day, he bore the Chu name. Gao Ning, it seemed, had yet to master the art of privileged birth. Just as his fury peaked, commotion erupted outside. President Chu, our development department drafted plans for a live streaming platform. Would you review the proposal? President Chu, the annual gala arrangements. Shall we go over them as well? President Chu. A cluster of company executives surrounded Chu Yuxuan, chattering incessantly as they approached from the corridor. Xia Zhu, standing outside Zhao Yanan's office, was instantly dumbfounded. President Chu. Simultaneously, these two words clearly reached Gao Ning's ears, undoubtedly sending this dim-witted fool into a momentary daze. After steadying himself, he inwardly scoffed. How could it possibly be him? Yet soon, he heard Chu Yuxuan's voice. All right. One at a time, will you? It's not like I'm about to drop dead. Take all these proposals to President Zhao. If she approves, have finance draft the reports. I'll sign off on the funds. Long live President Chu. Zhao Yanan, watching Gao Ning stiffen in shock, smiled faintly at the corners of her eyes and rose gracefully. President Gao, shall we? Our President Chu has arrived. The two stepped out of the office one after another. Just as Chu Yuxuan passed by, he cast a sidelong glance at Xia Zhu before sweeping his gaze indifferently over Gao Ning's face, smirking with roguish amusement. No offense, but I really have no desire to see you. So, scram, would you? Then he turned to the security manager. If you let strays like this in again, I'll tan your hide. The security manager's face flushed red and pale in rapid succession as he hastily turned to shoo Gao Ning away. Get out. Can't you see President Chu is pissed? Or do you want me to tan your hide? The employees, who had earlier treated Gao Ning with deference under the assumption he was some big shot, erupted into mocking laughter. Their gazes toward Xia Zhu couldn't help but carry a hint of derision. So this is the wealthy patron the superstar had been making such a fuss about? In their boss's eyes, he's nothing but a stray dog? President Chu truly is domineering. Chu Yuxuan, you goddamn pretty boy. A spineless leech. What the hell are you so smug about? Humiliated beyond reason, Gao Ning gnashed his teeth. His rationality all but evaporated. He then turned his fury on Zhao Yanan. I see it now. You're really doting on this gigolo, huh? Heh. Xinhua Media is finished. Even now, he failed to grasp the reality before him. Did it not occur to him that the one now bold enough to take over Xinhua Media still bore the surname Chu? What kind of background did that imply? Was it really so hard to guess? Zhao Yanan couldn't be bothered to engage with such idiocy. Instead, she coolly addressed the dazed Xia Zhu. Go to the artist management department. President Chu has an announcement. Xia Zhu's mind was in complete disarray. Only after Chu Yuxuan's figure vanished around the corridor did she numbly approach Gao Ning, murmuring, Ningji, go back first. I'll handle work matters and return soon. Gao Ning seized her wrist. Xia Zhu, come with me. This trash company isn't worth staying in. I'll have my father pull strings to terminate your contract. Zhao Yanan's voice was icy. Xia Zhu, don't gamble with your future. Go to artist management. Now, immediately. Xia Zhu understood the consequences of breaching her contract. Even if the Gao family could intervene, she loathed the idea of being indebted. More importantly, she refused to jeopardize the career she had painstakingly built over the years. Across the entire entertainment industry, how many artists who switched agencies at the peak of their fame had met a favorable end? Ningji, please go back. Listen to me. I'll return once I'm done. With that, she gave Gao Ning's hand a tight squeeze, forcing out a faint smile before following Zhao Yanan towards the artist management department. Zhao Yanan was not one to mix personal emotions with work, and she patiently advised Xia Zhu once more. Let me remind you again, don't make the same mistake twice. I have no say in your private life with your boyfriend, but when you're out in public, please be more careful. Don't let anyone capture compromising photos of you again. Understood, President Zhao. Xia Zhu replied timidly, her mind still fixated on Chu Yuxuan's haughty demeanor. Just a while ago, he was a worthless ride-hailing driver, and now suddenly, he is a member of high society? What underhanded methods did he use to become the owner of Xinhua Media? It's utterly unbelievable. Meanwhile, Gao Ning, seething with rage, had just returned to his car and immediately dialed his father. Yet, after 3 consecutive calls, Gao Zhenxing refused to answer. Frustrated, he called his mother instead. Son, are you coming home for dinner tonight? Mom, I'm in a terrible mood today. What is wrong, my dear? Has someone mistreated you? The woman on the other end sounded deeply concerned. Humiliated repeatedly by Chu Yuxuan, Gao Ning poured out his grievances with embellishments, finally venting, I called Dad. And he wouldn't even pick up. Am I even his son anymore? The woman sighed. Your father has a major business deal to handle today and will likely be busy until late. Don't disturb him. Xingyao Media, huh? The Zhao family is already at their wits' end, yet they dare to act so arrogantly? Son, don't be upset. Mom will handle this. I'll see for myself what kind of lowly freeloader this scoundrel really is. Mom, don't make me wait too long. I can't take this anymore. All right. Tomorrow, Mom will give you the justice you deserve. Chapter 18. Shamelessness Artist Management Department, Conference Room. Chu Yuxuan glanced at his watch for a clock sharp and inquired, "Is everyone here?" The management director, a man in his early 40s, hastily rose to his feet. President Chu, for artists are currently filming out of town, but the rest have all arrived. Chu Yuxuan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the assembled celebrities as he mused silently. That old fox Chu Jiqing wasn't lying. Each one is more stunning than the last. Clearing his throat, he launched into an earnest discourse on the company's future plans, seamlessly weaving in motivational remarks. His eloquence was effortless, laced with wit and charm. A far cry from his usual irreverent demeanor. For once, he carried himself with the dignified air of a true executive. Zhao Yanan was astonished. She had never imagined Chu Yuxuan could present such a reliable façade. His words exuded confidence and conviction, peppered with literary references and spontaneous eloquence. Was this really the same man who dropped out before finishing high school? Even more surprising was his apparent dedication to Xingyao Media. The ease with which he delivered his speech off the cuff suggested meticulous preparation behind the scenes. Gradually, the icy beauty's gaze toward Chu Yuxuan grew peculiar, tinged with an almost imperceptible fascination. Her delicate fingers absently traced circles on the table, her mind adrift in unspoken thoughts, so much so that when Chu Yuxuan called her name twice after concluding his speech, she startled as if waking from a dream. Amusement flickered in Chu Yuxuan's eyes, like a teacher catching a daydreaming student, though he refrained from comment. Director Zhao, do you have any objections to what I've just outlined? Zhao Yanan feigned composure. None. Excellent. With a smirk, Chu Yuxuan then slouched into his chair, crossing his legs with an air of roguish nonchalance as he addressed the artists. Everyone, there's one more matter to announce today. I know the entertainment industry is a murky world, full of predators who exploit unwritten rules. From today onward, you needn't fear so-called casting couches. I'll share my contact details shortly. Should anyone harass you, call me. Of course, if it's consensual, forget I said anything. A murmur rippled through the room. What's President Chu's background? He sounds so domineering. Who cares? Handsome, wealthy, I just wonder if he's single. Let's add him on WeChat and ask, haha. Amid the chatter, Xia Zhu kept her head bowed, fidgeting with her coat buttons, her expression shadowed. One bold starlet in her early 20s ventured coyly, President Chu, can we call you during downtime too? Maybe for dinner? Oh ho, as if dinner's all you're after. The others teased, the room erupting in laughter. Chu Yuxuan grinned roguishly. Dinner with beauties? Why not? Add me later. Don't play favorites, President Chu. Yeah, we want him too. Watching the clamoring crowd of starlets vying for attention, Zhao Yanan remained an unfeeling statue, lips pressed tightly together as she cast a sidelong glance at the beaming Chu Yuxuan. Is this genetic inheritance? She mused silently. All this pompous talk about protecting these actresses. What's the real motive here? It goes without saying. In truth, the starlets understood perfectly well. But in this gilded world of fame and fortune, sometimes one must feign ignorance. Zhao Yanan couldn't care less. The private lives of these entertainers were none of her concern, nor within her jurisdiction to meddle, as long as it didn't affect the company's interests. She turned a blind eye. Presently, a WeChat notification chimed. Chu Yuxuan. Why the long face? Jealous? Rolling her eyes, Zhao Yanan fired back 3 icy characters. You wish. No sooner had the message sent than a male actor piped up. President Chu, could I, perhaps seek your assistance in the future as well? Chu Yuxuan blinked, then smirked wryly. That might be a tall order. Laughter erupted, and as the meeting dissolved into chaos, the celebrities filed out one by one. Zhao Yanan rose, pushing her chair neatly into place. After a moment's deliberation, she decided gratitude was in order, until she lifted her gaze to find Chu Yuxuan sauntering down from the stage, cheerfully humming Jay Chou's I'm Not Worthy. Any inclination to thank him evaporated instantly. With a frosty glare at the insufferable Playboy, she turned sharply toward the exit, only to halt at the sight of Xia Zhu lingering by the doorway, head bowed, fingers nervously twisting together. Sensing Zhao Yanan's attention, Xia Zhu peeked upward timidly. President Zhao, I'd like a word with President Chu. May I? Zhao Yanan had zero interest in their tangled affairs. Without a word, she strode forward, until Chu Yuxuan's voice rang out behind her. Sweetheart, shall we dine at home or eat out tonight? Her spine stiffened, whirling around. She shot him a glare that could flay flesh from bone, but before she could retort, Chu Yuxuan grinned roguishly and amended, my bad. No pet names at the office. Don't be cross. It's not like anyone's around now anyway. If looks could kill, Chu Yuxuan would have been reduced to ashes. Yet with Xia Zhu standing right there, certain words had to remain unsaid. Jaw clenched, Zhao Yanan stormed out. Xia Zhu bit her lip. Fists clenched so tightly her nails dug crescent moons into her palms, complexion paling. As Zhao Yanan disappeared down the hall, she forced out a trembling, Yuxuan. You 3 words in, Chu Yuxuan breezed past as if she were air, scampering after Zhao Yanan instead. President Zhao, you never answered. Where are we eating? The radiant superstar had never endured such humiliation. Watching the pair's retreating figures vanish down the corridor, her vision blurred crimson. Chu Yuxuan, how dare you? How dare you treat me like this? Humiliate me like this? All she wanted was answers. What was really going on? And more than anything, what had those 2 years of marriage even meant? Yet it seemed she lacked even the privilege to ask a single question. He couldn't be bothered to spare her a glance. There exists a breed of people most unshackled by sentiment. When I bared my soul to you, you took it for granted. Henceforth, should I deign to look your way again, it would be my disgrace. Chu Yuxuan trailed Zhao Yanan all the way to the CEO's office. The moment they entered, Zhao Yanan snapped with undisguised irritation, amusing, affecting incomprehension. Chu Yuxuan arched an eyebrow, struggling to contain her fury. Zhao Yanan bit out, whatever exists between you and Xia Zhu, keep me out of it. A roguish smirk played on Chu Yuxuan's lips. Jealous? Chu Yuxuan, Zhao Yanan enunciated coldly. We are not acquainted. Henceforth, maintain your distance. I concede you handled company matters competently, but regarding our private lives and romantic entanglements, I expect mutual non-interference. Understood? Extracting a cigarette case, Chu Yuxuan placed a cigarette between his lips with deliberate nonchalance. As you wish. With furious precision, Zhao Yanan plucked the cigarette from his mouth, her eyes flashing warning signals. Take your filthy habit elsewhere. Chu Yuxuan's grin widened with insolent charm. Now, wouldn't this constitute interfering with my private affairs? Zhao Yanan's silence was glacial. Shameless. Chapter 19. Beg me the next afternoon, Xia Zhu received a call from her agent. Little princess, are you up yet? Xia Zhu, who had been restless and barely slept all night, responded with a hoarse voice. Just woke up. Her agent said, get ready. I'll pick you up soon. Xia Zhu was confused. What's going on? The agent chuckled. Our old class monitor from high school is celebrating his 28th birthday today. He called me early in the morning and specifically asked me to invite you, since he couldn't reach the big star himself. He hopes you can make it. Xia Zhu curled her lips. Is that all? Forget it. We haven't been in touch for years. I don't want to go. Besides, what if I get caught in some bad photos again? It'll just be trouble. The agent clicked her tongue. Silly girl, hear me out first. The class monitor said we'll visit Yunhu Villa in the afternoon and have dinner at Chun Chong's street stall in the evening. Remember Chin Chong? The one who was so poor he couldn't even afford a winter coat, wearing the same patched-up sneakers for 3 years? He opened a street stall a few years ago. The class monitor wants us to support his business. So? Xia Zhu still didn't see the point. None of this seemed relevant to her. You, the agent sighed. Don't you get it? Think about it. Tonight, at the class reunion, a big star like you humbly shows up at a street stall to support a struggling old classmate. If this gets exposed. Admittedly, the agent was quite competent at her job. Xia Zhu suddenly understood. To counter my recent bad press and win some public favor? The agent sounded smug. Hurry up and get ready. I'll be there soon. Xia Zhu perked up immediately. After hanging up, she started applying her makeup. Knock, knock, knock. Gao Ning pushed the door open and saw Xia Zhu getting ready. Going out? Xia Zhu smiled. Class reunion. Just for fun. Gao Ning frowned slightly. When? Will you be back? Probably late, Xia Zhu said. We're having dinner together tonight. My mom also invited us to dinner tonight. Xia Zhu paused while applying her lipstick and turned to him, looking apologetic. Ning, can we reschedule? Tonight isn't just about the reunion. It's work-related. I have to go. But Gao Ning was displeased, but after a moment of hesitation, he chose not to reveal the real purpose of the dinner. Fine. Another time then. After leaving the room, he called his mother. Mom, is everything set for tonight? Gao's mother sounded confident. Don't worry. I've already pressured Xingyao Media. Just wait for them to kneel and beg you tonight. After hanging up, Gao Ning couldn't help but smirk darkly. Zhao Yanan, Chu Yuxuan. Tonight. I'll make sure you two understand the consequences of crossing me. On the other end, As soon as Mrs. Gao put down her phone, Gao Jinqing asked, "What are you two conspiring about now?" Mrs. Gao snorted and retorted sharply, "Xinhua Media is bullying your son, and you're just going to sit back and do nothing?" Having worked late into the night, Gao Jinqing had just woken up and hadn't had the chance to return his son's call, so he was naturally unaware of the situation. Bewildered, he asked, "Bullying Ninger? Who? That Zhao Yanan?" Mrs. Gao replied, "Not just her. There's also the new owner of Xinhua Media. What's his name? Chu Yuxuan." Chu? At the mention of the surname, Gao Jinqing's eyes widened abruptly. Mrs. Gao curled her lip dismissively. "Why so nervous? Relax, I've looked into it. He's just some pretty-faced ride-hailing driver." Among the younger generation of the Chu family, the only notable male is the eldest grandson of the old patriarch, Chu Yuxuan. Never heard of any Chu Yuxuan. In Jiacheng, the Chu family stood as a towering tree, its presence overshadowing all others, though the surrounding flora paled in comparison. Those who gazed upon it day and night knew exactly how many fruits it bore. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Jinqing said, "Dig deeper. Make sure you get the full picture. In Jiacheng, it's best not to provoke anyone surnamed Chu lightly." Mrs. Gao scoffed. "My surname is Li. Does that make Li Kashing my father? Is Gao Qiu your ancestor too? Honestly, the older you get, the more spineless you become." Gao Jinqing opened his mouth to argue, but an incoming call cut him short. He hurriedly left the house, pushing the matter to the back of his mind. Meanwhile, an hour earlier, Xinhua Media had already descended into chaos. Director Zhao. "The 3 ad deals we finalized days ago, all 3 clients just called to say they're putting the collaborations on hold for reconsideration." Director Zhao. "The reality show we secured last month, the production team just called to terminate the partnership." Director Zhao. "I turned down 2 other brands in the same niche for this ad. Now that things have fallen through, don't you owe me an explanation?" Exactly, Director Zhao. "I've already announced my participation in this show on my personal account, and now they're backing out. Is this a joke?" Inside the CEO's office, department heads and affected artists crowded around the desk, their overlapping complaints giving Zhao Yanan a throbbing headache. "Director Zhao, I think someone is deliberately sabotaging us." The head of the marketing department mused. "Could it be that Mr. Gao from yesterday? Maybe we should let President Chu handle this." Truthfully, Zhao Yanan had already suspected Gao Ning. No one else would go to such lengths out of sheer pettiness. "All of you, step out. I'll handle it." Massaging her temples, Zhao Yanan waited until the room emptied before calling each of the relevant partners one by one. Yet, upon hearing her voice, most responded with vague excuses, hanging up after a few perfunctory words. Finally, she dialed the chief director of the reality show. "Director Song, what is going on? A settled collaboration, terminated just like that? Don't you owe me an explanation?" Having had prior dealings with the Zhao family, Director Song wasn't as dismissive as the others. Chuckling, he said, "Director Zhao, you're a smart woman. I won't beat around the bush. After all, it's all about human relationships and social conventions. I have no choice either. Let's do this. We'll have dinner at Xiang Tower at 8 tonight. Someone wants to meet you. Oh, and bring your Mr. Chu along." Zhao Yanan felt utterly powerless. It seemed Director Song wasn't the type to cherish past sentiments. "Is it the Gao family?" she asked coldly. "Huh, that's right." Director Song chuckled. "President Zhao, let me advise you. We're all in the same circle. I don't need to elaborate on the Gao family's standing. It's better to resolve enmity than to prolong it. Swallowing your pride isn't that hard." After hanging up, Zhao Yanan took a deep breath, contemplated for a moment, and dialed Chu Yuxuan. "The Gao family is making trouble. Yours or mine?" Chu Yuxuan's voice was laced with amusement. "You're the spark," Zhao Yanan said icily. A brief silence. Then, "Beg me." Zhao Yanan hung up immediately. After a pause, she sent him a WeChat message, 8 p.m., Xiang Tower. "Soon." Chu Yuxuan replied with the same 2 words, "Beg me." Zhao Yanan massaged her temples, mentally chanting, "Don't get angry, don't get angry." Yet she snapped anyway. Her slender fingers flew across the screen as she typed furiously and sent, "You despicable, shameless, vile, rotten scoundrel. Go to hell." Chu Yuxuan. Heard it before. Not satisfying enough. Zhao Yanan. In all her life, she had never met someone so utterly devoid of shame. This wretched man was clearly useless. The icy beauty exited WeChat in a huff and scrolled through her contacts until she found Chu Jiqing's number. But after hesitating for a long while, she still didn't call. The Zhao family had already caused Chu Jiqing enough trouble. Not only had he protected Xinhua Media, but on the wedding day, when the Chu family patriarch didn't even show up, instead sending the butler to deliver that warning to Chu Yuxuan, it was blatantly clear they looked down on her. The pressure on Chu Jiqing must have been immense. Now, facing these obstacles, she simply couldn't bring herself to go straight to him again. In the end, the beautiful CEO decided to face the storm alone. If all they wanted was an apology, then so be it. But if the Gao family had any further malicious intentions, she could always turn to Chu Yuxuan then. Chapter 20. Chinchang, Phoenix Villa. Chu Yuxuan waited in vain for another message from Zhao Yanan before exiting WeChat with a sigh of boredom. He opened his phone's map application and typed in Xiang Tower. Upon seeing its location on North 3rd Road, an area he frequented in the past, a faint smile touched his lips. A high school classmate had opened a street-side eatery nearby years ago, and during his 2 years as a rideshare driver, he had often stopped by for meals. That classmate was Chinchang. Of course, having dropped out in his 2nd year of high school, Chu Yuxuan had never been particularly close to Chinchang. The reason he visited so often was tied to an old incident involving Chinchang's cousin, a man he had deliberately, yet subtly, probed for information about during each visit. This cousin, Chen Hong, was also the very person Chu Yuxuan had tasked Lao Wu to investigate for 2 years, only to come up empty-handed. Staring at the map for a long moment, Chu Yuxuan murmured to himself, "It's been a while since I last visited that street stall." By evening, the sky had darkened prematurely under heavy clouds, the daylight fading before 6 o'clock. Setting aside the half-read records of the 3 kingdoms, Chu Yuxuan slipped on his jacket and descended the stairs to change his shoes. Xiao Qing was kneeling beside the fish tank, meticulously polishing its glass surface. Upon noticing the young masteress approach, she quickly rose and bowed her head. "Young master." Chu Yuxuan acknowledged her with a slight nod before his gaze shifted to the golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl darting through the front door, followed closely by the lumbering figure of her rotund father. "Wow, creepy uncle," the child exclaimed. "Chu Yuxuan." "Chu Li, slow down. Daddy can't keep up." Chu Yuxuan panted as he entered, hands on his hips. Spotting his son, he greeted cheerfully, heading out. "Son?" Ignoring him, Chu Yuxuan strode toward his little sister, scooping her up effortlessly. Pointing at the muddy footprints on the floor, he said sternly, "Clean this up yourself. Otherwise, you'll get a spanking." Before he could finish, Xiao Qing had already approached with a mop. The little girl pointed dismissively. "This is her job," unwilling to indulge her. Chu Yuxuan snatched the mop from Xiao Qing and shoved it into the child's hands. "Do it yourself." The sharp tone startled the little girl. Her lips quivered before she burst into tears. "Daddy, help." Chu Yuxuan chuckled awkwardly. "Yuxuan, she is still young." "You." Mid-sentence, Chu Yuxuan lifted his gaze, his eyes glinting with icy warning. "Chu Li," Chu Yuxuan quickly amended, "listen to your brother. Clean it up yourself." "Why?" Without hesitation, Chu Yuxuan tossed the little doll toward her father, who caught her neatly. The sudden flight left the child wide-eyed and frozen in shock. "Control your daughter," Chu Yuxuan said coldly, his lips twisting into a sardonic smile. "Teach her some manners, just like Grandpa did with me, beating me with a stick every day until I learned. If she doesn't understand, keep hitting her until she does." Xiao Qing's timid eyes flickered with silent sympathy. Still grinning, Chu Yuxuan settled onto the sofa with Chu Li in his arms, deftly changing the subject. "Not a fan of the Ferrari? It's been sitting in the yard ever since Nin drove it back. Yu Haven T touched it once. I still prefer my old relic." A mocking glint flashed in Chu Yuxuan's eyes as he changed his shoes and casually dismissed Xiao Qing with a wave. "Go rest. No need to attend to them." With that, he strode toward the door, deliberately shoving aside the portly man blocking the entrance, shooting him a disdainful glare. Ever heard the saying, "A good dog doesn't block the path"? The large man stood speechless. Chu Yuxuan amused himself with his youngest daughter, his gaze distant and contemplative, a faint smile playing on his lips as if lost in thought. Moments later, his phone vibrated softly, a message from an unknown number. "The Gao family is targeting Qingya. 8 p.m., Xiang Tower." Chu Yuxuan chuckled and shook his head, murmuring to himself, even after warning the kings of hell, these petty ghosts still dare to stir trouble. After leaving Phoenix Villa, Chu Yuxuan headed straight for the Emerald Lakeside Villas. Inside his newly purchased home, Lao Wu lounged on the sofa, cradling a laptop that cycled through multiple surveillance feeds. As Chu Yuxuan entered, Lao Wu raised a hand in greeting. "Boss, the perimeter cameras are all set. I'll install a few more at nearby intersections tomorrow." Chu Yuxuan gave a curt nod, his attention already drifting as he surveyed the house. "Anything else you need?" "Just use the card." Lao Wu shrugged. "Infrared sensors and a couple of drones. Already ordered, should arrive in a few days." "Good." Chu Yuxuan clapped him on the shoulder. "Come on, dinner is on me." "Oh, brilliant." Lao Wu snapped the laptop shut and bounded after him. "That street stall again?" Chu Yuxuan remained silent. Lao Wu pouted. Boss. Qin Chang really doesn't seem to be in contact with his cousin. I've been monitoring his calls. Nothing suspicious. Maybe we should just grab him, rough him up, and force the truth out. That man is stubborn. Soft words work better than threats. He is the type who'd rather die than yield. Besides, he is decent. I can't bring myself to do it. Oh heavens, then we're out of options. Qin Hong might as well have vanished into thin air. But I swear, he has shown up at the stall or contacted Qin Chang. As they reached the Skoda, Lao Wu waggled his eyebrows. Oh my god. You're really not going to trade this in? Or, before he could finish, Chu Yuxuan raised a hand, signaling silence with an odd gesture. Lao Wu immediately zipped his lips. By the time they arrived at the street stall, it was past 7. Wrapped in a vast transparent tent to ward off the winter chill, the place buzzed with diners. Chu Yuxuan parked by the roadside but didn't enter immediately. Instead, he tilted his head back, eyeing the glowing sign of Xiang Tower overhead. Never noticed this place before, he muttered. Inside, Qin Chang had just taken an order when he caught sight of Chu Yuxuan at the entrance. His breath hitched, just for a moment. Under the dim amber glow, the young dandy stood tall and poised, draped in an evidently exorbitant black overcoat, his leather boots accentuating the striking length of his legs, though his features remained unchanged. The absence of those rustic, thick-framed spectacles and the avant-garde hairstyle elevated his entire demeanor, transforming him into the very picture of aristocratic elegance. Only the antiquated vehicle parked beside him somewhat undermined the sophistication. Yuxian? Well, I'll be damned. Dressed like this, I almost didn't recognize you. Qin Chang greeted him with a hearty laugh, teasing, what is the occasion? Looking like a celebrity, don't tell me some wealthy socialite took a fancy to you? Chu Yuxuan. Lao Wu choked on his own saliva, coughing violently. The foreigner had frequented the food stall a few times before. So Qin Chang recognized him and joked, Tony, where's your afro? Why the braids now? Strong man difficult. Lao Wu blurted out. Chu Yuxuan slung an arm over Qin Chang's shoulder. What he means is compelled by circumstances. Chang, it's been a while. Let us start with a lamb spine hot pot. Qin Chang grinned and nodded. Done for the day? If so, I'll treat you to some liquor to warm you up. Just leave the car by the roadside. No one is gonna tow it tonight. After a brief pause, Chu Yuxuan agreed. Fair enough. But you'll have to join me. Tony doesn't do baijiu. Lao Wu, what is that supposed to mean? Wiping down a four-seater by the entrance, Qin Chang said, all right, take a seat. Once I'm done with the other customers, I'll come out for a drink with you. Chapter 21, a ride-hailing driver? Before long, a steaming plate of lamb spine was served. The dish was brought by Qin Chang's wife, a woman of humble origins, yet striking beauty, though somewhat reserved in nature. She offered only a fleeting smile to Chu Yuxuan, a regular customer, before retreating. Lao Wu, exhausted from a long day's work, wasted no time in digging in. With a mouthful of meat, he mumbled, Big bro, third brother loves this dish. You should have invited him too. Chu Yuxuan chuckled softly. Do you think it's convenient for him to come now? No sooner had he spoken than a boisterous group approached the tent. Leading them was someone Chu Yuxuan recognized, his high school class monitor. The former class monitor, cheeks flushed from drink, flung open the tent flap and called out, Qin Chang. We're here to show our support. Another voice chimed in. Come take a look, Goddess Xia is here too. Chu Yuxuan kept his head down, eating quietly. Lao Wu glanced up, spotting Xia Zhu in the crowd. After a brief pause, he shot Chu Yuxuan a faint, knowing smirk but held his tongue. Qin Chang hurried out to greet them. Visibly flustered at the sight of his old classmates, especially the dazzling celebrity among them. Good heavens! What brings you all here? Come in, come in. There's a big table inside. The group teased him good-naturedly. Business must be booming, Boston. Don't forget us little folks when you strike it rich. Xia Zhu's agent, slightly tipsy, cracked a few jokes at Qin Chang's expense before turning to pull Xia Zhu along. But she froze when she noticed Xia Zhu stiffen, her gaze fixed on a lone diner near the entrance. Xia Zhu, you. The agent followed her line of sight and spotted Chu Yuxuan, engrossed in his meal. As Xia Zhu's close confidant, she was well aware of their secret marriage and their subsequent divorce. Ugh, what rotten luck. The agent, having recently returned from a trip home, was oblivious to the full story. She sneered openly, why are we running into this toad? The class monitor frowned. What's wrong? Nothing. Let's just eat. The agent nudged him forward while tugging Xia Zhu along. Xia Zhu hesitated, casting lingering glances behind her, words unspoken. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed classmate recognized Chu Yuxuan. Hey, isn't that, what's his name? Chu Yuxuan, right? The class monitor turned, startled. Chu Yuxuan? What a coincidence. It's been ages, come join us. Chu Yuxuan offered a polite smile and waved them off. No need. You enjoy your gathering. I'm here with a friend. The monitor clapped his thigh. Nonsense. Just an extra pair of chopsticks. Come on, we're all old classmates. Let's catch up. Before Chu Yuxuan could decline again, Xia Zhu's agent interjected with a mocking lilt. Let it go. He was only with us for a year, hardly counts as familiar. With a disdainful glance, she pointed at the shabby Skoda parked by the roadside outside. He's making big bucks driving for Didi now. Since we're drinking tonight, let's not delay his fortune-making, shall we? Humph. Driving for Didi? Maybe we should patronize his business tonight. Huh. Oh, goddess Xia, didn't Chu Yuxuan have a crush on you back in high school? Xia Zhu's expression dimmed as she lowered her head in silence. Her agent sneered, Isn't that obvious? Toads in this world probably don't even know how to piss. Otherwise they wouldn't be so delusional, dreaming of feasting on swan meat. Lao Wu gnawed on a bone, muttering, what does that mean? After a moment's thought, he realized the insult was directed at Chu Yuxuan. His expression darkened instantly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his azure eyes. He spat the bone onto the table, clenched his chopsticks, and was about to rise when Chu Yuxuan shot him a warning look. Restrained, Lao Wu settled back as Chu Yuxuan picked up another piece of meat and continued eating, utterly indifferent to the venomous words. Xia Zhu subtly tugged at her agent's sleeve, wanting to reveal that Chu Yuxuan was now the new owner of Qingya, but constrained by propriety, she merely said, enough. Let us go inside and eat. Xinchang quickly mediated. Right. We're all old classmates here. Let us keep it civil. After seating the group, Xinchang hurried over to Chu Yuxuan with 2 bottles of baijiu, consoling him. Yuxuan, don't mind them. They're just drunk. Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly. It's fine. Go attend to them. Don't worry about me. As he spoke, his gaze drifted outside, just in time to see a white Maserati pull up by the curb. Out stepped Zhao Yanan, draped in a black woolen coat. The ice-cold beauty locked her car, tilted her head to examine the sign of Ziyang Lu. Her exquisite face etched with melancholy. Sighing, she averted her gaze, only to freeze when she spotted Chu Yuxuan smirking at her from inside the transparent tent. Simultaneously, one of Xia Zhu's classmates gasped, Damn, what a stunner. The group turned to look, their expressions instantly turning lecherous. Even the usually composed class monitor's eyes gleamed. Now that is a goddess. The agent, startled to see her CEO here by coincidence, urged, Xia Zhu, go greet her. Xia Zhu glanced at Zhao Yanan, then back at Chu Yuxuan, frowning slightly before lowering her head again. What the hell is this bastard doing here? Zhao Yanan's thoughts simmered with irritation, her mind replaying the Gao family's earlier provocation. Her gaze toward Chu Yuxuan turned glacial, her feet rooted in place, as if clinging to a sliver of hope that her nominal husband, appearing here of all places, wouldn't leave her to face this alone. 2 classmates, catching Xia Zhu's connection, teased, Xia Zhu, you know her? Introduce our class monitor already. Yeah, though we may be a motley crew. Our class monitor is truly distinguished with an annual salary in the millions. Could you introduce us? Xia Zhu's expression darkened as she lowered her head further. Afraid you can't handle it. The agent teased, then patted Xia Zhu. What's wrong? You seem off. Come on, let's greet Mr. Zhao. Xia Zhu hesitated, but realizing she couldn't pretend not to notice, she steeled herself and let the agent pull her forward. Oh, a wealthy lady? A classmate winked at the monitor. What are you waiting for? Seize the opportunity. You lot. Never seen a woman before? The monitor feigned nonchalance but instinctively straightened his collar. Calling out to Xia Zhu, if it's convenient, invite her along. The others erupted in playful jeers. Chu Yuxuan remained composed, his peach blossom eyes fixed on Zhao Yanan outside, a hint of roguish charm curling at his lips as he made no move to leave. Zhao Yanan mentally cursed Chu Yuxuan for a solid 10 seconds before shooting him a glare, just as she prepared to head towards Ziyang Tower. Xia Zhu and her agent emerged through the curtain. Ms. Zhao, what a coincidence. Zhao Yanan paused, glancing at the pair before her gaze flicked back to Chu Yuxuan, her eyes now laced with mockery. Scoundrel. Chu Yuxuan deciphered her look, his smirk widening as he exuded an air of careless defiance, casually picking up a piece of meat and popping it into his mouth, perhaps emboldened by alcohol. The agent remained oblivious to the charged exchange between Zhao Yanan and Chu Yuxuan, prattling on about her purpose for bringing Xia Zhu here. After listening, Zhao Yanan nodded in agreement, murmuring, fine, but the photos should appear candid, not staged. The PR team will coordinate with you later to release them from a bystander's perspective. Pleased by the praise, the agent beamed. Understood, Ms. Zhao. By the way, are you dining here too? Perhaps join us? No sooner had she spoken than a deafening bang shattered the air, The three beauties flinched in unison, as did the crowd in the eatery. Lao Wu instinctively reached for his waist, while Chu Yuxuan, momentarily startled, turned toward the door. His brow furrowed briefly before his lips curled back into that devil-may-care grin. A white Land Rover had crashed into the Skoda parked by the roadside. Chapter 22. Your ignorance. Half a minute earlier, Gao Ning drove to Xiang Tower. As soon as he parked, he spotted Zhao Yanan and her companions nearby, along with that particularly irritating Skoda by the roadside. The arrogant young heir didn't hesitate after his mother stepped out from the back seat. He floored the accelerator and rammed straight into the Skoda. Inside the food stall, Chu Yuxuan's old classmates turned to look at him in disbelief. Their classmate's car had just been hit, yet he remained unfazed, calmly continuing his meal. After a moment of hesitation, the class monitor stood up and approached Chu Yuxuan. Yuxuan, let's go take a look outside. Don't worry, we got your back. With an air of indifference, Chu Yuxuan wiped his hands with a few tissues and smiled. All right, let us go see. Lao Wu's expression darkened as he followed closely behind, gripping a pair of chopsticks tightly. Outside, Xia Zhu was the first to react, rushing forward in concern. Ningji, are you all right? Gao Ning leisurely stepped out of his car, casually draping an arm around Xia Zhu's waist. I'm fine. The road's just a bit slippery. Xia Zhu knew full well that Gao Ning had done this deliberately and whispered, Ningji, President Zhao is here. Please don't cause trouble. Gao Ning smirked at Zhao Yanan, taunting, relax. Tonight, she'll be the one begging me, huh? The agent, aware of Gao Ning's relationship with Xia Zhu and his motives for targeting Chu Yuxuan, quickly intervened. Pulling Xia Zhu aside, she lowered her voice. Mr. Gao, Xia Zhu is a public figure. It's best to keep some distance for now. If paparazzi catch this, it won't look good. Paparazzi were notorious for sensationalizing stories. If they captured this moment, within half an hour, headlines would flood the internet about a celebrity's boyfriend bullying others. Yet Gao Ning remained unfazed, pulling Xia Zhu back into his embrace with deliberate arrogance. Raising his voice, he declared, Xia Zhu and I are getting married soon. Given the Gao Group's standing, our wedding will be grand. There is no need for secrecy. Then, with pointed mockery, he turned to Zhao Yanan. Don't you agree, President Zhao? To Zhao Yanan's surprise, she felt a wave of relief. Crossing her arms, she cast a knowing glance at Chu Yuxuan, who had just emerged from the tent. Thinking to herself, how pathetic. He doesn't even realize what kind of man he has provoked. The class monitor paled upon seeing Gao Ning's intimate hold on Xia Zhu. He had expected them to be engaged, much less that this overbearing heir was a scion of the Gao family. Instantly, any thoughts of standing up for Chu Yuxuan vanished, and he subtly distanced himself from his old classmate. Meanwhile, Gao Ning's dignified mother approached, ignoring Xia Zhu's greeting as she fretted over her son. Ning-er, how could you be so careless? Gao Ning chuckled. Mother, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'll handle this. With a disdainful air, he retrieved his leather briefcase from the car and sauntered toward Chu Yuxuan. With deliberate contempt, he withdrew 2 stacks of cash from the bag and carelessly flung them at Chu Yuxuan, sneering, my apologies, the road was slippery, and I didn't notice. Is this sufficient? Lao Wu's fist clenched audibly, but Chu Yuxuan restrained him with a grip on his wrist, his narrow eyes glinting with amusement. Gao Ning, he murmured. You truly lack wisdom. Gao Ning found the remark ludicrous. Director Chu, he scoffed arrogantly, if anyone lacks wisdom here, it's you. He then turned to the aristocratic woman behind him. Mother, allow me to introduce the new owner of Qingya Media, Director Chu Yuxuan. The agent stood frozen, his mind reeling. Director Chu? Memories of his earlier remarks to Chu Yuxuan sent a wave of dizziness crashing over him. The former classmates exchanged stunned glances. Hadn't they heard he was a struggling rideshare driver scraping by at the bottom of society? How had he become a company director? And yet, what kind of executive drove such a shabby car? Was this some kind of joke? The class monitor, well versed in social intricacies, furrowed his brow, silently weighing the situation. Oh, so you're the pretty boy? Gao's mother sniffed derisively. I expected someone of greater stature. Chu Yuxuan smirked coldly. You, old woman, are the least wise of all. You're courting death. Gao Ning snarled through gritted teeth. Watch your tongue, Chu, or you'll regret it soon enough. If anyone suffered most in this moment, it was Xia Zhu, caught between Chu Yuxuan, Zhao Yanan, and the Gao mother-son duo. Her only recourse was to fade into the background, invisible. Just then, a BMW X5 pulled up to the curb. The rotund Director Song hurried out, obsequiously approaching Gao's mother. Madam Gao, you've just arrived as well? Director Song, I appreciate you arranging this gathering. Think nothing of it. We're practically family. After a few more sycophantic remarks and a nod to Gao Ning, Song turned toward Zhao Yanan, his fawning expression twisting into mockery. Director Zhao, you're early. Having already distanced herself from the conflict, Zhao Yanan had no patience for the tactless director. With a faint hum, she retreated several steps, adopting the demeanor of a detached spectator. Playing the aloof ice queen? Does she not grasp the situation? Song inwardly scoffed before addressing Gao's mother again. Madam Gao, since everyone is here, shall we proceed upstairs? Very well. She cast a sidelong glance at Chu Yuxuan. Director Chu, after you. Certain matters require your explanation tonight. Hearing the title Director Chu, Song's gaze raked over him with newfound scrutiny. The former classmates, still reeling from shock, now simmered with schadenfreude. Envy, after all, was humanity's congenital flaw. Chu Yuxuan clicked his tongue. What is the rush? Let us discuss my car first. Gao Ning spared the coda a scornful glance. That junk heap is 20,000 not enough for repairs? Ah, but of course, a kept man like you wouldn't deign to accept such a paltry sum, would he? He smirked. So it's true, you're a gigolo leeching off a wealthy mistress? I was wondering, has my girlfriend even celebrated her 60th birthday yet? Haha. Seems like she's not the favored one. Otherwise, why wouldn't her precious old man buy her a luxury car? A few old classmates whispered among themselves. Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly. Indeed, not quite enough. As he spoke, he took out his car keys and walked toward his vintage vehicle. The crowd watched as he started the engine and reversed some distance, looking puzzled. What was he planning to do? The next moment, with a deafening roar, the Skoda revved to full throttle and violently rammed into that white Range Rover. Chapter 23, The Young Master Boom. A deafening crash reverberated through the air as the Range Rover was violently shoved backwards several meters, its front end crumpled inward, the left headlight shattered into fragments. Gao Ning's brows furrowed deeply as he roared. Have you lost your damn mind? Chu Yuxuan rolled down his window, flipping him off with a raised middle finger before shifting into reverse. The car lurched backward another 10 meters. Then, with a furious rev of the engine, he slammed into the Range Rover again. 3 consecutive collisions left every onlooker stunned into silence. Gao's mother, seething with rage, turned her glare toward Zhao Yanan. Director Zhao. She hissed, her voice dripping with venom. Qingya Media truly has no sense of its own insignificance. As for this dinner, consider it cancelled. You'd best prepare yourselves for what is coming. Whatever, Zhao Yanan replied coolly. You. Gao's mother jabbed a trembling finger at her, too incensed to form words. The former classmates exchanged uneasy glances. One of them, eager to stir the pot, called out to Xia Zhu, tell your fiancé to hit back. How can you just take this? Xia Zhu's face was deathly pale. She wanted to plead with Gao Ning again, but with his mother standing nearby, she hesitated. Swallowing her words, the repeated impacts had warped the Skoda's door. Chu Yuxuan kicked it open with his foot, stepped out, and circled the vehicle. His eyes landed on a small black object, no larger than a USB drive, lying on the ground nearby. He picked it up and tossed it to Lao Wu. Lao Wu examined it briefly before clenching it tightly in his palm. He leaned in and murmured, latest generation tracker, with audio recording. Must be been planted inside the door. A wicked smirk curled Chu Yuxuan's lips. Knew it, he muttered. That old bastard Chu Jiqing moves fast. In truth, the real purpose behind the collision had been to dislodge this very device. Retaliation against Gao Ning was merely secondary. The crowd remained oblivious to their hushed exchange, their confusion deepening. Gao Ning's fury teetered on the edge of explosion. Jaw clenched, he stormed toward his Range Rover, clearly intent on returning the favor. Xia Zhu hastily grabbed his arm, her eyes brimming with tears. Ningji, please, let it go. Gao's mother, equally fearful for her son's safety, urged. Ninger, let us go home. Someone will deal with this for you soon enough. Zhao Yanan massaged her temples, thinking to herself, this damn man. Truly a rogue through and through. As tensions escalated, the meek and timid Chen Chong, ignoring his wife's protests, rushed out from the food stall. Trembling, he pleaded with Chu Yuxuan. Yuxuan, just let it go. You can't afford to provoke them. Chu Yuxuan patted his shoulder with a grin. Chen Chong, you're the kind of friend worth keeping. Beads of sweat had already formed on Chen Chong's forehead on behalf of his old classmate. Yuxuan, forget about that now. Go apologize. That car isn't cheap. How many jobs would it take for you to pay for the damages? Chu Yuxuan merely shrugged. Before he could respond, the distant rumble of approaching engines caught his attention. A line of cars emerged under the dim glow of streetlights, led unmistakably by a crimson Ferrari. Zhao Yanan also noticed the Ferrari, glancing at its license plate, the very one Chu Yuxuan had rejected days prior. which she subsequently drove back to Phoenix Villa. She frowned slightly, murmuring to herself, did this cunning man plan this all along? Virum. With a roar akin to a beast, several vehicles pulled up in unison before the street-side eatery. Only then did the crowd discern that trailing behind the Ferrari was a Maybach, followed by 3 G-Wagons. Among the old classmates, one recognized the Maybach instantly, exclaiming in awe. A yellow-plated Maybach 62 Zeppelin. There's only one in all of Jiangxing. Such an ostentatious display inevitably stunned the Gao family and the director, Gao Ning, having just returned from abroad, naturally had no inkling of the Maybach's owner. His mother, being a woman, knew little of such matters. But Director Song understood all too well. The sole Maybach 62 Zeppelin in Jiangxing belonged to none other than the Chu family. Chu, chairman. His gaze shifted to Chu Yuxuan, and realization dawned upon him like a chilling tide. His aged face drained of color, leaving not a trace of vitality. This is over. Utterly over. Chu Yuxuan arched a brow in mild surprise as the burly bodyguard emerged from the Ferrari, swiftly circling to the Maybach's rear door. With deference, he held it open, standing at attention. Simultaneously, 7 or 8 men clad in identical black suits descended from the G-Wagons, lining the roadside in perfect formation. Bowing slightly, they addressed Chu Yuxuan in unison, young master. That single address petrified the onlookers. Director Song's legs trembled beneath him, his palms slick with cold sweat. Xia Zhu's mouth hung agape, disbelief etched across her features. This man, married to her for 2 years, summoned and dismissed at her whim. Scraping by as a ride-hailing driver, how could he possibly be? It was as though she had spent years kicking aside what she thought was a worthless stone, only to realize now that it was, in truth, a priceless gem. The shock was beyond articulation. Her agent, dizzy and disoriented, pinched her own thigh repeatedly, stammering, Xia Zhu. Am I dreaming? This must be a nightmare. The former classmate stood dumbfounded. In less than half an hour, Chu Yuxuan's identity had morphed from a ride-hailing driver to a company CEO, then to a kept man, and now a scion of immense wealth? Recalling their high school days, nothing in Chu Yuxuan's demeanor had hinted at such privilege. This revelation struck like lightning from a clear sky. The class monitor's face cycled through shades of mortification. Moments ago, he had contemplated defending Chu Yuxuan, only to retreat upon learning of the Gao family's involvement. The memory filled him with shame and bitter regret. Exchanging bewildered glances, the Gao mother and son wondered which family's heir this could be until Chu Jiqing stepped out of the Maybach. Well, isn't this lively? Chu Jiqing surveyed the scene, his stern countenance softening into an almost ingratiating smile as his eyes settled on his son. My boy, you haven't been slighted, have you? I trust I'm not. Too late? Chu Yuxuan rolled his eyes without responding, his gaze instead lingering thoughtfully on the Ferrari. The Gao mother-son duo. Zhao Yanan hadn't anticipated Chu Jiqing's personal arrival either, her expression stiffening slightly as she hurried forward to greet him. Uncle Jiqing, I'm sorry to trouble you again. You silly girl. Chu Jiqing feigned displeasure. Still calling me uncle? Zhao Yanan pressed her lips together, hesitating awkwardly before murmuring, Dad. The Gao mother-son duo. That's more like it. Chu Jiqing chuckled. You've been married for days now, how have you not adjusted yet? Next time you slip up, I really will be upset. Understood. Zhao Yanan lowered her head, not daring to say more. Qin Chong glanced at the wealthy man who carried an air of a gambling legend, then shifted his gaze to Chu Yuxuan, who was still fixated on the Ferrari, lost in thought. His mind reeled in confusion as he timidly retreated a few steps. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that Chu Yuxuan's status could be so exalted. Then why had he been driving for a ride-hailing service before? Was this some cliché drama trope, a rebellious young master of a wealthy family refusing his inheritance, struggling to make it on his own, only to ultimately return and claim his birthright? Nan, no more formalities with me from now on, Chu Jiqing said firmly. You're the daughter-in-law of the Chu family. If anyone dares bully you, you must tell me immediately. His sharp eyes then turned toward the Gao mother-son pair, his lips curling into a cold smirk. I, Chu Jiqing, may not be some grand figure, but in Jiangxing, my words still carry some weight. Don't you agree, Madame Gao? The last 3 words were spoken with deliberate emphasis. A simultaneous shiver ran down the spines of the Gao mother and son. Chapter 24. Utter humiliation. What they thought was a rotten log turned out to be solid steel when they kicked it. The faces of the Gao mother and son were identically pale, their minds buzzing incessantly. Shock and terror filled their hearts so completely that they stood frozen, utterly incapable of reaction. That was Chu Min, an entity that could annihilate the Gao group without lifting a finger. And where's Gao Zhenshin? Chu Jiqing strolled toward them, his expression serene, yet his voice carried an icy edge. Mrs. Gao forced a smile, stammering, "And Mr. Chu, my husband is occupied with business." Chu Jiqing nodded slightly, murmuring, "Indeed, the Gao family has vast enterprises. He must be quite busy." Then his gaze shifted to Gao Ning. "And this is your son?" "Yes." "Ninger, hurry, greet your Uncle Chu." Gao Ning swallowed nervously, but before he could speak, Chu Jiqing waved a dismissive hand. "There's no need. I share no camaraderie with your Gao family." His lips curled into a mocking smile. "Your son does cut a fine figure, though, aside from being witless, blind, hollow, and utterly incompetent, he's quite the specimen. Zhao Yanan. So that's where that bastard gets his sharp tongue from." Gao Ning dared neither anger nor retort, standing stiffly in humiliated silence, wishing the earth would swallow him whole. Mrs. Gao maintained her strained smile. "Mr. Chu, this is all a misunderstanding. Had we known that young master was your son, we wouldn't have dared cause trouble even with 8 extra lives. Please, show us mercy. For my husband's sake." "What sake?" Chu Jiqing snapped. "What sake does he have? Tell me." Mrs. Gao trembled under his glare, rendered mute. Chu Jiqing's eyes then flicked to Director Song, who had been lurking nearby. "Ah, aren't you that? What's his name?" Bystanders, what's his name? Director Song scrambled forward, bowing obsequiously. "Why yes, it's me, Mr. Chu. A few years back, I played cards with you and Mr. Zhao." "Oh." Chu Jiqing feigned recollection. "Right. I told old Zhao back then, you're a spineless cur, not even fit to be a decent lapdog. And look, wasn't he right?" "And no." "Mr. Chu, you misunderstand." Director Song quivered. "I came as a mediator. I stand firmly on President Zhao's side. You're wasted as a director. You should have been an actor." Chu Jiqing's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Given your age, perhaps it's time to leave the film industry. Find another trade." I. Director Song wilted under his stare, deflating. "Understood." Just then, Zhao Yanan strode to Chu Jiqing's side, casting a sidelong glance at the director. "Father, Director Song and I go way back. Spare him this once. I believe his intentions today were genuine." Director Song was incredulous. How could Zhao Yanan possibly help him? Chu Jiqing, however, seemed unfazed, his eyes even gleaming with a hint of admiration for Zhao Yanan. Restrained, composed, and meticulously thoughtful, she was quite the match for his son, whose mind was deeper than the Mariana Trench. "Very well, let us heed my daughter's advice." Chu Jiqing chuckled before turning his gaze back to the Gao mother and son. "As for your family." He paused, then glanced at Chu Yuxuan. "Son, how do you think this should be settled?" Gao Ning timidly lifted his eyelids. After repeatedly provoking Chu Yuxuan these past days, how could this unassuming heir of a wealthy family possibly let him off lightly? Chu Yuxuan swept a glance at the onlookers, noticing a few surreptitiously filming with their phones. After a brief deliberation, he extended a finger toward Gao Ning, his lips curling into a disdainful smirk as he beckoned like one would a dog. "Come here." Gao Ning swallowed hard, trembling as he took shaky steps forward. Without a word, the young master abruptly raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. "Having fun, HM?" Gao Ning staggered, his voice quivering. "And no." Slap. "Enjoy pushing your luck?" "And no." Slap. "Like flaunting your father's influence?" Slap. Slap. Chu Yuxuan's relentless strikes rained down on Gao Ning's face until the foolish clown collapsed to the ground in disgrace. Xia Zhu and Gao's mother instinctively moved to intervene, the former yanked back by her agent, the latter frozen under Chu Jiqing's piercing glare, left to watch helplessly as her son was humiliated, regret gnawing at her heart. Bystanders seethed with indignation, but the sheer dominance of the scene stifled their protests, leaving them to whisper their outrage in hushed tones. Brushing his hands together as if shaking off filth, Chu Yuxuan sneered down at Gao Ning, whose dignity lay shattered. "Kneel by my car and apologize to it properly. Then we'll call it even." He scoffed. "Honestly, hitting you just dirties my hands." Without waiting to see if Gao Ning would obey, he turned his glare toward Chu Jiqing, who was watching the spectacle with leisurely amusement. "And what about us?" Chu Yuxuan snapped. Chu Jiqing blinked, feigning innocence. "What do you mean? I haven't provoked you lately." With a cold laugh, Chu Yuxuan took the tracker from Lao Wu and tossed it at him. "Care to explain?" Chu Jiqing examined it, playing dumb. "What's this?" "Chen Chong." Chu Yuxuan barked. "Bring me a sledgehammer." The dull-witted Chen Chong, though bewildered, knew better than to question the order. He hurried into the food stall and returned with the tool. Gripping the hammer, Chu Yuxuan strode toward the Ferrari, his eyes locked on Chu Jiqing. Without hesitation, he swung boom, boom. This profligate spectacle left his former classmates utterly dumbstruck, their bodies trembling in sync with each swing of the sledgehammer. Qin Chang, accustomed to meticulous frugality, felt his heart palpitate with each destructive blow, a single strike likely equated to half a year's hard-earned income. Having demolished the passenger door without finding his quarry, Chu Yuxuan turned his fury toward the driver's side. The growing crowd of onlookers captured the scene on their phones, murmuring in astonishment, some pampered young master squandering an 8 million yuan vehicle like this? The rich feast while the poor starve. Damn these capitalists. Soon, the hammer shattered the door, revealing an identical tracking device to the one in Chu Jiqing's possession. Breathing heavily, Yuxuan retrieved the small object and hurled it at his father with a venomous glare. Still pretending? Keep acting. Chu Jiqing offered an awkward smile, retreating nervously. Son, let's discuss this at home, all right? Yuxuan hefted the hammer, his narrowed eyes burning with cold fury as he advanced leisurely. Old man, I knew your gift was poisoned from the very beginning. Visibly intimidated, Jiqing waved his hands pleadingly. Yuxuan, not here in public. After a tense silence, Yuxuan finally turned away, returning the hammer to Chen Cheng with a casual smile. I'll transfer the meal money later. Flustered, Chen protested. No need. You barely ate. Save the wine for my next visit. Yuxuan interrupted before turning to Zhao Yanan with roguish charm. Care to give me a ride? President Zhao? Zhao pressed her lips tightly, bidding Chu Jiqing a curt farewell before striding toward her Maserati. Take a cab back, Yuxuan instructed Lao Wu. Pausing mid-step, he cast a meaningful glance at Qin Chang. Remember what I said, you're a friend worth keeping. Call me anytime. Qin nodded mutely, his expression shifting to bewildered dread as he watched Yuxuan depart. He understood the implication. But why this relentless interest in his cousin Qin Hong? Over the past 2 years, Yuxuan had subtly, and sometimes blatantly, inquired about Qin Hong. Once, he'd even asked about the location of Qin Hong's parents' graves. What sinister purpose lay beneath? As the Chu family's convoy disappeared, leaving only cleanup crews behind, the former classmates erupted into fervent speculation about Yuxuan's true identity. The class monitor sighed intermittently, his face etched with regret over the missed opportunity to court favor with the elite. Meanwhile, Mrs. Gao seemed to crumble entirely as she helped her still-kneeling son rise. Her voice hollow with despair. We're ruined. The Chu family will destroy us. Your father will lose his mind. What should I do? What should I do? The manager grimaced, speaking to Xia Zhu beside him. We're finished too. Xia Zhu, this time you truly placed the wrong bet. Backed the wrong horse. Xia Zhu's mind went blank, her vacant eyes staring in the direction the Maserati had departed. After a dazed moment, she inexplicably began to laugh, laughing while tears streamed down her face. The esteemed young master of the Chu family, actually stooping to marry a minor actress like her? In this melodramatic marital farce, what role was she even playing? Huh, a clown? Chu Yuxuan, for what purpose did you deceive me so cruelly? Chapter 25, The Third Son? Alas, upon returning to Phoenix Villa, Zhao Yanan did not alight from the vehicle, instead excusing herself to return to the company. She neither knew nor cared to know what Chu Yuxuan had retrieved from the smashed car outside the food stall. Ultimately, it was a matter between that eccentric father and son, and as an outsider, she had no business interfering. Moreover, she was concerned that the evening's events might stir unfavorable public discourse online, given the sizable crowd of onlookers present. Thus, she resolved to return to the company promptly. Should any rumors arise, she could personally oversee the public relations team and mitigate the fallout. Yet scarcely had she departed from Phoenix Villa when her assistant, Xiao Wei, called in a panic. MMS, Zhao, it's terrible. The internet is flooded with rumors about you, and President Chu. Some are even speculating about his true identity, I know. Zhao Yanan hung up mid-sentence, pulling over to scan the trending topics. The local headlines were dominated by 3 subjects. First, Chu Yuxuan's exposed identity. Second, footage of him thrashing the young master of the Gao family. And third, Xia Zhu's entanglement with Gao Ning. Scrolling further, the 7th spot featured an article insinuating a secret marriage between her and Chu Yuxuan. Given the scale of the scandal, the Chu family SPR team would never ignore it. Yet they remained conspicuously silent, allowing Chu Yuxuan's revelations to climb to the top of the trending list. Clearly, Chu Jiqing intended for his son to step into the limelight. But why had they not suppressed the video of Chu Yuxuan assaulting Gao Ning? The question gnawed at Zhao Yanan. After a brief deliberation, the aloof beauty steeled herself and dialed Xiao Wei again. Contact the PR department. Push the reports exposing President Chu's identity even higher. Hire influencers and trolls to publish divisive commentary, praise and criticism in equal measure, enough to spark debates. As for Xia Zhu, let her agent liaise with PR to distance her from the Gao family. And the rumors about me and President Chu, bury them at any cost. Xiao Wei hesitated. Ms. Zhao, you're redirecting the entire scandal onto President Chu, using him as a shield? This is Xiao Wei. I'll be at the company in half an hour. The icy tone brooked no argument. Understood, Ms. Zhao. I'll handle it immediately. Hanging up, Zhao Yanan exhaled deeply. Her marriage into the Chu family had been a bid for protection. Logically, the more who knew, the better. Yet on the wedding day, Chu Jiqing had already notified the truly influential figures. The rest were mere nuisances, hardly worth the spectacle of public scrutiny. As for that wretched man, he was a shameless scoundrel. Let the masses revile him for a few days, it wouldn't strip an ounce of his thick skin. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing idly toyed with the potted plants in the living room when hurried footsteps echoed outside. Turning, she saw Chu Jiqing burst through the door, his face a mask of panic, as though pursued by hounds. Before she could react, Chu Yuxuan stormed in right behind, cursing furiously, "Old man, if you don't give me a proper explanation today, next week will mark your 7th-day memorial. Son, I'm doing this for your own good." Chu Jiqing deftly circled around the sofa, pleading earnestly. "It really is for your own good. You investigate everything but what matters, and now you're spying on me? Treating me like a thief. What's the point? If you don't trust me, why did you call me back to the Chu family? Stay right there." The burly bodyguard, panting heavily, rushed in after them, watching his boss being chased from the courtyard all the way into the house. He hesitated for a moment before shuffling awkwardly to stand beside Xiaoqing. The two exchanged bewildered glances on the balcony, neither daring to utter a word. "Son, listen to me. I only planted the tracker because I was worried about your safety. Save your lies for the devil. How do you explain the recording function? What exactly are you trying to find out?" Chu Jiqing, aged and weakened by years of indulgence, was already drenched in sweat after the brief chase. One hand clutched his chest while the other gestured for his son to stop. Gasping for breath, he relented. All right. I'll tell you." Chu Yuxuan halted, barely winded, and tilted his chin slightly. "Speak. What happened to you during those years abroad?" Chu Jiqing cut straight to the point, then added after a pause, "I sent many people to gather information about you, but none of them found anything. Son, I just wanted to know what you went through." Chu Yuxuan stared unblinkingly into his father's eyes, detecting no deceit. After a long silence, he smiled faintly. "Some things are better left unknown. Chu Jiqing, all I can tell you is that I suffered no hardships during those 7 years. You don't need to feel guilty." Chu Yuxuan exhaled sharply. "But mark my words, if you ever investigate me again, we're done." Fine. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore, all right?" Chu Jiqing sighed in relief and sank onto the sofa. "I'm curious, though, how did you discover the tracker? Don't tell me it was just because of the car accident." Chu Yuxuan smirked. "Take a guess?" Chu Jiqing pursed his lips, realizing he had underestimated his son's vigilance. After catching his breath, he asked, "Tell me, Yuxuan, do you really distrust me so much? I'm still your father. Why guard against me like this?" Chu Yuxuan pulled out a cigarette, clamping it between his lips with a careless air. "What essay bastard has father worth, anyway?" Chu Jiqing sighed. "Son, I swear, that incident had nothing to do with me. And when I asked you to return to the Chu family, it was truly for your future, not to fight for inheritance on my behalf. Understand? I never suspected you. No need to confess unprompted." Chu Yuxuan replied coolly. "Never suspected me?" A sly grin flickered across Chu Jiqing's lips, his eyes glinting with mischief. Suddenly, he called out, "Lao San." The bodyguard on the balcony, already tense, instinctively responded, "Yes." Chu Yuxuan, the portly man, suddenly realizing his cover was blown, froze in place. His intelligent eyes widened comically as his mind scrambled for a solution. Then, seizing inspiration from his earlier exclamation, he abruptly launched into an old melody. "Hey, Cutie-yo amu. Kojiang aji marayo." Theme song from Reply 1988. Don't worry, Xiaoqing's inner thoughts. What sorrowful memory has stirred within him? The father-son duo of the Chu family were rendered speechless by the man's absurd performance. Enough already, Chu Jiqing glared before turning to his son with an amused smile. "My boy, care to explain this? Your friend here has many merits, but intellectual brilliance isn't among them. Within half a month of working for me, his disguise unraveled. Investigation revealed he's the third among your brothers. Honestly, I'm rather touched you'd send such an obvious fool to monitor me. Shows you still trust your old man. Doesn't it?" Yuxuan curled his lip, casting an exasperated look at the shamefaced third brother. This is what you called undetectable surveillance? The chastened man mumbled, not my fault. The chairman's. Too perceptive. Perceptive my foot. Yuxuan snapped. Ditch your phone. I'll get you a new one tomorrow. He immediately deduced his father must have hacked the device. How else would he know the man's ranking among the brothers? Precisely. My son's the truly clever one. Jiqing chuckled. While we're at it, why not introduce the others? That foreigner with you today, which number is he? And tell me, have you planted moles among other Chu family members as well? Extinguishing his cigarette, Yuxuan replied coolly, I've told you, stay out of underworld affairs. You pursue your inheritance. I'll investigate my truths. We'll assist each other when convenient, use each other when necessary. Deal? Excellent. Jiqing agreed cheerfully. But remember, when all's said and done, I'm fighting for your future. Yuxuan dismissed the argument with a wave. Just leave the Gao family alone. Beckoning to the portly man, he rose to leave. Your cover's blown. Still want to stay for dinner? Come along, I've bought a villa. We're moving out. The flustered man scrambled after him, pausing to address Jiqing with an ingratiating grin. Chairman, I'll just be going then. About this month's salary and year-end bonus, you wouldn't withhold them, would you? Hey, Yuxuan. Jiqing smiled ambiguously. Shall I include medical compensation? The man waved frantically and scurried to Yuxuan's side. From the balcony, Xiaoqing watched Yuxuan's retreating figure, sudden melancholy misting her eyes. His words about never returning to the estate echoed painfully, conjuring feelings of abandonment that bowed her head in silent sorrow. Then unexpectedly, his voice called out, Xiaoqing. Yes? The demure maid lifted timid eyes. What are you waiting for? Yuxuan tilted his head. Come along. Xiaoqing's emotions soared like a roller coaster, instantly ascending from the depths to the heavens. With delighted surprise, she nodded eagerly. Very well, young master. I shall prepare my belongings immediately. Spare yourself the trouble, the young master replied with a dismissive wave. Tomorrow, I shall escort you to the finest emporiums. Should you lack anything, we shall procure it without hesitation. Chapter 26. Every word of Jim Xiaoqing had assumed that buying things directly merely meant the young master might generously purchase some daily necessities for her. Yet she had gravely underestimated the extravagance of this profligate heir. At dawn, he took her, the burly bodyguard, and a golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigner to commission a towering statue of Guan Yu, over 2 meters tall. Then they proceeded to the mall, where he outfitted each of them with several sets of designer clothing and even bought her an exclusive collection of high-end cosmetics. Upon returning home, he nonchalantly tossed her 20,000 yuan, remarking, if you need anything else, just buy it yourself. I'm hopeless when it comes to women's daily essentials. Overwhelmed by his generosity, Xiaoqing instinctively wanted to decline, but recalling Chu Yuxuan's stern words in the mall, I detest unnecessary fuss. Take what's given and don't provoke my temper. She had no choice but to accept. Noticing her unease, Chu Yuxuan chuckled. Xiaoqing, this grand house will rely on you from now on, cleaning, cooking, and more. What I've given you is merely what you deserve. Flustered, she replied, and no, young master. It's my duty. With a smile, he said, don't be so formal. Consider this your home now, understood? Yes. She nodded timidly, an involuntary smile blossoming on her lips, pure and sweet. After lunch, Xiaoqing stayed behind while the 3 brothers prepared to leave. Parked in the garage was the G-Class SUV borrowed from Chu Jiqing the previous night. Chu Yuxuan glanced at Lao Wu, who promptly assured him, I've inspected it thoroughly, no hidden devices. Lao San, with practiced ease, slid into the driver's seat. Once the other 2 boarded, he started the engine and headed toward Qingyang Media. En route, Chu Yuxuan remarked, Lao San, why not officially become my chauffeur? It's familiar work for you. The burly man grunted in response, muttering under his breath, first serving the father, now the son. By the time you have a son, I'll be a 3-dynasty elder. Damn it. Founding emperors always slaughter their loyal ministers. What are you mumbling? Chu Yuxuan smacked the back of his head. Nothing. I'm just happy, huh? Leaning back in his seat, Chu Yuxuan chuckled before addressing Lao Wu. From now on, report to work on time and don't wander off. Also, keep monitoring Xinchang. Understood? Got it. I've installed surveillance near his food stall and even hacked his wife's phone. Rest assured. Lao San interjected, big bro. Why not just let Lao Wu stay home? If it's remote surveillance, why force him to work at Xingyang Media? Is this damned hacker short on cash? Oh. You blithering oaf, Lao Wu sighed. Big bro wants me to protect sister-in-law. Can't you grasp that? Lao San shot him a sidelong glare. Lao Wu, do you believe I could beat the shit out of you literally? Lao Wu smirked. Oh my god. And I'd vomit it right back onto you. I swear. Chu Yuxuan shook his head in exasperation. Lao Wu, do you know how young Xiu died? Lao Wu blinked. Meaning? Indeed, his conjecture was correct. The reason Chu Yuxuan had arranged for him to join the company was indeed out of a desire to protect Zhao Yanan. Though he wasn't familiar with Zhao Yanan, let alone harbored any affection for her, the waters of the Chu family ran deep, and the matter he was investigating ran even deeper. Should any negligence occur, he genuinely feared he might implicate Zhao Yanan. Upon arriving at the company building and stepping out of the car, Chu Yuxuan spotted a familiar figure. Xia Zhu stood at the entrance, her head drooping, her entire demeanor listless and sickly, like a frostbitten eggplant. Chu Yuxuan paused for a moment, initially intending to ignore this figure from his past. But in the next instant, Xia Zhu noticed him. Chu Yuxuan, the A-list celebrity, utterly disregarding her goddess-like image, strode toward him with gritted teeth, her voice laced with resentment. Tell me, what exactly did you take me for? As her words fell, Xia Zhu's eyes reddened, and two clear trails of tears slid down her cheeks. Expressionless, Chu Yuxuan waved his hand, signaling Lao San and Lao Wu to leave first. Then, he turned to Xia Zhu, his tone playful. What answer do you wish to hear? Speak, and I'll do my best to oblige. You, Xia Zhu sobbed. You. If you were the young master of the Chu family all along, why did you deceive me back then? You thought I was some gold-digging woman. Didn't you? Let me tell you, Chu Yuxuan, I loved Ningguo, not because his family was wealthy. Chu Yuxuan believed this without a doubt. Though Xia Zhu didn't understand him, he knew her inside out. This woman was materialistic, just hopelessly romantic. I know. That's why I chose to divorce you. As for the deception, all I can say is I'm sorry. Before that, I had no intention of ever associating with the Chu family again. Does that explanation satisfy you? You bastard! Xia Zhu cried out. You deliberately wanted to humiliate me, didn't you? Xia Zhu, Chu Yuxuan said calmly. I admit I deceived you, but I swear, during those 2 years of marriage, my love for you is genuine. Have you ever stopped to reflect? Did you ever truly look at me even once in those 2 years? Did you ever make an effort to understand me? And now, you still think all of this is entirely my fault. How absurd. What saddens you is that in our pitiful marriage, you played the fool. But what about me? A disposable servant? A shameful nanny? Honestly, Xia Zhu, I never blamed you for my own humility. That was my own doing. I laid my heart, my soul, my very being before you, and you rejected it. Every word struck like a gem. For a moment, Xia Zhu struggled to breathe, her sobs unceasing, fat tears cascading down her face. Seeing this, Chu Yuxuan wasn't entirely unmoved. But no matter how much it pained him, he wouldn't offer comfort. What was past should remain in the past. Let it die cleanly in the old days. After a long silence, Xia Zhu's emotions gradually settled. With a heart turned to ashes, she murmured, Chu Yuxuan, I have one last question for you. When director Wang Long offered me that role before, was it you who secretly helped me? Perhaps unwilling to exacerbate Xia Zhu's anguish, Chu Yuxuan neither confirmed nor denied, merely offering a perfunctory remark. That's because of your exceptional acting skills and relentless dedication. Xia Zhu responded with a bitter smile, her exquisite countenance now radiating an air of heartbreaking vulnerability. She discerned the underlying intent. Chu Yuxuan was extending her a lifeline. In truth, suspicions had already taken root within her that fateful evening when Gao Ning was unceremoniously expelled from the club by an enraged Wang Long. Yet, she had forcibly suppressed such thoughts, unwilling to confront the harsh reality. Chu Yuxuan, I despise you. With those icy, piercing words, Xia Zhu strode toward her agent's waiting car by the roadside and departed without a backward glance. Chu Yuxuan watched the receding vehicle, his gaze involuntarily dimming with melancholy. At this moment, the remnants of their past affection were finally, irrevocably released. Buzz. The vibration of his phone jolted him back to the present. Retrieving it, he saw a message from Lao Wu. That bastard Gao is at the company. Care to teach him a lesson? Chapter 27. Sharp Tongues in the CEO's Office. Gao Zhenxing stood with his wayward son who had brought calamity upon their family, offering profuse apologies to Zhao Yanan. In truth, the father and son had arrived early in the morning, bearing lavish gifts, only to be left waiting for nearly an hour before finally being granted an audience. It was no surprise that the icy beauty had little patience for them. Her schedule was overflowing, leaving her utterly swamped. Several merchants who had previously threatened to terminate contracts had come crawling back, their attitudes performing a complete reversal as they humbly begged to continue their partnerships. Director Song, now repentant and determined to reform, arrived with his production team as chief planner and producer. offering Qingya Media all the artist slots originally allocated to another entertainment company, even deferring the final selections to Zhao Yanan's personal judgment. Beyond these matters, several smaller firms had sought her out, eager to collaborate, some even willing to forego profits just for the prestige of associating with her. After all, Chu Yuxuan's scandal had dominated headlines overnight, and in the entertainment industry, such news spread like wildfire. By now, who didn't he know that Qingya Media's CEO was the young master of the Chu family? For smaller companies, the mere association with such a name was profit in itself. Having worked tirelessly all morning without even a moment for lunch, Zhao Yanan's stomach churned with acidity. Yet she endured the discomfort to meet with the Gaos. After all, Gao Zhenxing was nearly 60, and basic courtesy demanded respect for his age. Moreover, she had no desire to be seen as vindictive in victory. Truthfully, Gao Zhenxing wasn't here for her. He had first sought Chu Yuxuan's mercy, only to settle for pleading with that scoundrel when denied. President Zhao, Gao Zhenxing forced a smile, his eyes brimming with humility. My worthless son was blind to your standing. Truly, it was a case of the flood daring to challenge the Dragon King. I offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf and beg your magnanimity. Zhao Yanan smiled faintly. Chairman Gao, this matter is already behind us. There is no need for apologies. Your presence here is an honor I scarcely deserve. A father's failure to teach his son is his own failure, Gao Zhenxing insisted before turning sharply to his shamefaced son, who stood rigidly at his side. Apologize at once. Useless wretch, I never should have brought you back from abroad. Gao Ning trembled, stammering, President Zhao. I'm so sorry. Though a woman. Zhao Yanan's presence was formidable. Calmly, she replied, Qingya Media suffered no losses. Your apology is unnecessary. Gao Zhenxing cursed his son again before ingratiatingly asking, President Zhao, is President Chu not in today? I feel I ought to apologize to him in person. Zhao Yanan shrugged. He is not here. No sooner had the words left her lips than she was proven wrong. Chu Yuxuan barged in without so much as a knock. Zhao Yanan. President Chu. Gao Zhenxing scrambled to his feet, hand outstretched. What an honor. Gao Ning remained frozen in place, not daring to lift his head. Chu Yuxuan did not extend his hand for a handshake. His narrow eyes swept over the aged face before him. Then he strode toward the sofa with an air of indifference. Pleasure, my ass, he scoffed. What kind of pleasure are we even talking about? Gao Zhenxing remained unruffled, offering a practiced smile. President Chu, my son was blind and foolish the other day, committing some inexcusable acts. Today, I've come specifically to offer my sincerest apologies. I hope you, in your magnanimity, might spare our Gao family. Zhao Yanan had not expected this man, who seemed untouchable in the eyes of ordinary people, to lower himself so unabashedly. A flicker of pity stirred within her. Chu Yuxuan crossed his legs, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. I suppose your family has already begun to reap what you've sown? Gao Zhenxing nodded awkwardly. We deserve it. Last night, several finalized projects fell through. To be honest, I've kept my phone turned off all day, too afraid to even turn it on. President Chu, I am here with genuine remorse. Please, show us mercy and leave us a path to survive. Genuine remorse? Chu Yuxuan's lips curled derisively. If I weren't surnamed Chu, would you have spared me? Would you even be here with this so-called sincerity? Chairman Gao, remember, there are always mountains beyond mountains, skies beyond skies. Humility serves a man well. Yes, of course. Gao Zhenxing hurriedly agreed. I'll have your words inscribed into the Gao family's ancestral teachings. Spare me the empty flattery. It's tiresome, Chu Yuxuan dismissed. Go home. I have no interest in tormenting your insignificant family. As for your current misfortunes, I trust you understand their origin. Gao Zhenxing, a seasoned veteran of the business world, understood all too well. The collapse of those projects last night was solely because the involved parties had learned the Gao family had offended the Chu clan and feared being tainted by association. If Chu Yuxuan had truly sought vengeance, it would not have been so mild. The man's ruthlessness was legendary. A mere appetizer from him would be enough to ruin the Gao father and son entirely. Hearing Chu Yuxuan's words, Gao Zhenxing exhaled slightly in relief. President Chu, your magnanimity shames me deeply. Such kindness is beyond repayment. Should you ever have need of me in the future, you need only ask. However, regarding Chairman Chu, Chu Yuxuan waved a hand. Relax. I've already spoken to that old bastard. He won't trouble you. Gao Ning swallowed hard upon hearing Chu Yuxuan refer to the very man who had kept his father sleepless with terror as that old bastard. He recalled his own earlier arrogance, how he had dared to ask Chu Yuxuan, do you even know the gap between us? Now, his face burned with humiliation. The gap. was indeed far greater than he had ever imagined. After a round of obsequious flattery, the Gao father and son were summarily dismissed. The vast office fell into an awkward silence. The nominal husband and wife exchanged a glance, neither speaking, their distance colder than that of mere acquaintances. Zhao Yanan wondered inwardly, why isn't this bastard running his mouth today? Chu Yuxuan, disinterested, habitually retrieved his cigarette case. Halfway through unwrapping it, he seemed to remember something and instinctively glanced at Zhao Yanan. Then, rising, he made a step outside for a smoke. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Zhao Yanan said. The door creaked open as Xiao Wei entered, cradling a document in her hands. She first greeted Chu Yuxuan with a nod before approaching Zhao Yanan, presenting the file with a solemn air. "Director Zhao, this is from the Talent Management Department. It's from Director Wang Long. The role of Xia Zhu has been recast." Zhao Yanan remained composed, her voice steady. "I'm aware. Inform the Talent Management Department to maintain strict confidentiality regarding this matter. We'll notify Xia Zhu's agent after the new year." "Understood, Director Zhao." With that, Xiao Wei departed, leaving the room in waited silence. Chu Yuxuan settled back onto the sofa, his gaze sharp as he regarded Zhao Yanan. "Why?" Her expression was unyielding. "She still holds commercial value. I refuse to let this incident affect her. You know as well as I do, she was Wang Long's protégé. His decision to replace her will devastate her." A roguish smirk curled at Chu Yuxuan's lips. "You're worried about the annual gala." Zhao Yanan didn't deny it. "She remains our most prominent star. The gala must revolve around her. Most of the invited guests are there for her sake. So, you plan to discard her after the new year? She's nearing 30. For a female artist, that's an awkward age. No director will prioritize her. Besides, her reputation is in tatters. I've done all I could." She simply refused to cooperate. Chu Yuxuan chuckled, his tone laced with amusement. "You truly are the epitome of a businesswoman." Zhao Yanan met his gaze, a flicker of mockery in her eyes. "Feeling sympathetic?" His lips quirked. "Jealous?" Chu Yuxuan. "Calling names makes you the childish one." Zhao Yanan exhaled sharply. As expected, there was no winning against this sharp-tongued, infuriating man. Chapter 28. Will this ever end? Winter in Jiacheng was a world of white. With frequent snowstorms sweeping through, a month passed in the blink of an eye. As the spring festival approached, the entire city transformed into a vibrant sea of crimson, adorned with festive lanterns and decorations. Streets bustled with vendors selling holiday goods, the air thick with the joyous spirit of the season. At noon, in the offices of Qingya Media, Xiao Wei knocked on the CEO's door, her brows furrowed. "Director Zhao, one of our male artists was just exposed by his ex-girlfriend for cheating. It's already spreading online." Zhao Yanan took a deep breath. "Just let PR handle it." "Do you really need to bring this to me?" Xiao Wei hesitated. "The PR manager asked me to check with you. Should we divert attention the same way as last time, using President Chu's scandals to cover this up?" Ever since the Gao father and son had come to apologize, Chu Yuxuan hadn't set foot in the company again, not even showing up for the annual gala. As a result, the nominal couple hadn't seen each other for an entire month. For Zhao Yanan, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Out of sight, out of mind. Life had returned to its usual rhythm, with nothing but work filling her days. But that wretched man was never idle. After his true identity was revealed, not only were the company's female artists throwing themselves at him, but even minor celebrities and socialites were scrambling for a chance to climb into the arms of the wealthy. Chu Yuxuan, ever indiscriminate, welcomed them all. In just a month, his reputation for philandering had nearly matched his father's. After a moment's thought, Zhao Yanan asked, "Does PR have any recent scandals involving President Chu? Preferably from the last couple of days." "Yes." Xiao Wei nodded. "Last night, one of our lowest-tier actresses was with President Chu at the Imperial Hotel. She posted photos on her personal account but deleted them immediately. Since she is not well known, it didn't gain much attention. The PR manager already got the photos from her." A faint smirk curled Zhao Yanan's lips. "So PR already has everything ready? Then why bother asking me?" "Well, they're afraid President Chu might take offense." Xiao Wei replied awkwardly. "Don't worry. From now on, just use him as a shield without consulting me. If he complains, I'll handle it." "All right." Noticing Xiao Wei's lingering hesitation, Zhao Yanan frowned. "Is there something else?" I don't know if I should ask. You've been with me for over a year. You know I hate beating around the bush. Spit it out." "Oh, I was just curious. Are you and President Chu really secretly married?" In Xiao Wei's eyes, a man of Chu Yuxuan's status, no matter how good-natured, wouldn't he tolerate his subordinates repeatedly using him as a scapegoat? This was already the fourth time Zhao Yanan had exploited him this month. Unless the online rumors were true, that they were a secretly wedded couple. Maybe director Zhao simply couldn't control this incorrigible playboy? That's what Xiaowei thought. Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes, unfazed. You believe internet gossip? Xiaowei, do you not have enough work to do? No, no, no. Xiaowei waved her hands repeatedly and hastily retreated from the office. Half an hour later, news about Chu Yuxuan and that female celebrity surged into the top 3 trending topics. After a busy morning, Zhao Yanan stretched her back and stood up to fetch some water. Just then, she received a WeChat message from Chu Yuxuan. Are you done yet? Zhao Yanan replied calmly. News must be factual. Chu Yuxuan, using me as a shield for that cheating scumbag? Zhao Yanan, scumbags are still human, unlike you. Chu Yuxuan, jealous? Zhao Yanan, get lost, you beast. Chu Yuxuan, I'm a living beast, and you're the wife of a living beast. By afternoon, the gloomy weather that had lingered for days finally cleared. At Phoenix Villa, Chu Yuxuan reclined on a lounge chair on the balcony, sipping tea while watching the staff below busily hang lanterns and paste couplets, content and leisurely. Behind him stood a stunning woman, her figure and face both exquisite. Her crimson lips parting as she massaged his shoulders with delicate fingers, her voice dripping with allure. Sir, the young master is embroiled in another scandal with a female star. That brat. Chu Yuxuan chuckled. How many is that now? The woman tilted her head, calculating. 7 public scandals. And at least a dozen more that Haven T made headlines. The internet says he has practically a groom every night. Hee. Chu Yuxuan knew his son's temperament. These scandals were clearly deliberate. He muttered to himself, I wonder if any of them were real. What a waste. The woman continued. There are also a few influencers constantly orbiting him. Just last week, he beat up a paparazzo who was sneaking photos of one of them and smashed his camera. Good instincts. She pouted. Aren't you going to intervene? At least curb the gossip. Chu Yuxuan caught her hand, pulling her into his lap with a smirk. He is almost 30. Why bother? I'd rather focus on managing you. Come, let me check your health. She nestled against his chest, feigning coyness. You're terrible, sir. That silver tongue of yours has deceived so many girls. Chu Yuxuan teased. I desire your beauty. You desire my wealth. What could be fairer? No deception here. Unashamed, she lightly swatted him. You're awful. Sir, I've always wondered, have you ever truly loved someone? His smile faded slightly, his gaze distant. Yes. After a pause, he added, only one. She looked up, surprised. What kind of woman could capture your heart? Her? Not particularly beautiful, average figure, stubborn temper, fierce, always slapping me. Seemed to have no virtues at all. Yet I adored her, to the marrow of my bones. When uttering these words, Chu Yuxuan's countenance bore a bittersweet nuance, tinged with melancholy, yet laced with wry amusement. The woman inquired with keen interest, then, why didn't you marry her? Could it be she didn't deem you worthy? Chu Yuxuan's gaze was abruptly suffused with reminiscence, his smile turning sorrowful. I've had 2 marriages, both arranged for business alliances, devoid of any genuine affection. Later, I met her and vowed to swiftly dissolve my second union to make her my wife. But in those days, I was still young, constrained by circumstances beyond my control. By the time I finally gained autonomy over my own fate, she was already gone. Ah, how cruel fate is to fair maidens. A glimmer of pity flickered in the woman's eyes as she murmured softly, truly, the whims of destiny are inscrutable. Chapter 29, Raising the Alarm as dusk settled. Xiaoqing finished preparing the meal and carried each dish to the dining room. Then, she walked to the foot of the stairs and called upstairs, young master. Dinner is ready. Her gaze inadvertently drifted toward the imposing statue of Guan Yu in the living room, and her expression turned peculiar. She muttered under her breath. Feels like some kind of mafia setup. Why not display Confucius instead? He is a man who loves books, after all. Chu Yuxuan, who had risen at noon and spent the afternoon reading, descended the stairs lazily. But as he reached the landing, his steps froze, his sharp eyes fixed on Xiaoqing in astonishment. Why are you dressed like that? Xiaoqing's cheeks flushed instantly. She lowered her head and murmured. Third brother said you liked maid outfits, so he told me to, from now on. Before she could finish, the boisterous third brother barged in through the door, grinning broadly. Big bro, everything you asked for is done. I got each of us a GTR, every man's ultimate dream. Right? We'll pick them up in a week. Oh, Xiaoqing, you should get your driver's license too. Big bro will buy you one as well. He suddenly cut himself off, staring dumbfounded at Xiaoqing's maid attire. Holy shit. His eyes flickered guiltily toward Chu Yuxuan. Seeing Chu Yuxuan's icy expression, the burly man chuckled nervously. Just remembered something super important. Gotta go handle it. Hey, you guys eat. Don't mind me. With that, he bolted out the door. That bastard. Chu Yuxuan sighed in amusement before continuing downstairs. Xiaoqing. Let me clarify. This was all that idiot's idea. Has nothing to do with me. If you don't want to wear it, go change right now. Xiaoqing hesitated. Young master, don't you like it? Chu Yuxuan. What man wouldn't he? If young master likes it, then this outfit is fine by me. You silly girl. Chu Yuxuan tapped her forehead lightly with a finger and smiled. How many times have I told you? Treat this place as your home. Beyond your duties, you don't need to care about what others like, only what you want. And when it comes to things you like, don't ask for others' opinions. Life is short. Learn to live for yourself. Understand? Xiaoqing stood frozen, her expression unreadable. No one had ever told her. Live for yourself. The words sounded simple, but for someone like her, they were painfully difficult. Tears welled in the eyes of the timid, self-doubting girl as she lowered her head and hurried toward the kitchen. Young master, I'll go serve the soup. Chu Yuxuan settled onto the sofa and had just picked up his chopsticks when Chu Jiqing called. Son, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Bring Nan back to the villa for the night. Chu Yuxuan scoffed. Forget whether I want to come back. Your precious daughter-in-law probably has no interest in this grand reunion either. Or have you forgotten? She has a PR team. They'll spin any excuse you can imagine. Chu Jiqing smacked his lips and remarked, It's the new year. How improper not to come home. Nan is a sensible girl. She wouldn't miss it. Lowering his voice, he added, Besides, summoning you back for the holidays was also your grandfather's wish. Oh? Chu Yuxuan smirked with a roguish grin. That old codger, trying to knock me down a peg? Well, this past month has been wasted effort, ha. Certainly not wasted, Chu Jiqing replied. Your uncle was already making snide remarks to me earlier. Chu Jiqing, mark my words, playing the fool in front of them is groundwork for securing your inheritance. You owe me a favor. Don't forget to repay it. Chu Yuxuan's tone was laced with amusement. Chu Jiqing countered. You've spent quite a sum of my money these days. Consider us even for now. Even? Chu Yuxuan scoffed dismissively. You're spouting nonsense. A father's duty is to provide for his son. That's the natural order. Without allowing Chu Jiqing a rebuttal, he promptly ended the call. After a brief contemplation, he sent Zhao Yanan a WeChat message, Stay at the villa tomorrow night. On the other end, Zhao Yanan was in the midst of a meeting regarding the New Year holiday arrangements. Reading the message, she inhaled sharply, as if suddenly reminded that she now belonged to a husband's family. Attending the New Year's Eve dinner was unavoidable. Moreover, only Chu Jiqing and his son were privy to their sham marriage. The rest of the Chu family remained unaware. If she refused to go, wouldn't that leave Chu Jiqing in an impossible position? Pondering further, she fixated on the words stay the night, her brow furrowing. She typed back, Stay the night? The Chu family was vast, teeming with relatives and suffocating traditions. Just enduring dinner would be taxing enough. Now an overnight stay? Soon. Chu Yuxuan replied, That old man Chu Jiqing says you're very sensible. Zhao Yanan. After dinner, Chu Yuxuan lounged lazily on the sofa, idly scrolling through his WeChat messages with one hand. The flirty notes from various admirers went unopened, like an emperor flipping through concubine plaques in ancient times. Eventually, he tapped on a message from a female influencer. Boss Chu, free for drinks tonight? I've asked you so many times, surely it's my turn now? Chu Yuxuan smirked. Craving my body? The influencer, likely clutching her phone in anticipation, replied instantly. So mean. Are you coming or not? I'm home alone for the new year. So lonely. She then sent 2 provocative private photos, the kind that quickened the pulse. Chu Yuxuan shook his head and muttered. Did the king of hell leave the ghost gate open? TCH. So much filth. Just as he prepared to respond, Lao Wu's ill-timed call interrupted. Boss. Chen Chang's in trouble. Chu Yuxuan straightened abruptly. What happened? I just intercepted a call from his sister. She said she was assaulted last night. Sounded like multiple perpetrators. Since she mentioned they, a glacial glint flashed in Chu Yuxuan's eyes. Is Chen Chang still at the shop? No. His sister's outside the police station, too scared to go in alone. Chen Chang said he's heading there now. Chu Yuxuan hung up the phone and sank into contemplation. In his heart, Chen Chang could already be considered a friend, though their initial acquaintance had been driven by ulterior motives. The simple-minded old classmate had treated him with genuine kindness, offering steep discounts on meals or outright complimentary dishes and drinks whenever he visited, leaving Chu with a lingering sense of guilt. Now that Chen Chang's sister had encountered such misfortune, he couldn't possibly turn a blind eye. Moreover, Chen was the stubbornly principled type, deeply valuing personal bonds. Even back in their school days, he had been terrified of owing others. The slightest kindness would earn his undying loyalty. For Chu Yuxuan, this situation also presented an opportunity. The problem, however, was that this information had been intercepted by Lao Wu. He couldn't simply approach Chen Chong directly. As he pondered, Lao San shuffled through the door with an ingratiating grin, patting his belly. "Boss, cooled off yet? Heh, I'm gonna grab a bite, starving here." Chu Yuxuan's eyes gleamed with sudden inspiration. He strode toward Lao San, his expression oddly apologetic. "Lao San, my apologies." Before the burly man could react, Chu's fist struck without warning. Oof. The thick-necked oaf clutched his nose as blood seeped between his fingers. His eyes wide with shock and confusion. "Boss, you actually hit me. You swore you'd never lay a hand on me in this lifetime." A man's word truly is a devil's deceit. Xiaoqing, who had been washing dishes in the kitchen, rushed out in alarm, assuming Chu was avenging her. "Young master, I don't blame Lao San. Really, I don't." "Xiaoqing, this isn't about you," Chu Yuxuan said, his gaze fixed on Lao San. "Call the police." Xiaoqing. Lao San. Chapter 30. No journey taken in vain at the Chongbei police station. An elderly officer escorted Chu Yuxuan and his companion into the office. The officer on duty glanced up and asked, "Master, what's the matter with these two?" The old officer rolled his eyes. "A minor dispute. This one took a punch." The duty officer looked between them, torn between exasperation and amusement. "You both look well into your 20s, don't you? It's the new year. Was this really worth bringing to the station?" The old officer sighed. "Tell me about it." One is demanding compensation, the other refuses to pay, insisting on coming here to settle it. "I spent ages trying to mediate, but it was like talking to a brick wall. Honestly, I almost called the police myself." The companion, stubborn as a mule, jutted his chin out. "I don't care. Pay up." Chu Yuxuan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Chong, who sat slumped in the corner, then drawled lazily, "Fine, you win." "How much?" The old officer blinked. What happened to all that stubbornness earlier? Why the sudden change of heart? Chu Yuxuan feigned sincerity. "I realized my mistake. Being here makes me nervous." His companion pouted. "So, how much are you giving me?" Chu Yuxuan suppressed an eye roll. This guy was a terrible actor. "250. Deal. Transfer it to my WeChat later." I'll head out first." The old officer gaped. "Are you kidding me?" The duty officer raised a brow. "Wait, you two know each other? What is going on?" The old officer exhaled wearily. "They got into a fight over whether the national football team is useless." The duty officer stared. "Are they insane? Is that even up for debate?" Chu Yuxuan pretended to leave, but as he passed the benches, he feigned surprise. "Huh? Chen Chong? What are you doing here?" Chen Chong remained hunched over, fists clenched so tightly his veins bulged, trembling slightly. "Chen Chong?" Chu Yuxuan called again. Only then did Chen Chong lift his head. His face was ghostly pale, lips bitten bloody, his eyes bloodshot. At the sight of Chu Yuxuan, he froze in confusion. "Yuxuan? Why are you here?" Chu Yuxuan sat beside him with a sigh. Don't ask. Got into a fight." "Oh," Chen Chong murmured dully, his gaze dropping back to the floor. "Hey, what is wrong?" Chu Yuxuan nudged his arm. "Something happened?" "No. Nothing." "Nothing? Then why are you here?" Chu Yuxuan adopted a tone of scolding concern. "Did someone cause trouble at your shop? Tell me. I'll handle them." The old officer interjected. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Go home. Don't stir up more trouble." Chu Yuxuan. Chen Chong stammered. It's nothing." "Yuxuan, just go." "Xiangzi, are we not friends? You call this nothing? Don't hide it from me. You know I can help." Chu Yuxuan's voice was firm with conviction. As the words faded, Chen Chong's younger sister Chen Ting and his wife were escorted out of the office by a police officer, likely having just completed their statements. Chen Chong hurried forward, embracing the sobbing and trembling Chen Ting, soothing her gently. It's all right. Your brother is here now." His wife's expression was equally grim, her eyes brimming with silent fury as she tightly held onto Chen Ting's arm. Upon spotting Chu Yuxuan, the usually reticent beauty froze momentarily, a flicker of surprise flashing in her gaze before she swiftly averted her eyes. After a brief murmur among the officers, the senior policeman turned to Chen Chong. "Your sister's case will be transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division. Come with me. I'm heading there myself." No sooner had he spoken than Chu Yuxuan exclaimed, "Chen Chong, what on earth happened? Why is the criminal division involved?" Already teetering on the edge of an outburst, Chen Chong snapped impatiently. "Chu Yuxuan, can you stop asking? I told you it's nothing. Do you ever quit?" The senior officer scowled. "Get out of here. This has nothing to do with you. Keep causing trouble. and I'll have you detained. Chu Yuxuan scratched his head awkwardly, pursing his lips. Fine, fine, I'm leaving. At the doorway, he turned back. Chong, I really do consider you a friend. If there's anything, you have to tell me. The black G-Class was parked right outside the station. Once inside, Lao Sin asked eagerly. Boss, how was my acting? Chu Yuxuan glanced at his expectant face and smirked. Excellent. I'll reward you with 2 more punches when we get back. Lao San pouted. Then hesitated before asking, how did Chen Chong react? Did it go smoothly? Fastening his seatbelt, Chu Yuxuan gestured for them to leave. With his sister involved in something like this, do you think he'd just tell anyone? Lao San started the car, grumbling, so? Can I assume I took that punch for nothing? Chu Yuxuan chuckled. No road in this world is walked in vain. At the very least. He now knows that I know he is in trouble. What comes next depends on how the police handle it. With that, he pulled out his phone and sent Lao Air a message. Look into Chun Ting's case at the criminal division for me. Heaven showed no mercy. On this night of reunion, the eve of the Lunar New Year, a heavy snow fell. By evening, the snowfall had lightened. Zhao Yanan sat alone at home, checking the time. It was already past 9. And she thought with relief that she likely wouldn't have to go to Phoenix Manor tonight. But her joy was short-lived. Chu Yuxuan's call soon came through. Blaze Bar. Come pick me up. Half an hour later, Zhao Yanan pulled up outside Blaze Bar. Just as she was about to call him, she spotted Chu Yuxuan by the roadside ahead, his arms wrapped around a heavily made-up young woman, his lips brushing her ear in an intimate gesture. Whatever he whispered sent the girl into a fit of giggles. Witnessing her husband's flirtatious demeanor with utter composure, Zhao Yanan calmly retrieved her phone and snapped a photograph, perfectly capturing the moment the young woman planted a kiss on Chu Yuxuan's cheek. The elegant CEO arched her lips into a subtle smirk as she forwarded the image to the PR manager, accompanied by a terse message, archive for potential use. Subsequently, she tapped the horn twice in quick succession. The amorous pair turned their attention toward the nearby Maserati. With roguish charm etched across his features, Chu Yuxuan lifted a finger to playfully flick the beauty's delicate chin. The woman instinctively pursed her lips and rose onto her toes, seeking another kiss. However, Chu Yuxuan intercepted the crimson petals with his fingertip, flashing a devilish grin before swaying unsteadily into the vehicle. The door had scarcely closed when Zhao Yanan was assaulted by the pungent aroma of alcohol. Her brows knitted in immediate distaste as she icily inquired, intoxicated? A faint flush coloring his cheeks and peach blossom eyes glazed with inebriation, Chu Yuxuan retorted with characteristic insolence, concerned about me? Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes in disdain. Are you certain you wish to return home in this state? Chu Yuxuan's response dripped with shameless nonchalance. So you truly do care. I'd rather show concern for a stray hound, Zhao Yanan countered coldly. Woof, came the drunken rejoinder. Chapter 31. The scoundrel. The Phoenix Manor blazed with light. By the time the nominal couple arrived, it was already 10:30. After parking the car, Zhao Yanan stepped out first and stood waiting for Chu Yuxuan. The wayward young master lazily pushed open the car door, extending a hand with drunken arrogance. Help me up. Zhao Yanan remained unmoved. Chu Yuxuan smirked. Darling, this is the Chu family estate. You ought to behave properly. Don't call me that. Zhao Yanan shot him a glare before reluctantly stepping forward, gripping his sleeve and yanking him out. Darling, you're hurting me. Zhao Yanan. After much effort, she managed to haul him from the car. Though she didn't release him, her grip on his clothes was more of a restraint than support as they walked side by side toward the banquet hall. Before they could reach the entrance, the elderly butler emerged, supporting the family patriarch, Chu Yuxuan, followed by a retinue of Chu family members, both high and low. I'm getting old. You all should enjoy yourselves. The old man's words faltered mid-sentence as his gaze landed on Chu Yuxuan. His face instantly darkened. The others froze in shock. Seeing his son in such a drunken state, Chu Jiqing hurried forward and asked Zhao Yanan, how does he drunk? Zhao Yanan forced an explanation. He had business engagements. The moment the words left her lips, mocking laughter erupted. Business engagements? More like indulging in debauchery. Cut him some slack. After all, he was so poor he had to drive for a living. Now that he has suddenly been welcomed back as the prodigal son of a wealthy family. Of course he'd go wild. A country bumpkin turned nouveau riche, what else would you expect? Chu Yuxuan had 2 sons and a daughter. Chu Jiqing was the youngest. The second was Chu Yuxuan's aunt, and the eldest was his uncle. The ones who had just spoken were his aunt's 2 children. Chu Yuxuan grinned lazily. You 2 outsiders seem to know me well. Before they could retort, he turned to his grandfather and drawled, Oh, Grandpa, you're still cough, cough, cough. Chu Jiqing erupted into frantic coughing, terrified his rebellious son might finish that sentence. Chu Yuxuan shot him a sidelong glance before continuing. You're still quite spry. Yuxuan, if you're drunk, go rest. Don't upset grandfather. The speaker was Chu Yuxuan, the eldest grandson of Chu Yuxuan and the son of the eldest uncle. Compared to his aunt's mediocre offspring, Chu Yuxuan's cousin was far more distinguished, now in his prime at 30, exuding noble refinement and effortless grace, though his eyes occasionally betrayed a sharp, commanding intensity. Big brother. Chu Yuxuan hiccuped, slurring his words. 10 years apart, and you've grown even more refined. Huh. Just so you know, I'm back to fight you. Hick. And your father for the family fortune. A stunned silence fell over the gathering. Even Zhao Yanan's eyes widened in shock, her palms slick with cold sweat. This reckless fool. Is he trying to get himself killed? Chu Yuxuan trembled. Son, what nonsense are you spouting? Nan, taken to rest at once. Zhao Yanan understood. However, in the next moment, Chu Yuxuan doubled over and began retching violently. Chu Xiaoyan's face darkened with fury as he cursed worthless wretch. Before striding away, the remaining guests cast either mocking or scornful remarks before returning to the banquet hall without waiting for Chu Yuxuan to finish vomiting. With no outsiders present, a glimmer of cunning flashed imperceptibly in Chu Yuxuan's eyes as he patted his son's back and said to Zhao Yanan, Go rest. With the assistance of a maid, Zhao Yanan supported her drunken husband back to Chu Yuxuan's courtyard. The moment they entered the living room, she dropped all pretense and unceremoniously dumped Chu Yuxuan onto the sofa. Chu Yuxuan winced as his foot struck the furniture, his eyes half-lidded. Darling, you're hurting me, he murmured. Zhao Yanan ignored him, not even sparing him a glance. The maid thought to herself, I pity the young master, but I won't say it aloud. Catching her breath, Zhao Yanan turned to the maid. Her expression as frosty as ever, though her tone remained polite. Excuse me, which room should I stay in? The maid replied, Madam, you and the young master will stay in the guest bedroom on the second floor. Are there other rooms available? I'd prefer to stay alone, Zhao Yanan stated calmly. The maid hesitated, wondering if the young master's drinking had angered his wife. She stole a glance at Chu Yuxuan, who seemed indifferent, before nodding. Of course, madam. Please wait while I prepare another room for you, along with sleepwear and toiletries. Thank you. The moment the maid ascended the stairs, Chu Yuxuan sat up and smirked at Zhao Yanan. Do I disgust you? Zhao Yanan had no patience for the drunken fool and stood with her arms crossed, her back turned to him. Yet, in the next instant, she felt a scorching heat press against her back as a pair of arms locked tightly around her waist. Chu Yuxuan's deep, mesmerizing voice whispered in her ear, Darling, shall we make up for our wedding night? Zhao Yanan stiffened before jolting as if electrocuted, struggling violently against his grip. But her strength was no match for his. Chu Yuxuan, let me go. She nearly shrieked. Chu Yuxuan chuckled. Beg me. Let go. Chu Yuxuan. Don't touch me. Let go. He could feel her trembling in his arms. Your reaction is excessive, don't you think? We're both adults, loosen up. With that, he spun her around and pressed her down onto the sofa, his body looming over hers. Zhao Yanan thrashed wildly, her face drained of color, her eyes wide with terror. Don't touch me. Don't. Chu Yuxuan taunted. I said, beg me. Is it really so hard? One hand braced against his chest, the other groped frantically across the coffee table. She had spotted a fruit knife there earlier. Get off. Get off. Don't touch me. Chu Yuxuan, I'm begging you, don't touch me. Don't. As Zhao Yanan uttered these words, her pupils abruptly constricted, her gaze gradually growing vacant. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as though liberated from restraint, as if she had instantaneously plunged into an even deeper abyss of terror, a fear so profound it bordered on the unnatural. Chu Yuxuan was taken aback. He hadn't even done anything yet. Was such an extreme reaction truly necessary? She was behaving with a fervor surpassing even the most chaste of maidens. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, a glint of cold steel flickered at the periphery of his vision. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Stay away. Get away from me. Zhao Yanan had descended into a bizarre state, her body trembling violently, her eyes darting erratically, as if gripped by some inexplicable madness. Clutched in her quivering left hand was a fruit knife, its blade smeared with blood. Chu Yuxuan had already straightened his posture, his pristine white shirt now marred by a slash across the chest, a crimson stain slowly spreading. Had he not dodged swiftly, the wound would have been far graver than this mere superficial cut. The usually reckless playboy shed his cavalier demeanor, frowning as he stepped aside, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Yanan, who remained in the throes of hysteria. A pensive shadow crossed his features. Only after what felt like an eternity did Zhao Yanan's consciousness begin to resurface. Upon noticing the bloodied knife in her hand, She let out a sharp cry and flung it to the floor. Chu Yuxuan pressed his tongue against his molars, his voice low and dangerous. Attempted uxoricide? Zhao Yanan. You've provoked my wrath. Zhao Yanan wiped the tears from her cheeks, her voice icy. Get out. Chu Yuxuan, I never want to see you again. You're nothing but a beast. Loosening his collar with a sharp tug, Chu Yuxuan turned toward the maid frozen at the staircase landing and snapped, Take care of madam. I'll be staying at the guest house. Chapter 32. The worried old father. After resting on the sofa for a long while, Zhao Yanan's emotions finally stabilized. She took a sip of water handed to her by the maid and picked up her bag, ready to leave. The maid hurriedly tried to stop her. Young madam. You, don't call me that. Zhao Yanan cut her off resolutely and strode toward the door. Just as she reached the entrance, Chu Jiqing happened to walk in through the curtain. Nan, what's this? Has that little rascal bullied you again? Zhao Yanan sniffled, her face cold. Uncle Jiqing, I want to go home. Chu Jiqing clicked his tongue. It's the middle of the new year, and it's so late. Why go back now? Come, sit with me for a while. No, I really want to go home, Zhao Yanan insisted stubbornly. You silly child. Chu Jiqing frowned, glancing at the maid standing behind Zhao Yanan. You may leave. Then he gently guided his daughter-in-law back toward the living room. My dear, I know you've been wronged. Don't be in such a hurry. I have something to tell you. Zhao Yanan naturally didn't dare to refuse Chu Jiqing's request repeatedly. The two sat on the sofa, and Chu Jiqing spoke first. My dear, do you truly despise Yuxuan? Zhao Yanan pressed her lips together tightly, offering no response. Not just despise, I could kill him. Ah, you've been deceived. He is deliberately trying to make you hate him. Zhao Yanan raised an eyebrow, casting him a puzzled look. Chu Jiqing sighed deeply. You don't know this, but Yuxuan had a difficult childhood. He lived with his mother until he was 6 before I brought him back. Growing up in the Chu family as an illegitimate child, he may have seemed like part of the family on the surface, but in reality, he was always an outsider, living under someone else's roof. Zhao Yanan listened, confused. Chu Jiqing continued. When he was young, he was often bullied, especially by his grandfather, who would beat him regularly. Once, I asked him if he hated the Chu family. Do you know what he said? Zhao Yanan shook her head. He said, as an outsider, I always feel out of place in the Chu family, even guilty, as if I'm taking advantage of you all. But when you mistreat me, that guilt disappears. Instead, I feel justified. After all, I want to stay in the Chu family forever. If I owe you anything, I'll repay it with resentment. Zhao Yanan frowned. What kind of logic is that? I don't understand. Chu Jiqing smiled. It's simple. Tell me, do you feel that the Zhao family owes me a great deal? And that's why you're always uncomfortable around me, hesitant to ask for help even when you're in trouble? Zhao Yanan bit her lip but didn't deny it. But Yuxuan is different. He constantly provokes you, so you don't feel guilty when you resent him. Just as he said, using hatred to repay debt. It's a subconscious psychological mechanism, something you might not have noticed yet. To put it plainly, that boy understands exactly how you feel and wants to ease your burden, so you want to always feel indebted to the Chu family. Hearing this explanation, Zhao Yanan froze in stunned silence. Reflecting on Chu Yuxuan's actions during this period, apart from tonight, he hadn't done anything particularly outrageous to her. At most, his sharp tongue had provoked her anger. Even tonight, when it came down to it, he had merely embraced her. Seeing her daughter-in-law's skeptical expression, Chu Jiqing chuckled softly and continued, Don't be fooled by Yuxuan's current reckless demeanor. As a child, he was remarkably quiet, spending his days either practicing calligraphy or engrossed in books, particularly historical texts. His depth of thought is undoubtedly shaped by those readings. Books and calligraphy? Zhao Yanan's expression practically screamed disbelief. Was this the same man notorious for his hedonistic escapades and frivolous lifestyle? I wouldn't deceive you, Chu Jiqing sighed. If not for that incident years ago. Oh, never mind. Let's not dwell on it. Zhao Yanan had previously investigated Chu Yuxuan and knew of his mysterious 7 to 8 year disappearance. The incident Chu Jiqing referred to was likely the cause, though mildly curious. Zhao Yanan wasn't particularly interested in the details. Instead, she found herself pondering Chu Jiqing's remark about his son's depth of thought. If he were truly so cunning, why would he speak so carelessly? Why would he flaunt his affairs with celebrities and socialites so openly? And why, on such an important occasion, would he drink himself into a stupor? Foolishness seemed a far more fitting description. Then, realization struck her. Her eyes widened in shock. He was pretending to be drunk tonight? Those words, he said them deliberately? Initially, Chu Yuxuan had appeared thoroughly intoxicated. Yet, after she slashed him with the knife, his drunkenness vanished in an instant, clearly an act. Little did she know, The spoiled heir had simply been startled by her violent reaction, momentarily forgetting to maintain his facade. Chu Yuxuan smiled knowingly. You noticed? Indeed. From the moment he stepped into the Chu family, he has been concealing his true nature. Zhao Yanan could easily guess the reason. For the inheritance? Chu Yuxuan, now in his twilight years, was growing frailio by the day. The unspoken battle among his 3 children for the family fortune had long been an open secret. This was a trial most wealthy families inevitably faced, where kinship became little more than a tool for deception in the face of immense wealth. Chu Yuxuan nodded slightly, lowering his voice. A wise man conceals his talents until the time is right. The more dissolute he appears now, the safer he remains. My elder sister, who has dominated the family for decades, will focus solely on Chu Yuxuan. Let them fight first. Yuxuan shall make his entrance when the time is ripe. When it came to dominance, the second daughter of the Chu family was unparalleled, if nothing else. The ruthless manner in which she drove her own husband and mother-in-law to their death spoke volumes of her tyrannical arrogance. Moreover, Chu Yuxuan added, no one knows a son better than his father. I can assure you, his drunken tardiness tonight was not merely an act of defiance. It was also for your sake. Your reserved nature must make you feel awkward and ill at ease amidst our boisterous family. Especially with his aunt's sharp tongue that never spares anyone's feelings, her harsh words inevitably wound you. So you see, if not for your sake, he wouldn't have been late. Knowing his temperament, he'd probably have arrived early tonight, eager to give the entire Chu family a piece of his mind. Zhao Yanan found this difficult to accept. Could this man, whom she had always perceived as shameless and despicable, truly possess such delicate consideration? Observing his daughter-in-law's pensive and conflicted expression, Chu Yuxuan tactfully changed the subject. Nan, now that everything's been laid bare, surely you won't insist on going home, will you? Hiki. Stay and rest easy. Otherwise, the old master will be displeased. You ought to pay him your respects tomorrow. Oh, and from now on, you mustn't call me uncle anymore. It's dad. Understand? I truly regard you as my own daughter-in-law. This aging father had exhausted himself over his son's marital affairs. Noticing Zhao Yanan's discomfort, he hastily amended, No, my dear daughter. Some things shouldn't be rushed. Understood. Dad, Zhao Yanan murmured awkwardly. Chu Yuxuan rose, beaming. Good. Rest well now, hee. It's late, and I won't disturb you any longer. Unfamiliar surroundings and a troubled mind left Zhao Yanan tossing and turning until the small hours before she finally drifted into slumber. By the time she awoke, it was nearly 10 in the morning. To oversleep so profoundly on her first day at her in-laws sent a chill down her spine. The more affluent the family, the more they prized tedious formalities, and she, married to the illegitimate son they despised, ought to tread with even greater caution. After a hasty wash, the beautiful CEO nervously cracked open the door, peering out to find the hallway deserted and the entire house eerily silent. It seems neither of them is home? She exhaled slightly in relief and stepped out, considering a call to Chu Yuxuan. At this hour, perhaps she could skip paying respects to the old master altogether? The wisest choice would be to slip away with some excuse and escape this den of vipers. Yet as she reached the staircase, she froze in shock. In the living room below, Chu Yuxuan, his son, and a golden-haired, blue-eyed little doll of a child knelt in a perfectly straight row. Solemn and still. Opposite them, seated rigidly on the sofa, was the family patriarch, Chu Yuxuan, his wrinkled face dark with displeasure. Chapter 33. A simple apology, madam. You're awake? The elderly steward standing by the sofa glanced expressionlessly toward the staircase. Zhao Yanan shivered involuntarily, steeling herself as she walked toward the living room, her steps heavy and slow. When she approached, she timidly lowered her head and greeted, Grandfather. Chu Yuxuan didn't even spare her a glance. Calmly lifting the teacup from the table and taking a measured sip. The message was clear, he did not acknowledge her. Zhao Yanan stood awkwardly, rooted in place, unsure whether to stay or leave. After a long silence, the old man picked up his cane and circled behind Chu Yuxuan, his tone laced with irritation. Over 50 years old, and all you care about is indulgence. Not one of your 4 children is worth a damn. Is this how you father them? With that, he struck Chu Yuxuan twice across the back with the cane. Chu Yuxuan braced himself against the floor, muttering, Father, I was wrong. The scene left Zhao Yanan stunned, and a pang of sympathy for Chu Yuxuan flickered in her heart. The old man took 2 steps forward, stopping behind Chu Yuxuan, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You've certainly taken after your father, haven't you? Nearly 30, and all you know how to do is spend money. I never should have allowed you back into the Chu family. Useless. Chu Yuxuan endured 2 solid strikes without flinching, just as the old man seemed ready to relent. The young man inexplicably chuckled and taunted, "Weak. Zhao Yanan. You little beast." The old man swung his cane, landing 7 or 8 brutal strikes in succession, causing the little girl nearby to shrink in fear, her eyes tightly shut as she trembled. Still kneeling perfectly straight, Chu Yuxuan smirked. "You've gotten old, grandfather. 10 strikes now don't even compare to 1 from my childhood. Grudges?" The old man's voice turned icy. "Or are you waiting for me to die?" Chu Yuxuan glanced at his son. "Yuxuan, don't provoke your grandfather." Chu Yuxuan curled his lip. "Life and death are natural laws. What difference does my wishing make?" Zhao Yanan felt another wave of shock. The steward stepped forward, standing beside Chu Yuxuan, his voice thick with anger. "Young master, it seems you require discipline." With that, he swung his arm and delivered a sharp slap across Chu Yuxuan's face. Crack! Chu Yuxuan turned his head, his gaze dark and mocking as he glared at the steward. He ran his tongue along the corner of his mouth, tasting blood before spitting it onto the floor. "You think you're fit to contend for the family fortune?" The old man scoffed. "Compared to your siblings, you're nothing but trash. Mark my words, stop embarrassing the Chu name." With that, he strode toward the little girl and commanded, "Chuli, hold out your hand." The doll-like child burst into tears, whimpering. "Grandfather, I promise I'll never put bugs in your teapot again. You have my word." The old man was both exasperated and amused as he gently grasped the little girl's tiny hand, chuckling warmly, "Come along, keep your grandpa company for a game of chess." "Oh, you little imp, no more catching bugs from now on. What if they bite you? Do you hear me? Grandpa, I want a hug." Wah. The child's eyes brimmed with tears, yet her other hand stealthily closed around the priceless jade ring adorning Chu Xiaoyan's thumb. Pouting, she murmured, "I want this toy." Without a moment's hesitation, the old man slipped the ring onto his granddaughter's palm, his voice dripping with indulgence. "Grandpa's too old to carry you now, sweetheart. There, no more tears. Come here, let me hold you." Indeed, no man in this world is immune to the wiles of his darling granddaughter. Chu Yuxuan watched the old man's unsteady retreat, his gaze flickering with unreadable complexity. Only once the elder had departed did he dare rise to his feet. Zhao Yanan exhaled in relief and hurried to assist Chu Yuxuan. "Ah, Nan, I've embarrassed myself in front of you today." Chu Yuxuan massaged his numb legs, stiff from prolonged kneeling. Unsure how to respond, Zhao Yanan remained silent. "Son, is your face all right? That butler Wang truly lacks restraint in his strikes." Chu Yuxuan ran his tongue over his split lip, his eyes darkening momentarily before he ignored the remark. After a pause, he cast a sardonic glance at Zhao Yanan. "Shall we?" She nodded and bid Chu Yuxuan farewell. Inside the car, neither spoke. Chu Yuxuan kneaded his temples, lost in thought, while Zhao Yanan started the engine. Her gaze drifted subtly toward his chest before she ventured, "Your wound. Is it healing?" He lifted his eyelids, suspicion lacing his tone. "Guilt? Or fear?" Zhao Yanan pressed her lips together, discomfort coloring her whisper. "I'm sorry." Chu Yuxuan's bewilderment deepened. Given her vehement reaction the previous night, seemingly intent on his demise, this sudden apology defied her usual temperament. "If you're worried I'll demand a divorce, don't be." "I'm not that petty." Her crimson lips parted. "That is not what I meant." "Then? Just an apology. Nothing more." A derisive chuckle. "Unnecessary. We're hardly acquainted." Zhao Yanan fell silent. As the car left Phoenix Manor, she finally asked, "Where to?" Gazing absently out the window, he drawled, "Jade-Eye Lakeside." Then, as an afterthought, added, "Drop me roadside if it's a bother. I'll hail a cab." She said nothing. In the past, she would unhesitatingly ejected him onto the curb. Clearly, Chu Yuxuan's earnest counsel the prior night had taken immediate effect. Perhaps spurred by remorse, Zhao Yanan found herself asking impulsively, "Does your face hurt?" Regret flashed across her exquisite features the moment the words escaped. Chu Yuxuan arched a brow, scrutinizing her with amused suspicion. "Possessed today, are we? Since when do you chatter so?" Her voice cooled. "Then I'll be quiet." A smirk. "Could it be you're concerned for me?" "Chu Yuxuan, you should learn to be a decent human being. You're utterly incompetent at life, yet quite adept at love affairs. Go to hell." Disgusting. The budding affection was mercilessly strangled in its cradle. As the two were bickering, the second brother called Chu Yuxuan. "I've got news about Qinting. 2 months ago, she was swindled out of money and dignity by some scoundrel. In her confusion, she fell into a loan scam. The people from the loan company assaulted her for men in total. They were all arrested the night before last, but due to insufficient evidence, they were released last night." Chu Yuxuan clicked his tongue. "Why didn't you tell me last night?" It was New Year's Eve. Information was hard to come by. After a brief silence, Chu Yuxuan replied coldly, I need everything on those 4 men, including details about that loan company. Give me half an hour. Hanging up, Chu Yuxuan's expression darkened. Pull over. Zhao Yanan glanced at him and steered the car to the roadside. Chu Yuxuan stepped out, dialing Chen Chang's number while saying to Zhao Yanan, go back. I'll take a cab. Zhao Yanan had no idea who had just called or what had happened, but adhering to the principle of keeping her distance. She didn't pry and drove off, leaving Chu Yuxuan behind. Chen Chang's phone only connected on the second attempt. Feigning ignorance, Chu Yuxuan said, Qiangzi, is your food stall open? I'm craving your lamb spine stew. Silence. Hello? Qiangzi? Bad signal? Qiangzi? After several unanswered calls, just as Chu Yuxuan was about to hang up and redial, a woman's sobbing voice came through. I'm his wife. He's in the hospital, unconscious. Chu Yuxuan's heart clenched. It wasn't hard to guess that the stubborn fool had likely gone seeking revenge alone and gotten beaten. Which hospital? The 2nd Municipal Hospital, intensive care. He's still in a coma. That's serious? What happened? They bullied him. They're gangsters, lawless scum. Mr. Chu, I know you're not an ordinary man. Please, for the sake of your old friendship with Qiangzi, help us. Gangsters? Qiangzi is so mild-mannered. How could he provoke such people? Stay calm. Wait for me. I'm coming now. Playing his part to perfection, Chu Yuxuan hailed a cab while calling the 3rd brother. Bring the 5th brother. Meet me at the 2nd Municipal Hospital. The 3rd brother sounded groggy, as if still half asleep. 2nd Municipal Hospital? Which one? Don't know? Would you like to spend the night there yourself? Chu Yuxuan's tone was icy. The 3rd brother snapped awake. On my way. Chapter 34. The beautiful policewoman. When Chu Yuxuan arrived at City's 2nd Hospital, his 2 companions were already waiting at the entrance. Coincidentally, the 2nd brother had just sent over the detailed information of the 4 scoundrels from the loan company, along with 3 words. Shall I handle it? After a brief contemplation, Chu Yuxuan replied with a simple no need, then assigned tasks to the 3rd and 5th brothers before entering the hospital. Upon reaching the intensive care unit floor, as soon as the elevator doors opened, Chu Yuxuan spotted 4 or 5 police officers stationed outside the ICU. Among them stood a strikingly beautiful policewoman, her uniform crisp, her makeup minimal yet effortlessly radiant. She wore a troubled expression as she patiently reasoned with Gao Chang's wife. Li Ping, I need you to trust us. If you refuse to tell the truth, our investigation cannot proceed. Do you understand? Gao Chang's wife sat rigidly on the hallway bench, her fist clenched, lips bitten in hesitation before she finally spoke. Officer, my husband. He really did just fall accidentally. That is the truth. The policewoman sighed, maintaining her composure. The medical report clearly states 3 distinct blunt force trauma wounds on the back of Gao Chang's skull. Li Ping, why are you insisting it was an accident? What are you hiding? Pausing, the policewoman suddenly noticed something amiss and inhaled sharply. Where's Qinting? At the mention of Qinting, Li Ping's demeanor shifted uneasily. After a moment of hesitation, she muttered, she's resting at home. A young officer beside them frowned. Her brother is in critical condition, and she's resting? Does that make sense? Where's Qinting really? You. The policewoman raised a hand to silence her colleague, then leaned closer to Li Ping, whispering, have they taken Qinting hostage? Are they threatening you? Li Ping lifted her head slightly, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears, her knuckles whitening from the force of her grip. And no, nothing like that. Her reaction all but confirmed the suspicion. Qinting had likely been kidnapped. Though the policewoman burned with urgency, she knew there was little she could do. As the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit, she had witnessed countless similar scenarios. In cases of kidnapping and extortion, families often prioritized the victim's safety over cooperation with the police, allowing criminals to manipulate them. Not only did this create unnecessary obstacles for law enforcement, but it also frequently ended in tragedy, losing both the person and the ransom. After studying Li Ping for a long moment, the policewoman took a step back and said coolly, if it was truly an accident, then we want to pursue this case further. Take care of your husband. We'll leave you be. With that, she led her team toward the elevators. However, upon spotting Chu Yuxuan lounging casually by the elevator doors, the beautiful policewoman halted abruptly. Her expression flickered between shock and icy detachment as their eyes met, her composed gaze clashing with his roguish, devil-may-care smirk. They passed each other without a word, the air between them thick with unspoken tension. Once inside the elevator, the young officer frowned. Captain, are we really just walking away? This case is obviously suspicious. Maybe. You all head back first, and I'll stay to talk to her again? No need, the policewoman said coldly, her crimson lips parting slightly. Her eyes sharp with determination. You all come with me. We're going straight to investigate those suspects. What? The young officer was stunned. Captain, that's against protocol. The family hasn't filed a report, and barging into someone's home during the new year? We'll definitely get complaints. Afraid of complaints? Then transfer to a desk job. Her voice was icy. This case can't wait. I'm certain Ting is in the hands of those suspects. The sooner we solve this, the safer she'll be. Understood? The young officer pursed his lips. Got it, Captain. Hey, do you know that guy? He kept staring at you with this weird smirk. A flicker of something unreadable passed through her eyes before she deflected. Get an undercover officer to keep a close watch on Li Ping. Whether she answers calls or meets anyone, report it immediately. Also, call the tech department, have them monitor her phone. The young officer's eyes widened. Captain, shouldn't we at least request a warrant first? She scoffed. It's New Year's Day. Where are you going to get a warrant? Use your head. Just tell them the paperwork's with me. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. Knowing his captain's decisive nature, the young officer didn't argue further. Understood. Meanwhile, on the other side, the moment Li Ping saw Chu Yuxuan, she shot to her feet, tears spilling down her cheeks. Chu, before she could finish. Chu Yuxuan grasped her hand, tapping lightly on her wrist with his finger. He shook his head subtly, his voice laced with concern. How's Xiangzi doing? Li Ping froze. Then quickly understood, someone must be watching them. Her instinct was to glance back, but Chu Yuxuan tightened his grip imperceptibly. Don't react, he murmured, barely audible. Just talk to me normally. Trembling, her body stiff with tension, she stammered, Xiangzi was badly hurt. The doctors say he's still in critical condition. Chu Yuxuan feigned a sigh, guiding her toward the doctor's office. As they passed a bench, his gaze flicked to a man sitting there, flipping through a magazine. Noticing the tattoo on his wrist, Chu Yuxuan thought coldly, not police. Interesting. They found the attending physician, who delivered grim news. Chen Chang's condition was dire. Severe brain damage meant that even if he survived, he'd likely remain in a vegetative state, with little chance of waking. A chill settled in Chu Yuxuan's chest. Doctor, please do everything you can. Money is no object, just save him. The doctor sighed. We'll do our best, but I can't make promises. You should prepare yourselves. Is there another hospital with better odds? The doctor shook his head. For his condition, our facility is the best in Jiangcheng. I don't recommend transferring him. Chu Yuxuan's countenance darkened with a trace of melancholy as he politely thanked the doctor before escorting Li Ping toward the lobby. No sooner had they stepped into the elevator than the tattooed man followed closely behind. Li Ping, being a woman after all, couldn't suppress the tremors coursing through her body. Sensing her unease, Chu Yuxuan gently squeezed her hand and offered a faint smile. Sister-in-law, I've known Xiangzi for over a decade. With him in this state, I won't stand idly by. Don't worry about the money. Leave it to me. The first half of his words were meant to reassure Li Ping. The latter half, however, was calculated to lull the tattooed man into complacency, making him believe Chu was merely a friend helping with Chen Chang's medical expenses. Upon reaching the crowded payment counter in the bustling lobby, the clamor provided enough cover for Chu Yuxuan to speak plainly. I overheard the police questioning you. Don't worry, I'll bring Chun Ting back safely. Trust me, your only task is to stay by Chen Chang's side. Don't trust anyone except me. Understood? Li Ping nodded fervently. I understand. Mr. Chu, truly, thank you. No need for formalities among friends. With that, Chu Yuxuan retrieved his phone and swiftly sent a WeChat message to Lao San. Chen Ting is in their hands. Move quickly. The police might act soon. We must resolve this before they do. Chapter 35. Sending them on a boat ride. Approximately 2 hours later, Chu Yuxuan, who had been waiting outside the intensive care unit with Li Ping, received a message from Lao San. Done. Not a single one left. Chu Yuxuan, what about Chen Ting? She's with me. Just a bit shaken up, but unharmed. Take them to a secluded spot and send me the location. After replying, Chu Yuxuan exited WeChat and called Lao Wu. How's it going? The foreigner responded excitedly. Oh God. I've transferred all the money from their accounts. Ha. Also, I found a ton of indecent videos and photos, all of young girls. Damn it. There are hundreds of them. These loan sharks are despicable. Boss. Should I delete them? Chu Yuxuan glanced at the tattooed man not far away and murmured, keep them. They might be useful. Contact Lao San and meet up with him first. Understood. After hanging up, Chu Yuxuan gently patted Li Ping and whispered in her ear, listen carefully. Don't react. Ding Ding has been found, and she is safe. I'll bring her back soon. Tears welled up in Li Ping's eyes, gratitude flooding her pale, delicate face. Thank you, Mr. Chu, she whispered. Chu Yuxuan shook his head slightly, offering a faint smile. When Tingting returns, if the police ask, just say someone was watching you at the hospital and you were too scared to report the threats earlier. Answer their questions truthfully, but remember, not a word about my involvement. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. Understand? Yes, I understand. He gave her hand a reassuring pat before standing and walking toward the elevator. On the way, his indifferent gaze flickered over the tattooed man, then briefly settled on a buzz-cut figure nearby. Plainclothes cops? Humph. Half an hour later, Chu Yuxuan arrived at an abandoned factory. The four scumbags knelt in a neat row, their faces battered beyond recognition. Lao San lounged lazily on a nearby oil drum, puffing on a cigarette. Seeing Chu Yuxuan enter, Lao San hurried over. Boss. MN. Chu Yuxuan responded with a hum, his dark eyes sweeping over the four men. Where is Chinting? In the car. Just then, Lao Wu opened the car door. Hey, boss. I was just comforting this lovely lady. Chinting, who had often helped at her brother's food stall, recognized Chu Yuxuan immediately. Chu Ji, how did you? Only then did the realization dawn on her. You saved me? Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly and nodded. MN, it's over now. Don't be afraid. Chinting scrambled out of the car and threw herself into his arms, sobbing. Chu Ji, thank you. They're monsters. Woo-woo. Chu Ji. How is my brother? I need to go to the hospital. Can you take me? Chu Yuxuan gazed at the distraught Chinting and said gently, your brother is fine. I'll take you to the hospital shortly. But first, let me handle this matter, all right? Chinting wiped her tears and sobbed, okay. Brother Chu, I'll listen to you. Chu Yuxuan approached the four men. The third brother pulled out a crude homemade pistol, pointing it at the man kneeling on the far left, and chuckled, Boss, this little toy belongs to him. When I caught him, he tried to shoot me with it. But he fumbled and I snatched it away. Their faces? Well, I used this thing to teach them a lesson. Hilarious. Chu Yuxuan glanced at the man and sneered. Didn't take you for a gun enthusiast. What? Aiming for greatness, huh? The man, his face smeared with blood, his once ferocious demeanor thoroughly subdued by the third brother, pleaded desperately. Brother, please spare us. Name your price, I'll pay anything. The fifth brother scoffed, you damned fool. Did you really think we were robbers? Oh, you poor soul, you don't even realize your money is already gone. Terrified, the man lifted his head, glanced at the fifth brother, and stammered to Chu Yuxuan, friend. Just who are you people? Chu Yuxuan exhaled slowly and smirked. Don't be afraid. I'm not a good man, huh? He paced back and forth before the four men, his voice low and deliberate. Let me ask you something, do you believe in hell? The four exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to speak. Chu Yuxuan continued, I do. With absolute certainty. And I know very well that when I die, I'll end up there. What about you? Do you think you deserve the same fate? His words sent a chill down their spines. The four scoundrels immediately broke into frantic wails, begging for mercy. Chu Yuxuan turned to Chinting and asked softly, Tingting, do you think they deserve to die? Chinting bit her lip and whispered, Brother Chu, let the police handle them. I don't want their filth staining your hands. That wouldn't be good for you. Silly girl, Chu Yuxuan chuckled. All right. As you wish. No blood on my hands. He then cast a mocking glance at the four men. But after all the evil you've done, you must pay a price. Here is the deal. I'll donate your ill-gotten gains to charity. Consider it karma for your wretched souls. As for the four of you, you don't deserve to stay here. With that, he turned to the third brother. Third, send them on a boat ride. The third brother shrugged. Fine. I'll handle it. Relieved at the prospect of survival, the four men erupted in tearful gratitude. Wherever the boat took them, as long as they lived, it was enough. The fifth brother watched them with a faint, amused smile and asked Chu Yuxuan, Boss, shall I take you back first? Chu Yuxuan nodded. Tingting, let us go. I want to go up to the hospital later, stay with your sister-in-law. If your brother wakes up, notify me immediately. And promise me this, don't tell anyone I rescued you. If the police ask, say you escaped on your own. Understood? My name must never come up. Chinting nodded earnestly, acknowledging, I understand, Brother Chu. I will not betray you. Meanwhile, a beautiful policewoman leading the investigation wore a look of deep concern. Upon exiting the hospital, they visited the homes of four suspects, only to find their families providing remarkably consistent responses. They just left. They received a phone call and went out cheerfully, likely called by friends for a drink. However, when the policewoman requested them to make phone calls, they discovered all the phones were turned off, which raised her suspicions. As she pondered the peculiarities, an undercover officer at the hospital called her. Chinting has arrived at the hospital. The policewoman hastily entered her vehicle, inquiring as she started the engine. Did she come alone? Yes, from her conversation with her sister-in-law, it seems she managed to escape, the undercover replied. The policewoman furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before asking, was everything normal with Li Ping before she arrived? The undercover responded, a man had been accompanying her, but they exchanged little conversation. He left an hour ago, and I took a covert photograph of him. Send it to me, she urged. All right, it's on its way. There's also a man with a tattoo on his wrist who has been lingering in the corridor for quite some time, occasionally glancing at Li Ping. I find him somewhat suspicious. Wait, he is making a phone call. It seems he is about to leave. Detain him. We're on our way. As she hung up, the policewoman's anxiety mounted. Driving hastily, she opened the photograph sent by the undercover officer. Gazing at the face captured in the image, adorned with a rebellious charm, her expression turned increasingly frosty. Chapter 36. Why the Long Face? As the 7th day of the Lunar New Year arrived, the holiday officially came to an end, and the workforce resumed its relentless grind. In the past few days, the police, acting on the information provided by the tattooed man apprehended at the hospital, swiftly established a special task force led by a striking female officer. They launched a decisive operation that dismantled the nefarious influence of a certain loan company, uncovering significant evidence of wrongdoing on one of the company's computers, thereby ridding Jiang City of a significant menace. However, the whereabouts of the company's owner and his 3 loyal aides remained elusive. In the intensive care unit, Chen Chang still lay unconscious, clinging to life. Were it not for Chu Yuxuan's generous financial support, the mounting medical expenses would have surely overwhelmed the 2 fragile women left to cope. At the banks of Emerald Lake, early in the morning, before 6 o'clock, Chu Yuxuan rose and descended the stairs, lazily preparing a cup of tea. He then ambled towards the study, calling out, "Third brother." Before long, the hefty figure of his third brother emerged from his room, clad only in a pair of shorts, his sleepy gaze fixed on Chu Yuxuan as he inquired, "What is up, big brother?" Chu Yuxuan replied, "Just a reminder, it's still early. You may as well catch a few more winks." "Go on." The third brother, puzzled, responded, "Do you even hear what you're saying?" With this jest, the third brother lost all semblance of sleepiness, donned a robe, and followed Chu Yuxuan to the study. The big brother had been troubled these past few days, and the heavy-set sibling was well aware of the reason behind it. He muttered, "Big brother, don't worry too much. Everyone has their fate. Besides, fifth brother has been keeping an eye on Chen Chang for so long without any results. In my opinion, he truly has no idea about his cousin Chen Hong's whereabouts." Seated at his desk, Chu Yuxuan opened a drawer and retrieved a stack of photographs, perusing them with a lackluster demeanor. These 3 siblings have relied on each other since childhood, enduring hardships together. Their bond is even more profound than that of us brothers. How could they not be in contact? The third brother gazed at the collection of photographs, apart from a few old family pictures. The rest were individual portraits of Chen Hong. In fact, not only had Chu Yuxuan seen these photographs countless times, but so had he. "Big brother, I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but the world is vast. Finding him is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." With narrowed eyes, Chu Yuxuan stated solemnly, "I have a hunch he is still in the country, perhaps even right here in Jiang City. Every time I brought him up to Chen Chang, there was a subtle evasion in his gaze, or perhaps a hint of fear." "Fear you? He didn't even know your identity back then. Why would he be afraid?" The third brother questioned, amused. "Chen Chang may not have known, but Chen Hong did. He used to be my mother's driver and has seen me on numerous occasions." The third brother's eyes gradually brightened. This indicates that the 2 brothers are indeed in contact. "Big brother, I'm quite clever, aren't I?" Chu Yuxuan responded. "A true genius." At that moment, soft footsteps echoed from the living room. Heading towards the kitchen, it was undoubtedly Xiao Qing. Old San's eyes darted around mischievously, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Big brother, I won't disturb you while you're deep in thought, haha." Chu Yuxuan cast him a sidelong glance. "Are you off to tease Xiao Qing again?" Old San waved his hands repeatedly. No. I was just going to say hello." "Old San, do you harbor some feelings for that girl?" Chu Yuxuan inquired, a smile playing at the corner of his eye as he fixed his gaze on the hefty fellow. "How could that be? Don't spout nonsense." Old San scratched his head, his round face turning crimson. I'm still clueless about love." Chu Yuxuan chuckled lightly, but his expression quickly turned serious. "I heard from Lao Wu that you got drunk on New Year's Eve and had a lengthy chat with Xiao Qing about our past. Is that true?" Old San's face instantly stiffened, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes. "Big brother, I was just drunk and mentioned a few things." Xiaoqing isn't an outsider, right? It's fine, isn't it? You foolish oaf. Chu Yuxuan glared at him, exasperated. Before returning home, I made it abundantly clear that you were not to mention any of our past affairs to anyone. Have you forgotten so soon? Old San hung his head, muttering, I haven't forgotten. I just got carried away. Getting carried away excuses you? Chu Yuxuan retorted, go, pay your respects to Guan Yu. Oh. I'll kneel for another half hour and remember this lesson. Oh. Half an hour later, Old San's boisterous voice echoed from the living room. Xiaoqing. What breakfast did you make? Could you whip me up a bowl of spicy soup from our hometown sometime? When I was training at Shaolin Temple, I'd sneak home every few days for a bowl of that soup. It was absolutely delightful, though it often got me in trouble with my master. Chu Yuxuan was left speechless when, unexpectedly, Zhao Yanan called. He raised an eyebrow, pondering that his nominal fiancée's call could only be for business or favor. Did you miss me so much that you couldn't sleep? Chu Yuxuan's voice possessed a natural magnetism, easily stirring the imagination of the opposite sex. However, the voice on the other end belonged to the renowned ice queen, Zhao Yanan. After a long silence, Zhao Yanan seemed to be suppressing her urge to scold him. Taking a deep breath, the president of a large advertising company is coming today for a discussion scheduled for 2 in the afternoon. You must meet with him. Chu Yuxuan replied nonchalantly, must? Meet? Don't you think it would appear quite rude and disrespectful if you don't show up? With a faint smile, he added, I am a shameless rogue. What need have I for manners? Though Zhao Yanan maintained her composure, one could faintly hear her breathing through the phone. If this deal goes through, it would mark a prosperous beginning for the company and bring us numerous benefits. I hope you take it seriously. Why do I feel like you're the one pulling the strings while I play the puppet emperor, having to heed your every command? I have no interest in being your elder. The moment the words escaped her lips, Zhao Yanan regretted them. Being sharp-tongued in front of this man was akin to courting trouble. As expected, Chu Yuxuan responded, you are my wife. Chu Yuxuan. Zhao Yanan retorted sharply. Are you certain you wish to scold me? Think it through. The last time you inflicted a wound upon me, I haven't yet found the opportunity to settle the score. My dear, please do not provoke my ire again. The line fell silent. After a full minute of stillness, Chu Yuxuan gazed at the phone, which remained off the hook, and mused, quite persistent, aren't we? Zhao Yanan retorted, are you coming or not? Growing impatient? Perhaps you should try begging. I have a soft spot for such pleas. Dream on, you scoundrel. I am truly vexed, infuriated, in fact. I shall personally ensure your demise. My dear, I could never bear to see you become a widow. Have some dignity. Chapter 37. Xia Zhu's madness in the afternoon. Snowflakes began to drift lazily from the sky. Before 2 o'clock, Zhao Yanan had already gathered several department heads and managers of the company, standing in perfect formation at the entrance, meticulously prepared to welcome their distinguished guest. Truth be told, such an ostentatious display was hardly necessary. However, with that unreliable man being utterly undependable, any lack of grandeur would undoubtedly be perceived as disrespect by their esteemed visitor. After all, had Xinjiang Media earned the favor of such a prestigious corporation for any reason other than the mere mention of the name Chu? Otherwise, she wouldn't have swallowed her pride and called Chu Yuxuan, insisting he come to the company. As the clock neared 2, Zhao Yanan took a deep breath and gazed toward the distant intersection. Business people are punctual by nature. When they say a time, they mean it, rarely running late. Just as she was eagerly anticipating his arrival, a silver GTR came speeding down the road, pulling up flawlessly in front of the building. Moments later, Zhao Yanan watched as that infuriating man, who had already driven her mad earlier that morning, emerged from the car. Among men, the GTR is revered as the Godzilla, the ultimate dream machine. But to women, it's just another run-of-the-mill Nissan, nowhere near as appealing as the prestige of a BBA. Indeed, the two female managers exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with perplexity. With President Chu's considerable wealth, why would he choose to drive such a dilapidated vehicle? If they were to discover that this car is a rare manual transmission model, they would likely be even more perplexed. Zhao Yanan, though not well-versed in automobiles, was hardly surprised. After all, the wretched man initially drove a Skoda that appeared even shabbier than this one, dressed in a refined blue suit paired with a black shirt. Chu Yuxuan casually twirled the car keys in his hand as he strolled leisurely toward the company entrance. A roguish smirk played on his lips as he quipped with an air of nonchalance, "Oh, the esteemed ministers, are you all awaiting my presence in court?" The assembly exchanged knowing smiles and greeted in unison, "Director Chu, we wish you a joyous new year." Chu Yuxuan nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Zhao Yanan. His thin lips parted as he uttered with deliberate languor, "President Zhao, is this not a delightful surprise? Quite unforeseen. Wouldn't you agree? Zhao Yanan remained expressionless, too indifferent to respond. Yet inwardly, she exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, she recalled the words Chu Jiqing had spoken to her on that New Year's Eve. Hadn't they now been proven true? This infuriating man always managed to vex her while simultaneously extending his assistance. Pondering this, Zhao Yanan felt an inexplicable discomfort twisting in her chest. Pressing her lips together, she uttered, "Thank you, President Chu." A mischievous smile played upon Chu Yuxuan's lips as he replied, "Between the two of us, is gratitude truly necessary?" The onlookers? Since the two had previously been exposed for secretly marrying, although no one in the company dared to say it openly, private discussions and speculations were inevitable. Now, hearing Chu Yuxuan's words, everyone could barely contain their gossipy curiosity. Zhao Yanan frowned slightly, her eyes suddenly flashing with a warning glint as she glared at Chu Yuxuan and said, "President Chu, be serious. The agency will be here soon." Chu Yuxuan shrugged. "Am I not serious? Xiaowei, am I not serious?" The assistant to the president wore a troubled expression, blinking vacantly. Yin. Just as she uttered the first syllable, she felt the icy gaze of Zhao Yanan and hastily corrected herself. Yin. Yin Busu. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Zhao Yanan inhaled deeply, on the verge of speaking, when she noticed Xia Zhu had arrived at the company with her manager. Instantly, a smile danced at the corners of the beauty's lips, her gaze fixated on Chu Yuxuan as if to say, "Surprised? Unexpected?" At first, Chu Yuxuan was taken aback. But following her line of sight, he finally spotted his ex-wife and the manager, who was utterly unlikable. Their expressions were starkly contrasting. The manager appeared somewhat timid, while Xia Zhu wore a countenance filled with fury. It was not difficult to deduce that she had likely learned about Wang Long's decision to replace her and would naturally attribute it to him. Zhao Yanan seemed to have arrived at the same conclusion, thus relishing the unfolding drama. Chu Yuxuan cast Zhao Yanan a sideways glance, muttering, "Isn't it said that those with ample bosoms lack brains? Women who are too clever are not favored by men." Zhao Yanan, with a semblance of a smile, replied, "Mr. Chu, please resolve this matter properly. Do not let it affect the company." As her words settled, Xia Zhu had already approached. Just as the others were left wondering about the intentions of the prominent star, she raised her hand, pointing at Chu Yuxuan, and shouted frantically, "Chu Yuxuan, what exactly do you mean?" In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent, yet the crowd buzzed with speculation. Had our charming Mr. Chu indeed been involved with this star? How audacious of her to speak thus to a capitalist. This was disastrous. There was no escaping being shelved now. Zhao Yanan's gaze turned frigid. She had assumed that even if Xia Zhu were ignorant and foolish, at the very least, she would approach Chu Yuxuan privately to discuss matters. To her astonishment, the woman had lost her composure to such an extent. To humiliate the company's owner in public was unacceptable. Perhaps that scoundrel man would overlook their past, but she, as president, could not afford to remain passive, lest her authority be undermined in the future. "Xia Zhu, I advise you to resolve any issues privately with Mr. Chu. You should be aware of the consequences if this continues." Xia Zhu let out a bitter laugh, glaring at Zhao Yanan. "Consequences? What consequences could I possibly face?" Zhao Yanan, "You are nothing but a heartless merchant, a soulless machine. Haven't I contributed at least some effort to Qingya? It's been quite some time since Wang directed my replacement, and you have kept me in the dark just to extract my final value." The manager of the artist management department hurried out to mediate. "Xia Zhu, please. Let's not make a scene. I will explain everything to you privately." "Explain what? The company must have long since plotted to shelf me, right? You were all cut from the same cloth." Xia Zhu gritted her teeth, her reddened eyes spilling over with tears. The public relations manager interjected, "The company never intended to shelve you. It is your own actions that have tarnished your reputation, and our entire PR department is at a loss as to how to restore your image. I have repeatedly warned you to be mindful of your personal life. Yet have you heeded any of it? No fan would admire a celebrity who shamelessly clings to the wealthy and with such brazen ostentation." Xia Zhu, utterly unhinged, lashed out indiscriminately, "Spare me your sanctimonious remarks. Get lost." Chu Yuxuan pursed his lips, his gaze drifting towards several Mercedes-Benz sedans approaching in the distance, likely representatives from the advertising agency. With a faint smirk, he said, "Xia Zhu, come with me." Xia Zhu remained motionless, her body trembling as she choked back sobs. "There's no need. Chu Yuxuan, I've seen through you now. You're nothing but a hypocrite through and through. You prattled on about loving me, yet you deceived me for 2 whole years. And now that you can't have me, you're trying to ruin me, is that it?" She continued, her voice seething with defiance. I came here to tell you that your underhanded tactics won't break me. Even if I have to deliver takeout, peddle goods on the streets, or sweep roads for a living, I'll survive on my own. Then, with a furious gesture toward Zhao Yanan, she spat. And you, Zhao Yanan, I know you're all laughing at me now. How do you think I was blind? Let me tell you, I never loved Chu Yuxuan, and I've never regretted divorcing him. But congratulations, your discerning eye has landed you a treasure. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you'd been seducing him even before our divorce was finalized. Chapter 38. Dare touch my husband again, and I'll tear you apart. The explosive revelations in that impassioned outburst sent shockwaves through the gathered onlookers, leaving them utterly stupefied. The CEO Chu had been married to Xia Zhu for 2 years. CEO Zhao was secretly wed to Chu, and now Zhao was being accused of being the other woman. Zhao Yanan felt a throbbing at her temples. Spotting the 3 Mercedes-Benz company cars neatly parked downstairs, she wasted no time in damage control. Security, clear out all unrelated personnel, she ordered decisively. Just then, a white Land Rover coincidentally pulled up by the curb. Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow, murmuring, "Oh, things just got livelier." His carefree demeanor nearly made Zhao Yanan choke on her fury. "CEO Chu," she said icily, "handle your personal affairs elsewhere. Don't disrupt the company." Chu Yuxuan glanced at the 3 Mercedes and sighed. Afraid it's a bit too late for that. Meanwhile, Xia Zhu, restrained by 2 security guards, thrashed wildly, screaming through tears. "Let me go. I can leave on my own. I wouldn't set foot in this wretched company again even if you begged me." "Let go." From the white Land Rover emerged 2 figures, Gao Ning and Xia Zhu's mother. Ever since Xia Zhu learned that Wang Long's previous assistance had been orchestrated by Chu Yuxuan, she had cut all ties with Gao Ning. Despite his desperate pleas, she refused to see him. It was that she scorned him for being lesser than Chu. She simply despised deceit. Yet Xia's mother remained warmly disposed toward Gao Ning, still seeing him as the golden catch he had always been in her eyes. As for Chu Yuxuan, she still dismissed him as the freeloader Gao Ning had painted him to be. That afternoon, after lunch, Xia Zhu finally got through to Wang Long, a call she had been attempting daily since New Year's Day, to no avail. Hoping to offer New Year's greetings and inquire about the film's production schedule, she was instead met with news that shattered her sanity. In many ways, Wang Long had been her pillar of support. Now that pillar had crumbled to dust, how could she not lose her mind? After a fit of hysterical sobbing at home, she contacted her manager, declaring she would confront the company for justice, consequences be damned. Alarmed, her mother hastily summoned Gao Ning for backup, rushing to the scene. Now, witnessing security manhandling her precious star of a daughter, the notoriously shrewish woman could hold back no longer. She stormed forward, grabbing Chu Yuxuan by the collar and shrieking, "You worthless leech! How dare you turn on Xia Zhu after she supported you for 2 years? Ungrateful wretch!" Spit. Chu Yuxuan sidestepped the saliva with practiced ease, his composed expression tinged with resignation. The company staff swiftly intervened, encircling the irate mother. Zhao Yanan closed her eyes briefly and addressed the head of security. "If they're not gone within a minute, you can hand in your resignation." With that, she steadied her breathing and strode toward the president of the advertising company. "President Jean, I apologize for this spectacle. Let me escort you inside first." The refined and elegant President Jean, already in his 40s, offered a faint smile and waved dismissively. "No need. I see President Chu is quite occupied. Haha, I'm in no hurry. I'll wait here until he's finished." Zhao Yanan had no choice but to cross her arms and stand beside President Jean, her face burning with humiliation as she watched the scene unfold with icy disdain. And yet, that despicable man, how could he remain so composed, as if entirely detached from the chaos? Worse still, he even had the audacity to smile. Zhao Yanan's fury surged uncontrollably. Was he truly so shameless, so utterly devoid of shame? Xia Zhu's agent, observing the pandemonium, hesitated before finally mustering the courage to rush to her side, wrapping her arms tightly around the actress. "Let her go. We'll leave on our own." Gao Ning stood at a distance, his expression torn between reluctance and unease. He couldn't bear to see Xia Zhu humiliated like this, but he feared dragging the Gao family into another crisis even more. Chu Yuxuan was not someone he could afford to provoke. No, not even his father dared cross him. After a moment of deliberation, he gritted his teeth, strode forward, and abruptly knelt before Chu Yuxuan. "President Chu, I was wrong before. I beg you to give Xia Zhu another chance. Don't replace her role. She truly won't be able to handle it." Chu Yuxuan rolled his eyes. What was the point of such pleas now, after everything had escalated to this point? It was nothing more than a desperate attempt to win Xia Zhu's favor. A leopard never changes its spots. You, my friend, will remain a spineless sycophant till the day you die, Chu Yuxuan sneered. Gao Ning stiffened, startled that his petty motives had been so effortlessly exposed. At that very moment, Xia Zhu's mother, who had been holding her own against multiple adversaries with nothing but a barrage of saliva, caught sight of her prized son-in-law kneeling before that pretty boy. Her rage exploded. You dare make Ninger kneel to you? Chu Yuxuan, you shameless, heartless wretch. You're not even human. As the enraged woman charged toward him, Chu Yuxuan dodged just in time, only for her to lose her footing and crash face first onto the ground. A collective dread settled over the onlookers. This is it. She is going to milk this for all it's worth. Sure enough, after catching her breath, Xia Zhu's mother sprawled on the floor and began wailing dramatically. Assault. Is there no justice in this world? They're trying to kill me. Chu Yuxuan, you two-timing snake, sneaking around with that Zhao woman behind Xia Zhu's back. And now you're pushing her to the brink. Are you even human? Adulterous scum, I spit on you. Chu Yuxuan exhaled sharply, his expression darkening as he glared at the head of security. Do I need to spank you like a child? Get them out of here. I'll pay whatever extortion they demand. No sooner had he spoken than a delicate, yet forceful hand struck him across the face. Chu Yuxuan, if anything happens to my mother, I swear I'll make you pay. The scene fell into an eerie silence, as if everyone had turned to stone, except for Xia Zhu's mother, whose hysterical sobs continued unabated. Chu Yuxuan wasn't just the CEO of Qingya Media. He was the young master of the prestigious Chu family. Slapping him was no different from poking a sleeping dragon. With a cold glare, Chu Yuxuan turned his sharp gaze toward the deranged Xia Zhu, pressing his tongue against the corner of his lips before speaking in a voice laced with frost. Had enough of your madness? In an instant, Xia Zhu seemed to awaken from a trance, stumbling backward in fear as she stared at her own hand in disbelief. Get lost. Don't test my patience. It was a tone Chu Yuxuan had never used with her before, icy, resolute, simmering with anger, and utterly detached. At that moment, Xia Zhu stood there like a pitiful clown, her head bowed in humiliation and resentment, her mind a chaotic mess, lost and disoriented. Yet, who was to blame for this disgrace but herself? Chu Yuxuan had no intention of indulging her further and turned to leave. But just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of his nominal wife striding toward them. A sharp, crisp slap rang through the air. Smack. Stunned, Chu Yuxuan spun around to see Zhao Yanan glaring at Xia Zhu with venomous fury. Xia Zhu, she hissed, her voice dripping with menace. You were the one who cheated first, which is why you and Yuxuan divorced. But what Yuxuan and I have is genuine, and we are now legally married. If you and your mother dare slander us again, at least get your story straight. One moment calling him a gigolo, the next calling me a seductress. Have some basic logic? Want to you? She leaned in closer, her tone turning lethally soft. And mark my words, if you lay a finger on my husband again, I will tear you apart. Chapter 39. Heart aflutter. That slap shattered Xia Zhu's heart, already teetering on the edge of collapse. At the same time, it left Chu Yuxuan utterly stunned. Gao Ning and the agent each took charge of one, escorting the mother and daughter away in disgrace. The remaining onlookers exchanged uneasy glances, falling into hushed silence. Among those who knew Zhao Yanan, this was the first time they had witnessed the elegant CEO resort to physical violence. Zhao Yanan remained composed, her gaze flickering toward Chu Yuxuan. President Chu, go greet President Jin. He has been watching the spectacle long enough. Chu Yuxuan stared at her, his expression slightly dazed. President Chu? Zhao Yanan called again. The wayward heir remained motionless, as if his soul had departed his body. Losing patience, Zhao Yanan pinched his waist and whispered sharply, Frozen? The onlookers, witnessing this exchange, assumed it was mere playful banter between the couple, their expressions a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Chu Yuxuan finally stirred, though his mind still seemed sluggish. Oh. Right, let us go. Zhao Yanan found his behavior utterly perplexing. What nonsense is this fool up to now? It's like his brain has turned to glue. After exchanging pleasantries with President Jin, the couple escorted him into the company. The so-called business discussion was merely an excuse for President Jin to forge a connection with Chu Yuxuan. The deal itself was little more than a courtesy. Climbing the social ladder, a universal principle in any industry. Soon, the collaboration was finalized. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, President Jin and his entourage departed. Returning to her office, Zhao Yanan summoned her assistant Xiao Wei. File these contracts. Also, notify the talent management department. The lipstick endorsement originally planned for Xia Zhu before the new year will now go to Jin Shuhan. Yes, President Zhao. Xiao Wei gathered the documents. casting a complicated glance at Chu Yuxuan, who lounged lazily on the sofa before quietly exiting. You prepared an endorsement for Xia Zhu? Chu Yuxuan straightened slightly, surprise flickering across his face. It seems you're not as heartless as I thought. Zhao Yanan turned to him, only to find his usually mischievous peach blossom eyes brimming with an inexplicable tenderness. Unsettled, she frowned. Stop looking at me like that. It's unnerving. Chu Yuxuan feigned ignorance. How am I looking at you? Zhao Yanan deadpanned, like a lovesick fool. You're my wife. It's only natural for me to look at you this way. Resting his chin on his hand, his gaze overflowed with warmth. Chu Yuxuan. Zhao Yanan's expression turned stern. Don't misunderstand. That slap, and everything I said, was out of necessity. I know. Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly. Given the circumstances, Zhao Yanan had been cornered into confirming their entanglement. With Xia Zhu and her mother relentlessly slandering them, failure to act would have invited endless gossip within the company. Worse, President Jean would have undoubtedly formed a less than favorable impression of her. Though she loathed publicly acknowledging her ties to Chu Yuxuan, being labeled a mistress was far worse. Then we're even, Zhao Yanan stated coolly. Chu Yuxuan blinked slowly. Huh? Even for what? Zhao Yanan, last time I slashed you with a knife. But today, at the very least, I preserved your dignity. Of course, if you're still upset about Xia Zhu, forget I mentioned it. Chu Yuxuan, jealous? Zhao Yanan couldn't be bothered to respond. She had long grown numb to that word. Pressing her lips together, she averted her gaze. There is no need to settle scores. Consider this my debt to you. A smirk curled at Chu Yuxuan's lips as he gazed at her tenderly. How about dinner tonight? Let me properly repay you. Unnecessary. Or perhaps, you'd prefer I offer myself instead. He arched a brow playfully. That could be arranged. Zhao Yanan shot a frosty glare at the shameless rogue and replied coolly, if you're in heat, go bother your little friends. Or better yet, visit the vet for neutering. With deliberate nonchalance, she glanced at his chest and added mockingly, alternatively, I could perform the procedure myself. Chu Yuxuan grinned roguishly. Darling, you're so fierce. I love it. Zhao Yanan. Seeing the ice-cold beauty teetering on the edge of eruption, Chu Yuxuan wisely ceased his antics. Rising to his feet, he composed himself and said earnestly, truthfully, in all my years, aside from my mother, you're the first person who has ever stood up for me. The way you were just now, it truly captivated me. Zhao Yanan sighed. It was fake. Understand? Chu Yuxuan pressed his lips together, nodding with a faint smile. I don't mind. At the very least, you made me happy for a moment. A child who had never tasted sweetness. Upon receiving even a counterfeit candy, a hollow plastic imitation, would still find it sweet upon their tongue. Chu Yuxuan, you're overdoing it. Some things shouldn't be taken seriously. Not even for a second. Her eyes radiated detachment, her demeanor unapproachable. Fine, we'll pretend it never happened. With that, he strode toward the door. Just before closing it, he flashed another impish grin. Darling, I'll be in my office. Don't miss me too much. His tone and expression in that moment bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain actor in his cringe-worthy domineering CEO face. Zhao Yanan thought to herself, does he genuinely believe he is charming when he acts like this? Ridiculous. Yet unbidden, his earlier words echoed in her mind. I don't mind. At the very least, you made me happy for a moment. And the way he had smiled, genuine, unguarded, radiant with pure delight. Her thoughts drifted to New Year's Day, when the Chu family patriarch had struck him without mercy, and even the household steward, an outsider, had dared to lay hands on the young master. Then she recalled Chu Jiqing's words. Yuxuan had a difficult childhood. An inexplicable pang of sorrow tightened her chest. What could he have endured to wear a smile like that just now? Flowers nurtured in greenhouses could never comprehend the weeds beside them. After all, herbicides never touch their petals. After a moment of melancholy, Zhao Yanan chided herself. Why on earth am I dwelling on that wretched man's affairs? Meanwhile, back in his office, Chu Yuxuan received a call from Lao San, who had been dispatched to the hospital earlier. Chen Chong just came out of surgery. The doctor says he'll need another procedure in a few days. However, the chances of waking up are still slim. Chu Yuxuan murmured, the medical fees are paid, the red envelopes given. The rest is up to fate. Right, the money is settled. Boss. There's something else I need to report. Do you want to hear it? Chu Yuxuan, whatever. Eh? The third brother was taken aback, then coughed awkwardly. That fifth brother is definitely eyeing Qinting. Whatever. He's been clinging to Qinting all morning, and I can't even order him around. Whatever. Shouldn't you discipline him? Or should I just beat him up on your behalf? Whatever. Third brother? Whatever. The burly man had hoped to seize this chance to retaliate against fifth brother for snitching on him, only to be met with four indifferent whatevers. After pondering for a long while, still clueless, he blurted out bluntly, "Boss, what is wrong with you?" Chu Yuxuan, with a hint of suppressed sentimentality, sighed. "Third brother. Have you ever experienced the feeling of a fluttering heart? A sudden, racing pulse? Third brother? What nonsense is this? That sounds like arrhythmia? Boss, do you have heart disease?" Chu Yuxuan, it's infatuation, a palpitation of the heart. After a long silence, the third brother stammered, "Boss, you seem to be in heat. Third brother, remember to lock your door tonight. Otherwise, you might not wake up." A sharp inhale echoed through the phone, followed by a frantic, right, infatuation. It's that heartbeat, that unavoidable gaze. Fifth brother, what does that mean? Chapter 40. If you have evidence, then arrest me. As dusk approached, Zhao Yanan concluded her tasks and summoned the department heads to the conference room, outlining the collaborative project recently signed with Chairman Jean. "Any objections?" she inquired. Silence prevailed. Zhao Yanan nodded decisively. "Then it's settled." Meeting adjourned. Just as the attendees prepared to depart, the head of the Artist Management Department, Director Yang, suddenly chuckled. "Director Zhao, should we start addressing you as Madam Boss now?" Zhao Yanan turned a frosty gaze upon her. "Do you have too much free time?" The ill-timed flattery backfired, leaving the 30-something director awkwardly flustered. With a dismissive glance, Zhao Yanan addressed the room. "I expect no further discussions regarding my relationship with Director Chu. Our decision to keep our marriage private was precisely to avoid unnecessary attention." Before she could finish, the collective gaze of the room abruptly shifted toward the doorway. The next moment, the unmistakable voice of that infuriating man drifted in. "Darling, it's almost time to leave. Have you decided what to eat?" Zhao Yanan. The room. So much for discretion. "Director Chu, we're in a meeting." Zhao Yanan shot him a glare brimming with silent admonishment. "Have you lost your mind?" Chu Yuxuan, utterly unfazed by her withering stare, merely smirked. "No worries. Carry on with your meeting. I'll just admire you quietly. No conflict here." Suppressing her fury, Zhao Yanan turned to her assistant. "Xiao Wei, close the door." "Xiao Wei." "Director Zhao, I'm just an inexperienced junior. Must you truly sacrifice me to the wolves?" As the young assistant hesitated, a sharp, authoritative voice echoed from the hallway. "Chu Yuxuan." The Playboy turned toward the sound, his expression stiffening momentarily upon recognizing the newcomer. The room collectively held its breath, minds racing with the same thought. Another scorned woman come to collect a debt? With a stunning wife like Director Zhao, how is Director Chu still so insatiable? Is this the privilege of the wealthy? Their gazes, tinged with varying degrees of pity, inevitably shifted toward Zhao Yanan. Uncomfortable under the scrutiny of her senior colleagues, Zhao Yanan scowled at Chu Yuxuan by the door. Before she could speak, a striking policewoman in uniform appeared, gripping Chu Yuxuan's collar without ceremony. "There's a case requiring your cooperation. You're coming with me." The room? Zhao Yanan frowned in bewilderment. "Officer," Chu Yuxuan remained unruffled, smiling faintly. "What case might this be?" The policewoman was unyielding. "You know exactly why. Move." At this, the head of the legal department swiftly intervened. "Good afternoon, officer. I'm the company's legal counsel. May I inquire about the nature of your visit?" The officer shot him a sidelong glance. "That's confidential." The counsel replied calmly, "Then may I ask if you possess the requisite documentation?" "Without it, I'm afraid Director Chu is currently occupied and unable to accompany you." The policewoman glared at Chu Yuxuan with fury in her eyes, demanding sharply, "I'll only ask once. Are you coming with me or not?" The legal counsel opened his mouth to interject, but Chu Yuxuan raised a hand to silence him. Fine. I'm coming. No need to get so worked up. Honestly, you look much prettier when you smile." Zhao Yanan muttered under her breath, "The shameless man flirts with anyone." The legal counsel blinked in confusion. Do they know each other? Am I overstepping here? Without another word, the policewoman seized Chu Yuxuan by the collar and dragged him out. Flustered, the legal counsel turned to Zhao Yanan. "Ms. Zhao, should I follow them?" "No need." Zhao Yanan took a deep breath and addressed the administrative director. "The security department needs a thorough overhaul." The director bowed nervously. "Understood, Ms. Zhao. I'll handle it immediately." Police station. More the striking policewoman pointed at a waterlogged corpse and asked Chu Yuxuan, "Recognize him?" Chu Yuxuan immediately identified the deceased as the loan company's owner, but feigned ignorance with a calm shake of his head. "Why would I?" The policewoman smirked coldly. "Zhao Peng, owner of Rose Finance. Earlier this year, he and 3 of his employees committed a sexual assault. The victim's name was Chen Ting. Shall I continue? You probably know more than I do." "Oh him." Chu Yuxuan widened his eyes in exaggerated shock. Of course I knew about tainting. Frankly, scum like him deserved to die. The policewoman studied him with icy intensity before dismissing the other officers. Once alone, she lowered her voice. I've done my research. Chen Chong was your classmate, right? Chu Yuxuan shrugged. That is how I knew Chen Ting. Her gaze sharpened. Chen Chong has a cousin, Chen Hong. Chu Yuxuan tilted his head thoughtfully. Never heard of him. Really, Chu Yuxuan? She scoffed. Playing dumb with me is pointless. 10 years ago, on the night of June 17th, a car crash occurred at South Bay Pier. By the time police arrived, only a wrecked BMW remained. The owner, Jiang Xiuji, and the driver, Chen Hong, were declared missing. A month later, fishermen accidentally recovered Jiang Xiuji's body. Estimated time of death, between 28 to 33 days after her disappearance. Chen Hong was never found. Jiang Xiuji was Chu Yuxuan's mother. His lashes lowered slowly, his lips parting just slightly. Ancient history. Why bring it up now? You got close to Chen Chong and went out of your way to help him, just to track down Chen Hong, didn't you? Her accusation struck true. The moment his mother's name was spoken, Chu Yuxuan's expression darkened imperceptibly. Officer, I just pitied him. Paid his medical bills out of kindness, nothing more. Hardly going out of my way. I've spent more on handbags for women. Still pretending? She snapped. An hour after you left the hospital, Chun Ting miraculously returned, claiming she escaped on her own. Who'd believe that? Moreover, the loan company's accounts were completely emptied, and several documents containing evidence of their criminal activities were unlocked and blatantly placed on the desk. The technical team informed me that those files would have been nearly impossible to discover had they not been left in plain sight. Furthermore, all surveillance footage from the loan company that day was hacked, and even nearby street cameras had their recordings deleted. Chu Yuxuan. Such methods are far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Only you, or someone you hired, could pull this off. Chu Yuxuan pinched the bridge of his nose, sighing with exasperation. Officer, by your logic, any wealthy individual could accomplish this. So why must it be me? Besides, this mysterious figure practically handed you a major case on a silver platter. Shouldn't you be awarding them a model citizen medal instead? The furious policewoman snapped. Because you wanted Chen Chong to feel indebted to you, to reveal his cousin's whereabouts. A reward? How about I present yours behind bars? Chu Yuxuan shrugged. If that is how you see it, then so be it. In any case, if you have evidence, arrest me. He extended his wrists, waiting for the cuffs. You. The officer was left speechless, her frustration boiling over. She knew Chu Yuxuan was fully aware she lacked concrete proof. No arrest. He smirked. Then I'll be on my way. Wait. She gritted her teeth. Follow me to the office. Chapter 41. You live here too? Captain's office. Chu Yuxuan lounged in the chair, exuding an air of effortless nonchalance. Officer, won't you offer me a cup of tea? The beautiful policewoman turned her profile toward the window, her tone laden with implication. Chu Yuxuan, I know you're behind this. He sighed. Again? I've told you. If you have evidence, you can shoot me right now. I will find the evidence. I swear it. Her gaze sharpened as it landed on him. Every last dirty deed committed by the Chu family. From top to bottom, I'll uncover them all, one by one. Bravo. You have my support. If you need any help, just ask. Heh. She shot him a glare before falling silent for a moment. Then, abruptly, I thought you swore never to return to the Chu family. What changed? A smirk tugged at his lips. Your father begged me to come back. You know how it is, the old man's health is failing. Everyone's eyes are fixed on his fortune. She exhaled heavily. Let us hope he lives a few more years. I will see him behind bars. Chu Yuxuan chuckled. Ah, my dear sister. Where did you inherit this merciless streak? As I recall, your mother was a gentle soul. Besides, what has the Chu family ever done to you? Why such bitterness? I'm a police officer. Fine, fine. Noble and righteous. Arrest them all. I prefer it, honestly. They disgust me either way. Her lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes dimming with unspoken thoughts. After a pause, she folded her arms. I've reviewed the files. 10 years ago, the night your mother disappeared, your grandmother called the police, reporting that you'd been kidnapped from home. Chu Yuxuan, what really happened that night? Where were you taken? Abroad. Much of it's a blur. But those first 8 years, I was overseas. He feigned nonchalance before adding with a wry smile. If I hadn't returned 2 years ago, would you have assumed I was long dead? She drew a deep breath, her tone grave. Chu Yuxuan, I know you've endured things no one should. You came back for revenge, didn't you? But I beg you, don't let hatred blind you. Trust the police. Work with me. I will help you find the truth. His smile was sardonic. By all means, take your time. When you crack the case, do let me know. I'll send you a commendation banner. Her brow furrowed. Don't let them corrupt your soul. If you cross the line, Chu Yuxuan. How are you any different from the monsters you hunt? Monsters? He laughed darkly, fingers grazing his jaw, teeth clenched. You still call them human? Chumuhan. Do you have any idea what those 8 years were like for me? His eyes reddened. I'll repent, but only after I've sent them to hell. Then I'll crawl into the abyss and beg forgiveness. Chu Yuxuan. If you refuse to see reason, I will arrest you. Looking forward to it. Huh. That night, the third and fifth brothers returned home in a clamor. As I stepped into the living room, I saw Chu Yuxuan sitting on the sofa with a dark expression. Third brother, come here. Chu Yuxuan beckoned with a sinister smirk curling at the corner of his lips. The burly man swallowed hard, his heart pounding as he shuffled forward. Be big brother. I told you, you're smitten. Why are you still holding a grudge? Chu Yuxuan cast a sidelong glance toward Xiaoqing, who was bustling in the kitchen, and lowered his voice. I asked you to deliver 4 boat tickets. How did one end up at the police station? Huh? Third brother shuddered violently. What? No way. Even fifth brother, who had initially been eager to watch the drama unfold, suddenly turned serious and hurried to Chu Yuxuan's side. The police came after you? Chu Yuxuan glared at third brother and snapped. Luckily, I had fifth brother cover our tracks by hacking all the surveillance footage that could be exposed us. Otherwise, we'd all be in interrogation right now. You idiot. Third brother pouted, looking aggrieved. I waited until the boat was far out before making my move. How could they have found out? This is just rotten luck. You. Chu Yuxuan raised his hand and punched third brother in the chest. If they're SA next time, I'm throwing you back to Shaolin Temple. Third brother muttered under his breath. You know I'm only good at brute force. These delicate operations were always fourth brother's specialty. Fifth brother blinked. Big brother, why not call fourth brother back? He's in Korea as a pastor now. Bored out of his mind. Chu Yuxuan picked up a cigarette from the box on the table and clamped it between his lips. Forget it. He's married now, let him be. Third brother insisted. I still think we should bring him back. Some things just work better when he handles them. Just as the 3 brothers were discussing, Xiaoqing emerged from the kitchen with a plate of fruit. Young master, third brother, fifth brother, have some fruit first. The spare ribs I'm stewing will take a bit longer. The illicit conversation came to an abrupt halt. Chu Yuxuan flicked his cigarette ash and thanked Xiaoqing with a casual thanks for your hard work, just as his phone buzzed. It was a message from second brother. Her place is a high-end duplex with no neighbors across the hall. I've contacted the owner. They're willing to sell for $7 million, $50,000 above market price, no renting. If you're fine with it, you can move in tonight. The previous message in the chat, sent by Chu Yuxuan as he walked out of the police station, read, find a way. I want to live next to Zhao Yanan. Without hesitation, Chu Yuxuan replied, buy it. Then he looked up at Xiaoqing. Pack my things. I'm moving out tonight. Xiaoqing and the other 2 wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Young master, you're moving? Big brother, where are you going? Damn it. You're not planning to live with Zhao Yanan, are you? Big brother, you're serious. Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly. It's love at first sight. Third brother groaned. That dangerous gaze I can't escape. Escape your ass. Kneel before Guan Yu and reflect on your mistakes. How dare you sing now? Fifth brother frowned. What does that even mean? The following morning, Zhao Yanan was rudely awakened by her alarm clock. After irritably silencing the first alarm, she dozed for another half hour until the backup alarm forced her to sit up groggily, her exquisite features marred by sleep deprivation and annoyance. This striking beauty wasn't typically prone to morning struggles or temper tantrums upon waking. However, her mysterious neighbor had inexplicably chosen to move house at an ungodly hour the previous night, creating a racket that persisted until well past 2 a.m. Consequently, she hadn't drifted off until nearly 3 o'clock. Running 30 minutes behind schedule, Zhao Yanan skipped breakfast entirely. After hastily completing her morning routine and applying makeup with practiced efficiency, she grabbed her handbag and rushed out the door. As she turned from locking her apartment, the door across the hallway swung open simultaneously. Emerging from the threshold was Chu Yuxuan, who had actually been peering through his peephole for over 30 minutes awaiting this precise moment. When Zhao Yanan's sleep-deprived eyes registered the familiar face of this insufferable man, her expression transcended mere shock. She momentarily questioned whether sleep deprivation had conjured hallucinations. Well now, darling, came the smooth greeting. What an extraordinary coincidence that you reside here as well. Chapter 42. Where are my tires? Zhao Yanan stood frozen for a long moment before clenching her teeth and averting her gaze from Chu Yuxuan, as if the impeccably handsome, wealthy, and well-built man before her was a complete stranger. Without a word, she strode straight toward the elevator. Chu Yuxuan leisurely followed, one hand tucked in his pocket. The corner of his lips curled in a faint smirk as he positioned himself beside her. "Darling," he drawled. "Isn't it customary to greet your husband when you see him? In feudal times, such neglect would earn you a spanking." Zhao Yanan shot him a sidelong glare. "Stop being shameless." Chu Yuxuan grinned, unrepentant. "We're legally married, my dear. By any measure, this isn't shamelessness. It's my rightful privilege." Chu Yuxuan. Zhao Yanan's voice was icy. "I don't care what you're plotting, nor do I want to know why you've moved here. But I'm warning you, stay away from me. If you asked for the stars, I'd try to pluck them from the sky for you. But this request of yours, I'm afraid I must decline. What nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning? Disgusting. Nonsense." He chuckled. "A little flirtation is the perfect tonic for marital bliss." Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes. "If you're still half asleep, go back to bed. Everything between us is a farce. Don't delude yourself." Chu Yuxuan's smirk deepened. "I wouldn't mind turning fiction into reality." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yanan recognized the futility of reasoning with a man whose arrogance was bulletproof. Neither kindness nor venom would pierce his armor. Perhaps psychological warfare would fare better. She turned to face him, her eyes glinting with derision. "Chu Yuxuan, is this your way of coping after Xia Zhu shattered your heart? 2 years of pathetic groveling must have driven you mad, huh?" Little did she know, what she assumed was a lethal strike would land like a placebo, utterly ineffective against the man before her. Jealous? His effortless composure and unwavering confidence left Zhao Yanan nearly despairing. She abandoned any hope of verbal victory or immediate deterrence, pressing her lips together in silence. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, and the nominal couple stepped inside. One after the other, Zhao Yanan deliberately maintained a safe distance, as though an ocean stretched between them. "Darling," Chu Yuxuan mused, "I moved here to protect you. A woman living alone, it's hardly safe, don't you think?" "Don't call me that," she snapped. "You're insufferable." Unfazed, he continued. "While our nation's public security ranks among the world's finest, one can never be too sure all the degenerates have been eradicated, right? They haven't. Zhao Yanan shot back, glaring. "There's one standing in this elevator right now. Now, he tooted. Isn't that a case of measuring a gentleman's heart with a petty mind?" Zhao Yanan. The elevator descended to the second basement level. Zhao Yanan marched toward her car, only to spot Chu Yuxuan's GTR parked conspicuously beside hers. Nan, with the current emphasis on energy conservation and environmental protection. "Perhaps you shouldn't drive. I can give you a ride since it's on my way." This infuriating man had obediently stopped calling her wife, only to switch to Nan, and instead, Zhao Yanan found this overly affectionate nickname utterly grating, her skin crawling with discomfort as she frowned and retorted, "Either call me by my full name, or just Xiao will do." "Understood, Nan." Zhao Yanan nearly lost her composure, barely suppressing the urge to curse as she circled to the driver's side. But when she reached for her keys, she encountered something even more maddening. "Where the hell is my tire?" Chu Yuxuan hurried over and, upon seeing the missing front left wheel of the Maserati, clicked his tongue in exaggerated indignation. Who the hell did this? There are some real psychos out there. Even a fool would know exactly who was responsible. Zhao Yanan glared at the mastermind standing before her, his acting skills nothing short of Oscar-worthy, and gritted her teeth. "Chu Yuxuan, don't you have anything better to do?" Chu Yuxuan smirked, neither admitting nor denying, simply pulling out his phone and pointing at the time on the screen. Nan, you're going to be late. You're not just bored, you're shameless." "Thank you for the compliment." Chu Yuxuan opened the passenger door with a flourish, gesturing grandly. "Hop in. I'm more than happy to serve my wife like a devoted servant." Fuming, Zhao Yanan had no choice but to reluctantly climb in. The entire ride was a one-sided affair, with Chu Yuxuan delivering a monologue while Zhao Yanan remained silent. To her surprise, however, Chu Yuxuan drove with remarkable steadiness, providing an unexpectedly smooth ride. Even more baffling was the fact that the car was a manual transmission with an unusually long gear shift. In this day and age, who still drove stick? What kind of bizarre preferences did this man have? As they pulled up to the company building, Zhao Yanan hurried to exit the car, clearly anxious to avoid being seen arriving with Chu Yuxuan by her employees. "Wife, am I really that embarrassing?" Chu Yuxuan unbuckled his seatbelt, his roguish grin tinged with a hint of feigned hurt. Zhao Yanan stiffened before turning to glare at him. "I'll say it one last time, don't call me that. And at the office, keep your distance. Distance. Distance." Important things had to be said thrice. Chu Yuxuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "How about a deal? If you let me call you Nan in private, I'll agree to your 2 conditions. Fair?" Though seething, Zhao Yanan had to admit the bargain was reasonable after all. She had no real control over what this man called her. Still, she refused to acknowledge it outright, knowing any concession would only encourage his audacity. Silence means consent. Chu Yuxuan grinned triumphantly. Zhao Yanan stepped out and slammed the door shut with force. But as she turned, she came face to face with an unexpected figure, Director Song, who had once sided with the Gao family against her but had since undergone a change of heart, now standing at the parking lot in trance with an ingratiating smile. "Good morning, President Zhao." Zhao Yanan paused momentarily before striding forward, her tone cool. "Director Song, what brings you here so early?" "About the variety show project we finalized last year," the higher-up said. "Oh, good morning, President Chu." Director Song was mid-sentence when he spotted Chu Yuxuan approaching leisurely. He hastily greeted him. Chu Yuxuan acknowledged with a slight nod, his disdain for such spineless opportunists barely concealed. Were it not for Zhao Yanan's sake, he wouldn't have bothered responding at all. "Continue as if I'm not here," Chu Yuxuan said indifferently. "Oh, I was merely passing by and thought to inform Director Zhao," Director Song stammered. "The production team has made some last-minute changes. The originally scheduled Sunday evening broadcast has been moved to Friday night, and the pre-recorded format has been switched to a live broadcast. Additionally, the previously confirmed veteran actor judges have been replaced. The higher-ups now want representatives from major media companies to serve as judges instead." The project in question was a talent show titled I Am an Extra, purportedly aimed at unknown background actors. In reality, however, most participants were either promising talents scouted by major agencies or freshly signed newcomers. For instance, Xia Media had discreetly sent a rookie named Jin Shuhan, a move orchestrated by Zhao Yanan herself. Undoubtedly, the intention was to give these newcomers exposure and build their public appeal through the show. Chapter 43, Jin Shuhan. Zhao Yanan pondered briefly before speaking. "Having the media company's personnel as judges, is this employ for an on-the-spot signing gimmick?" Director Song nodded eagerly. "Exactly. We just want to enhance the show's appeal." Zhao Yanan replied coolly. "A phone call would have sufficed for such matters. Was it necessary for you to come in person?" "Director Song, if you have something to say, speak plainly." Director Song chuckled awkwardly, "Then I'll cut to the chase. Ms. Zhao, I came to personally invite you to serve as a judge for Xia Media at the variety show." Zhao Yanan fell silent, deep in thought. Director Song pressed on. "Consider this, Ms. Zhao. Your presence would signal to the audience your commitment to nurturing talent, significantly boosting Xia Media's reputation. Then wouldn't my wife's title as Jiangxing's most beautiful woman also greatly benefit your program?" Chu Yuxuan interjected abruptly, his gaze softening as he looked at Zhao Yanan. Nan, surely I'm not so inept as to have you parade yourself in public?" Initially hesitant, Zhao Yanan made her decision the moment she heard his words. "Very well. Director Song, I accept." Logically, Director Song should have been elated at achieving his goal, yet he dared not show any joy. Instead, he appeared uneasy. "Ms. Zhao, perhaps we should reconsider." "I think. Why reconsider?" Zhao Yanan, aware that the spineless man feared displeasing Chu Yuxuan, snapped irritably. "Are you toying with me?" No, not at all." Director Song waved his hands frantically, stealing furtive glances at Chu Yuxuan. Though he couldn't quite discern the young master's expression, he could almost feel the oppressive weight of his displeasure. Seizing upon an escape, he shifted the blame to the production team. "Ms. Zhao, this is merely a provisional decision by the team. Perhaps I should consult with them further and give you a definitive answer by noon?" Before Zhao Yanan could respond, Chu Yuxuan laughed lightly. "Oh, is my Nan not worthy? Does she require further deliberation?" Director Song, "Sir, first you discourage her. Then you insist. What exactly do you want? This is far too complicated for me." Suppressing a smirk, Zhao Yanan shot Chu Yuxuan a glare before addressing the flustered director. "It's settled. I'll participate. You may leave now." "Ah, yes. Then I'll take my leave." Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Director Song fawned. "Ms. Zhao, Mr. Chu, rest assured, I'll ensure Jin Shuhan wins." A mutual triumph between Xia and the champion would make for an excellent story. Chu Yuxuan sighed, shaking his head. "Director Song, at your age, must you still be so tactless? Some things are better left unsaid. Must you make it seem as though I orchestrated this?" Director Song, "Indeed, loyalty and flattery are high arts, not easily mastered by the average man." After Director Song's departure, the couple walked toward the company. Chu Yuxuan remarked, "I hadn't realized you were so rebellious." Ignoring him, Zhao Yanan pulled out her phone and dialed Jin Shuhan. "Are you at the company?" The other party replied, "President Zhao, I'll be right there." "Good. Come to my office when you arrive. There's something I need to discuss with you." Hanging up the phone, Zhao Yanan stepped into the elevator, only to realize that Chu Yuxuan, who had been stubbornly following her earlier, had mysteriously disappeared, relieved to be free of the nuisance. The icy beauty hastily pressed the door close button, exhaling in relief as the elevator began its ascent. Muttering under her breath, she cursed, "That insufferable man is utterly deranged." 5 minutes later, Jean Shuhan arrived at the CEO's office. The young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, had a delicate and pure beauty, her attire suggesting the quiet demeanor of a college student. "President Zhao," Jean Shuhan greeted with a gentle smile. "What would you like me to do?" The frostiness in Zhao Yanan's expression softened slightly as she returned the smile. "Shuhan, there's no need to be so formal with me. Please, have a seat." Nodding, Jean Shuhan took a seat, her posture slightly tense. Zhao Yanan continued, "Director Wang Long's film production has been delayed by a month due to script revisions. You should have received the notice by now?" "Yes." Jean Shuhan nodded. "I got it last night." "Good, as long as you're aware. There's one more thing. The variety show I previously enrolled you in has rescheduled its premiere to this Friday. Moreover, the program team has decided to broadcast it live. You must prepare thoroughly to ensure no mistakes. Also, starting today, refrain from coming to the company to avoid revealing that you've already signed with us. Be cautious not to disclose your affiliation with Qingya Entertainment to anyone. Understood? I'll assign a manager to assist you. Direct any questions to her." "Understood," Jean Shuhan murmured before suddenly widening her eyes. "This Friday?" Zhao Yanan shot her a questioning glance. "Is there a problem?" At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door. Assuming it was Xiao Wei, whom she had earlier sent to fetch breakfast, Zhao Yanan called out, "Come in." However, the one who entered was none other than Chu Yuxuan, carrying a takeaway bag. "President Chu." Jean Shuhan quickly rose to greet the new CEO, a man she had heard much about, but never met. Chu Yuxuan glanced at the unfamiliar young woman, offering a polite nod before striding directly to Zhao Yanan and presenting the breakfast. "Nan, President Zhao, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Here, congee with preserved egg and lean pork. Please accept it graciously." Zhao Yanan made no move to take it, her expression flickering with confusion. Did he just go out to buy breakfast? But how did he know I hadn't eaten? Noticing her bewilderment, Chu Yuxuan chuckled softly. "Last time, when the Gao father and son came to apologize, you worked through the morning and skipped lunch. I noticed you seemed uncomfortable, occasionally pressing a hand to your stomach, likely due to gastric acid, wasn't it? Today, in the car, you did the same thing. So I concluded that your stomach is sensitive, and you definitely hadn't eaten breakfast." No sooner had he finished speaking than another knock interrupted them. Xiao Wei stepped in, also holding a breakfast bag. "President Zhao, I've bought soy milk and—" The young woman's voice trailed off abruptly as she caught sight of the breakfast Chu Yuxuan had handed to Zhao Yanan, freezing in place. "Zhao Yanan, bring it here. I'll have yours." "Oh." Xiao Wei responded meekly, only to immediately sense the icy glare from a certain someone, her steps faltering. Zhao Yanan frowned. "Bring it here. Why are you hesitating?" "I have things to do, don't dawdle." Chu Yuxuan's gaze remained fixed, his expression growing colder. Xiao Wei's mind raced. Has this playboy upset his wife again? But, please, have mercy on me. I'm really in a tough spot. In desperation, the quick-witted girl feigned a step forward, only to accidentally lose her grip, spilling the soy milk all over the floor. "I'm sorry, President Zhao. I'll clean this up first. You should have President Chu's portion instead, otherwise, your stomach acid might act up again." Zhao Yanan, truly raising an ungrateful wretch. "Thank you." Only after uttering these words did she accept the preserved egg and lean pork congee, sipping it as she turned back to Jean Shuhan. "What were you saying earlier?" "Continue." Jean Shuhan fidgeted nervously, unable to meet Zhao Yanan's eyes. "President Zhao, I might not be able to take time off on Friday evening." Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes. "You're a senior in college, how can you not have time on a Friday night? The university has a mandatory companion program for international students. It affects academic credits. Without completing it, I won't receive my diploma. For the past 3 years, I've been juggling part-time jobs and minor acting roles, so I never participated. But my advisor recently insisted I take on a companion assignment this month for new international students, or else I won't graduate. For an artist, holding a higher education degree is a significant advantage. Moreover, the company couldn't excessively interfere in an artist's personal affairs, especially when it came to something as crucial as obtaining a diploma. Yet, what puzzled Zhao Yanan was, what exactly is this International Student Companion Program? Chapter 44. I'll handle it. Before she could even voice her question, Chu Yuxuan, who had already seated himself on the sofa, frowned and asked, "Study companion. What does that mean? Accompanying someone while they study?" Xiao Wei, who had been cleaning the floor, also paused slightly, slowing her movements to listen to what this supposedly prestigious study companion arrangement entailed. Jin Shuhan replied awkwardly. The university considers that international students might struggle to adapt here, so they assigned us to accompany them in their studies. Chu Yuxuan's expression darkened. You have classes on Friday evenings? And no. Then why did you say you couldn't attend the variety show because of your study companion duties? This. Jin Shuhan grew even more uneasy, as if the words were too shameful to voice. The university requires us to assist the international students in their daily lives as well. So, every Friday evening, we have to participate in social activities with them to help them integrate better. Chu Yuxuan pressed his tongue against his cheek and sneered. Quite the privilege. Explain in detail, what exactly do these social activities entail? And how does this study companion system work? Jin Shuhan lowered her head in shame, though she had phrased it vaguely. Even attempting to justify the university's policy, deep down, she knew exactly how disgraceful the situation was. Ever since the university had implemented this rule, some students had initially protested, but in the end, under the institution's pressure, they had no choice but to comply. The social activities, they're basically parties. If the international student is male, he has assigned at least 3 female companions. Before she could finish, Chu Yuxuan, rarely losing his composure, slammed his hand on the table. His gaze turned icy as he glared at Jin Shuhan and spat. This is what you call study companionship? Sounds more like a damn coal tycoon's harem. How degrading. Which university is this? Jin Shuhan flinched, trembling as she answered, Jiangdong University. Zhao Yanan frowned. Mr. Chu, control your temper. Don't overreact. Xiao Wei, you're about to scrub a hole in the floor. Don't you have anything better to do? Shuhan, please sit. After momentarily calming Chu Yuxuan and dismissing Xiao Wei from the office, Zhao Yanan continued, Shuhan, your university's policies are your own affair. However, I believe this variety show could greatly benefit your future. If you agree, I'll send an agent to negotiate with your school. Getting leave shouldn't be difficult. Jin Shuhan fidgeted nervously. Ms. Zhao, taking leave once wouldn't be a problem, but if I skip the social events every week, the university definitely won't allow it. I'm afraid it might affect my graduation. This girl, born into a struggling rural family, now also had to care for her severely ill, bedridden father. She had to consider things more carefully than others. Even if she had the chance to become a star, she didn't dare neglect her studies. Graduating with a degree was her safety net. After all, the entertainment industry was unpredictable. There was no guarantee she would succeed. If things didn't work out, at least with a diploma, finding a decent job wouldn't be too difficult. Zhao Yanan's expression was grave. Shuhan, I hope you understand. Introducing you to Director Wang Long, securing advertisements for you, arranging variety shows on one hand, it's because I recognize your acting talent. On the other hand, to be blunt, I sympathize with your struggles and want to help you. But these opportunities can be given to others just as easily as to you. Do you understand? You must learn to cherish them and take responsibility for yourself. This matter is settled. I'll have someone intervene. If it doesn't work out, then we'll respect your wishes. Jin Shuhan murmured a timid thank you, only to hear Chu Yuxuan interject. Relax. Focus on preparing your performance. As for the school, I'll handle it. Jin Shuhan froze, staring at Chu Yuxuan in shock, utterly speechless. The esteemed CEO of the company, stepping in for a lowly extra like her, someone with no current value whatsoever? After all, within the entire company, only a handful of top-tier artists could capture the boss's attention. For the rest, any issues were typically resolved by the PR or talent management departments. Zhao Yanan cast a thoughtful glance at Chu Yuxuan before addressing Jin Shuhan. You may leave now. I need to speak with President Chu. Jin Shuhan rose, bowed deeply to both executives, and exited the office. The moment the door closed, Zhao Yanan demanded, Chu Yuxuan, what are you doing? Chu Yuxuan lounged with one leg crossed over the other, a smirk playing on his lips. I've said it before. I want to tolerate our artists being exploited. Zhao Yanan countered. This is the school's policy, not exploitation. Don't overreact. Oh, exploitation so blatant, so shameless, so sanctimoniously disguised, it's hardly exploitation anymore. Huh. First time I've heard of something this absurd anywhere in the world. Watching his cynical demeanor, Zhao Yanan felt a vain throb at her temple. Given this playboy-esque temperament, he was undoubtedly determined to intervene. Chu Yuxuan, let me make my stance clear. Personally, I find this situation baffling, even infuriating. But ultimately, it's their school's internal affair. We have no right to judge its morality. Chu Yuxuan grinned roguishly and abruptly changed the subject. Dinner tonight? Zhao Yanan exhaled sharply. I know I can't stop you, but I hope you'll exercise restraint. Don't escalate this and drag the company into unnecessary trouble. Chu Yuxuan continued, undeterred. Consider it a celebration of my new place. Zhao Yanan clenched her fists. The company is thriving right now. We can't afford any scandals, or we'll face a slew of breach lawsuits. Chu Yuxuan cheerfully ignored her. There's a Chinese restaurant near our place. Heard it's excellent. Zhao Yanan. Their disjointed exchange culminated in Zhao Yanan snapping, Get out. The incorrigible Playboy obeyed with exaggerated enthusiasm, practically skipping toward the door. Before leaving, he tossed over his shoulder with a cheeky grin, Darling, you're stunning. If only you'd smile. A folder hurtled toward him mid-sentence. Had he not shut the door swiftly, it might have left a rather affectionate mark on his face. Zhao Yanan was utterly infuriated, her breath coming in rapid gasps as her ample bosom heaved dramatically, presenting a rather alluring sight. She spat out venomously, That despicable man. Does he think with his trousers? Constantly blinded by lust, may lightning strike him dead sooner or later? Just as Chu Yuxuan reached the entrance of the technical department, an inexplicable sneeze overtook him. Wiping his nose, he pushed the door open. Lao Wu was seated with headphones on, fingers clattering away at the keyboard in some frenzied rhythm. Chu Yuxuan rapped his knuckles against the desk, startling the foreigner into awareness. Removing his headphones, Lao Wu stood up. Big brother, what brings you here? Chu Yuxuan gave him a once-over before smiling faintly. Come, I'm taking you shopping for new clothes. Lao Wu's eyes widened abruptly, delight flashing across his face. For me? MHM. Oh my god. That's absolutely splendid. Chapter 45, Termination Agreement. The two brothers walked out of the office chatting and laughing, only to unexpectedly run into two uninvited guests, Gao Ning and Xia Zhu. When Chu Yuxuan saw them, he showed little reaction. It wasn't hard to guess. They were likely here to discuss contract termination. Beside him, Lao Wu's expression darkened instantly, his gaze icy as he glared at Gao Ning. Surprisingly, Gao Ning no longer displayed the timidity from before, nor the arrogance of earlier days. Instead, he carried himself with grace and poise, extending a hand toward Chu Yuxuan with a gentlemanly smile. President Chu, we meet again. Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Xia Zhu, who stood cold and aloof behind her sunglasses, before replying with amusement, What brings you here, President Gao? Gao Ning adopted a humble tone. President Chu, I've come today to ask for your mercy, to forgive the past irrational actions of both Xia Zhu and myself. Additionally, I'd like to discuss the matter of her contract termination. I understand that Xia Zhu will likely face being shelved by your company. So, President Chu, might you show some leniency? As for the penalty, Chu Yuxuan cut him off. I have no interest in interfering with your affairs. Take it up directly with President Zhao. Understood, President Chu. I won't trouble you further. I'll go speak with President Zhao now. Gao Ning offered a polished smile, bowing slightly without appearing servile, instead exuding an air of refined humility. From start to finish, Xia Zhu remained silent, never once looking at Chu Yuxuan. The once glamorous star had now seen through the illusions of the past and chosen reconciliation. As for her reunion with Gao Ning, it had stemmed from nothing more than a fit of pique. She had never truly intended to leave him, and Gao Ning's repentance had been nothing if not sincere. A single confession, I was just too afraid of losing you. So I lied, coupled with his willingness to kneel before Chu Yuxuan for Xia Zhu's sake, as well as Xia Zhu's mother's mediation, had mended their relationship. Watching Gao Ning's display of remorse, Chu Yuxuan smirked faintly and walked away with Lao Wu. The moment the elevator doors closed, Lao Wu grumbled, Big brother, you're not touching the Gao family just because you look down on them, right? I think. You're still considering that woman's feelings, aren't you? Chu Yuxuan shot him an exasperated look. Lao Wu, do me a favor, look up a man named Yang Xiu from the Three Kingdoms period. Then tell me whether he deserved to die. Lao Wu frowned. What is that supposed to mean? Chu Yuxuan rolled his eyes, then muttered after a moment of thought, That Gao bastard. Something feels off about him. Lao Wu was puzzled. He seemed pretty submissive, groveling. Yeah, that. Groveling. Chu Yuxuan shook his head. That's just the surface. The look in his eyes. He wasn't afraid of me anymore. If anything, it seemed like restrained patience. Lao Wu shrugged. Then I'll take care of him. I've wanted to do it for a while anyway. Forget it. A dead fish can't make waves. Don't stir up trouble. Chu Yuxuan cracked his neck. This isn't Mexico. Old Five's eyes gleamed with a sudden spark. Oh, my damned hometown. Truly the people are simple and honest. That's the phrase, right? Chu Yuxuan sighed. Yes, very right. From now on, don't tell anyone that I taught you Chinese. Old Five, what do you mean? The elevator reached the first floor, and the two brothers walked side by side to the parking lot. Old Five glanced at his GTR. then turned to look at Chu Yuxuan's car, grinning. Big bro, let us take yours? Come on, hand me the keys. Chu Yuxuan, drive yours. It's the same. Oh god. Only the shell is the same. Yours is modified to racing specs. I heard from third brother it cost over 8 million? Let me try it. Fine. Chu Yuxuan smirked. Fight me. If you win, I'll give it to you outright. Old 5's eager grin froze on his face. He hastily opened his own car door and scrambled inside. Chu Yuxuan circled to the passenger side. As soon as he got in, he called third brother, still at the hospital? Third brother. Yeah. Chinchang's condition has changed, stable for now. The doctor says we'll know more after the next surgery. Chu Yuxuan pondered briefly before replying. Return to the company. For the next couple of days. You'll be driving Zhao Yanan. Oh. Third brother responded. I'll head over now. Just as Chu Yuxuan was about to hang up, he heard muttering on the other end. Why must I suffer for your whims? First serving the father, then the son, now the daughter-in-law, and soon the grandson. And his old man still owes me my bonuses. Ah, what a fate. Buddha, are you even on duty? Have mercy on this wayward monk. Third brother, you didn't hang up. The air thickened for a few seconds before old 5's near-maniacal laughter shattered the silence. Ha. Damned fool. Big bro wants you to protect sister-in-law. That Gao guy's acting suspicious. Third brother, big bro, believe it or not, I must be dozed off just now. Must be been sleep-talking. Gao's suspicious? I'll beat the shit out of him first, then send him to meet Buddha. Chu Yuxuan pinched the bridge of his nose in resignation. Sometimes, I really do want to kill both of you. At noon. Outside the south gate of Jiangdong University, a sapphire blue GTR pulled to the curb. Moments later, a blonde foreigner in overalls and a ponytail stepped out. Big bro. Are you sure this makes me look like a college student? Damn it. I'm 26. This feels ridiculous. Chu Yuxuan, still seated in the passenger seat with no intention of leaving, studied old 5 with amusement. You look the part. Be confident. Go on. Have a nice chat with your fellow countrymen. Old 5 pouted, adjusted the seemingly ordinary, but actually pinhole camera-equipped, button on his shirt, and strode into the campus. Chu Yuxuan reclined his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Before long, Zhao Yanan called. Xia Zhu wants to terminate her contract. Legal's preliminary estimate puts the penalty at around 30 million, given she has caused any substantial harm to the company. What do you think? I defer to my wife's judgment, Chu Yuxuan replied softly. There was a brief silence on the other end before Zhao Yanan's faint, restrained voice came through, likely because Gao Ning and Xia Zhu were still present, preventing her from losing her temper. With forced composure, she said, President Chu, I need a definitive answer from you. Chu Yuxuan suppressed his playful demeanor and replied with a faint smile, what's their stance? The Gao family's lawyer has arrived. From what he implied, they're trying to negotiate it down to 22 million. Chu Yuxuan fell silent, his eyes flickering with contemplation before he responded. Tell them this matter will be handled when I return. Zhao Yanan, how soon will you be back? If you miss me, I can return right now. The call was abruptly ended by Zhao Yanan. Chu Yuxuan chuckled softly, stroking his chin in thought before sending a message to his second-in-command. Investigate the Gao family's recent dealings, particularly Gao Zhenxin's connections. If it had merely been Gao Ning visiting the company, it might have been out of love for Xia Zhu, compelling him to muster the courage to discuss termination. But with the Gao family's lawyer now involved, the situation had taken on a different tone. The father and son, who had only recently been spared out of leniency, how could they dare show up again unless someone had advised them? Logically, they should have been keeping their distance. Chu Yuxuan sighed under his breath, murmuring, I hope I'm overthinking this. I gave you a way out. Don't go looking for ruin. Chapter 46. Laughable or pitiful, the spring sun hung lazily in the sky, neither warm nor scorching, casting a listless glow over the afternoon. At Phoenix Manor, by the lakeside pavilion, the patriarch Chu Yuxuan sat across from his youngest son, Chu Yuxuan, engaged in a game of chess. The old man appeared in unusually high spirits today, his expression uncharacteristically amiable. His eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the board, fingers hovering over a piece before finally placing it down after prolonged deliberation. Lifting his gaze, he regarded his son and remarked, Your offensive moves are becoming difficult to counter. Chu Yuxuan picked up a piece, pondered for a moment, then set it down. Father's strategy is the one truly laced with hidden dangers. I take that back. I nearly fell into your trap. The old man swatted his hand lightly, muttering, shameless. With a sigh, Chu Yuxuan conceded defeat, raising his hands in surrender. Fine, let us start over. Chu Yuxuan chuckled. Don't think I don't notice. You're deliberately losing to me. Chu Yuxuan smirked. No need to voice it out loud. Now we're both embarrassed. The patriarch exhaled softly, gathering the pieces into their box before casting a glance toward his eldest son and daughter in the distance. Abruptly, he murmured, "Leave your siblings some room to breathe. Don't drive them to the brink." Chu Yuxuan paused, then laughed. "We're family, father. You worry too much. Your move. This time. I want to hold back." "Truly?" Meeting his father's gaze, Chu Yuxuan hesitated before replying, "If father wishes me to yield, then I shall." The old man blinked, calmly picking up a piece and placing it at the center of the board. Not far away, Chu Yuxuan's uncle and aunt sat with their families, engaged in cheerful card games and idle chatter. Yet beneath this veneer of harmony lay layers of complexity, hypocrisy, veiled probing, and thinly veiled sarcasm. After a round of subtle jabs, the conversation inevitably turned to a topic that united them in shared disdain. "Chu Yuxuan. Honestly, where has that boy been for the past 8 years? The aunt remarked with a scoff. "I'd assumed he died alongside his mother back then." The uncle took a drag from his cigarette, his tone dripping with contempt. "Who knows? But look at him now. Clearly, he has learned nothing. 2 years ago, when he first returned, Jiqing went to fetch him from his grandmother's house, only to be cursed out. He swore he'd take care of her until her death, vowing never to return to the Chu family. And yet, here he is. In the end, money lured him back. Pathetic." The aunt nodded in agreement. "Exactly. From what I've heard, he has bought a mansion, luxury cars, and spends his nights drowning in revelry, surrounded by starlets and socialites. His scandals never cease, and he carries himself like an arrogant fool, utterly lacking in tact. Even the smallest mess requires his father to clean up after him. And now he has the audacity to claim he'll help his father fight for the family fortune? Ridiculous." "Haha." Before she could finish speaking, her daughter eagerly chimed in. "I heard he significantly raised the salaries and benefits for Qingya Media employees to a level that leaves competitors in the dust. I suspect he must have been suppressed for too long at the bottom, and now that he has money and status, he's bringing to life all those fantasies he could only dream of before. Otherwise, what kind of boss would go crazy raising employee benefits so high? TSK. So pathetic, utterly embarrassing for our Chu family." One after another, they tore into Chu Yuxuan with their words, as if this verbal assault could somehow strengthen the bond between their two families, making the atmosphere all the more jovial. As the eldest grandson, Chu Yuxuan quietly fingered the mahjong tiles, occasionally casting thoughtful glances at his uncle playing chess with their grandfather. At the gate of Jiangdong University, shortly before 2:30 p.m., Lao Wu finally sauntered out leisurely. Opening the door of the GTR parked by the roadside, he made no move to get in. Instead, he addressed Chu Yuxuan, who was sprawled in the passenger seat. "Boss, I got a lot of useful footage. Good heavens. I can hardly believe it. This place is practically a paradise for foreign students. Chu Yuxuan, get in. Export the videos and let me see." How about we grab a bite while we watch? I'm starving." Chu Yuxuan. Taking the laptop, the two headed to the nearest KFC by the school gate. After ordering their meals, Lao Wu opened the notebook, swiftly imported the covertly recorded footage, and played it, turning the screen toward Chu Yuxuan. In the videos, posing as an exchange student, Lao Wu struck up conversations with others. After brief introductions, he smoothly steered the topic toward the so-called companionship arrangements. Every student he spoke to left him, and now Chu Yuxuan, utterly appalled. "Each of us basically has 3 girls, you know? Spoiled for choice. The teachers even encourage us to date." Last week's mixer was at a KTV, just for my birthday. Oh man, we drank so much, and later, something magical happened with one of the girls. You know magical. I didn't even catch her name, Honestly, we don't bother remembering their names. The school swaps them out soon enough. Studying here is pure bliss. Companionship? Buddy, don't tell me you've never been to a mixer? Here's a secret. We exchange students don't even call it companionship or mixers. More like unpaid escorts, get it? You should try it. Guaranteed satisfaction. Such remarks, some even more vulgar, were rampant. On screen, every foreign student wore a radiant, blissful smile. The moment female students were mentioned, their expressions twisted into something far more lecherous, tinged with the thrill of conquest. As friends occasionally reminisce about the hostesses they encountered at entertainment venues, their expressions invariably mirror one another. Chu Yuxuan's face darkened as he slowly closed his laptop and took a measured sip of cola before turning to Lao Wu. "Edit this footage later. I want it broadcast on every large screen in the city. Can you make that happen?" Lao Wu, devouring his meal, shrugged. "Apologies, but the workload is overwhelming for one person alone. However, I can select the busiest spots in Jiangcheng for projection." Then finish eating quickly and get to work. No sooner had the words left his lips than 3 foreign students, 1 fair-skinned, 2 dark, entered the KFC, each trailed by a local female student. The girls hurried to the counter, eagerly ordering and paying for their companions' meals. The trio of students happened to seat themselves at the table adjacent to Chu Yuxuan and Lao Wu. Their crude language, littered with FCK and BTCH, was accompanied by lewd gestures and raucous laughter as they openly mocked the girls. Lao Wu swallowed his food and muttered under his breath, "Boss, honestly, I'm struggling to hold back from teaching them a lesson." Chu Yuxuan's gaze turned glacial as he studied the foreigners. After a moment of contemplation, a shadow of calculation flickered in his eyes. He rose and stepped outside to make a call. Upon returning, the young master did not resume his seat. Instead, a smirk played at the corners of his lips as he addressed Lao Wu. "Leave first. Attend to your tasks." Lao Wu frowned. "Boss, what are you planning?" In a foul mood, Chu Yuxuan replied, his sinister grin widening as he locked eyes with the trio. "I feel like throwing hands." Chapter 47, trending again at Xinhua Media. Zhao Yanan was in the midst of discussing Xia Zhu's contract termination with the head of the legal department when Xiao Wei burst into the office in a fluster, forgetting even to knock. "Zizi Zhao, President Zhao, something terrible has happened." Zhao Yanan lifted her gaze, her tone cool and composed. "What is it?" "There is no need for such panic." Xiao Wei fumbled with her tablet, her words stumbling. "President Chu, he's trending again." Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes. "Another scandal? With whom this time?" Xiao Wei shook her head vigorously, placing the tablet in front of Zhao Yanan. "Look, he got into a fight with 3 international students from Jiangdong University. There is a video circulating online, and the backlash is overwhelming. People are accusing President Chu of abusing his power and wealth, acting recklessly." The legal advisor muttered under his breath, "Damn, another case? And a major one at that. Guess the pay raise was tea for nothing." Zhao Yanan stiffened, taking the tablet to watch the viral clip, barely over 10 seconds, clearly edited. The video opened with Chu Yuxuan charging furiously at the 3 students. Only after he struck first did they retaliate. Other versions surfaced later, mostly showing the police arriving and escorting Chu Yuxuan away. What on earth is that fool doing? Zhao Yanan felt a throbbing at her temples. After a brief pause, she instructed Xiao Wei, "Tell PR not to issue any immediate statements. Alert security to station all guards at the entrance to prevent reporters from swarming in." "Understood, President Zhao." Before Zhao Yanan could continue, the legal head spoke up, "I'll dispatch a team to gather details from the scene." "Good. Maintaining the composure expected of a CEO." Zhao Yanan added, "The establishment must have surveillance footage. Secure a copy. Once you've arranged everything, head straight to the police station and find out what exactly happened." "Will do." After the 2 left, Zhao Yanan's brow furrowed deeply. This was no trivial matter. How could a company president engage in a brawl with 3 international students? Without a doubt, countless gossip accounts were already slapping labels on Chu Yuxuan, bullying the weak, arrogance, lawlessness, even racism. The accusations would be endless. And there would be those with ulterior motives, fabricating elaborate backstories for Chu Yuxuan, twisting the incident into something far more sinister, escalating it beyond control. Well-versed in PR tactics, Zhao Yanan knew exactly how these accounts operated. Any conflict between locals and foreigners was treated as a personal affront, with keyboard warriors disregarding facts, tearing reputations apart under the guise of upholding civility. Just as Zhao Yanan was lost in thought, Jin Shuhan, the catalyst of the incident, called in a panic. "President Zhao." "About President Chu. I just saw the news." Zhao Yanan feigned calm. "This has nothing to do with you. Don't overthink it. But if it weren't for my loose lips, President Chu, I told you, this matter has nothing to do with you. Attend your classes, rehearse your programs, and don't worry about anything else. That's all. I'm still busy, so I'll hang up now." After ending the call, Zhao Yanan walked to the PR department with a heavy heart. At this moment, the entire department was focused on the incident involving Chu Yuxuan. "Director Zhao, the public opinion online is very unfavorable toward President Chu," the head of the PR department said, turning the computer screen toward Zhao Yanan. On the screen were endless insults and condemnations directed at Chu Yuxuan. "The spoiled brats of the wealthy are always so arrogant. People like him are the scourge of society. They deserve harsh punishment. Investigate the Chu family in Xinhua Media. They must be dirty. The video is edited. Who knows what's real? Let's wait for the police to reveal the truth. Are there really idiots still questioning the truth? Violence is never justified. He's a disgrace to our country." The vitriolic comments weighed even more heavily on Zhao Yanan's heart. At the police station, the beautiful officer who had personally handled the brawl, ignoring Chu Yuxuan's request for medical treatment and directly arresting him. Finished recording his statement. She looked at Chu Yuxuan, who sat across from her with his legs crossed and a faint bruise on his jaw, and said sternly, "Put your legs down." With a reluctant smirk, he complied. Chu Yuxuan closed the statement notebook and set it aside. After studying Chu Yuxuan for a moment, she said coldly, "Quite impressive, taking on 3 men and not losing ground." Humph. Care to explain? You're not usually impulsive, so what was today's performance about? Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly. When it comes to matters of principle, there's no such thing as impulse. Frankly, I'm embarrassed that those 3 worthless thugs even managed to land a few hits on me. In truth, had he not deliberately held back, those 3 exchange students wouldn't have even touched him. Chu Yuxuan frowned. Don't play coy with me. Those 3 are already undergoing medical evaluations at the hospital. The officers just informed me. They deny making any inflammatory remarks, and the store surveillance doesn't pick up their voices. All it shows is you attacking them unprovoked. As it stands, the consequences for you are severe. Chu Yuxuan remained unshaken, his expression indifferent. Consequences? I couldn't care less. Seeing her half-brother's shameless nonchalance, Chu Yuxuan felt an inexplicable surge of anger. She knew this spoiled heir had no reason to worry. Chu Jiqing would pull every string to shield him. But if this had happened to an ordinary person, at best, they'd be bankrupted paying for a settlement. At worst, they'd face years behind bars. Chu Yuxuan, do you know why I've always despised the Chu family? She said through gritted teeth. Because the Chus never play by the rules. What does that have to do with me? Chu Yuxuan scoffed. I'm an outsider too, remember? Siblings locked in a silent standoff, one furious, the other shameless. With a roguish grin, Chu Yuxuan added, honestly, sometimes I even pity that old man Chu Jiqing. You should have just had those 2 daughters. Neither of us should have been born. Observe this tragic spectacle, one relentlessly pursuing him, the other endlessly tormenting him. Would I seek his capture had he not committed foul deeds? The law brooks no personal sentiments. Chu Yuxuan curled his lips in disdain, upholding justice without favoritism. Even towards kin. My dear sister, the world needs more officers like you. You're a suspect now. Don't call me sister, we're hardly that close. The surrounding officers exchanged uneasy glances as the siblings bickered. Just then, a young officer engrossed in his phone gasped. Whoa, breaking news from Jiang University. What happened? Let me see. It's testimonial videos from some exchange students. Damn, this is explosive. Chu Yuxuan hesitated, about to rise and investigate this so-called companion study scandal. When a call came in from the hospital. Captain Chu, several university administrators have arrived. There, having those 3 students sign settlement agreements. Have they signed? 2 already did. The 3rd is in the process. What about the injury assessments? The administrators insist on handling it privately, no formal evaluation. Chu Yuxuan slammed the table, glaring at Chu Yuxuan. Your father's influence knows no bounds. Cleaning up your mess already? Chu Yuxuan shrugged. You misjudge your own father. This likely wasn't his doing. Then who? Hey, sister, like me, you've been away too long. There's much, it seems, you don't know. Chapter 48. What a fool. Qingya Media, Public Relations Department. An employee was the first to discover the viral video about the international student's confession regarding the escort incident. Excitedly, they exclaimed, quick, look at this, it's explosive. The team gathered around, their interest immediately piqued by the content. Director Zhao, should we amplify this? This scandal is way juicier than the news about President Chu's assault. Plus, we could use it to, before the sentence could be finished, Zhao Yanan cut in sharply. Wait, don't rush. The team exchanged puzzled glances but dared not press further. The PR manager contemplated silently. Why pass up such a golden opportunity to divert public outrage from President Chu's scandal? Is Director Zhao really not worried about her own husband? Little did she know, Zhao Yanan had already discerned Chu Yuxuan's intent to confront Jiangda University head-on. These videos were undoubtedly his doing. The assault on the international student could be downplayed if the Chu family intervened, hardly an insurmountable issue. But provoking Jiangda University? That would only escalate uncontrollably, leaving no room for retreat. You reckless man, is this what you meant by handling it? I thought you'd at most argue with Jin Shuhan's homeroom teacher. But daring to challenge Jiangda? Have you lost your mind? Jiangda University, though a private institution, had thrived for 30 years and ascended to elite status years ago. It stood as one of the few privately run universities in the country bold enough to bear university in its name, its influence undeniable. How could a mere businessman afford to cross them? The more the elegant CEO pondered, the colder her heart grew. Her face clouded with worry. After a long deliberation, she set aside concerns of unintended consequences and decided, Amplify it, but subtly. Keep it low-key. Phoenix Villa. Chu Yuxuan claimed another victory on the chessboard, lifting his teacup with a satisfied smile. Father, another round? Age catches up. Chu Yuxuan sighed faintly, his weary gaze settling on his youngest son. Truly, I've grown old. Chu Yuxuan offered, shall I escort you back to rest? The weather may be pleasant, but the lakeside breeze carries a chill. As he leisurely gathered the chess pieces, the elder Chu remarked with deceptive calm, Yuxuan, let us talk about your son. That good for nothing? Hardly worth discussing. Chu Yuxuan sighed. I simply feel I've failed him in the past. Now, I've brought him back to the Chu family to live comfortably, but his lack of discipline tarnishes our name. I'll reprimand him properly later. The old man chuckled lightly. When he was young, I struck him because he didn't behave like a child. Days ago, I struck him because he acted too much like one. Tell me, what mischief lies beneath this? Chu Yuxuan remained unreadable. Years abroad likely taught him little of value. The discipline was warranted. Pursing his pale lips, Chu Yuxuan muttered after collecting the last piece. Perhaps he takes after you. With shameless ease, Chu Yuxuan grinned. In matters of charm, he is indeed my rightful heir. Father and son conversed as though celestial beings atop the clouds, their words veiled in riddles beyond mortal grasp. Not far away, the two families who had been enjoying a harmonious gathering suddenly became agitated. The commotion began when Chu Yuxuan's aunt received a phone call. Chairman Chu, your nephew has done something remarkable. An hour ago, he got into a fight with 3 international students at the entrance of Jiangdong University while having a meal. It's causing quite a stir online, and he's currently at the police station. However, there's something rather interesting. Rumors about Jiangdong University's companion study system are spreading again. I had someone look into it, and though it's unclear who posted it, Qingya's PR department is swamped right now. Before this call even ended, Chu Yuxuan's uncle also received a call with roughly the same information. Immediately afterward, the siblings, with tacit understanding, opened a certain platform to see for themselves what their nephew had done. Chu Yuxuan's cousin leaned over to her mother's side and, upon seeing the video of the 3 foreigners versus the rich and handsome young man, widened her eyes in shock. Mom, what is he doing? Why is he acting like a thug, fighting again? The notoriously domineering old woman suppressed her delight, curling her lips as she remarked, after being recognized by the family. He has forgotten who he really is? Haha. Big brother, do you think the scandal emerging from Jiangdong University has anything to do with him? Chu Yuxuan's uncle shook his head with a smile. Could it really be a coincidence? Ah, our little nephew is just too clever for his own good. Look, right after beating someone up, footage about the companion study system gets posted online. This is exactly the kind of emergency PR tactic entertainment companies use. It must be that pretty wife of his pulling strings behind the scenes. The siblings silently agreed, convinced they had seen through their nephew's despicable scheme, though in truth, they were mistaking the cause for the effect. Chu Yuxuan's cousin chimed in, but isn't this like the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple? Haha. This idiot surely doesn't know who the real power behind Jiangdong University is, does he? The aunt sighed, after being away from home for so many years. How would he know? Ah, I'm really worried grandfather might faint from anger. The eldest grandson, Chu Yuxuan, glanced at his father's phone screen, slowly turning a mahjong tile between his fingers. He frowned slightly, but remained silent. The aunt laughed. After all, he is just a low-class nobody who can't even set foot in proper society. Does he really think he can bully anyone just because of his father? How laughable. Mom, I'm going to tell grandfather. Let him enjoy this news too, huh? Before long, the young lady hurried down the corridor and cheerfully entered the waterside pavilion. Grandfather, uncle. Chu Yuxuan glanced at her and smiled. Not playing mahjong with your mother and the others? What brings you here? Hee. I have something to tell uncle. Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow. What is it, child? Barely containing her glee, the young lady curled her lips slightly and said, Uncle, you've been so focused on your chess game. You don't even know what your precious son has done this time, do you? Chu Yuxuan pondered for a moment before lifting his teacup. What has he done now? Well, he beat up 3 international students. The internet is in an uproar. News condemning him is everywhere. Chu Yuxuan's expression turned rather awkward. Well, I'll discipline him later. A fight isn't that big of a deal, haha, truly insignificant. Insignificant indeed, considering it involves students from Jiangdong University after all. Chu Yuxuan's eyes widened abruptly as he instinctively glanced toward his father, replying woodenly, easily handled, easily handled. Having said this, he picked up the teacup beside him and gulped several mouthfuls to steady his nerves. The old master's face darkened with barely suppressed fury, utterly disgraceful. A glint of cunning flashed through the young mistress's eyes. I saw online that barely an hour after Yuxuan assaulted someone, Jiangda University was exposed for that tutoring scandal. Could he possibly be deliberately provoking Jiangda? Chu Yuxuan immediately spat out his tea, shooting a wary look at the patriarch. He remained frozen for a long moment before forcing an uneasy smile. Stumbling over his words, he stammered, "Father, aside from fellow board members and a handful of senior administrators, only our family knows you're a Jiangda trustee. Yuxuan." Yuxuan just returned to the Chu family. That good for nothing. Chapter 49, 800 Schemes. Chu Yuxuan took a deep breath, his sparse eyebrows knitting together as he growled darkly. "Your precious son has now taken to digging up our ancestors' graves? Huh? That wretched beast. Utterly incorrigible." No sooner had he spoken than a maid hurried over, timidly holding out his phone. "Master, your phone. It's been ringing repeatedly." Without a second thought, Chu Yuxuan knew the calls could only be from either fellow board members or the president of Jiang University. Indeed, it was the university president on the line. "Elder Chu. It's terrible. Your grandson, I already know. Get to the point. How do you plan to handle this?" We immediately went to the hospital to placate the 3 exchange students and secured their written forgiveness. We deliberately avoided a medical assessment, intending to first secure your grandson's release and settle this matter privately. But before we could reach the police station, the scandal about the study companions exploded. "The other board members are saying it was your grandson's doing." The old man cut in sharply. "Spare me the courtesy. Deal with it as it should be dealt with." "Understood. Then I'll issue a public clarification first. As for your grandson, I'll have to step back for now. Mind your own affairs, President Yang. I opposed your study companion initiative from the start. Yet you not only ignored me, but rallied the board to pressure me. Look at the disgrace you've brought upon us. If this isn't handled properly, consider your position as president forfeit." President Yang stammered meekly, "I only sought to elevate the university's rankings by emulating other institutions. Besides, the truth isn't as it seems. It's merely a handful of poorly behaved exchange students who," before he could finish, Chu Yuxuan angrily ended the call. Seething, he snatched a teacup nearby and hurled it at his youngest son, snarling, "I always believed a tiger fathers no dog of a son. Yet your prized offspring isn't even fit to be called a dog. Assaulting others in broad daylight, defying law and order. Who gave him such audacity? Was it you?" Chu Yuxuan's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his clothes splattered with tea leaves and water, a picture of disarray as he muttered, "I'll discipline him properly." Discipline? Too late for that. Chu Yuxuan's breathing was labored, his fury palpable. After composing himself, he icily declared, "Your elder brother and sister will take over the overseas project. Withdraw and focus on parenting that disgrace at home." "Father." Chu Yuxuan protested vehemently, but one look at his father's unyielding glare silenced him. After a pause, he conceded, "Understood." The old man scoffed, seizing his cane. The maid rushed to assist him as he stormed out of the pavilion. The eldest granddaughter, who had been watching the spectacle with barely concealed amusement, remarked with mocking sweetness, "Uncle, mother mentioned you were the backbone of that overseas venture. With her, and uncle merely playing supporting roles. Now that grandfather has sidelined you. How bitterly disappointing. Get out, insolent wretch." Chu Yuxuan's face darkened with fury as he spat out a curse. Yet the moment his niece scampered excitedly from the waterside pavilion to deliver the good news to her mother, the dashing third young master of the Chu clan inexplicably curved his lips into a faint smile, his eyes glimmering with unreadable amusement. Within this family, every member schemed with 800 cunning stratagems. Chu Yuxuan had long known the true mastermind behind Jiangdong University was his grandfather. That morning, when Jin Shihan mentioned the institution, initial caution made him consider merely having Lao Wu secretly film some footage. Lurking in shadows to harass the university through pressure seemed the safer path. Anonymously forcing them to abolish that nauseating companion program would suffice as an uncredited good deed. After all, among the entire Chu clan, who in their right mind would dare directly provoke the patriarch, merely avoiding exile would be considered an act of mercy, let alone preserving any future claim to the family fortune. But upon witnessing those 3 exchange students in the KFC, contemplation led him to reconsider. Why not amplify the spectacle into a theatrical performance for his hidden observers, when inevitably turned against him? Releasing Lao Wu's footage would appear as emergency damage control rather than premeditated sabotage. To his uncle and aunt, this would portray him as an oblivious fool digging his own grave, the perfect embodiment of calculated stupidity. Only his grandfather's tolerance remained an unpredictable variable. prompting his cautious consultation with Chu Yuxuan. Having recently endured the patriarch's veiled warnings about leaving avenues of survival for his siblings, Chu Yuxuan recognized his father's subtle message. The overseas project where he dominated decisions, technically a tripartite venture, had drawn complaints about his overbearing control. The implication was clear: he needed to yield occasionally. Upon hearing his son's scheme, Chu Yuxuan approved without hesitation. Make waves. The angrier your grandfather becomes, the better. He anticipated the patriarch would use this incident to remove him from the overseas project, transferring control to the other branches. Though lucrative, surrendering this fat meat served dual purposes, appeasing the patriarch while intensifying the rivalry between the remaining parties. Sometimes one must sacrifice minor gains to witness greater conflicts from a privileged vantage point. What wiser investment than purchasing front-row seats to a tiger fight? Father and son moved their chess pieces in perfect synchrony. Pitiable remained the other branches, still blind to the trap. Convinced of Chu Yuxuan's harmless decadence while celebrating their good fortune in inheriting the overseas project. Little did they know this honeyed gift came wrapped in meticulous preparation by the very duo they underestimated. Chapter 50, Sister-in-Law. Say something 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On Saturday morning, Zhao Yanan, having attended the I.M. Extra variety show the previous night and later discussed the program's direction with Director Song, had returned home at 2 in the morning. With barely 5 hours of sleep and the luxury of a day off, she had intended to sleep in, until the shrill ring of her phone shattered her peace. The ice-cold beauty stirred irritably, allowing the phone to chime persistently before reluctantly forcing her bleary eyes open. Groping blindly on the nightstand, she retrieved her phone and squinted at the caller ID, Chu Yuxuan. Hello, Uncle Xi. She caught herself mid-sentence, suddenly awake, and corrected, Dad. Sweetheart, did I wake you? Chu Yuxuan chuckled warmly. No, I was just about to get up. Dad, what brings your call so early? Chu Yuxuan sighed. Yuxuan's detention period is over. He'll be released at 8 sharp. I'm on my way to the detention center now. If you're free, you should come too. In truth, the brawl 3 days prior had been resolved swiftly. The 3 involved parties had chosen reconciliation that very day, and without a medical evaluation, Chu Yuxuan should have avoided detention altogether. But his elder sister, rigidly impartial, or perhaps nursing a private grudge, had charged him with disturbing public order, sentencing him to 3 days of administrative detention. After leaving the villa that day, Chu Yuxuan had initially rushed to the police station to retrieve his son. Yet, just as his Maybach pulled up to the precinct, news arrived of his eldest daughter's merciless enforcement. Coincidentally, the heiress turned dedicated police officer, who had forsaken her privileged life for a modest salary in service of the people, stood glaring icily at his car from the station courtyard. The once powerful patriarch, pitiable in his own home, dared not even open the door, frantically urging his driver, Go, go. Hurry. Meanwhile, Xia Media's legal team, witnessing the scene, deliberated before informing Zhao Yanan. President Zhao, Director Chu has been detained for 3 days. But just now, I saw. His father doesn't seem to be intervening. Though puzzled, Zhao Yanan reasoned that if Chu Yuxuan wouldn't act, it certainly wasn't her place to interfere. Thus, she took no action, leaving the pampered young master to endure his sister's unyielding justice, helpless against the penalty. Now, hearing Chu Yuxuan's request, Zhao Yanan couldn't refuse. In her heart, the Zhao family owed Chu Yuxuan far too much. The least she could do was comply without question, even if she loathed the idea of fetching that spoiled heir. The scandal had stirred relentless debate online over the past 3 days, leaving Xia Media's reputation in flux. Artists and partners remained on edge, fearing unforeseen repercussions. Some argued, Zhang University panders to foreign students too much. We believe Director Chu wouldn't attack without cause. Those 3 must have provoked him. Others countered, the university's policies may be infuriating, but does that justify random violence? Who can provide evidence proving those 3 exchange students are also scum? Show it if you have any. As for Zhang University, these past 3 days have been an onslaught of online condemnation, with uniform waves of vitriolic denunciations. Some extremists even stormed the campus and hurled rotten eggs at the president's face. The situation continues to escalate, no matter how the school tries to clarify. Even dragging out some minor celebrity-esque scandal as a distraction, netizens refuse to buy it. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yanan checked the time, just 7 o'clock, and hurried to wash up and apply her makeup. Traffic was light on Saturday morning, and it would take about half an hour to reach the detention center, just enough time. Arriving at the underground garage, she stepped out of the elevator and briskly walked toward her Maserati, rummaging through her bag for the keys. Midway, She faintly heard someone humming a tune. The voice seemed to be coming from near her car. It's the heartbeat. Oh no, can't hide from this gaze. The singing was slurred, a man's rough voice, and at certain words, he seemed to exert effort, his tone growing heavier. Zhao Yanan frowned in suspicion and shock. After a brief pause, she took light steps, ensuring her heels made no sound, and slowly inched toward the car. As she drew closer, she noticed, under the dim lighting, the car was gently rocking. The elegant CEO grew even more perplexed, since the parking spot was in a blind spot for surveillance. She pulled out her phone, activated the camera, and tiptoed to the rear of the car, extending her phone toward the left side. On the screen, a burly man appeared, crouching with a wrench, vigorously removing the left front tire. Feeling like I'm burning up? Lao San removed the tire with ease, lifted it effortlessly, and as he turned, seamlessly inserted a crude expletive into his humming. Zhao Yanan crossed her arms, lifting her gaze to glare at the towering figure before her. Her expression icy and unreadable. After an awkward silence, Lao San forced a dry chuckle. Sis-in-law, up so early, huh? Hey, you can see me? Zhao Yanan, wishing he could vanish on the spot, Lao San swallowed hard, then lowered his head guiltily and muttered, Sis-in-law, hit me, scold me. I'll take it. But this has nothing to do with my boss. Absolutely nothing. Really, he didn't tell me to do it. And last time your tire got stolen? That wasn't me either, seriously. Zhao Yanan was utterly speechless. She knew this hulking man had once been Chu Yuxuan's bodyguard and driver, later becoming Chu Yuxuan's chauffeur. She had assumed he was assigned by Chu Yuxuan to protect his son. But now it sounded like his relationship with Chu Yuxuan was far more intimate, even calling him big brother. What other secrets were lurking here? Zhao Yanan couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. The father and son were already baffling enough, no point racking her brain over something that didn't concern her. Take me to the detention center, she said, glancing at the nearby G-class. After a pause, she added coolly, you have many sisters-in-law, all those circulating online. So, don't call me that. The third brother, with a simple and honest demeanor, stammered, they're all younger. No, anyway. You're the eldest sister-in-law. Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes and strode toward the G-class. Eldest sister-in-law, I'll take these tires then. The third brother trailed closely behind. Don't call me eldest sister-in-law. Oh, I understand, eldest sister-in-law. Slow down, eldest sister-in-law. Are we picking up my eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law? Eldest sister-in-law, say something. Chapter 51. Do you take me for a corporate registry? The sky was overcast. The lingering chill of early spring less biting than winter's piercing cold. Snowflakes mingled with raindrops as they fell. At precisely 8 o'clock, the detention center released its inmates. Chu Yuxuan sauntered out through the iron gates, his gaze immediately drawn to a Maybach and a GTR parked nearby. Chu Yuxuan stood beside the Maybach, a cigarette dangling from his lips, while his stern-faced, impeccably dressed middle-aged chauffeur held an umbrella over him. Spotting his son, Chu Yuxuan hurried forward. Son, you've suffered, he said, taking the large black umbrella from the driver and holding it over Chu Yuxuan's head. Quite comfortable, actually, Chu Yuxuan replied with a faint smile, his eyes flickering toward Lao Wu and Xiao Qing beside the GTR. President Chu, Lao Wu greeted cautiously, refraining from his usual big brother in Chu Yuxuan's presence. Xiao Qing, clutching a thick white fur-lined robe, rushed forward in a few quick steps and draped it over Chu Yuxuan herself. Her voice trembled between bashfulness and concern. Young master, you've endured hardship. What are you doing here, silly girl? Chu Yuxuan's gaze briefly swept over her rough, small hands before settling on her flushed, delicate face. 3 days in detention isn't prison. No hardship to speak of. Just then, another figure approached timidly from a distance, calling out, P. President Chu. The group turned. But only Chu Yuxuan recognized Jin Shuhan. You too? Chu Yuxuan frowned slightly. I went to the police station to ask. Jin Shuhan stammered as she stepped closer. I knew you'd be released today, and since I didn't have classes, I came to meet you. Chu Yuxuan clicked his tongue. That matter had nothing to do with you. Don't carry any guilt over it. Jin Shuhan opened her mouth, the words thank you rising in her throat before she swallowed them back. After a hesitant pause, she suddenly looked up. Oh, President Chu. The school has replaced its principal and expelled over 30 international students with disciplinary records. The new principal is currently issuing a public statement online. Chu Yuxuan had learned of this the previous night. His grandfather had personally issued the orders and appointed the new headmaster. Chu Yuxuan had mentioned it in passing during his visit. The entire affair had concluded neatly. 3 days in detention in exchange for substantial gains. Hardly a loss. Good. Justice prevails. Chu Yuxuan feigned delight. As he spoke, a black G-Class rolled smoothly into view. Zhao Yanan stepped out of the car, her eyes briefly lingering on Xiaoqing adjusting Chu Yuxuan's collar before shifting to Jin Shuhan, who stood awkwardly before him. Her expression unreadable, she approached. Dad, Chu. When her gaze met Chu Yuxuan's, she seemed uncertain how to address her nominal husband in front of Chu Jiqing. Skipping the formality entirely, she asked coolly, Are you all right? Chu Yuxuan smirked. Food, drink, and shelter quite comfortable. Did you miss me? Zhao Yanan pressed her lips together, silent. Chu Jiqing cleared his throat lightly, smiling genially. Come, Yuxuan, Nan. Let South return to the estate. The old man wishes to see you both. Zhao Yanan? See me? For what? Recalling the previous scene of the old man beating the father and son duo, she couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Chu Yuxuan knew that this ordeal was unavoidable for him. At most, he'd endure a few lashes that wouldn't hurt much. With a resigned sigh, he muttered, Let's go. The sooner it's over, the better. After speaking, he glanced at Lao Wu and pointed at Jin Shuhan. Take her to school first. You and Xiaoqing can return afterward. Lao San, Nan, and I will ride with you. Unable to resist Lao Wu's enthusiasm, Jin Shuhan awkwardly got into the car, watching the departing Maybach and G-Class. An inexplicable weight pressed on her heart. How many generations of struggle separate the clouds from the mud? She dared not even contemplate it. In her eyes, simply being able to earn enough to support herself and her paralyzed father was already a rare fortune in this world. In the back seat of the G-Class, Zhao Yanan sat as far from Chu Yuxuan as possible. The ice-cold beauty gazed out the window, her thoughts in disarray. How should I face the old man later? On another note, she found it somewhat strange. She had braced herself for Chu Yuxuan's endless teasing on the way, yet this second-generation heir seemed unusually subdued, not uttering a single sarcastic remark. Curious, she turned her head slightly and caught sight of Chu Yuxuan leaning against the window, his long, narrow eyes half-lidded, fingers gently pressing against his temples. He must be exhausted. Zhao Yanan exhaled silently, about to look away when Chu Yuxuan suddenly spoke. If you want to look, do it openly. No need to sneak around. I don't charge for it. Zhao Yanan shot him a glare but said nothing. Chu Yuxuan merely chuckled before resuming his temple massage. Truth be told, he hadn't slept well these past few days. His head throbbed faintly, leaving him too weary for his usual banter. Moreover, 3 days of quiet had gradually soothed the inexplicable restlessness in his heart. Most love in this world begins with a fleeting attraction. That breathtaking glimpse of her at the wedding had, for a moment, unsettled him. What man wouldn't he lose his composure upon first meeting a woman like Zhao Yanan? Yet, at the time, he hadn't indulged in such thoughts, knowing full well this marriage was nothing but a charade. Until that slap, it flung open the doors of his heart. How does it feel for a young master, accustomed to neglect since childhood, to suddenly have a woman shield him? The affection was feigned, but the stirring in his chest was real. Now, however, he realized his reaction might have been too intense. With a woman this aloof, excessive enthusiasm would likely backfire. Lao San drove absent-mindedly, stealing occasional glances in the rearview mirror. The two sat as distantly as strangers, the suffocating silence thickening the air. He pursed his lips. Oh, what is love in the end? The world says it's not as satisfying as a bowl of dough-drop soup. I could really go for some right now. Chu Yuxuan's eyes flickered open. What are you muttering about? Lao San clamped his mouth shut, feigning deafness, his gaze fixed ahead with exaggerated focus. Chu Yuxuan couldn't help but laugh. This simple-minded brother of his had always been like this, honest to a fault. He'll be lucky to ever find a wife. At that moment, the second brother sent a WeChat message. You're out? Chu Yuxuan, ya? Any updates on what I asked you to look into? Second brother, still checking. The Gao family seems clean so far. Chu Yuxuan pocketed his phone, pondered for a moment, then turned to Zhao Yanan. Has Gao Ning come looking for you again? Zhao Yanan inhaled softly. Every day for the past 3 days. She paused before adding, he's looking for you. Didn't you tell him to wait? Chu Yuxuan stroked his chin and muttered, with all the commotion I've stirred up, how could he not know? Feels deliberate, like he's trying to provoke me. Zhao Yanan replied coolly, no idea. Chu Yuxuan exhaled, rubbing his temples before slanting a roguish grin at her. Why the stern face? Who upset you? The third brother's eyes widened abruptly, a chill creeping down his spine. Zhao Yanan snapped. Chu Yuxuan, planning to open a tire shop? Why do you keep targeting mine? Chu Yuxuan pressed his tongue against his cheek, silent for a beat, then pointed at the third brother. I confess, it was all him. His idea, his doing. I'm innocent. This mountain of a man. 200 pounds of pure malice. Third brother. Oh sure. Saintly and noble, aren't you? Zhao Yanan glowered. Liar. What's your game? Can't go a day without riling me up? Chu Yuxuan raised his hands in surrender, feigning hurt. I just thought. You work so hard, driving yourself everywhere. Exhausting, no? How about I chauffeur you from now on? Unnecessary. She fumed. Stay away from my car. Chu Yuxuan pretended to deliberate. Compromise then. Let the oaf drive you instead? I'll yield if you do. As he spoke, he lifted a hand as if to pat her shoulder, a gesture of camaraderie. To his surprise, Zhao Yanan recoiled violently, like a startled bird, her eyes flashing a warning. Don't touch me. Chu Yuxuan blinked, then shrugged. Deal it is. Third brother, drive your sister-in-law carefully from now on. Third brother sighed. I understood. Ah, my wretched fate. Leaning back, Chu Yuxuan replayed the night Zhao Yanan had slashed him with a knife. Even then, her reaction had been peculiar. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved his phone and messaged the second brother again. Dig into Zhao Yanan's background. Second brother, boss. Do you think I'm some all-seeing oracle? Chu Yuxuan, yes. Second brother. Fine. Chapter 52. Don't talk back 40 minutes later. The two cars arrived at Phoenix Mountain Villa. The old master's courtyard was situated at the highest point of the estate, nearly reaching the mountain summit. Aptly named the Reclining Dragon Garden. In ancient times, such a grandiose name would have warranted execution of the entire clan. The mountain wind and snow were far more biting than in the city. As soon as Zhao Yanan stepped out of the car, she shivered involuntarily. Pulling her coat tighter around her, her expression tinged with unease. Chu Yuxuan glanced at the two luxury cars parked outside the courtyard and smirked faintly, saying to Chu Yuxuan, Your uncle and aunt are eagerly waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Chu Yuxuan curled his lips and turned to Zhao Yanan. Don't be afraid, he said. Zhao Yanan nodded slightly, hesitating for a moment before tucking her hands into her sleeves and awkwardly linking arms with Chu Yuxuan. As they walked, she asked softly, Will you get beaten today? Chu Yuxuan lowered his eyelids, his head seemingly still throbbing, appearing somewhat listless. What do you think? He replied. Zhao Yanan, still shaken from past experiences, murmured, Don't talk back. Worried about me? Drop dead. Zhao Yanan said sternly. I just don't want you dragging Dad into trouble again. Dad? Chu Yuxuan raised an eyebrow, his smile carrying a strange amusement. Chu Yuxuan froze momentarily, a mix of shock and delight flashing across his face. Huh, son, what did you just call me? In all these years, when had this rebellious child ever addressed him as Dad? Zhao Yanan. Chu Yuxuan's expression stiffened. Was he talking to you? Chu Yuxuan was baffled. Not me? Then who? As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently landed on Lao San, who was standing motionless beside the G-Wagon. Lao San, this is unacceptable. Aren't you afraid your son will beat the living daylights out of me? Chu Yuxuan rolled his eyes. Let us go. It's freezing out here. In the eastern hall, Chu Yuxuan stood respectfully before the old master, holding a steaming bowl of broth. Bowing slightly, he said, Grandfather. This Buddha jumps over the wall was prepared by a master chef I specially invited from Guangdong. Please try it. The sharp-tongued aunt lifted her eyes and remarked with thinly veiled sarcasm, How very thoughtful of you. The old master sat upright, smiling. My eldest grandson is truly considerate. You've gone to great lengths. Huh, but let us save it for later. It's too rich for the morning. Of course. Chu Yuxuan took a step back before straightening up and handing the bowl to a nearby maid. Be careful, it's hot, he cautioned. The maid's cheeks flushed slightly. The eldest grandson was always so refined and approachable, unlike the spoiled and haughty daughter of the second branch, who had inherited her mother's domineering temperament and never spared the servants a kind word, scolding them as a matter of routine. Then there was the prodigal young master of the third branch. Though rarely seen, his scandalous exploits frequently surfaced online, truly a worthy successor to his father's legacy. As the maid sighed inwardly and turned to leave, she caught sight of the very young master she had just been silently mocking, walking into the courtyard with his father and the stunningly beautiful woman who could captivate even other women. People are inherently different, wealth and poverty, beauty and plainness. Yet a woman's natural grace holds the same allure as a man's wealth and power. The maid thought to herself as she brushed past them, sighing inwardly at how well-matched they seemed. The moment he stepped inside, Chu Yuxuan lowered his head. Father, elder brother, elder sister, you're here too. The siblings put on a facade of warmth and closeness, nodding with practiced smiles. Chu Yuxuan, however, wore a natural grin as he inclined his head slightly. Uncle. The old master, whose praise for his eldest grandson still lingered in his expression, spoke slowly. You've arrived. Chu Yuxuan acknowledged with a quiet then shot a glare at Chu Yuxuan, who stood behind him to the right. Hurry up and apologize to your grandfather. A grown man like you. Yet you act with no decency. The culprit who had personally provoked Chu Yuxuan 3 days ago reluctantly stepped forward, dropping to his knees with a thud. Stubbornly tilting his chin, he muttered, "Grandfather, I've come to receive my punishment." Zhao Yanan's palms were damp with sweat. She timidly glanced at the old master, then stole a look at Chu Yuxuan's uncle and aunt. Though she wanted to greet them, fear sealed her lips, leaving her rooted in place. The old master narrowed his eyes, anger creeping into his expression. "You wretched little beast, you've really outmaneuvered me this time. Haven't you? Wouldn't he dare?" "Just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse," Chu Yuxuan drawled lazily. "Oh, how eloquent." His aunt sneered. "Jiqing, it seems your son is beyond redemption." "Auntie, if you keep laughing like that, those wrinkles will deepen," Chu Yuxuan remarked coolly. "You fatherless, motherless brat." The aunt slammed the table, ready to explode. But the old master cut her off sharply. "Enough. You've been squawking all morning. Must you always be the loudest?" He then turned his glare to Chu Yuxuan. "How much face does our Chu family have left for you to trample upon? Answer me." His gaze was merciless as he snatched up his cane, swinging it with full force against Chu Yuxuan's back. Zhao Yanan's heart lurched with each strike. Chu Jiqing stood to the side, head bowed, not daring to intervene. Only after a dozen blows did the old master finally relent, tossing the cane onto Chu Yuxuan with a cold finality. "This is my last warning. Rein in that temper of yours, or I'll break your legs." Chu Yuxuan knelt rigidly, lips pressed tight. His expression perfectly captured in 3 silent declarations. "I acknowledge my fault. I want to change. And I'll do it again." Seeing him hold his tongue this time, Chu Yuxuan snorted and returned to his seat. His sharp eyes then shifted to the trembling Zhao Yanan. The Zhao family may be a minor aristocracy, but how did they raise such a mannerless girl? Zhao Yanan flinched, hastily stepping forward. "Gr grandfather. Hello, so you do know to call me grandfather? Kneel beside your husband." Her lips trembled as she prepared to obey, but Chu Yuxuan cut in. "That is enough. Why should she kneel? This isn't the feudal era. You didn't even attend our wedding. Who does she even know you as? You insolent cur." The old master struck without hesitation, the slap splitting Chu Yuxuan's lip. "Yuxuan, hold your tongue." Chu Jiqing furrowed his brows and said, "Father, please don't be angry." Zhao Yanan hastily knelt down, her trembling hands clutching Chu Yuxuan's arm as she pleaded in terror, "Don't argue back." The old master's breathing was heavy with fury. "Feeling sorry for your wife now, are you? Where was that pity when you were fooling around outside? You wretched beast, just like your father." Then, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Yanan, he roared, "Is it that you can't control him, or that you don't dare to? I've heard rumors. Was this marriage of yours nothing but a sham? Answer me." The sudden accusation of a fake marriage sent a shiver down Zhao Yanan's spine. Chu Jiqing had repeatedly warned her, under no circumstances should the old master ever suspect their deception. The patriarch despised nothing more than deceit within the family. Moreover, marriages among the elite were seldom about love. They revolved around cold, calculated interests. Even if the match wasn't perfectly equal in status, the disparity should never be too glaring. And the old master particularly loathed the idea of using mere beauty as the face of the Chu family. To him, femme fatale were timeless warnings. Daji and Baosi stood as vivid reminders of ruin. Zhao Yanan was undeniably stunning, a true enchantress. And though the Zhao family was affluent, it paled in comparison to the Chus. There was no way the old master would have consented to such a union, even if he held no affection for Chu Yuxuan. Marriage was ultimately a matter of the family's reputation and interests. Thus, despite knowing full well that he couldn't deceive the old master indefinitely, Chu Jiqing had no choice but to press on. He had only informed Chu Yuxuan of his son's return and impending marriage the day before the wedding. The news had nearly sent the old master into a rage that day, but with invitations already dispatched to the most prominent figures in Jiangxing, there was no room for retreat. Reluctantly, the patriarch had acquiesced, though his displeasure ran deep. He had refused to attend the ceremony and even sent the steward to deliver a stern warning to his illegitimate grandson. Now, with fury blazing in his heart, it seemed the old master was determined to settle this old score. The siblings from the main and second branches exchanged glances, smirking in silence. Everyone knew of Chu Jiqing's close ties with the Zhao family. The moment the Zhaos fell into ruin, Zhao Yanan had married Chu Yuxuan. Though Chu Jiqing insisted there had been a long-standing betrothal, such tales might fool outsiders, but never the Chu family. Chapter 53. A child? Father, this matter is my fault. I never explained it clearly to you. Chu Jiqing sighed. Actually, Yu Xian was married before. The old man frowned. To that actress, wasn't it? Humph. Did you really think I knew nothing? Chu Jiqing nodded hastily. Yes, yes. You know I've always wanted Yuxian to return to the Chu family. But he resented me and refused any compensation I offered. Over a decade ago, I already arranged his engagement with old Zhao's daughter. Back then, Yuxian was still in high school. Then, that incident happened. Later, right after returning to the country, he secretly married that actress. Earlier this year, when I heard he was getting divorced, I went to persuade him again. Only then did he agree to return to the Chu family and accept the marriage with Nan Nan. But coincidentally, old Zhao encountered trouble around the same time. So people assumed Nan Nan married into the Chu family just to seek refuge. Father, I'm telling the truth. Yuxian and Nan Nan have already registered their marriage. How could it be fake? The old man pressed his lips together, silent for a long moment before scoffing. Such an important matter, treated so carelessly? An engagement arranged by parents 10 years ago, and now you just marry like this? How reckless. Chu Jiqing forced a smile. Father, both of my marriages were arranged by you. Were either of them not reckless? Chu Yuxuan's brows furrowed. After all these years, you still blame me? He then pointed at Chu Yuxuan. Because I refused to let his mother enter this house? A shadow flickered imperceptibly in Chu Jiqing's eyes. After a long silence, he murmured, No. The old man, seemingly burdened by old regrets, didn't he wish to dwell on the past. He sighed and turned to Zhao Yanan. Enough. The marriage is already done. I shouldn't interfere. Regardless, now that you've married into this family, you must keep him in check. Letting him run wild like this, what kind of behavior is that? Zhao Yanan lowered her head. Understood, grandfather. Chu Yuxuan then glared at Chu Yuxuan. You little brat. I know you resent me too. Humph. If I weren't old and soft-hearted now, with your attitude, you wouldn't have stepped foot into the Chu family. Chu Yuxuan pursed his lips and said nothing. The old man continued, I may not like you, but in the end, you are my grandson. A sprout of the Chu family. From now on, behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll have no face to meet our ancestors in the afterlife. 28 years old and still so immature. TSK. Frustrated, the old man sighed before suddenly adding, It's about time you had a child. A man only matures when he becomes a father. Zhao Yanan. Scold him all you want, but why drag childbirth into this? Your youngest son has 4 children, yet he still can't shake off his womanizing habits. Chu Yuxuan, who had been sullen since entering, suddenly perked up. His eyes gleaming as he looked at his grandfather. For the first time, he found the old man unexpectedly kind, respectable, and understanding. I'll listen to you. Grandfather. Chu Yuxuan wore an expression of utmost solemnity. The old master shot him a glare and retorted irritably, If you could ever truly behave, even dogs would stop eating filth. With that, he pushed himself up from the table and extended a hand toward his eldest grandson. Howard, accompany me for a game of chess. As the eldest grandson, it's time you considered matrimonial affairs. Who knows how many years I have left? At the very least, let me relish the joy of 4 generations under one roof. Chu Yuxuan hurried forward to support him. Understood, grandfather. Thus concluded the reprimand against Chu Yuxuan. In truth, the family patriarch had never intended severe punishment, after all, having already stripped Chu Jiqing of authority over overseas projects. Imposing further penalties on his son would have been excessive. Only after the old master departed did Chu Yuxuan and Zhao Yanan dare to rise. Chu Jiqing eyed his son and daughter-in-law, pursed his lips, but before he could speak, his sharp-tongued elder sister interjected, Oh. The so-called most beautiful woman of Jiangqing certainly carries herself with grandeur. Not even a greeting for your elders? TSK. Zhao Yanan took 2 hesitant steps forward, her demeanor deferential. First, she addressed Chu Yuxuan's uncle meekly, Greetings, uncle, before turning to his aunt. Greetings, aunt. The uncle responded with indifference, while the aunt merely smirked, ignoring her entirely. Chu Jiqing narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with frost. Sister, my daughter-in-law just greeted you. The woman's face darkened with hostility, but upon seeing Chu Jiqing's simmering anger, she deflated and reluctantly muttered an acknowledgement. Chu Yuxuan stifled a laugh, fiddled with his phone, then sauntered forward, flashing a QR code at his aunt. With audacious nonchalance, he drawled, Andy, here, transfer me 80 or 100,000 as a token. Surely a greeting isn't free? On the return journey, Chu Yuxuan remained listless. His pallor sickly. Zhao Yanan, unsettled, hesitated before finally asking, Are you all right? He shook his head lightly. Grandfather's strikes don't hurt. Abruptly, she murmured, Thank you. Chu Yuxuan turned to her, amusement glinting in his eyes. How will you thank me? By bearing me a child? She rolled her eyes. Do it yourself. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Zhao Yanan fell silent momentarily before fixing him with a solemn gaze. Chu Yuxuan, I know you often provoke me deliberately to ease my burdens. For that, I truly owe you gratitude. But we are not cut from the same cloth. When I struck Xia Zhu, it was merely an act. You shouldn't treat me so kindly. If a situation like today arises again, don't defy your grandfather for my sake. Think of your father. He grinned roguishly. I don't care who it is or the consequences. No one troubles my wife. She exhaled patiently. Everything between us is fabricated. Chu Yuxuan, I mean this sincerely, don't invest your heart in me. I'm not worth it. A pause. You're surrounded by beauties. Choose one among them, or take them all. Believe in yourself. You're capable. In any case, I won't interfere with you. If grandfather blames me, I'll accept the punishment. Chu Yuxuan's smile faded slightly as he massaged his temples, murmuring, You understand me quite well. Old Third stole a glance through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but chuckle twice. Immediately, he felt the deathly glare from the two in the back seat. Old Third, I just received news that my childhood friend's grandmother is giving birth today. Half an hour later, the G-Class parked in Zhao Yanan's underground garage. As Chu Yuxuan opened the car door with one leg already out, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at it, it was Ting. The second-generation heir's expression instantly turned grave as he hastily answered. Ting. An unusually excited voice came through. Brother Chu. My sister-in-law just called me. My elder brother has regained consciousness. Chu Yuxuan drew a sharp breath. Truly? This is wonderful. I'm heading over immediately. Good. Let's meet at the hospital. I'll get ready to leave too. After hanging up, Chu Yuxuan withdrew his leg and simply told Zhao Yanan, I have urgent business before urgently directing Old Third to rush toward the hospital. Chapter 54. Joy and sorrow are not alike, doctor. How is my friend S condition now? In the hospital room, Chu Yuxuan gazed at Cheng, who lay deathly pale. His eyes barely opened to a slit as he addressed the physician. The attending doctor, masked and unreadable, carried a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. His recovery is nothing short of a miracle. To be frank, we had nearly lost hope that he would ever wake. At present, his consciousness remains hazy, unable to speak or move, with only the most rudimentary cognitive functions intact. Let him rest these next few days, avoid excessive disturbance. We'll need further observation before drawing any definitive conclusions. Thank you. Chu Yuxuan murmured his gratitude. Once the doctor departed, he exchanged a brief word with Li Ping before settling onto the sofa, lost in contemplation. Before long, Ting arrived at the hospital. Accompanied by an elderly man whose steps faltered with age, Li Ping had initially greeted Ting with a smile, but upon spotting the old man, her expression darkened. Ting, how could you bring Grandpa here? This is reckless. Ting pouted. When you called me, I was so excited I slipped up and told him. Once he heard, he insisted on coming, so. The girl was guileless, her heart too transparent to harbor secrets. Earlier, Chu Yuxuan had subtly probed her for information about Chen Hong. And she had divulged nearly everything, stories from his childhood, his youth, yet she knew nothing of why he had vanished a decade ago, or where he might be now. In her innocence, she believed her cousin must have met some tragic fate, long deceased, otherwise, why would he never contact her or Chen Chang? Chu Yuxuan, convinced by her sincerity that Chen Hong would never entrust his whereabouts to such an indiscreet soul, had shifted his focus entirely onto Chen Chang. The elderly man accompanying Ting was 80 years old, a figure Chu Yuxuan had already investigated in secret. His name was Wang Kejio, and though he bore no blood relation to the three Chen siblings, he had been their neighbor. In his younger years, this solitary man had scraped by collecting scraps. But upon witnessing the children's destitution, he had taken it upon himself to provide them with food and clothing. Over time, affection blossomed, and he eventually funded their education, raising them as his own until they came of age. Such kindness was akin to his second life. The Chen siblings, in turn, repaid his devotion by assuming responsibility for his care in his twilight years. Ping, how could you keep something so grave from me? Cough. The old man's weathered hands, darkened and calloused from a lifetime of hardship, trembled violently. His frail, hunched frame, withered with age, was a sight that tugged at the heart. Li Ping wept. Grandpa, I didn't want you to worry. Your health is already so fragile. Truth be told, though Chen Chang had endured a life of hardship, his wife was a rare blessing, beautiful, resilient, and devoted, whether toward Ting or this elderly guardian. It had only been a little over a year since Chen Chang's marriage, and Chu Yuxuan had once teased him, remarking that he must have amassed immense virtue in a past life to deserve such a wife. Qin Chang initially burst into hearty laughter. But after indulging in too much alcohol, he confided the truth to Chu Yuxuan. In reality, her family was impoverished. She entered society at a tender age and was exploited into engaging in illicit trades for several years. Later, she ventured alone to Jiangxing seeking a fresh start. By serendipity, our paths crossed, affection gradually blossomed, and we ultimately wedded. Human sorrows and joys are never identical. By noon, Chu Yuxuan departed the hospital. Lao San, gripping a Rujiamo in one hand while steering with the other, munched as he spoke. Elder brother, this Qin Chang possesses remarkable resilience. However, do you believe he'll disclose Qin Hong's whereabouts? I maintain we should employ both kindness and severity. If he remains obstinate, we should leverage his sister as coercion. Chu Yuxuan's expression darkened. He responds to gentleness rather than force, stubborn to the core. We mustn't act recklessly. Lao San sighed. Then we've no choice but to continue waiting. Elder brother, shall we return to your new residence or Façade Lakeside? After a pensive silence, Chu Yuxuan abruptly inquired, what has Xiao Qing been occupied with recently? Washing, scrubbing, cleaning, cooking, watering plants. Merely such mundane tasks, replied Lao San. Why? Do you intend for her to relocate to your new abode as well? Could you bear the separation? Lao San's face flushed crimson. Why wouldn't I? Elder brother, don't entertain improper thoughts. A faint smile played upon Chu Yuxuan's lips, his tone laced with implication. Let me reiterate, our affairs must never be discussed within domestic walls. Oh. Mid-conversation, Zhao Yanan's call interrupted. An unconscious smile graced Chu Yuxuan's mouth as he answered tenderly. Missing me? From the other end. Zhao Yanan drew a measured breath before responding with tempered neutrality. Gao Ning has extended a luncheon invitation to discuss Xia Zhu's matter. I've just arrived. President Jean is also present. Gao Ning hosting a meal? Chu Yuxuan's brow furrowed. Which President Jean? After a pause, recognition dawned, accompanied by mild surprise, that advertising firm's President Jean from before? Zhao Yanan confirmed. Indeed, he was already here upon my arrival, appearing quite familiar with Gao Ning, positioning himself as a peacemaker. How intriguing. Chu Yuxuan stroked his chin. What business does President Jean have meddling in this affair? Unclear. After contemplative silence, Chu Yuxuan ventured, your implication being, you desire my presence? Zhao Yanan maintained silence. Isn't this rhetorical? Must you inquire? Nan, you've grown astute. Anticipating I'd demand your entreaty, hence your muteness? With icy detachment, Zhao Yanan stated, unwilling to attend? Xia Zhu is also present. Chu Yuxuan teased. Jealous? Perhaps in another lifetime. The connection severed abruptly. Moments later, Zhao Yanan transmitted the location to Chu Yuxuan's WeChat. She seemed utterly desensitized to the term jealousy, having deciphered the profligate's patterns. So long as he didn't explicitly refuse, his attendance was assured. Chapter 55. Did I speak to you? In the private dining room, the cold dishes had been served, yet no one had touched their chopsticks. Mr. Jean glanced at his wristwatch. Though the food had been laid out for over 40 minutes, he dared not rush anything. After a moment of deliberation, he filled 2 glasses with liquor and handed one to Zhao Yanan with a practiced smile. Director Zhao, since President Chu hasn't arrived yet, we shouldn't let the atmosphere grow stale, should we? Come, let me propose a toast to the flourishing cooperation between our companies. Zhao Yanan accepted the glass with both hands, forcing a polite smile for this important client, though she found Baijio utterly unpalatable, no matter how prestigious or expensive. She tilted her head back and downed the drink in one go. In contrast, Mr. Jean seemed to relish the experience, eagerly refilling his glass. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. Director Zhao, another round? Alcohol and culture are inseparable. Even the most uncultured ruffian, when pressed to speak eloquently, might choke under threat. Yet place them at a banquet, and they effortlessly spout auspicious phrases. 3 rams herald prosperity. For seasons of fortune, 6-fold smoothness, 10-fold perfection. Anything to coax another drink from you. Zhao Yanan knew this could drag on endlessly, but she couldn't outright reject Mr. Jean's gesture. After all, he was lowering himself to toast her. Refusing would seem petty and ungrateful. 3 glasses later, the icy beauty's stomach burned, her cheeks flushed crimson. Mr. Jean, sensing the limit, shifted the mood with light banter before turning to Gao Ning. Gao Ning, why don't you propose a toast to Director Zhao? Business is business. But friendship is friendship. Nothing can't be resolved over drinks. Gao Ning rose, offering a faint smile as he extended his hand. Director Zhao, I acted rashly before and offended you. As Mr. Jean said, business is business. Let us set aside personal feelings and resolve the matter of Xia Zhu peacefully, shall we? After a pause, Zhao Yanan lightly grasped his fingertips. Physical contact clearly discomforted her, then quickly withdrew, lifting her glass. You overthink it, Director Gao. I never mix professional and personal matters. Gao Ning adopted a humble demeanor, lowering his glass respectfully. The honor is mine, to you, and to Qingya. Just then, the door swung open, and in strode Chu Yuxuan. Xia Zhu, who had worn a perpetually aggrieved expression since entering, now looked even more sour at the sight of her ex-husband. She averted her gaze, neck stiff with disdain. Gao Ning's raised glass froze mid-air, his smile tightening. President Chu, you've arrived. Ah, Brother Chu, finally. Mr. Jin stood, waving enthusiastically before calling to the waiter. Quick! Bring the hot dishes. We must welcome my dear brother properly. From the moment Chu Yuxuan entered, he completely ignored the three individuals, his tender gaze resting upon Zhao Yanan's flushed, delicate countenance. Without uttering a word, he personally poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Zhao Yanan at this moment could be described as radiantly beautiful, her heart already at ease. Though this infuriating man often provoked her ire, he had also bestowed upon her numerous moments of tranquility. He here. Instead of responding, Chu Yuxuan countered with a question. Your face is so red. How many glasses have you had? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Zhao Yanan, and she dared not reply. Brother Chu, Director Jin chuckled amiably. Don't take offense. You know how fond I am of wine. Before you arrived, the atmosphere in this private room was rather dull. So I shared a few drinks with Director Zhao. Haha. Come. I heard you recently performed a great service for Jia Cheng, and only just emerged from detention today. Ah, TSK, you've suffered, truly suffered. I must toast you properly. Indeed, Director Chu is truly righteous. Gao Ning flattered, though his tone carried a hint of insincerity. Chu Yuxuan paid him no heed, smiling as he replied to Director Jin, You flatter me. Then, glancing at the dining table, he picked up a wine glass and filled it to the brim with liquor. Director Jin, last time you visited Qingya, I failed to entertain you adequately. Tonight, I shall make amends. Since you enjoy drinking, let us indulge freely, switch to larger glasses. Director Jin's lips twitched as he forced a smile. Young friend Chu, I'm nearly 50. Drinking like this might be too much for me. Are you refusing me face? Chu Yuxuan smirked roguishly. Or would you prefer I punish myself with 3 glasses first? What nonsense about punishment? Such are the vulgar customs of drinking circles. Ours is a friendship of gentlemen. There is no need, truly no need. Director Jin, ever the refined diplomat, deftly defused the awkwardness, casually exchanging his glass for a larger one and filling it anew. Gao Ning followed suit, pouring himself a generous measure. Director Chu, allow me to welcome you as well. Yet the pampered heir still ignored him, clinking glasses solely with Director Jin before draining his cup in one swift motion. Director Jin managed his in 2 gulps, hastily reaching for tea to soothe his throat. Gao Ning, slightly embarrassed, set his glass down but remained standing. Xia Zhu, heart aching for her beloved Ning, tugged at his sleeve and shook her head. Gao Ning responded with a faint smile, silent. Director Jin, another round. Chu Yuxuan, unflustered and unbothered, refilled his glass. You toasted my wife 3 times, it's only proper I return the favor. Otherwise, I'd appear quite discourteous, wouldn't you agree? Director Jin, ever the affable mediator, chuckled ruefully. Director Zhao, look at this, your Chu Yuxuan is blaming me now. Won't you speak a kind word on my behalf? Zhao Yanan handed Chu Yuxuan a cup of tea. Drink less. Chu Yuxuan nodded momentarily before clinking glasses with Director Jin again. Bottoms up, with no choice. Director Jin reluctantly downed another glass. Gao Ning interjected, Director Chu, this seems somewhat inappropriate. Chu Yuxuan uncorked a fresh bottle of liquor, pouring slowly into his glass, continuing his silent dismissal. Noticing Gao Ning's clenched fist, Zhao Yanan felt a flicker of unease. What foolish scheme is this halfwit plotting now? Do you truly believe invoking Mr. Jin could intimidate Chu Yuxuan? While Jin holds some influence, in terms of power, background, and status, he doesn't even measure up to Gao Zhenxing. His only advantage lies in his extensive network of miscellaneous connections. Are we certain he dare confront Chu Yuxuan directly? After draining their 3rd glass together, Chu Yuxuan finally showed slight signs of intoxication, his cheeks tinged with a faint flush. In contrast, Mr. Jin, having consumed his drinks too hastily and recklessly, now gasped for breath, appearing utterly wretched. Zhao Yanan gently nudged Chu Yuxuan and whispered, That's enough. Chu Yuxuan replied softly, Very well, as you wish. Just as he was about to sit down, Gao Ning, ever the fool, piped up again, "President Chu. It seems your tolerance is impressive. Come, did I address you?" Chu Yuxuan suddenly roared, startling Zhao Yanan, who flinched involuntarily. The last time Chu Yuxuan had uttered those words to Gao Ning was in the underground garage of Xia Zhu's home. Back then, Chu Yuxuan had seemed unremarkable and rustic, while Gao Ning had swaggered with arrogance, even daring to mockingly invite Chu Yuxuan to name any figure on a blank check. Now, the mere memory of it made Gao Ning feel absurd. Stunned by the outburst, Gao Ning stood frozen, his mind momentarily blank. Chu Yuxuan snatched the teacup before him and hurled it without hesitation, his gaze piercing and icy as he hissed, "You have 2 days. 3 million, not a cent less. If you fail, Xia Zhu will never be released from her contract. Mark my words." Chapter 56, merely a backup option? Xia Zhu hastily rose to her feet, wiping the tea stains from Gao Ning's clothes before glaring at Chu Yuxuan with indignation. "Chu Yuxuan, don't push your luck." Chu Yuxuan sneered coldly. "Xia Zhu, let us be frank, you're nothing more than a commodity. I was trying to elevate your worth and sell you at a higher price. How can you be so ungrateful? You despicable scoundrel." Xia Zhu trembled with fury. Chu Yuxuan sighed with a hint of resignation, uttering words that left Xia Zhu bewildered. "You're so foolish it terrifies me. Why must you meddle in everything? Always discarding the pearl for the casket." Mr. Jean hurriedly intervened to ease the tension. "Brother Chu, calm down. Everything was fine just moments ago, and Gao Ning has even said anything." Chu Yuxuan shot him a piercing glance. "Still thirsty for more?" "Mr. Jean licked his lips nervously. "Brother Chu, we're all friends here. Drinking with you is a privilege I grant you." Chu Yuxuan replied with a faint smile. "Allowing you to address me as brother is already an excessive courtesy. Mr. Jean, heed my advice. Don't involve yourself where you don't belong. Qingya may be a modest company, but we're not desperate enough to grovel at your feet. If you genuinely wish to do business or befriend me, I'll invite you for another drink another time. But if you insist on interfering, don't blame me for dealing with you as well." Mr. Jean, visibly embarrassed, waved his hand dismissively. Fine. You two settle your matters first. I'll host you properly afterward." Zhao Yanan, deep in thought, cast an apologetic glance at Mr. Jean. "Mr. Jean, my sincerest apologies." The latter offered a tight-lipped smile, wisely choosing silence. Gao Ning suppressed his rage with difficulty. "President Chu, I'm well aware your father is an influential figure, one our Gao family cannot afford to provoke. But must you flaunt your superiority so brazenly? The implication was clear. Aren't you just riding on your father's coattails? What is there to boast about?" Chu Yuxuan found the remark both irritating and amusing. "Oh, don't misplace the blame. Who is the one constantly name-dropping their father here? Gao, though I've no idea what you're scheming. Let me make this clear, you're out of your depth. If you want to play, bring your father to the table. Understood? President Chu. I merely wish to terminate Xia Zhu's contract with our family. You're overcomplicating things. Buying her freedom, I understand. Pay up, then. It's not as if I care." Zhao Yanan subtly glanced at Chu Yuxuan as he spoke, her thoughts inscrutable. Gao Ning bit his lip, eyes blazing. "The penalty fee isn't yours to decide. If we can't reach an agreement, we'll settle it in court." Chu Yuxuan nodded dismissively. "By all means. I'm aware your Gao family may look down on Qingya's legal department. But tell me, does the legal team of the Chu Consortium meet your standards? Bullying with influence? Who doesn't know how to play that game?" Anyone in Jiangxing's business circles knew of the Chu Consortium's legal team, comprised of industry elites. The cream of the crop. Over decades, they had handled countless cases, with defeats few and far between. Gao Ning's defiance crumbled instantly, leaving him at a loss for words. Just then, Gao Zhenxing unexpectedly stepped into the private room. Out of courtesy, Zhao Yanan stood up to greet him, and Mr. Jean also cheerfully returned the pleasantries. Gao Ning appeared utterly astonished, seemingly never expecting his father to track him down here. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he muttered, "Dad." Only Chu Yuxuan and Xia Zhu remained silent, the former out of disdain, the latter out of being disdained, too intimidated to even utter a word. "President Chu." Gao Zhenxing forced an ingratiating smile, extending his hand toward Chu Yuxuan. "I just returned from out of town half an hour ago. When I heard this worthless son of mine was up to his foolish antics again, I came straight here without even going home." Chu Yuxuan didn't shake his hand, his smile laced with mockery. "Oh, what foolish antics? Do enlighten me." Gao Zhenxing was no fool. He knew Chu Yuxuan was interested in explanations. So he turned directly to his son and barked, "You disgrace. President Chu already showed us mercy last time. more than we deserved. How dare you repay kindness with ingratitude? For a woman, you drag our entire family down with you. Dad, Gao Zhenxin cut him off, glaring at Xia Zhu. Miss Xia. Perhaps I was too subtle before, and you failed to grasp my meaning. So listen carefully now. As long as Gao Zhenxin, draw breath. You will never marry into my family. Abandon that delusion at once. Whether you terminate your contract or not has nothing to do with Ning Er. I want to give him a single cent. You'd best tread carefully. Otherwise, don't blame me for what comes next. Xia Zhu cowered, not daring to lift her head or speak. In truth, she had faced relentless opposition from Gao Ning's parents since the beginning of their relationship. Yet, blinded by love, she had clung to the hope that persistence would one day earn their approval. Dad, Gao Ning seemed about to defend Xia Zhu, but Gao Zhenxin roared, silence. You beast, can you not live without a woman? 3 years ago, you defied your mother and me to chase some girl to America. Now that she is married, you're throwing your life away over this one. When will you grow up? Chu Yuxuan. Oh? Zhao Yanan. The couple's identical expressions of scandalized amusement were uncanny. Xia Zhu felt as though lightning had struck her. Hadn't he said he went to America because of some rare illness that couldn't be treated here? She recalled that day in the underground parking lot, how Gao Ning had winced in pain when Chu Yuxuan shoved him. Had it all been an act? And she had scolded Chu Yuxuan for it. All this time, Gao Ning had frequently complained of discomfort, blaming it on surgical after-effects lies. All of it, lies. The love she had believed in so fervently in the end, she was nothing but a replacement? Gao Ning panicked. Xia Zhu, listen, it's not true. None of it is true. Xia Zhu's world shattered. Staggering back a few steps, she turned and fled the private room. Xiao Zhu. Gao Ning lunged after her, only to be shoved back by his father. Stay here. I have other plans for your future. Cut ties with her now. With that, Gao Zhenxin approached Chu Yuxuan, his demeanor instantly softening into an obsequious smile. President Chu, my apologies for this unsightly spectacle. Chu Yuxuan clapped his hands with a smirk. How amusing. Truly amusing. Old Gao, your son has been rather impertinent towards me lately. I initially presumed you were the one emboldening him, but now I see I've wronged you. My apologies. I, Gao Zhenxin, am not a capricious man. Since Manager Chu showed mercy last time, how could I possibly be so ungrateful? Regarding this matter, allow me to first offer my sincerest apologies. I shall discipline Ning'o properly and ensure he never troubles you again. Chu Yuxuan chuckled lightly. No need for concern. Let him come as he pleases. In any case, I find myself rather idle these days. It shall make for diverting entertainment. Pausing momentarily, he continued with a sardonic smile. Should you find yourself similarly unoccupied, why not join us? Chapter 57. When you're serious. You almost seem human. Gao Zhenxin feigned composure. President Chu, my foolish son was merely blinded by lust. He harbors no other improper thoughts. I know exactly how insignificant the Gao family is. How could we dare to throw an egg against a rock? Chu Yuxuan scoffed carelessly. So what you're saying is, this is just two eunuchs spouting nonsense? Utter absurdity. You jest, President Chu. Huh. Why does this suddenly feel so dull? Chu Yuxuan's interest waned instantly, his disdainful gaze shifting to Gao Ning. Hey, you little mutt, what exactly are you trying to pull? Your antics are utterly baffling. As he spoke, his eyes flickered deliberately toward President Jin. Gao Ning clenched his teeth, his eyes glistening with suppressed emotion. At this moment, his resentment toward his own father likely outweighed his hatred for Chu Yuxuan. Receiving no response, Chu Yuxuan curled his lip and strode leisurely toward Gao Ning. Along the way, he picked up the bottle of Baijiu from President Jin's table, gripping it by the neck as he smirked at Gao Zhenxin. Old Gao, it's not as if I haven't given your family chances, but your son keeps testing my patience again and again. Tell me, what should I do about that? Before the words had fully left his mouth, the bottle crashed against Gao Ning's skull with a resounding crack. The bottle shattered instantly, and Gao Ning crumpled to the floor, blood gushing from his head. Gao Zhenxin's fists tightened reflexively, a flash of fury crossing his face before he forced a deferential smile. A well-deserved lesson from President Chu. My son truly had it coming. Such wisdom, I like that. Chu Yuxuan chuckled, then reached for another empty bottle. Zhao Yanan's heart pounded in alarm. President Chu, stop this, you're drunk. Chu Yuxuan pressed his tongue against his molars before tossing the bottle aside with a derisive laugh. Drunk? Huh, you're right. Let's go home, darling. As he passed President Jin, he gave the man's shoulder a heavy pat. President Jin, I'll treat you to a proper drink next time. Make sure you're thoroughly satisfied. Of course. Of course. President Jin replied cheerfully, completely ignoring Gao Ning's agonized groans and bloodied state on the floor. Once the couple had left, the Gao family's driver, who had been waiting outside, rushed in to help Gao Ning up, pressing a towel to his wound. "Sir, that bastard Chu has gone too far. Should I silence?" Gao Zhenqing snapped. "Know your place. How dare you spout such nonsense here?" After glaring at the driver, he turned to President Jean, his gaze icy. "President Jean, I'm curious. My son hasn't been back in the country for long. How exactly did you two become acquainted?" President Jean, still half-drunk, grinned. "Not long ago. Your son is cultured and refined. We simply hit it off." Gao Zhenqing snorted but said nothing more, leading his driver and injured son out of the private room. Once in the car, he snapped at Gao Ning. "Stay away from that Jean fellow from now on. Whatever grudge he holds against Chu, don't you dare get involved." Gao Ning stiffened his neck, teeth gritted. "He came as a mediator for my sake. Don't slander him." "Huh?" Gao Zhenqing exhaled sharply. "Have you even stopped to wonder how I knew you were here in the first place?" "I must inform you. The message I received was deliberately leaked by that man surnamed Jean. He intentionally let me know you were here. For what purpose? Simply so I could witness Chu Yuxuan humiliating you with my own eyes. Can't you comprehend his scheme?" Gao Ning wore an expression of utter disbelief, lost in contemplation for a long while before faintly realizing that he had unwittingly become someone else's pawn. Yet regardless, was he to simply swallow this beating? "Father, how can you bear to let him disgrace me like this? He didn't just strike my head, he struck the dignity of the Gao family. Last time, he trampled our name in the mud, and now, will you tolerate it again? Father, it hurts." Gao Zhenqing's expression gradually frosted over, his silence stretching before he finally spoke. "Stay away from that Xia Zhu." Meanwhile, in the back seat of the G-Class, Chu Yuxuan, having consumed nearly half a kilogram of liquor, felt the alcohol's haze creeping in. He leaned his head against the window, idly massaging his temple. Zhao Yanan hesitated before voicing her thoughts. "Could you refrain from resorting to violence so casually in the future? It reflects poorly on you." Chu Yuxuan smirked. Quite the disciplinarian. Zhao Yanan shot him a glare, then, with a trace of mockery curling her lips, asked, "Did you strike him to avenge Xia Zhu? Your imagination runs wild. I have no such idle concerns." Unconvinced, Zhao Yanan studied him, inexplicably recalling his offhand remark during dinner, "I don't even care." Though this prodigal son was now a notorious libertine, once upon a time, his devotion to Xia Zhu had been absolute. This ending must have left some residue of regret in him. Her tone softened slightly. "After loving her for 2 years, do you regret it?" Chu Yuxuan replied languidly. "Why should I? By any measure, she is the one who lost more." Zhao Yanan understood his meaning. His loss referred not to his family's influence, but to the sincerity he had poured into it. That kind of thing cannot be bought with mountains of gold. Yet in the end, it had been misplaced. Now, Chu Yuxuan had no mind to spare for Xia Zhu's joys or sorrows. After a moment of silent deliberation, he said to Zhao Yanan, "Be cautious lately. I misjudged earlier. It's not the Gao family with ulterior motives, but that Mr. Jean." Seeing the usually frivolous man uncharacteristically serious, Zhao Yanan frowned. "What do you mean?" Chu Yuxuan shook his head. "Had Gao Zhenqing not intervened today, I wouldn't have been certain. But the fact that he rushed here in such haste proves he was unaware of Gao Ning's recent actions. So, I suspect Jean is the one pulling strings behind the scenes, though his motives remain unclear. Could you be overthinking this?" Zhao Yanan mused. "Mr. Jean has signed several collaborations with our company. It should be mutually beneficial. I think Gao Ning was simply desperate to terminate Xia Zhu's contract. Hence his relentless pursuit of you. A spineless whelp who hides behind his father's name, knowing full well he can't rival me, suddenly grows a backbone. Does that seem normal?" Chu Yuxuan countered. "On my way here, I looked into it. Jean has no prior ties to the Gao family, and Gao Ning only just returned from abroad. How could they possibly be so close? Moreover, ponder this. When did President Jean first encounter Gao Ning? Zhao Yanan vividly recalls, it was the day Xia Zhu caused that scene at the company. Gao Ning even knelt before you. Speaking of which, Zhao Yanan seems to have an epiphany. He witnessed Gao Ning's suffering humiliation in front of you, so afterward, he sought him out and incited him to oppose you? That makes sense, but what could his motive possibly be? The ice-cold beauty contemplates for a moment before her imagination runs wild. Chu Yuxuan. Have you been dallying with the wrong women outside? Chu Yuxuan. Zhao Yanan says earnestly, compile a list for me. I'll investigate. Chu Yuxuan. Zhao Yanan, what? Too many to remember? Chu Yuxuan smirks. Rather than wasting time on that, why not review the contract signed with President Jean again? See if there are any hidden traps. True. Zhao Yanan muses before her expression darkens with worry. Since the Gao family isn't the issue, you shouldn't have struck Gao Ning. Now, you might have forced them into becoming a problem. I hid him to gauge his father's reaction. Besides, Gao Ning is already involved. A confrontation with the Gao family is inevitable. Chu Yuxuan sighs. Come then, all of them. I'd like to see what poison President Jin has been brewing in his gourd. Zhao Yanan's thoughts spiral into chaos. President Jin had been excessively cordial to Chu Yuxuan before. How did things take such a sudden, sinister turn? Could it be that from the very beginning? His proposal for collaboration was laced with ulterior motives? Perhaps you should inform Uncle Jiqing in advance, so we can prepare countermeasures. Chu Yuxuan narrows his eyes, his tone flippant. Worried about me? Zhao Yanan. Nan, I've had too much to drink. May I rest my head on your shoulder? This window is unbearably cold. Chu Yuxuan. When you're serious, you almost resemble a decent human being. Third brother chimes in. Boss, I've turned on the heater. Why is it still cold? Chapter 58. The Seeds of Fate. The depth of present karma as dusk settled. Gao Ning seized the opportunity while his parents were away at a social engagement, slipping out unnoticed. He drove hastily to Xia Zhu's home. Along the way, he dialed Mr. Jin's number, his voice laced with frustration. Mr. Jin, what exactly are you playing at? Why did you have to drag my father into this today? Mr. Jin chuckled lightly. Ah, so your father has caught on? Listen, my friend, I did this for your sake. Think about it, just the two of us. Do we really stand a chance against Chu Yuxuan? We need your father's support, don't we? Gao Ning's temper flared. So helping Xia Zhu terminate her contract. Today's dinner, it was all part of your plan? Just to manipulate my father into acting against Chu Yuxuan? You never mentioned this before. You said you had a way to deal with him. Why involve my father now? With your father on board, our chances improve, Mr. Jin replied smoothly. Let us be honest. Your father isn't the man he once was. The Chu family is tearing itself apart from within. Why fear them? If we play our cards right, we might even exploit their infighting. Just be patient. The timing is perfect. All we need now is unity. How can I trust you after this? You don't have to. I could walk away right now. But ask yourself, do you really think Chu Yuxuan will let your family off so easily? Gao Ning clenched his jaw, resentment simmering. Yet, he knew there was no turning back now. After a long silence, he yielded grudgingly. Swear to me, you'll ruin him. Without a doubt, Mr. Jin vowed. Chu Yuxuan is nothing but a lecherous fool, all bark and no bite. Crushing him will be effortless. A thought struck Gao Ning. Mr. Jin, what grudge do you hold against him? The line fell silent before Mr. Jin's voice turned icy. Some questions are better left unasked. 20 minutes later, Gao Ning arrived at Xia Zhu's apartment. His fingers trembled as he entered the door code he had memorized by heart, only for the system to reject it. Panic surged. He tried again and again, but the result remained unchanged. Earlier that afternoon, he had attempted to reach Xia Zhu. Desperate for a chance to explain, only to find his calls blocked, his messages unanswered. Even Xia Zhu's mother had ignored his attempts. And now, the door code had been changed. Bang, bang, bang. He pounded on the door, his voice raw with desperation. Xia Zhu, please. Just give me a chance to explain. 3 years ago, I was blinded, but now I truly love you. Only you. Don't doubt my feelings for you. I beg you. Let me see you. Let me explain face to face. Open the door. Inside, Xia Zhu slumped on the sofa, a bottle of liquor in her grasp, her eyes hollow and lifeless. Her mother hovered nearby, torn between sympathy and fear. Though she longed to answer the door, the memory of Xia Zhu's earlier threat, if you let him in, I'll end it all, kept her rooted in place, helpless. Outside the door, Gao Ning continued pleading. Xia Zhu, I know you're home. I beg you. Just let me see you once. My head was injured by Chu Yuxuan, and I just woke up in the hospital. The moment I opened my eyes, I rushed here to find you. Xia Zhu, my head is so dizzy. Could you open the door? Just let me see you, please. Xia's mother grasped her daughter's hand, her voice laced with concern. Xia Zhu, Ningyo is hurt. You, at least let him in first. Whatever the matter is, let him explain clearly. You've loved each other for so many years. There's no knot that can't be untied. Listen to me, all right? Xia Zhu suddenly let out a bitter laugh, tears spilling uncontrollably. She said nothing. For some inexplicable reason, at this very moment, she found herself inexplicably thinking of Chu Yuxuan, thinking of those 2 years. That taciturn man never knew how to whisper sweet nothings, never bothered with explanations, simply obeyed her every word without question, offering nothing but boundless patience and tolerance. And yet, it was precisely this man whom she had personally buried in the ruins of time, sacrificed at the altar of her own insatiable marriage. If only life could remain as it was at first sight, why must autumn winds mourn painted fans? Every story begins with tenderness. Yet how many endings truly live up to their beginnings? The causes are fragrant, the results bitter, whose present sins run deeper. All is fate, not a shred within human control. To say Xia Zhu had discarded the pearl for the casket would be an understatement. It was more like fate's cruel jest. In her left hand, she held the reckless favoritism she had taken for granted. In her right, the unattainable moonlight she had yearned for. What she desired remained beyond reach. What she obtained, she could not cherish. Now, at last, that elusive moonlight had finally graced her, only for her to realize, after abandoning everything to chase it, that its glow was merely a reflection cast upon her because someone else had rejected it first. Pitiable? Pathetic? Despicable? Some lives are fated to be filled with nothing but regret and remorse. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Xia Zhu failed to pay her penalty fee on time. In response, Chu Yuxuan showed no mercy. He instructed the artist management department to freeze her out entirely and informed Zhao Yanan that if Xia Zhu ever sought termination again, negotiations were off the table. She could take it to court. Regardless of the final compensation, dragging out such a lawsuit alone could tie her up for years. Mistakes must be paid for. Yet what puzzled Chu Yuxuan was the eerie silence from both Gao Ning and President Jin. There had been no movement whatsoever. What exactly were those two fools plotting? Or had Gao Jinshin kept Gao Ning on too tight a leash, preventing further mischief? That old fox was farsighted and patient, unlikely to provoke the Chu family lightly. So, it wasn't impossible. With no petty interference, Chu Yuxuan found himself at leisure, making rounds at the company, teasing Zhao Yanan, then heading to the hospital with gifts to visit Chinchang. For now, this was his top priority. These past few days, the doctors had advised that family members speak more to Chinchang to aid his cognitive recovery. Naturally, this task fell to the ever-chatty Chinting, who babbled from dawn till dusk, reminiscing about childhood, recounting recent news, even detailing how Chu Yuxuan had saved her and covered the medical expenses. In short, every word was steeped in heartfelt gratitude toward Chu Yuxuan. This method proved effective, and Chinchang made a decent recovery. Though still largely unable to speak, he could respond to others by moving his fingers or blinking his eyes, indicating his cognitive functions had essentially returned to normal. Just yesterday, after prolonged contemplation, Chu Yuxuan decided there was no further need to wait. He confronted Chinchang directly. "I'm looking for Chin Hong for one reason alone, something deeply connected to my mother's death. Chang, he was my mother's driver. He must have seen who abducted her. Rest assured, I don't blame him for fleeing, that is human instinct, and most would have done the same. I just need to know who took her, what truly happened that night. That's all. I swear on my life, I won't harm him. You must believe me." Yet, despite Chu Yuxuan's heartfelt plea, Chinchang insisted he knew nothing. Still, his gaze betrayed a flicker of guilt, an undercurrent of inner conflict. Now, Chu Yuxuan sat brooding in his office, a cigarette dangling from his lips as his thoughts churned. Lao San, equally frustrated, grumbled under his breath, "Tonight, I'll drag him out of the hospital and carve him up. No, carve until he talks. Damn it, he has got no sense of gratitude." Flicking ash from his cigarette, Chu Yuxuan exhaled grimly. "True. I've run out of patience. We need another approach." Just then, Chen Ting called. Chu Yuxuan's spirits lifted, though unease prickled beneath. "Hello? Ting Ting. Brother Chu, my brother says he wants to see you." It took me forever to understand his gestures. Honestly, it was hilarious. Hee. Chapter 59. A gentle touch Chinchang had requested to meet. Could it be that yesterday's words had finally taken effect and he'd come to his senses? Chu Yuxuan was overjoyed and hurried to the hospital with Lao San. Yet, the moment they reached the ward door, the sight before them struck like a bolt from the blue. The attending physician rushed in with several nurses, the monitors beside the bed beeping incessantly. Li Ping stood by the entrance, her face drained of color, tears cascading down her cheeks. Chen Ting was already a sobbing wreck. Seeing Chu Yuxuan arrive, she collapsed into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. "Brother Chu, my brother." Woo-woo. What happened? Chu Yuxuan's heart clenched as he saw Chen Chang lying on the brink of death inside the ward. Chen Ting choked out between sobs. He was fine just now. But suddenly, Chu Yuxuan gently patted her back, offering silent comfort, when the nurses wheeled Chen Chang out clearly. He was being taken for emergency treatment. In this moment, Chu Yuxuan could do nothing, dared not disturb the doctors, his mind a blank slate. Just when progress had finally been made, how could things take such a sudden turn? As the nurses pushed Chen Chang past Chu Yuxuan, the latter suddenly felt a weak grip on his hand. Startled, Chu Yuxuan leaned down urgently. Jiangzi, is there something you want to tell me? Chang couldn't speak. But with what seemed like his last ounce of strength, he tremblingly raised his other hand, moving it slowly until it pointed toward Li Ping. His half-lidded eyes, glazed with exhaustion, also slid toward her direction. Chu Yuxuan's brow furrowed deeply as he turned his head, his gaze now complex and heavy upon Li Ping. Step aside, don't delay. The nurses urged, pushing Chang away toward the emergency room, with Chen Ting following closely behind. Outside the ward, only Chu Yuxuan, Lao San, and Li Ping remained. Lao San scratched his head, baffled. What does that mean? Does he want our boss to take care of his wife? Li Ping trembled slightly, her eyes darting away. Unable to meet Chu Yuxuan's piercing stare, Chu Yuxuan's mind raced with memories of Li Ping at the food stalls, always reticent, painfully shy, avoiding his gaze whenever she served dishes. At the time, he dismissed it as mere timidity. But now, it seemed clear, she knew Chen Hong's whereabouts, and that was why she had been so uneasy around him. Steeling himself, Chu Yuxuan took 2 measured steps toward Li Ping, his voice low but firm. Sister-in-law, did Xiangzi have something he wanted you to tell me? Li Ping wiped her tears, shaking her head fearfully. Chu Yuxuan's expression turned icy. Then why did he point at you just now? Her lips pressed tightly together. Li Ping kept her head bowed, silent. Sister-in-law, I don't care for riddles. Tell me, where is Chen Hong? I promised Xiangzi I wouldn't harm him. You saw it yourself. He truly wanted me to know. I'm begging you now. Please. Li Ping nervously fidgeted with her fingers, her inner turmoil palpable. After a prolonged struggle, she swallowed hard and finally nodded. Actually, I only saw him once. On Chen Hong's birthday last October, Xiangzi personally cooked a few dishes for his brother. But knowing you were watching him, he didn't dare meet his brother directly. So, he asked me to deliver them. Where? Chu Yuxuan pressed urgently. 227, Binhai Road. It's a lounge bar. Oh, right. The owner's name is Li Bin. He seems close to Chen Hong. Whenever Chen Hong had messages for Xiangzi, Li Bin would relay them to the food stall. Chen Hong sure is cautious, Chu Yuxuan muttered under his breath before stepping aside to make a call. Lao Wu, bring your gear. We've got work to do. He then dialed another number. Lao Heir, check out 227, Binhai Road, and a man named Li Bin. Fast. After hanging up, Chu Yuxuan lingered by the emergency room door, keeping Chen Ting company while waiting for Lao Wu. About 10 minutes later, the attending physician emerged. His expression somber as he shook his head. Chen Ting and Li Ping clung to each other, their anguished sobs echoing through the corridor. Chu Yuxuan's face darkened. What happened? He was recovering well just days ago. The doctor frowned. Sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Statistically, with the machines monitoring him, the odds were low, but his injuries were too severe. We did everything we could. Chu Yuxuan fell silent, then sat beside Chen Ting. Ting, add me on WeChat. I'll transfer some money to help with the funeral arrangements. Chen Ting's eyes were swollen from crying. Brother Chu, why is fate so cruel to us? My eldest brother vanished 10 years ago, and now my second brother. And my grandfather. Last month. The doctors said his liver cancer gives him only 3 months left. Soon, I'll be all alone. Li Ping wiped her tears, hesitating as if she wanted to speak, but held back. Misfortune always strikes the vulnerable. Perhaps hell does not exist, because hell is already here, in this world. At noon sharp, Chu Yuxuan and his brothers rendezvoused with Lao Wu outside the hospital and headed for 227, Binhai Road. En route, Lao Heir sent the intel. 227, Binhai Road, a 2-story lounge bar converted from an old warehouse. A den for troublemakers, half of them ex-cons. Li Bin leads the pack. Served 8 years for manslaughter, released 3 years ago after a reduced sentence. Binhai Road lay beyond the city's 4th ring, a long drive from the hospital. Over an hour later, they arrived. Parking the car, Lao Wu rolled down the window and launched a small drone. He cracked his knuckles and booted up his laptop. Let us see how many cameras we're dealing with. All right, you're clear to move in. Chu Yuxuan and Lao San stepped out immediately. At the same time, in a casual lounge, 2 young hoodlums were engrossed in a mobile game together. Just as they reached a critical moment, the screen suddenly froze. Damn it. Why is there no signal? I don't have any either. What the hell? Broad daylight and no signal? As they stood there bewildered, Chu Yuxuan and Lao San pushed open the door and stepped inside. A bleached-haired punk behind the counter sized them up with indifference. Here for pool or drinks. Chu Yuxuan cast a sidelong glance at him, his voice icy. Where's Li Bin? At the mention of Li Bin, 7 or 8 thugs in the lounge immediately closed in on the 2 men. One of them, gripping a pool cue, tilted his chin up arrogantly. Hey, who the hell are you? What do you want with our brother Bin? Chu Yuxuan took a slow breath, turned to shut the door. and casually picked up a U-shaped lock from the counter, securing the entrance. The bleach-haired punk sneered. You out of your damn mind? Looking for a beating, huh? Chu Yuxuan patted Lao San's arm and said with eerie calm, Go easy on them. Chapter 60. The priest 2 minutes later. Lao San held 2 broken halves of a pool cue, his expression tinged with lingering satisfaction. Before him, 7 or 8 thugs lay sprawled across the floor, each wearing masks of agony as they groaned incessantly. The young punk behind the counter, who hadn't even managed to charge out earlier, had been struck dizzy by Lao San's slap. Now, leaning against the wall with one hand, he stared at Lao San as if seeing a ghost, trembling violently. Chu Yuxuan rapped his knuckles against the counter and asked, Now, care to tell me where Li Bin is? The punk shivered uncontrollably. As the broad-shouldered, ox-like figure strode toward him, he immediately abandoned any pretense of brotherhood and pointed shakily toward the 2nd floor. He got wasted last night, still sleeping. Lao San halted and turned toward the stairs. Don't be afraid, Chu Yuxuan said with a faint smile, then asked, Do you know Chen Hong? The punk shook his head like a rattle drum. No. Never heard of him. Chu Yuxuan's smile faded slightly as he pulled out his phone and flipped to a photo of Chen Hong in his album. Ever seen him? The punk shook his head again. Never. Chu Yuxuan suddenly seized him by the hair, his gaze icy and menacing. Really never? Terrified out of his wits, the punk whimpered. I swear. Why would I lie to you? Seeing no deceit in his expression, Chu Yuxuan released him without further torment. Moments later, a woman's scream pierced the air from the 2nd floor, followed by a man's furious roar. Who the hell are you? A dull thud echoed. And soon after, Lao San dragged down a middle-aged man clad only in garish boxers, his body adorned with elaborate dragon and tiger tattoos. The man, roughly in his 40s, wore a face so naturally menacing that he'd likely be stopped for ID checks by police on any ordinary street. Now, his right cheek was swollen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his permed hair gripped tightly in Lao San's fist, utterly humiliated. Li Bin, Chu Yuxuan called out. The man's eyes darted across the groaning thugs strewn across the floor, fear instantly flooding his gaze. Half asleep earlier, he'd vaguely heard scuffling downstairs, assuming it was just his underlings fooling around. But now, his den had been raided. Li Bin. Brother, which faction are you from? I haven't crossed anyone lately. Chu Yuxuan wasted no time. Where is Chen Hong? Li Bin frowned in confusion. Who is Chen Hong? A smirk curled Chu Yuxuan's lips as he glanced at Lao San. Without hesitation, Lao San swung the broken pool cue, smashing it against Li Bin's shoulder with such force that the already fractured stick snapped again. Li Bin's face twisted in pain as he hunched his neck. Howling, I really don't know any Chen Hong. Lao San pried open his jaw with one hand and, with the other, reached into his mouth, wrenching out a front tooth. He barked, Keep lying, and I'll beat the shit out of you, through your mouth. Tears welled in Li Bin's eyes. His mouth now a bloody mess as he slurred, I don't know. What do you want me to say? Who the hell is Chen Hong? Chu Yuxuan said irritably, quite the tough talk. I wonder if your body is as tough as your mouth, HM? Bro, I really don't know anything. Li Bin wailed. At least give me a hint, will you? Chu Yuxuan. Fine. Chen's Diner? You've been there? Haven't you? Li Bin froze. Wait, ISNT is named Chen Chong? Oh no, brother, you've got the wrong guy. He is not Chen Hong. He is Chen Chong. I know where he is. He got beaten up recently and is now at City Hospital number 2. Chu Yuxuan. Still playing dumb? Have you even considered why I was able to track you down? Li Bin panicked. He really is Chen Chong. He has a sister named Chen Ting. I was wondering why you're looking for him through me. Sure, I had some issues with him, but judging by your demeanor, you don't seem like you're here to teach me a lesson on their behalf. What the hell is going on? A strange feeling crept over Chu Yuxuan. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand to stop Lao San, who was about to hoist Li Bin upside down, and asked, Li Bin, you just mentioned having issues with Chen Chong. What kind of issues? Trembling, Li Bin spat out a mouthful of blood before answering. It was because of Chen Ting. I thought she was pretty and wanted to get to know her, but the ungrateful bitch slapped me in public. So I beat up both her and her brother, then threatened them to pay me, or else I'd keep causing trouble. But later, Chen Chong got into that accident, so I stopped bothering them. Just the other day, I ran into Chen Ting at the hospital, but before I could say much, her sister-in-law started yelling about calling the cops, so I bolted. The more Chu Yuxuan thought about it, the more something fell off. His expression darkened as he told Lao San to keep an eye on them before hastily exiting the lounge. Only when he reached his G-class did his phone regain signal, and he immediately dialed Chen Ting. Brother Chu. Chen Ting's voice was still choked with tears. Ting Ting, is your sister-in-law with you? Chu Yuxuan asked. Chen Ting replied, no. She went to arrange things with the funeral home earlier and still has tea returned. I tried calling, but her phone's off, probably dead. When Li Ping had mentioned going to the funeral home, Chu Yuxuan had still been waiting for Lao Wu at the hospital. By now, over 2 hours had passed. And most crucially, Li Ping's phone was off. This woman is up to something. Chu Yuxuan hung up and turned to Lao Wu in the car. Track Li Ping's location. Lao Wu had previously hacked into Li Ping's phone, so tracking her shouldn't have been difficult. However, with her phone powered off. Even divine intervention wouldn't help locate her now. Oh, for heaven's sake, her phone must be switched off. We can't find her. Chu Yuxuan's mind was in turmoil. He couldn't fathom why Li Ping would deceive him. Had it been Chen Chong, he might have understood. But Li Ping, who had only been married into the family for just over a year and had met Chen Hong once, had no reason whatsoever to cover for him. What the hell is really going on here? Chu Yuxuan forced himself to calm down, images of Li Ping's face flashing incessantly through his mind. Suddenly, he noticed her eyes. Those eyes felt inexplicably familiar, as if he'd seen them somewhere before. Recalling Li Bin's earlier words. The elderly man stricken with cancer whose days were numbered, and Chen Chong's unnatural reactions whenever they had crossed paths, a dreadful suspicion abruptly surfaced in his heart. Just then, Lao Wu exclaimed in alarm, damn it. I traced her phone number. She bought a ticket to Seoul 2 hours ago. The flight took off 10 minutes ago. The journey from Jiacheng to Seoul would take roughly 3 hours. Chu Yuxuan took a deep breath, scrolling through his contacts until he found the number labeled Lao Si. After a brief hesitation, he dialed. An hour earlier, in Seoul, South Korea, inside a church in Sindaram-dong. It wasn't the weekend, so the church stood empty. Save for a devout pastor sitting solemnly before the statue of Jesus, a heavy Bible cradled in his hands as he murmured prayers. A woman with a crimson hair clip entered, shutting the door behind her. Her gaze swept the room before settling on the pastor. Park Puching, she called. Her face, reshaped into something unnaturally sharp, twisted in displeasure as she strode toward him. That apartment, I want half of it. Do you hear me? The pastor slowly closed the Bible, placing it on the table beside him before turning to face her. His strikingly handsome, quintessentially Korean features remained impassive as he blinked calmly. You were the one who cheated. Why should I give you anything? The woman jutted her chin defiantly. Look at you, incapable of tears, of laughter. Wearing that poker face day in and day out like some emotionless machine. Who could stand living with you? The pastor nodded. Which is why I don't blame you. I agreed to the divorce and offered you money. But that apartment was my mother's inheritance. You won't lay a finger on it. The woman sneered. Then we'll settle this in court. And as you know, my boyfriend is a prosecutor. The pastor's expression didn't flicker. Must it come to this? Your stubbornness brought this upon yourself, she taunted. Just sell the apartment and give me my half. Be smart about it. Slowly, the pastor raised his left hand. Fingers curling around the crucifix hanging from his neck, thumb and forefinger idly tracing its edges. After a moment, he extended his right hand, drawing the sign of the cross in the air before him. An hour later, in the garden behind the church, the pastor was shoveling dirt when his phone rang. Seeing the caller's name, his face remained stoic, but a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. After a pause, he answered, his Mandarin, though not flawless, far more polished than Lao Wu's elder brother. What is it? Chu Yuxuan's voice came through. I need a favor. Intercept someone at Seoul Airport. Lao Wu is sending you the flight details now. The pastor responded flatly. Eliminate or deliver to you. Chu Yuxuan, find a place to detain her. I'll take the next flight to Seoul. You're married now. Coming to Jiacheng suddenly would be hard to explain to your wife. The pastor lowered his gaze to the crimson hairpin by his feet, nudging it indifferently into the pit before him. His expression remained impassive as he stated, I'm divorced. After a brief pause, he added, just finalized. Chu Yuxuan. Chapter 61. The pitiful Chen Hong at precisely 11:50 in the evening. The flight from Seoul to Jiacheng landed on schedule. 20 minutes later, the poker-faced Lao Si arrived at the airport parking lot with Li Ping, whose face was ashen with despair. Lao San had been waiting for some time. After a brief exchange of greetings, the two brothers drove to Nanwan Pier. Nanwan was a small, remote port that had been abandoned 2 decades prior. Typically, only a few private fishing boats docked there, leaving the place desolate and quiet. However, under the cover of night, it occasionally became a haunt for smugglers, stowaways, and other unsavory characters. Chu Yuxuan sat on a dilapidated fishing boat, a cigarette dangling from his lips, its ember flickering like a lone shadow over a cold river, a scene tinged with melancholy solitude. Time slipped by minute by minute. As the clock neared 1 in the morning, a black Mercedes G-Class sped toward the shore and screeched to a halt. Lao Si stepped out first, circled to the other side, yanked open the door, and dragged Li Ping out by her hair, walking unhurriedly toward the fishing boat. Lao San trailed behind, muttering under his breath, even after years of marriage. He is still this heartless, like a damned ghost. Once aboard, Lao Si released his grip and fixed his gaze on Chu Yuxuan, his expression unreadable. He gave a slight nod and uttered, "Elder brother." Chu Yuxuan tapped him lightly on the chest and said, "We'll talk about your matters later." Lao San. Turn on the lights. Lao San was no stranger to this fishing boat. He navigated the cabin with ease and flipped the switch. Li Ping, who had been flung onto the deck earlier, remained sprawled on the wooden planks, her head tilted upward as she stared at Chu Yuxuan. Her eyes brimmed with despair and terror. Lao Si remarked, "I gave her a shot to keep her from making a scene. She should be able to speak now." Chu Yuxuan settled back onto a stool, his icy gaze locked onto Li Ping. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Shen Hong. At the mention of that name, Lao San froze in place, utterly stunned, with all pretenses now shattered. Shen Hong, now in the form of a woman, let out a bitter laugh. Perhaps the lingering effects of the drug Lao Si had administered left his speech weak and slurred. "Chu Yuxuan, how did you know I wasn't dead?" Chu Yuxuan blinked impassively. 10 years ago, on the night my mother died, I was also kidnapped. When I woke up, I was on a ship. I was held there for a month, and every day, I heard them searching for you. After a month with no trace, I concluded you'd hidden yourself somewhere very safe." Shen Hong scoffed. "You went through so much trouble just to find me." Chu Yuxuan pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and lit it. "Tell me then, what really happened on the night of June 17th, 10 years ago?" Shen Hong closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and exhaled. "Fine. I surrender. Chu Yuxuan, I know your kindness toward my younger siblings was all an act. Your Chu family, you're all cold-blooded creatures. I'll tell you what happened back then, but you have to promise me one thing. Spare Ting." Chu Yuxuan nodded. "I'm not so dishonorable as to harm an innocent woman. Besides, I owe Chen Chang. No matter what, I wouldn't bring harm to Chen Ting. On the contrary, I intend to make amends to her." Shen Hong was skeptical. You promise?" Chu Yuxuan demanded. "Speak." Shen Hong remained silent for a long moment before bracing his hands against the deck, forcing himself upright with effort. After catching his breath, he began recounting. "That night, your mother worked late, so I drove her home. As we passed Nam on Pier, right here, a car suddenly cut us off. At the same time, another vehicle rammed into ours. Flipping it over, I was dazed, but I saw 4 or 5 men surrounding us. They dragged your mother and me out of the car. I was held at gunpoint, forced to crouch with my head down, while your mother, they took her onto a yacht. It was too far. I couldn't hear clearly, but I vaguely caught a man on the yacht saying something about a deal, demanding she hand something over in exchange for a fortune. What did he look like?" Chu Yuxuan frowned. "And what was he after?" Shen Hong shook his head. It was too dark to see, but from his voice, he sounded like a man in his 40s or 50s. As for what he wanted, I don't know. Chu Yuxuan pondered. "Go on. What happened next?" Though years had passed, Shen Hong still shuddered at the memory. "Your mother refused the deal. The man signaled to the Audi that had blocked us, and one of his thugs opened the trunk. Inside was a massive suitcase filled with cash and gold bars. But your mother didn't waver. She cursed at him. Then, they beat her, for 3 or 4 minutes, until she couldn't even stand. After that, the man ordered his men to kill me and even threatened to kidnap you." Chu Yuxuan's fist clenched involuntarily, his eyes glistening. "How did you escape?" Shen Hong swallowed hard. "I had a gun to my head. I was terrified, but I thought, if I was going to die anyway, I might as well fight back. Just as the man was about to shoot, I tackled him, wrestled the gun away, and fired wildly at the others. In the chaos, I jumped into the Audi and sped off. Driving is my passion, my profession. I lost them quickly and hid somewhere safe." Chu Yuxuan's voice turned icy. "What I don't understand is, why didn't you go to the police? Why live like this in hiding?" "I considered it." Shen Hong gritted his teeth. "But I found another suitcase in the back of the Audi. When I opened it, it was full of money, $4 million in cash. So you took the money and ran?" Chu Yuxuan seethed. Shen Hong let out a bitter laugh. "Of course a wealthy heir like you wouldn't care about money. But a driver like me, earning $5,000 a month, I could never make that much in 10 lifetimes. I was momentarily blinded by greed, believing it was divine providence bestowing fortune upon me, not just a lifeline but wealth beyond measure. How dare you touch such tainted money?" Chu Yuxuan gritted his teeth, his voice laced with venom. "Your audacity knows no bounds." "Then what?" Where did you flee with the money? Chen Hong drifted into a daze before murmuring. At first, I intended to go to South Korea. With money in hand, I thought I could undergo plastic surgery, change my name, and live lavishly. But at the time, the only escape I could arrange was a smuggler's boat to Thailand. I planned to reach Thailand first, then transfer to South Korea. Yet, perhaps it was divine retribution. A group of Thai men targeted me. They drugged me, stole my money, and turned me into a cadhoi, forcing me to earn for them. It was until 2 years ago, when Thai authorities raided their operation, that I finally regained my freedom. Chapter 62. Do me another favor, look at the mess you've made. Chu Yuxuan lamented with profound anguish. Had you gone to the police that night, or even sought help from the Chu family, would any of this have happened? I regret it too. Chen Hong's eyes reddened. But regrets are useless now. After being rescued by the authorities, he drifted through Thailand like a lost soul, living in a daze for some time. Eventually, he thought, given how I am now, who would even recognize me? Besides, that incident is long past, surely no one cares anymore. So he returned home. Yet when he reunited with Xiangzi, he learned that Chu Yuxuan had been searching for him all along. Knowing the Chu family's methods, he feared Xiangzi and Tingting would be dragged into the mess. To be safe, he planned to flee abroad again, until Xiangzi revealed their grandfather had been diagnosed with terminal cancer. The old man raised the three of us by scavenging scraps, Chen Hong whispered. No matter what, I must see him to his grave. Only then will I disappear. So you and Chen Chong devised this charade of marriage? Chu Yuxuan exhaled sharply. I should have realized sooner. Every time I mentioned you at the food stall. His eyes flickered with unease, because you'd told him who I truly was. His voice dropped. Chen Hong, I never imagined you'd become this. I deserve this. Chen Hong choked out. I wronged you. But Tingting knows nothing. You mustn't harm her. Looking like this? Chu Yuxuan scoffed bitterly. Even I wouldn't claim her as family now. His tone hardened. Think harder. Did anyone at the scene leave an impression? Faces you saw clearly? And the car you took? Do you recall the license plate? Chen Hong frowned. The plate? No. But the man who held me at gunpoint had a tattoo on his wrist. He traced a line on his own arm. About 10 centimeters, with Cyrillic script, Das Vidania. There was an laughter it. His accent was Jiancheng dialect. For the Chu family's reach there, it shouldn't be hard to find him. Anything else? Nothing distinct. Wait. Chen Hong hesitated. Your mother wore flats that night. The man on the boat stood a full head taller, average build, same local accent. That's all. Silence fell as Chu Yuxuan absorbed the fragments. Trembling, Chen Hong scanned the faces of the three brothers. I've told you everything. I know. You brought me here to kill me. But could you wait just a few more months? I want to see my grandfather off. Don't worry, I won't run away. Truly. Chu Yuxuan blinked his icy eyes and said coldly, to be honest, I never intended to kill you. But you murdered Chen Chong. How should we settle this debt? The third brother stood there utterly bewildered, his face a picture of confusion. Chen Hong's tears streamed down as he sobbed. I just acted on impulse. I couldn't understand why he chose to help an outsider like you and betray me. From the moment he learned about our connection, he urged me to confess to you, saying you must be desperate to know the truth about your mother. But how could I dare? After much persuasion, I finally convinced him. But I never expected that yesterday, behind my back, he had Tingting contact you. If Tingting hadn't accidentally told me, after finding out, I sent Tingting away and went to confront Chong in his hospital room, hoping to persuade him to keep quiet. But he just lay there with his eyes closed, refusing to even look at me. I was furious and terrified, and I don't know what came over me. Suddenly, I remembered the doctor saying he'd be paralyzed for life. I thought maybe he didn't want to live like that, burdening Tingting. And since he betrayed me, in a fit of rage, I turned off the machine keeping him alive. Honestly, within a minute. I regretted it and turned it back on. But it was already too late. Chu Yuxuan sneered. You used me to help Chen Ting deal with those loan sharks. And even while fleeing, you planned to exploit me again to eliminate Li Bin and his gang. Chen Hong, you're quite clever, just not for anything decent. If you could kill your own brother, tell me, do you deserve to live? I don't. I'm a monster. Chen Hong wept bitterly. I only beg you, give me a few more months. Chu Yuxuan tilted his head back, gazing at the ink-black sky as the knife-cold sea wind sliced across his face and neck, his expression dark and conflicted. After a moment, he lowered his gaze to Chen Hong and said, Go, fulfill your filial duty. Once your grandfather is laid to rest, I'll send you on your way. Chen Hong nodded gratefully. Thank you, Chu Yuxuan. Believe it or not, right now, I wish I were dead. Don't worry, after the old man passes, I'll end it myself. I want to dirty your hands. Chu Yuxuan said nothing more and stepped off the fishing boat. The fourth brother followed closely behind. After walking some distance, they realized the third brother wasn't with them. Turning back, they saw the fool lingering beside Chen Hong, scratching his head with undisguised curiosity. Hey, can I study you for a bit? How do you, get those? Your chest is kinda big, huh? Chu Yuxuan. The fourth brother silently gripped the crucifix around his neck, his face expressionless. After leaving Nanwan Pier, the three picked up the fifth brother, who had been helping Chen Ting with Chen Chong's funeral arrangements, and drove toward Emerald Lake. On the way, Chu Yuxuan relayed Chen Hong's confession to the second brother, instructing him to investigate further. The second brother replied, I want to see the fourth brother. Chu Yuxuan, not yet. Your identity can't be exposed now. Don't take risks. Lao San drove the car excitedly, saying, I wonder if Xiaoqing is asleep yet? Hey, big brother, should I give her a call and have her prepare some snacks and drinks now? After all, we should welcome Lao Si properly. Chu Yuxuan paused for a moment, his eyes suddenly brightening. Don't disturb her, he said, then turned to Lao Si. Brother, I need your help again. About half an hour later, the vast villa was pitch black. Xiaoqing was sound asleep in her bedroom when she suddenly heard faint footsteps in the living room. The girl abruptly opened her eyes and sat up, staring silently at the sliver of light beneath the door. Yet, after a long while, no one turned on the lights. If it were Lao San or Lao Wu returning, their footsteps wouldn't be deliberately so light, nor would they avoid switching on the lights. A thief? Xiaoqing frowned slightly, slowly getting out of bed. She tiptoed to the door, pressing her ear against it. The footsteps in the living room grew clearer. Tap, tap, tap. Creak. From the sound, it seemed Lao San's door had been pushed open. Xiaoqing narrowed her eyes thoughtfully, glancing at her phone on the nightstand but making no move to grab it. Instead, she kept her ear pressed to the door, listening intently. Before long, the footsteps returned. Tap, tap, tap. This time, they seemed to be approaching her room. Soon, the footsteps stopped, but Xiaoqing's expression grew even more serious. She could hear clearly that the person outside was now standing right outside her door. Before she could react, the doorknob began to turn slowly, stopping halfway before suddenly freezing. Xiaoqing's eyes showed no trace of fear. Her usually timid face was now icy cold as she took a quiet step back, her body slightly tensed. A few seconds later, the doorknob twisted fully, and with a creak, the door swung open. At the same moment, Xiaoqing lunged forward, only to realize, as she closed the distance, that the intruder was holding a gun. Yet, her shock lasted only a split second. She swiftly sidestepped, her hand snapping up to grip the barrel while her pinky slipped behind the trigger to prevent an accidental discharge. Then, she swung her fist, engaging the intruder in a fierce struggle. The two fought in the darkness for over 10 seconds. Who had the upper hand was unclear. Then, after a few more seconds, Xiaoqing let out a muffled grunt, and suddenly, the living room lights flickered on. Lao Si stood expressionless, one hand gripping Xiaoqing's throat, the other pointing the gun at her head. Yet, the barrel and magazine were clutched in Xiaoqing's hands. By the entrance, Chu Yuxuan stood with his arms crossed, his gaze dim but his lips curled in a faint smirk. Lao Wu pursed his lips, his expression odd. Lao San, meanwhile, gaped in disbelief, realizing she had been tricked. Xiaoqing pressed her lips together tightly. After a long, complicated glance at Chu Yuxuan, she lowered her head. Lao Si snatched the gun parts from her hands, reassembling them with practiced ease. Then, he stared at the girl's calloused palms for a solid 5 or 6 seconds. If his face could show emotion, it would undoubtedly be one of astonishment. An expert with firearms, Lao Si remarked, yanking open Xiaoqing's nightgown to reveal a thick layer of calluses on her right shoulder. And accustomed to heavy firepower, Xiaoqing maintained an air of indifferent resignation, offering no defense for herself. Chu Yuxuan stepped forward, his voice laced with quiet intrigue as he inquired, Little one, I've long been curious. Are you truly one of Chu Jiqing's people, or were you planted beside him by another? Chapter 63, A Serendipitous Encounter. Xiaoqing bit her lip, remaining silent. Chu Yuxuan continued, The first time I saw you was in the study at Ingdon Tower. You accidentally pushed the door open, and I noticed the calluses on your hands immediately. Later, when you tied my tie, I observed more carefully the thick calluses on the webbing of your right thumb and along the sides of your index finger. Only those who frequently handle firearms develop such marks. Moreover, the calluses on your left hand mirror those on your right, particularly on the palm and thumb, a telltale sign of someone accustomed to wielding heavy weaponry. I suspect you're not just skilled with rifles but also excel with sniper rifles. Am I right? Xiaoqing lifted her gaze, her expression one of genuine surprise. Young master, you understand firearms? Chu Yuxuan smiled faintly. Chu Jiqing is a businessman. It's hardly unusual for him to have bodyguards. But you're only 23, yet so proficient with firearms. You must have started handling them at 15 or 16. That doesn't sound like an ordinary bodyguard. More like a trained assassin. Chu Jiqing wouldn't orchestrate something like this. Most people wouldn't notice the subtle signs on your hands, and with your role as a servant. No one would pay you any attention. I was deeply puzzled. Who trained you? And for what purpose were you planted beside Chu Jiqing? To be honest, though Chu Jiqing is a scoundrel, he is still my father. I couldn't just ignore the threat. So, I kept you by my side first to ensure his safety. And second, to uncover your true identity. Yet, all this time, you've made no move to approach him. Even after I moved out. You didn't seek me out deliberately, simply carrying out your duties as a maid. I even had Lao Wu investigate your phone and search your room, nothing suspicious. I truly couldn't decipher you. What is your real identity? What is your purpose? Xiao Qing hesitated, lowering her head. Chu Yuxuan frowned. Unless, you're Chu Jiqing's operative? That old bastard. Training a child to handle guns. He is certainly capable of such a thing. Xiao Qing shook her head hurriedly. No. Young master, you've misunderstood the chairman. No? Chu Yuxuan grew even more suspicious, though inwardly he felt a flicker of relief. If Xiao Qing had indeed been trained by Chu Jiqing, his rebellious nature might have driven him to stir up trouble tonight. Xiao Qing seemed torn, wrestling with her thoughts before finally speaking with difficulty. I belong to the Zhao family. The answer struck Chu Yuxuan like a thunderbolt. My father-in-law? Xiao Qing nodded. Actually, there is no reason to hide it from you. Before my master was imprisoned, he met with the chairman. They finalized your marriage to the young miss. During their conversation, the chairman mentioned he was investigating an incident from 10 years ago, one that might involve danger. So, he requested me from my master. Chu Yuxuan pondered for a moment before realization dawned. That old fox. When he told me Nan and S dowry was insignificant. He was referring to you? All my worries for nothing. Huh. The bodyguard he went to such lengths to acquire ended up being intercepted by me. What irony. Xiao Qing blushed slightly. Young master, in truth, the chairman intended for me to serve you from the beginning, but he feared you might overthink it and refuse me. So he told me that once you returned to Truman, I should find a way to catch your attention and preferably stay by your side. Chu Yuxuan recalled how Xiao Qing had accidentally pushed open the door back then, how Chu Jiqing had pretended to dismiss her, and how she had eagerly insisted on tying his tie and changing his shoes. He sighed. After all that effort. Who would have thought I kept you by my side because of the calluses on your hands? A happy accident, I suppose. By the way, my father-in-law is just a mid-tier entrepreneur. What was he grooming you for? Xiao Qing nervously picked at her fingers. It's not like that. I'm actually Vietnamese. I was controlled by warlords since childhood. Once, after an accident left me injured, my master saved me, and I stayed by his side ever since. So that's how it was. Chu Xuan's gaze softened with pity, his tone gentler. If my father-in-law willingly sent you to Truman, then surely Nan must have others like you around her? Xiao Qing shook her head. I wouldn't know about that. Chu Yuxuan sighed, his voice tender. Little one, you've suffered a lot in the past, haven't you? I'm sorry. Lao Si, you really don't know your own strength. Look, you've bruised her neck. Lao Si blinked blankly. If I recall correctly, she was trying to kill me just now. Xiao Qing felt dazed. Someone like her. How could she be worthy of anyone's concern? A bittersweet ache welled up in her chest. Chu Yuxuan reached out and lightly tapped her head, smiling. Go prepare a room for Lao Si. From now on, you'll have to cook an extra portion. Sorry for the extra work. Xiao Qing's lips parted slightly in disbelief. She had expected him to send her away. How could this be? What are you standing around for? Go on, or I'll dock your pay. Yes, young master. Right away. Her eyes curved slightly, tears glistening at the corners as she hurried upstairs. Chu Yuxuan sat down on the sofa with his three brothers, his expression growing solemn. The information Chen Hong gave us tonight is crucial. I've already asked Lao Heir to look into it. Lao Wu, can you think of any other ways to investigate? Relying solely on Lao Heir is too inefficient. Lao Wu shrugged. Oh my god, hacking isn't omnipotent. If we knew what they were trying to take from your mother, I might be able to help. Lao Si blinked, the only movement his stoic face ever seemed to make. According to Chen Hong, that night involved 2 suitcases of cash, totaling $8 million, plus some gold bars. That's an enormous sum, especially 10 years ago. What could possibly be that valuable? Chu Yuxuan inhaled sharply. My mother was a medical Ph.D. Whatever they wanted must have been some kind of medical research breakthrough. But the day after she was kidnapped, the company she worked for dissolved overnight. The entire staff vanished, All records permanently erased. There's no way to trace it. Lao Si fell silent for a moment. We'll just have to take it step by step. Anyway, investigation isn't my strong suit. But for everything else, I can handle it. Chu Yuxuan patted his shoulder, paused for a moment, and inquired, "Tell me, how did you end up getting divorced out of the blue?" The fourth brother parted his thin lips slightly and replied, "She married me for money, but I don't blame her. I actually gave her a chance." Upon hearing this, the fifth brother felt a chill run down his spine and involuntarily swallowed hard. The third brother, startled yet again tonight, muttered under his breath as he shuffled away, "Amit Ba. This damned place reeks of gloom. Buddha, if you must punish him, please spare me." The fourth brother lifted his gaze toward the burly man and remarked coolly, "Has the water in your brain not drained out yet? Big brother, listen to him. He said it again." The third brother fumed, stomping his feet. After glaring at the fourth brother for a moment, he stormed back to his room in a huff. Chu Yuxuan shook his head with a faint smile, then lightly kicked the fourth brother's ankle. "You know how sensitive he is about that. Don't say such things to him again." The fourth brother's expression turned unusually solemn. "I was joking. Could none of you tell?" The fifth brother sighed. "With that face of yours, you're probably not cut out for humor." Chapter 64. Elevator malfunction at the break of dawn, when the sky was still shrouded in darkness. Chu Yuxuan rose from his bed. With languid steps, he descended to the first floor and, out of habit, bellowed, "Lao San, get up and take a piss." It had been quite some time since he last teased this simpleton after moving into Zhao Yanan's neighborhood. Xiao Qing peeked out from the kitchen, her hair disheveled, and greeted him shyly, "Good morning, young master." Now that they had bared their hearts to each other, the girl seemed much more at ease, her smiles coming naturally. Chu Yuxuan nodded with a smile in response, then turned to brew himself a cup of tea. Midway, he spotted Lao Si sitting upright before the statue of Guan Yu, clutching a Bible and murmuring softly, "Lao Si, it's the crack of dawn. Are you at the wrong grave?" Lao Si turned his head slowly, his stiff expression oddly endearing, and replied calmly, "I'm accustomed to reading the Bible before statues." Chu Yuxuan, "Carry on then. Just be careful Lord Guan doesn't smite you dead." With that, he finished brewing his tea and settled onto the sofa. Glancing at the time, he dialed Chu Jiqing. The call was answered after a long pause by a drowsy young woman's voice. "Hello? Chu Yuxuan." Moments later, a commotion erupted on the other end, followed by Chu Jiqing's startled exclamation before he took over the call. "Son, I was out for my morning jog and happened upon a like-minded young lady. We were just discussing fitness techniques. My phone was set aside, and coincidentally, hers has the same ringtone as mine." "Hey, what brings you calling so early?" Well aware of his father's antics, Chu Yuxuan couldn't be bothered to pry. "Are you investigating my mother's case too?" A brief silence ensued before Chu Jiqing chuckled. "Xiao Qing spilled the beans, didn't she?" "Son, I only did this for your sake." Chu Yuxuan cut him off. "Any progress worth sharing?" Chu Jiqing pondered before replying. "Nothing concrete yet. What about you?" Without hesitation, Chu Yuxuan relayed all the information Shin Hong had disclosed. "A tattoo? And from Jiacheng? That's crucial. I'll have my people look into it immediately." Chu Jiqing, I always thought you cared only for the family fortune." Chu Yuxuan paused. "But it seems there's still a place for my mother in your heart." Chu Jiqing laughed softly. "I never said I didn't love her. You're the one with the skewed perspective." Chu Yuxuan scoffed. "You didn't cherish her while she was alive. She couldn't even see you without it being a luxury. And now you claim to love her? How laughable." Another prolonged silence followed. Eventually, as if unwilling to dwell on the subject, Chu Jiqing changed the topic. "Son, you've been unusually quiet lately. Your aunt and uncle will grow suspicious." Chu Yuxuan took a deep breath, irritation lacing his voice. "When exactly will you reach Xuanwu Gate?" Chu Jiqing sounded surprised. "Why do I sense something's off with you? Worried Nan might get jealous?" "Haha. Hang in there, son." Chu Yuxuan hung up abruptly and dialed his upright and principled policewoman's sister instead. Last night, he pondered for a long time. Jiangcheng was vast, and that incident had faded into the past decade ago. Now, relying solely on a tattoo to find someone was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Hence, he thought of seeking help from Chu Jiqing and Chu Muhong. "Hello?" Chu Muhong's voice carried a faint nasal tone, likely still half asleep. "What is it?" Chu Yuxuan cut straight to the point. "I have a lead for you." By the time he finished speaking, Chu Muhong was wide awake. "You want me to help you track someone down?" "Humph. Chu Yuxuan, let me make this clear. I'll look into it. But I want to hand them over to you." "Suit yourself," Chu Yuxuan chuckled. "Just a reminder, check your system for past criminal records. See if anyone matches. Don't lecture me. I know what to do." Chu Yuxuan couldn't resist a jab. Still unmarried at 30, maybe you should reflect on yourself. Do you want another invitation to the precinct for tea? Goodbye. Hanging up, Chu Yuxuan took a sip of tea and noticed Lao San hadn't tea emerged yet. After a moment's thought, he headed to his room. The burly man lay sprawled on the bed, visibly sullen. At the sight of Chu Yuxuan, he lifted his head and mumbled, "Big bro." "Yeah." Chu Yuxuan patted his back, grinning. "Still upset?" "No." "At Lao Si? Or at me?" "Neither." "You." Chu Yuxuan lit a cigarette and passed one to Lao San. "I know you blame me for not telling you sooner about Xiao Qing's behavior. But Lao San, you wear your heart on your sleeve. If I told you, your attitude toward her would be shifted, and she'd have noticed. Understand?" Lao San froze, then nodded slowly. "Got it, big bro. I'm just too stupid." "Who said that?" Chu Yuxuan smirked before shifting gears. "You like Xiao Qing, don't you?" I don't." Lao San scratched his head. "Really, I don't." Chu Yuxuan's grin widened. "No rush. Take your time. When the moment's right, I'll arrange the matchmaking." Lao San's face flushed crimson as he broke into an awkward, bashful grin. "All right, get some more rest. You worked hard yesterday. Today, I'll pick up your sister-in-law." By the time he reached Zhao Yanan's underground garage, it was only 7:30 a.m. Chu Yuxuan strolled upstairs leisurely, watered the plants, and fussed with his hair. Just before 8, he heard the door across the hall click open. Click. The Playboy swung his door open, beaming. "Oh, Nan. What a coincidence." Zhao Yanan stood by the elevator, shooting him a sidelong glance. Her voice was icy. "I heard you just got back." Chu Yuxuan feigned innocence. "Touched?" Zhao Yanan pressed her lips together, silent. Chu Yuxuan prodded. "Aren't you going to ask if I was out fooling around again?" "Why should I care?" She rolled her eyes. "Do as you please. If your grandfather scolds you, I'll bear the consequences." Chu Yuxuan clicked his tongue. How magnanimous of the first wife. Ding. The elevator doors slid open, and the couple stepped in, one after the other. Nan, how about dinner sometime? Even as a sham couple. We must maintain the semblance of matrimony, if only for the old man's sake. Zhao Yanan pursed her lips, suddenly comprehending. Chu Yuxuan. You moved here to make your grandfather believe we're living together, didn't you? Chu Yuxuan, who had indeed harbored such intentions when he relocated, arched a brow. A woman too clever is no blessing. Zhao Yanan flushed with embarrassment, parting her lips to offer thanks when the elevator abruptly shuddered. The lights flickered violently before extinguishing entirely. Simultaneously, the elevator plummeted a short distance before jolting to a halt. Bracing against the wall, Zhao Yanan felt her handbag slip from her grasp and clatter to the floor. Her heart lurched. Had they malfunctioned? Enveloped in darkness, she could no longer see Chu Yuxuan, only hearing a dull thud, likely the man losing his footing, but no words followed. Chu Yuxuan, stop joking. Take out your phone. I need to find my bag. Receiving no response, she resigned herself to crouching, groping cautiously across the floor. Then, faintly, she detected a rustling sound, like labored, trembling breaths. Chu Yuxuan? Fear crept into her voice. Don't scare me like this. It isn't funny. Yet the sound only intensified. An avid horror enthusiast, Zhao Yanan couldn't help but recall every ghostly elevator trope from films. Swallowing hard, she suppressed her dread. Finally locating her bag after persistent searching, the confined space and mounting terror had beaded a sheen of sweat on the CEO's forehead. As the ragged breathing from the corner grew louder, her own hands began to shake. Fumbling, she retrieved her phone and activated the flashlight. Swinging it toward the noise, only to find Chu Yuxuan huddled in the corner, arms locked around himself, trembling violently as if possessed. Zhao Yanan recoiled with a gasp. Chu Yuxuan. What's wrong with you? The light illuminated his face, usually so arrogantly handsome, now contorted in terror. His eyes burned crimson, as if bleeding, while sweat glistened thickly across his nose, temples, and entire forehead. Chu Yuxuan. Stop frightening me. Her mind blanked, panic rendering her immobile. His tremors worsened. His speech slurred and incoherent. Only fragments reached her. King is Earth. King is Lord. Chu Yuxuan, she stammered again, the abrupt crisis overwhelming her, so much so that she forgot even to press the emergency button. Chu Yuxuan frantically pressed himself into the corner, as though some invisible yet terrifying presence was closing in on him. His face had drained of all color, pale as parchment, while his collar was thoroughly drenched with sweat. His lips continued to tremble with those bizarre, fragmented pleas. I beg you. The king. The scholar. The laborer. I was wrong. I implore you. Chapter 65. Is he incompetent? The dawn in Jiancheng seldom greeted its inhabitants with sunlight, the sky perpetually veiled in a shroud of haze, rendering the city a mist-laden enigma. At 9 o'clock, within the halls of Jiangda-affiliated hospital, a physician held a medical report addressing Zhao Yanan with measured professionalism. Physically, there's nothing gravely amiss. Only abnormal physiological responses, accelerated heart rate, elevated blood pressure, dilated pupils. Given the circumstances you described, I recommend consulting a psychologist once he regains consciousness. A psychologist? Zhao Yanan echoed, startled. The doctor nodded, poised to elaborate, when a nurse's piercing shriek erupted from the ward. Rushing inside, Zhao Yanan was met with the sight of Chu Yuxuan gripping the nurse's throat, his other hand hovering near his waist as if reaching for a weapon. His expression was ghastly, his eyes twin orbs of predatory intensity, fixed upon the nurse like a wolf in the dark. His entire frame trembled uncontrollably. The nurse gasped for air, her hands clawing futilely at his unyielding grip. Whether due to her own frailty or his unnatural strength, she remained powerless. Chu Yuxuan, at Zhao Yanan's sharp call. He seemed to wrench free from a nightmare, his awareness gradually returning. His fingers slackened, releasing the nurse as he drew ragged breaths. The nurse collapsed into violent coughing, tears streaming down her face as the doctor guided her from the room. Beads of sweat already glistened on Chu Yuxuan's brow mere moments after waking. Zhao Yanan's emotions churned as she wordlessly offered him tissues. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice hoarse as he wiped his face. "Did I frighten you?" Zhao Yanan's lips parted. "What happened to you?" He exhaled slowly, steadying himself before deflecting. "Did you bring me here alone?" "No." 2 security guards from the complex came as well. Nodding, Chu Yuxuan removed the 4 from his hand and rose to dress. After a pause, Zhao Yanan ventured. The doctor suggested, "You see a psychologist." Silence. He continued adjusting his clothes. "Did you hear me?" "I'm drenched in sweat," he remarked oddly. "Do I smell foul to you?" Her brow furrowed. "I said, you should see a psychologist." Unwilling to entertain the topic, he smirked. "Nanan, are you worried about me?" "Do as you please." Once again, their exchange ended in discord. Zhao Yanan snatched her bag and exited, answering Xiao Wei's call. Chu Yuxuan followed, intent on returning home to wash away the ordeal. Spotting the doctor consoling the nurse he had assaulted, guilt pricked him. Approaching with his phone in hand, he offered a conciliatory smile. "My apologies. It was a night terror." The nurse, tear-streaked and resentful, turned away without acknowledgement, earning a meager $2,800 per month for grueling, demeaning work that nearly cost me my life. This job is unbearable. Chu Yuxuan sighed helplessly. "Hey, little miss. Take out your phone and add me on WeChat." The nurse was baffled. Even in this state, he still wants my WeChat? Could he be any more shameless? What kind of ridiculous drama did he learn this pickup line from? Well, fine, only because he's handsome. After adding him, Chu Yuxuan strolled leisurely toward the elevator. The young nurse wiped her tears, sniffling pitifully, her expression utterly aggrieved. Moments later, a WeChat notification chimed, a transfer alert. When she opened it and saw the bold yellow numbers, her eyes widened in shock. After a long pause, her tears dissolved into laughter. See, making a girl happy is actually quite simple. Zhao Yanan had just arrived at the office when Xiao Wei rushed over in a fluster. "Director Zhao, the head of the influencer incubator has been waiting outside President Chu's office since early morning. Director Song is in the meeting room. He has been there for half an hour, saying there are some changes to discuss regarding Jin Shuhan's performance direction." Zhao Yanan strode forward without breaking pace. "Call Jin Shuhan and make sure she comes to the company immediately." Understood. By the time they reached the office, Zhao Yanan had already removed her coat and hung it on the rack. "Bring the incubator head in, and don't forget to refill Director Song's tea." Xiao Wei nodded. "Got it." Soon after, the incubator's head hurried in. "Director Zhao, you wanted to see me?" Zhao Yanan's tone was cool. "Is there some urgent matter you need handled?" The man chuckled awkwardly. "Nothing too urgent, it's just, the incubator officially launches today. President Chu had promised a ribbon-cutting event to leverage the clout of the big influencers we poach from other platforms, create some online buzz." Zhao Yanan considered briefly. "President Chu won't be available today. I'll attend in his place. You handle the speech." The man blinked, then grinned. "Absolutely perfect." The influencer incubator had always been Chu Yuxuan's pet project, which Zhao Yanan had dismissed as frivolous. Yet when she arrived at the site, she was stunned to find that the Playboy had actually built something substantial, a well-stocked talent pool, aside from a majority of newcomers. The rest were influencers with varying degrees of online fame. At least 7 or 8 female influencers had followings exceeding 5 million. Truthfully, Zhao Yanan rarely paid attention to internet personalities. The only reason she recognized these glamorous figures was not their overwhelming popularity, but because every single one had been romantically linked to Chu Yuxuan at some point. That scoundrel, using company resources to build his own harem? She couldn't help but scoff internally. Yet, considering the immense revenue these influencers could generate, she had to admit, Chu Yuxuan's sacrifice was worth it. Very much so. The base director, a man in his early 30s dressed in an outdated and overly formal manner, exuded an air of bureaucratic authority. Though he hadn't prepared a speech, his words flowed in pompous, endless streams, as if steeped in the pretentious culture of officialdom. He fancied himself eloquent and well-read. Yet his speech was nothing more than a prolonged, noxious fart, akin to the interminable foot-binding cloth of a slovenly woman, both foul and tedious. Unbeknownst to him, his audience had long been mentally cursing his ancestors. After a full hour, the ribbon-cutting ceremony finally commenced. Zhao Yanan, having participated in the event, strode briskly toward the exit. Passing by the restroom, she coincidentally overheard two female influencers gossiping while washing their hands about Chu Yuxuan. Director Chu didn't show up today, huh? I kinda miss him. No idea. Probably out gallivanting again last night, hee. Hey, that time he took you to a hotel, did he even touch you? Nope. Isn't it weird? At the bar, he was all handsy, but the moment we got to the room, he wilted like frostbitten eggplant, just collapsed into bed. No matter how I teased him, he wouldn't budge, and even snapped at me. Same here. Last time, I came out of the shower naked, and he drunkenly scolded me. Do you think he's incapable? Hee. Zhao Yanan walked past them calmly, casting a fleeting glance their way as if she had heard nothing. But once outside the base and inside the elevator, the ice-cold beauty suddenly furrowed her brows and muttered under her breath. Incapable? Chapter 66. I'll listen to you at 4 in the afternoon. Zhao Yanan had just finished her work and was massaging her temples for a brief respite when a video call came through on WeChat. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her close friend, Zhao Yanan. Ruel, my stunning beauty, it's been a month since you last visited me. What? Giving up on treatment? On the screen was a woman wearing a black high-neck sweater, her hair tied up in a playful bun, her appearance exuding a mischievous charm, especially those large, lively eyes. Behind her, a gilded plaque hung on the wall, inscribed with the words Wenger Private Psychological Clinic. It's the new year. Everyone's busy. Facing her dearest friend. Zhao Yanan shed her usual cool demeanor, her face breaking into a natural smile. TSK. Nan, has that dog of a man tamed you already? Don't need my treatment anymore? Zhao Yanan rolled her eyes. Do you really think that's possible? Zhao Yanan giggled for a moment before teasing. I kind of hope he has conquered you. That'd be a happy accident, curing your condition in the process. Ruarua. Zhao Yanan's tone carried a warning. All right. I'll stop joking. Zhao Yanan reined in her laughter and said, at this hour, you should be done with work, right? Come over. I'll give you a session first, then we'll meet Lu Kai for dinner tonight. Same as always. I pick the place, he orders, you pay. Zhao Yanan chuckled. Then suddenly recalled Chu Yuxuan's strange behavior in the elevator that morning. Lost in thought, she said, fine. Ruarua, I actually have something to ask you too. Come on. I won't charge you. I just crave your body, hee. You freak. Maybe you should schedule a session for yourself sometime. After their playful banter, the call ended. Zhao Yanan summoned Xiaowei, delegated some minor tasks, then grabbed her bag and left the office. Half an hour later, Zhao Yanan arrived at Wenger Private Psychological Clinic. Despite its grandiose name, the clinic was nothing more than an apartment Zhao Yanan had rented, serving as both her living quarters and workplace. After exchanging a few more light-hearted remarks, Zhao Yanan, familiar with the routine, stepped into the converted treatment room, originally a spare bedroom. Zhao Yanan followed shortly after, carrying 2 cups of instant coffee. Ruarua, I have a question, Zhao Yanan said, cradling her coffee cup. If a perfectly normal person gets trapped in a pitch-black elevator and suddenly starts acting erratically terrified, as if they've seen a ghost, what could be the reason? Professionalism took over as soon as Zhao Yanan entered the treatment room. After listening to Zhao Yanan's description, she pondered and replied, confined space, darkness, extreme fear. Preliminary diagnosis would suggest claustrophobia. But to be certain, I do need to evaluate them personally. Claustrophobia? Zhao Yanan murmured thoughtfully. Zhao Yanan nodded. This kind of psychological condition can sometimes be hereditary, though that's rare. Other causes include extreme life stress, traumatic childhood experiences, and so on. The most common trigger is psychological trauma from abuse. and in most cases, it's irreversible. Abuse? Zhao Yanan couldn't help but furrow her brows. Recalling Chu Yuxuan's incoherent mumbling in the elevator, "I beg you, I'm sorry," and similar phrases that made her heart skip a beat. Zhou Xiaorua's speculation might have been 80% accurate. But how could the pampered second-generation heir, despite enduring Chu Xiaoyan's abuse during childhood, develop such severe psychological trauma? Could something have happened during those 8 missing years? What exactly had he experienced? Lost in thought, Zhao Yanan remembered how Chu Yuxuan instinctively reached for his waist upon waking in the hospital. Was he reaching for a gun? Impossible. He didn't seem that sinister. Probably overthinking. Noticing her distraction, Zhou Xiaorua asked suspiciously, "Hey, what's on your mind? Is this person someone close to you? Introduce us. Your girl's practically eating dirt here." Zhao Yanan deflected. "Ruo, analyze this for me. The character, king, represents earth, work, master, scholar. What does it mean?" Zhou Xiaorua looked baffled. "Did your patient say this during an episode?" "Yes." Grabbing pen and paper, Zhou Xiaorua wrote the characters while muttering to herself. After prolonged contemplation, she suddenly slapped the table. "Got it. See how these subsequent characters either lack or gain one stroke compared to..." Zhao Yanan blinked. "So? That's it. Just identifying patterns." The two women stared at each other until Zhou Xiaorua finally shrugged. "Expecting me to perform miracles? If you really want answers, bring him in. For you, I'll waive the initial consultation fee." Before Zhao Yanan could respond, a WeChat notification popped up from Chu Yuxuan. "Following your advice, seeing a psychologist." Zhou Xiaorua, peeking at the phone, exclaimed, "Holy shit. You mean your damn husband?" She sprang from her chair, eyes wide with shock. "The matchmaker must be blind to pair two lunatics like you together." Rolling her eyes, Zhao Yanan atypically replied to Chu Yuxuan before retorting, "You're the lunatic. Enough about him. Let's begin treatment." It took Zhou Xiaorua 2 full minutes to compose herself. Nan, relax. I'm starting now." Zhao Yanan reclined, eyes lightly closed, murmuring assent. 5 minutes earlier, Chu Yuxuan had awoken from another nightmare, his expression agonized and drenched in sweat. As he caught his breath, his phone rang. "President Chu, why no visit today? Miss you so much. Free for drinks tonight?" Purred a famous influencer from his internet celebrity incubator. Ever since Zhao Yanan slapped Xia Zhu, everyone at Xingya Media became aware of her relationship with Chu Yuxuan. The agents, in particular, sternly warned their artists to stay away from President Chu unless they wished to be expelled from Xingya. Thus, the starlets who had once dreamed of marrying into wealth found their fantasies shattered. Reluctantly, they deleted Chu Yuxuan's contact, each lamenting inwardly, "Why must Zhao Yanan exist? When I do?" Yet, even so, Chu Yuxuan found no peace. The female influencers under his management mostly remained oblivious to his ties with Zhao Yanan, and those who knew showed little fear. After all, the influencer division was entirely under his control, beyond Zhao Yanan's reach. His mind in disarray, Chu Yuxuan instinctively wanted to refuse an advance from one such influencer. But recalling his father's words that morning, he suppressed his irritation and forced a smile, indulging her before dismissing her, just as he prepared to shower. Second brother, ill-timed as ever, sent a message. "Zhao Yanan is at a private psychiatric clinic called Wenger. I checked, she visits frequently. The doctor, Zhou Xiaorua, is her classmate and close friend." Chu Yuxuan, unsurprised, replied, "Any psychological issues?" Second brother, "Couldn't he find out? Want fifth brother to plant a bug? Easy enough." Chu Yuxuan sighed. "Some methods shouldn't he be abused. Send me the location." True to his nature, second brother didn't he just provide the clinic's address, down to the exact door number, but also Zhou Xiaorua's phone number. Exiting the chat, Chu Yuxuan smirked bitterly and muttered, "Two people with psychological issues. How are we supposed to date?" Huh. Then, he texted Zhao Yanan, "I listen to you. Going to see a psychiatrist." Chapter 67. Am I not allowed to be unwell? At 7 o'clock, Zhao Yanan's excruciating psychological therapy session finally came to an end. Seeing her dearest friend drenched in sweat, Zhou Xiaorua's eyes brimmed with heartache. She grasped Zhao Yanan's hands, cold as if just retrieved from an icebox, while tears shimmered in her gaze. Forcing a smile, she whispered, "Nan, are you all right?" Zhao Yanan shook her head slowly, her breathing slightly unsteady, her voice steeped in despair. Ruo, am I incurable? I feel like it's only getting worse. You will recover, I promise." Zhou Xiaorua declared with conviction. "Relax, regulate your breathing. Yes, just like that." Under her guidance, Zhao Yanan gradually steadied herself. Nan, you need to start controlling your medication now. After all these years of reliance, Continuing like this will only deepen the dependency, and then things could turn far worse. Zhao Yanan sat up and drained the iced coffee before her, replying weakly, I know. Zhou Shirua pursed her lips. I still suggest you try gradually interacting with men. Control your emotions as much as possible, just simple physical contact, like handshakes or high fives. Repeated exposure could help your condition. Zhao Yanan sighed listlessly. It's useless. I've tried so many times, shaking hands with different people, but every time, I can't last beyond 3 seconds before I feel utterly repulsed. Zhou Shirua clicked her tongue, her expression troubled. If only you had a decent male friend who could regularly engage with you. It would naturally benefit your recovery. But you live like a nun. There isn't a single man around you. The only one, Lu Kai, barely counts as half a man. It's enough to drive me mad. I almost wish I could turn into a man myself. Zhao Yanan managed a faint smile. Careful, or Lu Kai might skin you alive if he hears that. Zhou Shirua grinned mischievously. Calling him half a man is already generous, haha. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Kai called her. The two friends exchanged amused glances. That guy really has the instincts of a dog. Zhou Shirua laughed. Nan, go take a shower first. Once you're done, we'll head out. Tonight, I'm treating myself at your expense. 20 minutes later, as they stepped downstairs, Zhou Shirua's phone rang again. Assuming it was the so-called half-a-man pestering her once more, she glanced at the screen, only to find an unfamiliar number. Recently, the psychologist had invested a modest sum in an online platform to advertise her clinic. Most unknown callers were potential patients seeking consultation, though few ever followed through with actual treatment. Hello? Dr. Zhou, I'd like to schedule a therapy session. Are you available now? Zhou Shirua curled her lip, thinking how Murphy's Law never failed. No clients all day. Yet business arrived just as she was about to indulge in some carefree fun, though her hourly rate was set at 500. Negotiations usually whittled it down to 300. Such was the reality, with countless psychologists out there who would choose an inexperienced, unremarkable practitioner with no reputation. If she refused, plenty of others would gladly take the case. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have accepted with delight, adopting an air of professional decorum while saying something like, a patient just canceled, so I can squeeze you in. Next time, remember to book 2 days in advance. But now, earning a meager 300 or 400 yuan seemed trivial compared to the prospect of indulging in carefree luxury with Zhao Yanan, a bona fide young heiress. Without hesitation, she declined. Sorry, I'm already off duty. After a brief pause, as if sensing a glimmer of hope, she added, perhaps you could come tomorrow? The voice on the other end remained unperturbed. Now, Zhou Shirua was baffled. Who, with such discerning taste, had recognized her untapped brilliance and was now being so insistent. After weighing her options, she decided to test the sincerity of this so-called discerning eye by naming an exorbitant price. I charge 2,000 an hour. The word thousand carried such weight that her heart raced, though only for a fleeting moment. Almost immediately, she dismissed the thought as wishful thinking. 2,000 an hour? That was the rate of an expert. The caller might have psychological issues, but surely not a mental deficiency. Sure enough, skepticism laced the response. 2,000? Unfazed by this fleeting disappointment, hardly worth lamenting. Zhou Shirua was about to bid farewell when the voice on the phone chuckled. I'll be there in 10 minutes. 20,000 an hour. Payment up front, treatment after. If it works, their essay bonus. If not, no refunds. Zhou Shirua froze, her expression petrified for what felt like an eternity. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to the overcast sky and murmured to Zhao Yanan in a daze, Nan, do you see an eye-opening in the heavens? Zhao Yanan? Swallowing hard, Zhou Shirua feigned composure and spoke into the phone. Very well. Your persistence has moved me. It seems you truly need my help. See you in 10 minutes. The moment she hung up, she could no longer contain her exhilaration. Like a madwoman, she bounced and twirled, exclaiming, my dream of becoming a wealthy lady is within reach. Haraha. Nan, go ahead and dine with Lu Kai. I'll save you some expenses and head straight to the second round. Wahaha. I'm rich. Zhao Yanan. Not far away. A silver-gray GTR idled in a secluded corner. Chu Yuxuan, a cigarette dangling from his lips, spun his phone absently and muttered, what a lunatic. 10 minutes later, the doorbell of the psychology clinic chimed. Zhou Shirua, who had been waiting eagerly behind the door, took a deep breath, striving to appear utterly composed. Her smile was perfectly measured, serene, and graceful. Only after the 4th ring did she finally open the door. The word hello lodged in her throat as the beauty, who dreamed daily of becoming a wealthy lady, stood rooted to the spot. Her smile hardened as if coated in C40, grade cement. Any semblance of calm evaporated. Had she been a man, the sensation would have been nothing short of excruciating. Chu Yuxuan arched a brow, utterly unruffled. Doctor? Zhao Yanan took a dazed step backward. In that brief moment, her mind raced through a whirlwind of questions, yet she swiftly composed herself, maintaining her serene and graceful demeanor. With a gentle smile, she said, "Hello. Please come in." Chu Yuxuan nodded slightly and stepped inside, following the doctor quietly toward the examination room. From behind, Zhao Yanan appeared poised and dignified. Her steps measured and elegant. Yet beneath that composed exterior, her delicate and refined face was a canvas of rapidly shifting emotions. As if performing a masterful Sichuan opera face-changing act. How could it be him? Nan would never have sent him here. Is fate really this cruel? What kind of twisted joke is this? Dear heavens, are you even looking? Despite her internal turmoil, she had no choice but to face reality. Sitting upright with perfect posture, she gestured toward the high-end leather chair, a luxury she had scrimped and saved for an entire month to afford, and said with practiced professionalism, "Please. Have a seat." Chu Yuxuan settled into the chair and, with the casual arrogance of new money, tossed 2 thick stacks of cash onto the table. A faint smirk played on his lips as he remarked, "I saw your ad online. Just happened to be passing by, so I thought I'd drop in. Consider this in advance." So it really is fate's cruel joke. Zhao Yanan lamented silently, though her wariness eased slightly. Still, guided by the principle that only a fool turns down easy money, her hands moved with practiced efficiency as she pocketed the cash. Adopting her most clinical tone, she said, "Let us start by discussing your symptoms." Chu Yuxuan's eyes glinted with amusement. "No rush. First, I have a question." He paused, then continued. "If a perfectly normal woman suddenly becomes agitated around men, loses control of her emotions, what kind of condition would that be?" Zhao Yanan. "For heaven's sake, you too. Fine. I'm the one with issues, all right." Chapter 68. A billionaire's charisma. Wasn't this supposed to be a sham marriage? Wasn't he some philandering rake? Wasn't she the kind of woman who'd suffocate, retch, and wish for death at the mere touch of a man, an absolute insulator? Since when did they start caring about each other? Was this real? Zhao Yanan oscillated between shock and contemplation before swiftly drawing her own conclusions. Zhao Yanan's condition made it biologically impossible for her to develop genuine feelings for any man. Therefore, her sudden interest must stem from witnessing Chu Yuxuan's episode, frightened, perhaps, or merely curious enough to inquire. As for that libertine, any beautiful woman would pique his interest, let alone a peerless beauty like Zhao Yanan. As the saying goes, the grass is always greener on the other side. No doubt he was scheming to uncover her vulnerabilities. The moment he conquered her, satiated his predatory desires, he'd discard her without a second glance. Even if he stood no chance with Zhao Yanan, his very intentions ignited Zhao Yaran's fury. Suppressing her disdain, she feigned composure. Such cases are exceedingly rare. Without concrete evidence, I can't draw definitive conclusions. But based on documented precedents, this likely falls under psychiatric disorders. If this involves someone close to you, maintain distance. Provoking emotional instability could yield unimaginable consequences. She paused, then added gravely, in extreme scenarios, it might even be life-threatening. Proceed with caution. Between confidants, few secrets existed, especially since she doubled as Zhao Yanan's therapist. She knew about the incident where Zhao Yanan had slashed Chu Yuxuan with a knife. Now, she weaponized that truth to deter this scoundrel. Yet how could Chu Yuxuan miss her thinly veiled manipulations? He simply couldn't be bothered to expose them. Calmly, he inquired, "According to your so-called precedents, is this condition treatable?" Zhao Yanan hesitated. "The probability is slim. So there's a chance?" She neither confirmed nor denied. What exactly was this bastard plotting? Did he genuinely want to cure Yanan? After a pensive silence, she deflected, "I need to examine the patient personally. Now let's discuss you." Chu Yuxuan retrieved a cigarette, clamping it between his lips. Zhao Yanan frowned. "Don't smoke." Ignoring her, he lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a languid plume. Behind the haze, his gaze sharpened into something predatory, locking onto her with a chilling smirk. Ever played the King character addition-subtraction game? The smoke swirled, his eyes gleamed like daggers. The tableau sent an involuntary shiver down her spine, paralyzing her momentarily. Subtract 1 stroke from King. What do you get? His grin turned sinister, radiating an indescribable lethality. Zhao Yanan swallowed, mentally revisiting the characters she'd scribbled earlier. "Dirt," she answered reflexively. "Subtract another stroke. 2. Add 1. 3. Subtract 1. 2. Repetition. Hey, ready for your penalty? Zhao Yanan shuddered once more, her fear mingled with a dawning comprehension of the psychological shadows haunting Chu Yuxuan. Witnessing this, seasoned psychiatrist pale with terror at his antics, Chu Yuxuan suddenly erupted into laughter, the ominous aura dissipating from his features as if swept away by an unseen hand. His countenance transformed into one of playful mockery as he quipped, "Merely a jest, a child's game, really. Now then, shall we proceed with your hypnotherapy? I could use some proper rest." By nearly 10 o'clock, Zhao Yanan finally rendezvoused with Zhao Yanan at the Blaze Bar. Zhao cradled a glass of fruit juice, seated beside an androgynously beautiful man, adorned with crimson ear studs, draped in a scarlet shawl and shod in stylish red ankle boots. His flowing locks framed a face that might have been handsome were it not for the flamboyant ensemble that defied conventional description. This was Lu Kai, the half-man of Zhou's derisive epithets and Zhao Yanan's childhood companion. "Filthy creature, what took you so long?" "Silence, you gender-confused monstrosity. I'm in no mood." "Oh, has menopause arrived prematurely? You're as superfluous as the contents of your trousers." Zhao Yanan, long accustomed to these verbal skirmishes between her two friends, merely smiled faintly before inquiring, "What troubles you? A difficult patient? Has your sugar mama fantasy crumbled to dust?" Zhou Yanan seized Zhao's juice and took an agitated gulp before murmuring distractedly, "I've encountered a ghost." Lu Kai arched an eyebrow, delicately holding his cocktail with manicured fingers. "With a face as frightful as yours, why fear specters? Begone." Zhou shot him a glare before addressing Zhao Yanan. "Nan, guess who came seeking my professional services?" Zhao responded with a questioning tilt of her head. "That canine husband of yours." Zhao Yanan's eyes widened in shock. "Him? Why would he? Likely mere coincidence," Zhou interjected with a dismissive wave. "From his reactions, he's unaware of our connection, though he did inquire about your symptoms." Unconcerned about any betrayal of confidence, such was her trust in this sister of her soul, Zhao Yanan found herself perturbed by the improbability of Chu Yuxuan appearing at the Wenger clinic. Her brow furrowed in contemplation. Nan, one thing has become abundantly clear to me," Zhou continued. "Your spouse has indeed endured profound abuse. Though he's buried it in psychological depths even my expertise cannot plumb. I exhausted every technique, hypnotherapy, art therapy, yet he remained infuriatingly composed throughout, regarding me with the condescension one reserves for imbeciles. That sensation, oh, should our paths cross again, I'll throttle him with my bare hands." Zhao Yanan's expression grew increasingly solemn, her silence weighty. "Nan, Lu Kai cooed, tossing his luxurious hair with theatrical flair, "What ails you? Could it be concern? TSK. Has play acting blossomed into genuine affection? My, does this mean your condition might find remedy?" Zhao rolled her eyes. "How tedious. Enough of him. Shall we order ale?" Time, that fickle companion of revelry, slipped away unnoticed until midnight found the bar pulsating with energy, the DJ having whipped the atmosphere into frenzied crescendo. It was unclear what trendy new game this was. After the DJ counted down 3 numbers, the speakers suddenly exploded with deafening noise. In the dance floor, men and women each held a handful of white paper, resembling filial children scattering funeral offerings for their departed loved ones, tossing them into the air. What kind of bizarre custom was this? Lu Kai, a cross-dressing fashionista always ahead of trends, smirked at his 2 bewildered friends. "This is called Morning Dead, love. Kids these days sure know how to have fun." Zhou Yanan mused. "I feel like these people are all potential clients of mine. Who in their right mind would do something so outrageous?" Zhao Yanan, already flushed from just 3 or 4 bottles of alcohol, chimed in. "Or maybe they're just mentally ill, beyond your help." Just then, 2 seasoned nightclub hunters approached, each clutching a stack of white paper, and eagerly propositioned Zhao Yanan and Zhou Yanan. "Hey beauties, want some paper? Let us play." Zhao Yanan wrinkled her nose in disgust, ignoring them. Zhou Yanan mocked, "Waving around stacks of paper like they're wads of cash. If you've got real guts, throw some actual money. Plenty of girls would flock to you then." One of the men retorted sharply, "Big talk, sis. Where in the world do such generous souls exist? If you know any, introduce me. I'll kneel and call him grandpa on the spot." As his words faded, the bar erupted again in chaos. The group craned their necks to see the commotion when a nearby girl suddenly shrieked, "Holy shit. Who the hell is throwing real money over there?" "It's President Chu. Quick, go grab it. It's definitely real cash." Zhou Yaran's eyes gleamed with the temptation to dive into the fray. But upon hearing it was President Chu, she halted mid-step. A closer look confirmed it was indeed Chu Yuxuan standing on a table, showering bills. Instantly, her enthusiasm waned, and she redirected her frustration at the 2 men. "Hey, why aren't you rushing to call him grandpa? Where's your filial piety?" The men gaped, stunned for a long moment before slinking away in defeat. Lu Kai, wide-eyed, murmured, Nan, your dog of a man may seem like a shameless, untouchable bastard. But damn, he is practically drowning in generosity. As a top-tier VIP at Blaze Bar, running into Chu Yuxuan here was no surprise to Zhao Yanan. Yet, watching the spoiled heir's reckless extravagance and the swarm of admirers around him, she knew this spectacle would dominate the local headlines by morning. The mere thought gave her a headache, sapping her desire to stay. With the night winding down, she gathered her friends and left. But this time, she miscalculated. By 5 a.m., Chu Yuxuan had just made the top 3 trending topics. He monopolized them. Third place, the bar's money-raining revelry. Second, 2 influencers tearfully accusing him of sexual assault. And the most explosive headline of all, Xia Zhu had jumped off a building. And someone had leaked her divorce certificate with Chu Yuxuan. Chapter 69. Take care. The clock rewound to 1 a.m. Chu Yuxuan lounged in decadent splendor, flanked by exquisite beauties of the highest caliber. A mere parting of his lips summoned attendants rushing forth with fruit or lighting his cigarette with obsequious reverence. What was indulgence? What was pleasure? What defined profligacy and recklessness? Behold, this was mastery in its purest form. An hour prior, his lavish scattering of wealth had undeniably crowned him the spectacle of the evening. Many feigned nonchalance while meticulously inching closer, hoping the young master, once sufficiently inebriated, might reprise his role as the prodigal patron of fortune, compensating for their earlier lack of agility. Chu Yuxuan's gaze drifted indifferently over the surrounding crowd. Amidst the kaleidoscopic chaos, he caught sight of someone surreptitiously photographing him. The scion betrayed no reaction, merely leaning slightly to his left, tightening his embrace around the alluring internet celebrity clad in a daringly low-cut mini-dress. With a rakish tilt of his head, his eyes roamed brazenly over the expanse of milky decolletage, offering the lens a deliberate close-up. Then, withdrawing his hand from the waist of another beauty to his right, he lifted a glass of the night's signature cocktail, "Tonight we don't go home," and brought it to the lips of the enchantress in his arms. The gesture spoke volumes. Words were superfluous where the language of liquor sufficed. The woman nestled against him was Qing Lu, a fledgling influencer whose striking beauty and figure belied her meager following of a few thousand. Drawn by an elegantly worded recruitment post, she had volunteered herself and was signed at a pittance by the agency. Her lips parted slightly as she gazed up at Chu Yuxuan, flustered, already flushed from drink. Her cheeks burned like forged iron. "Don't move," he murmured, his voice of velvet seduction. "Let me feed you." Handsome, wealthy, and devastatingly charming, what woman could resist? His earlier extravagance, tossing money like confetti, had been spurred by Qing Lu's innocent remark. "Why are they throwing white paper? It feels like scattering funeral joss paper, so eerie." Chu Yuxuan had grinned at her, utterly unbothered. "Did they unsettle you? Then let me make it right." Seizing his bag, he had flung bills into the air with the fervor of a man overturning kingdoms for his muse, leaving Qing Lu no less stunned than Chu Yuxuan, gasping a breathless "holy shit." Had the bar manager not scrambled to collect the cash while pleading with strained smiles, "Mr. Chu, this is illegal, please." No more. Who knew how much more the profligate heir might have squandered? As Qing Lu drained her glass, she shyly lowered her lashes, only for the young master to tilt her chin up with one hand while dabbing her lips with a napkin in tender ministrations. His face hovered perilously close, as if poised to claim a kiss. Had the club's cacophony not drowned all else, the frantic drumming of her heart would have been deafening. Amidst this tableau, joy and envy waltzed in stark contrast. To his left, fire smoldered beneath a veneer of tenderness. To his right, ice glinted, cold and unmistakable. The female internet celebrity who was suddenly neglected by Chu Yuxuan and now wore a look of resentment was the one who had proactively called him for drinks earlier in the evening, Zhao Jiang. She had been signed to the influencer base even before Zhao Yanan's father's incident, back when she was merely a moderately popular blogger with just over 100,000 followers. By the end of last year, her cosplay of an anime character catapulted her to fame, and now her follower count has astonishingly reached 12 million. Her online popularity rivaling that of A-list celebrities. Murmurs circulated among the onlookers. "Poor Zhao Jiang, she looks abandoned. Is Qing Lu officially taking over now?" See, this is how the wealthy are. Once they're done playing, they can't even be bothered to glance back. In truth, though Chu Yuxuan appeared frivolous and fickle, his actions actually benefited both influencers. For Qing Lu, a newcomer, what she lacked most was scandalous publicity. Being linked with a notorious playboy like him would inevitably propel her to fame. After all, even infamy is still fame. 90% of an influencer's rise stems from shameless tactics, and flirting with the wealthy is hardly the worst of it. As for Zhao Jiang, already at the peak of her popularity, overt flirtation would only invite a backlash. Hence, Chu Yuxuan deliberately maintained a cold demeanor toward her tonight, limiting their interaction to nothing more than an occasional arm around her waist. The raucous revelry lasted until nearly 2 in the morning. By then, Chu Yuxuan was 7 parts drunk and thoroughly exhausted from the pretense, his enthusiasm waning. He decided to retire to a hotel. Arm in arm with Qing Lu, he had just stepped out of the bar when his laughter abruptly ceased. His gaze locked onto a familiar figure leaning against the entrance, Xia Zhu. The once glamorous star, now stripped of her former glory, was bundled in a woolen coat. Her shoulders hunched against the biting wind, an air of desolation about her. Yuxuan, Xia Zhu called softly as she approached, a faint smile gracing her delicate features. "I'd like to speak with you for a moment. Is that all right?" Qing Lu, of course, recognized the celebrity, though unaware of her fallen status. Shooting a timid glance at Chu Yuxuan, she murmured, "Mr. Chu, I'll wait over there." With a nod, Chu Yuxuan released his hold on Qing Lu and turned to Xia Zhu. "What is it?" "I'm in a hurry." Xia Zhu pressed her lips together, her strikingly beautiful face still wearing that effortlessly pure smile. "In just 2 months, she said abruptly, I barely recognize you anymore." It wasn't hard for Chu Yuxuan to deduce her current predicament. Knowing her temperament, she would never reconcile with Gao Ning. The love she had pursued so fervently had turned to dust, and her career lay in ruins, all by her own hand. Yet it was neither his place to pity her nor to soften. Calmly, he replied, "If this is all you have to say, then I really don't have the time." Xia Zhu kept smiling, as though straining to maintain a light-hearted tone. "Hey, we were married once. Must you be like this?" "Huh. All right. Truth is, I came to apologize. That is all. Yuxuan, I've been contemplating deeply these past few days. To be honest, I don't even understand how I ended up at this juncture. The heavens had granted me a path bathed in light, yet step by step, I wandered into the shadows. How utterly tragic. Yet, I harbor no regrets. To pursue what one cherishes inherently precludes remorse, though what I pursued turned out to be but an illusion. Yuxuan, do you realize? Yesterday, it suddenly dawned on me, what exists between us is no different. The anguish I've endured, have you not felt it just as acutely? I'm sorry, truly sorry. I should never have been so selfish, coveting your tenderness and affection without loving you in return. That was my own undoing. Chu Yuxuan lit a cigarette, his lips curling into a roguish smirk. Aren't you reaping what you sowed too? The heavens are just. Indeed. Xia Zhu inhaled deeply, falling silent for a moment before shrugging lightly. Well, apologies aside, though I know forgiveness is beyond reach. Forgiveness or its absence holds no meaning now. Then, may we embrace. As a farewell. Farewell? Yuxuan showed no intention of acquiescing, asking indifferently, where are you headed? Xia Zhu kept her arms outstretched, smiling. I plan to sell the house and return with my mother to our hometown. Between my savings and the proceeds, we can live comfortably there for the rest of our lives. Her words rang true. A celebrity's fleeting appearances could amass wealth surpassing what ordinary townsfolk might earn in decades. One embrace? She asked again, eyes brimming with hope. Yet, Yuxuan merely uttered a detached take care, before brushing past his former companion, his stride resolute, his expression icy. Chapter 70, I demand to see my lawyer. After escorting Qing Lu to the presidential suite he maintained at the Marriott, Chu Yuxuan glanced at the girl's uneasy expression. Rubbing his temples, he murmured, was the liquor tonight counterfeit? This headache is unbearable. Qing Lu hurried closer with concern. President Chu, perhaps you should lie down. Let me give you a massage? Waving her off, Chu Yuxuan gestured toward a bedroom. Go rest. I need some time alone. Don't disturb me. Qing Lu hesitated awkwardly, standing frozen for a moment before lowering her head slightly. Biting her lip until her flushed cheeks seemed capable of bleeding, she began unbuttoning her coat. This display of coy seduction was utterly intoxicating, enough to make any man's blood boil. Chu Yuxuan felt the inevitable stirrings of desire. Yet some inexplicable resolve allowed him to maintain composure amidst such temptation. Feigning drunkenness, he chuckled, I'm exhausted, before staggering toward another bedroom. Had his father witnessed this scene, the old man would have been heartbroken, cursing in his dreams about such criminal waste of opportunity. Qing Lu couldn't comprehend this rejection. After all their flirtation at the bar, when she offered herself willingly, he suddenly turned frigid. Could the rumors circulating among company influencers be true, that he was incapable? Perhaps his nightly revelries had drained him dry? With these bitter thoughts, the beauty retreated to her assigned room in disappointment. Yet the moment the door closed, her expression darkened. Producing a concealed phone from her coat's inner pocket, she sent a text. He didn't touch me. The immediate reply came. No matter. Proceed as planned. stowing the device. Qing Lu gazed blankly at the ink-black night outside before retrieving a compact from her bag. Seating herself before the mirror, she began applying makeup. At 5 a.m., Chu Yuxuan awoke violently from another nightmare, drenched in cold sweat, with ragged breathing. The old wounds unexpectedly reopened would likely deny him proper sleep for days. After steadying his breathing, he took a cold shower. Heading to the living room for water, he was startled by knocking. Who is it? Police. Room inspection. At this hour? Inspecting a presidential suite? Chu Yuxuan found this suspicious but calmly opened the door. Chu Yuxuan? We have reports accusing you of attempted sexual assault and battery. You'll need to accompany us for questioning. Bewildered, Chu Yuxuan retorted, You've mistaken me for someone else. Who would fabricate such nonsense? Do I lack for female company? Shaking his head at the absurdity, he turned toward the bedrooms, uncertain which housed Qing Lu, and called, Qing Lu. Come verify this. The lead detective sneered. Save your breath. She's the complainant. Apparently you're unaware. Your scandal dominates every news platform. Don't imagine wealth grants immunity. Take him away. Chu Yuxuan was utterly dumbfounded. Qing Lu. Reported me to the police? Cut the nonsense and come with us quietly. You're a man of status. Don't force us to get physical. The absurdity of the situation struck him. But he quickly composed himself. Clearly, someone was out to frame him. The question was, who? Were Gao and Jean pulling strings behind the scenes? Or was this Qing Lu's own orchestrated drama, playing the victim for clout? After all, as an influencer, what wouldn't she do for attention? Yet, Chu Yuxuan doubted she had the cunning or audacity for such a scheme. More likely, she was being used as a pawn. His instincts leaned toward the first theory. Aside from those two idiots, who else had he even crossed? With that thought, an eerie calm settled over him. What comes will come. He mused inwardly, shaking his head with a wry smile. Hold on, let me grab my jacket. Why the escort? Afraid I'll bolt? Ridiculous. Half an hour later, the young scion found himself at the precinct. As he stepped out of the car, he ran straight into Chu Muhan, who had just arrived. Captain Chu, hand him over to me. Securing the car door, Chu Muhan wasted no time, gripping Chu Yuxuan's collar with irritation. What kind of mess have you dragged yourself into this time? Innocent and languid, Chu Yuxuan drawled, Dearest sister, how about some tea first? I'm parched. A light kick to his ankle was her response before she hauled her wayward brother inside. Can't you stay out of trouble? She hissed as they headed toward the interrogation room. First, you tarnished Jiangdong University's reputation, and now this? Chu Yuxuan smirked. Jiangda had it coming. As for me? Framed. Rape? Beating women? Does that sound like me? Enough with the glib tongue. Chu Muhan snapped. Do you even grasp the magnitude of the trouble you're in? Shrugging, he slouched into the interrogation chair with practiced ease. This little fuss? Hardly worth calling trouble. Rolling her eyes, she pulled out her phone and tapped open a platform. Revealing Qing Lu as tearful, ID holding expos. Hello everyone. I'm Qing Lu. I'm here to formally accuse Chu Yuxuan, CEO of Qingya Media, of leveraging his position and the exorbitant penalties in my contract to coerce me. He repeatedly harassed me at the company, forced me to accompany him drinking last night, then pressured me into a hotel where he attempted assault. When I lied about my period to dissuade him, he responded with violence. The claims were laughable, yet what baffled him was Qing Lu's visibly bruised face and the strangulation marks on her neck. Method acting? Chu Muhan scrolled further. Look, it's not just Qing Lu. Other influencers, ones you've been linked to, are accusing you too. Chu Yuxuan meticulously perused the documents, each one containing accusations from female internet celebrities, all of whom were employees of Qingya Media's influencer base. To his astonishment, even Xiao Zhu, the top influencer at the base, had tearfully presented her ID card, alleging multiple instances of harassment and stalking by him, among other chilling claims that sent shivers down one's spine. Quite the masterstroke. Setting fire to my own backyard, Chu Yuxuan mused, his composure unshaken. However, the next words from Chu Muhan shattered his calm. Your ex-wife jumped to her death. The forensic team is conducting an autopsy. Someone leaked your divorce certificate online, and her mother has publicly accused you of driving Xia Zhu to suicide. Chu Yuxuan's gaze froze. The lazy smirk and indifferent demeanor vanished instantly. He recalled his encounter with Xia Zhu at 2 a.m. She had seemed at peace, ready to leave the past behind, even mentioning her plans to return to her hometown for a tranquil life. How could she have jumped? Something isn't right. Chu Yuxuan slammed the table, his eyes darkening. I demand to see my lawyer. Chu Yuxuan, answer the questions first. I said, I want my lawyer. Chapter 71. There are always villains plotting against me. The siblings were locked in a heated argument when a police officer entered the interrogation room holding a tablet. Captain Chu, This is the surveillance footage copied from the hotel. Chu Muhan took the tablet, glanced at it for a few seconds, then frowned. Leave us. Once the officer had exited, the beautiful policewoman placed the tablet in front of Chu Yuxuan with a cold tone. See for yourself. The video showed the hotel corridor surveillance. The timestamp read 2:50 a.m. Qing Lu cautiously opened the door, peeked into the hallway, then glanced back into the room, her expression and movements suggesting she was afraid of disturbing whoever was inside. Trembling, she slipped out and gently closed the door before bolting toward the elevator in panic, frantically pressing the button as if fearing someone might chase her. Chu Yuxuan clearly noticed that Qing Lu already bore injuries on her face when she left the room. Damn it. Muttering, he scrolled back to 2:10 a.m. When he and Qing Lu had just entered the room, her face had been unharmed then. Fast-forwarding through the next 40 minutes, he confirmed no one had entered or exited the room. Given it was the 27th floor, scaling the window was impossible. Chu Muhan stated gravely. It's highly unlikely for a normal person, especially a woman, to inflict such severe injuries on herself. Even if she could, the distribution of wounds on her face and neck makes it physically implausible. Chu Yuxuan mused. So, it's settled. I'm the one who did it. At this point, yes. Chu Yuxuan, I need you to tell me what exactly happened after you entered the room. He exhaled. You don't have concrete evidence yet. So, until my lawyer arrives, I reserve the right to remain silent. Chu Muhan slammed the table. Chu Yuxuan, cooperate. My dear sister, he said with a bitter smile. Why must you always act so hostile toward me? Deep down, you do care, don't you? Otherwise, why would you rush to work at this hour? Don't tell me it wasn't he out of concern for me. We share the same father. No need to be so cryptic. Enough with your glib tongue. She glared at him, then sighed irritably. You may be no saint, but I know you wouldn't do something like this. Tell me what happened. I'll clear your name. He shrugged. I was drunk. Don't remember a thing. She easily deduced his intent. Chu Yuxuan, you're planning to handle this your way again, aren't you? He smirked, pausing before deflecting. You're a deputy captain now, yet still so impatient. Look at you, flustered, not even wearing makeup. Worried I'd kill those influencers? Please, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I wouldn't mid-sentence, he abruptly stopped, as if struck by a sudden realization. Chu Yuxuan's eyes also lit up as the siblings exchanged glances, clearly noticing the same crucial detail. Cosmetics. With swift strides, Officer Wang and Chu Yuxuan reached the interrogation room door. She called out to the officers in the hallway. Where is the complainant now? At home. The family claims she's severely traumatized, emotionally unstable, and refuses to let us see her. Without hesitation, Chu Yuxuan ordered, take a doctor to her residence. Inform the family that the suspect has been apprehended, and we urgently require her injury assessment report. Without it, we can't proceed with prosecution. Move quickly. Returning to the interrogation room, her expression darkened. Qing Lu posted the accusatory video around 3:30 a.m. and filed the police report at 4 o'clock. Other influencers rallied behind her between 4 o'clock and 4:30. None of them were asleep during that window. This is clearly orchestrated. Chu Yuxuan, who have you offended this time? With a careless smirk, Chu Yuxuan drawled, there will always be treacherous subjects plotting against their sovereign. Impossible to guard against. Knowing his evasive nature and that her duplicitous brother would inevitably retaliate in his own way, Chu Yuxuan warned sternly. You're not just facing accusations from these influencers. You're also implicated in a homicide. Based on current evidence, I have the authority to detain you for 72 hours. Even after that, I'll find a way to extend your custody. Moreover, the entire internet is watching these influencers now. If anything happens to them, the backlash will drown not just you, but the entire Chu family. Recklessness will only backfire. Cooperate with me, and the law will deliver justice. Chu Yuxuan scoffed. Save your legal lectures for my lawyer. I have no interest in them. But tell me, sister, what time did Xia Zhu jump? Pursing her lips, Chu Yuxuan abandoned further persuasion. However, regarding Xia Zhu's case, she had only received a brief briefing on route and lacked specifics. She summoned the duty officer. The officer reported, according to eyewitness testimony in the preliminary forensic examination, it occurred around 3:20 a.m. Eyewitness? The siblings echoed simultaneously. Yes. The officer flipped through his notes. A man named Gao Ning was present at the scene. According to Gao Ning, Chu Yuxuan's brow furrowed. Chu Yuxuan shot him a glance before motioning for the officer to continue. Per his statement, he was in a romantic relationship with the deceased, Xia Zhu. They spent last night together at her residence. Around 12:30 a.m., Xia Zhu left briefly and returned at approximately 2:40 a.m., visibly distraught. He comforted her while they drank, then stepped away to use the restroom. Upon returning, he saw Xia Zhu standing on the balcony, preparing to jump. He rushed over and managed to grab her hand, but ultimately failed to pull her back. The officer gestured toward Chu Yuxuan. Gao Ning claims Xia Zhu confessed she had gone out to meet her ex-husband him. The conflict allegedly stemmed from Chu Yuxuan exploiting an exorbitant breach of contract penalty to blacklist her career. The reason for seeking out Chu Yuxuan was to implore him to spare her. However, Chu Yuxuan proposed a condition. She must accompany a prominent businessman on a month-long trip to the Maldives, after which he would grant her reprieve. Chu Yuxuan's gaze was piercing. What of Xia Zhu's mother? Did she not witness the moment of Xia Zhu's demise? The officer lifted his eyelids, pondering. Are you the one in authority here, or am I? This feels more like I am reporting to you. Has he grown too accustomed to being in charge? He should reconsider the circumstances he finds himself in. Yet, upon noticing his captain's questioning expression, he refrained from further protest and stated, according to the testimony of Xia Zhu's mother, around 9 last night, she inadvertently overheard Xia Zhu contacting an agency with the intention of selling their house, which led to a heated argument between them. Subsequently, she reached out to Gao Ning, hoping he could mediate with Xia Zhu. Upon his arrival, fearing another quarrel between mother and daughter, he handed her the key to his home, allowing her to stay there. It was not until 4 in the morning that she learned of her daughter's tragic fate. Chu Yuxuan remained silent, as if he had already arrived at a conclusion. Chu Muhan's expression darkened. Where is Gao Ning? The officer replied he was overwhelmed with grief. He fainted halfway through his statement and is currently at the hospital. Continuing, the officer leaned closer to Chu Muhan and whispered, we suspect Gao Ning might also be implicated. 2 of our brothers are keeping watch over him at the hospital. Understood, Chu Muhan responded. Once work hours commence, I shall investigate the situation at Xia Zhu's company. After the officer departed, Chu Muhan turned to Chu Yuxuan and inquired, do you still intend to remain silent? Chu Yuxuan inhaled deeply and replied solemnly, I need to make a phone call. Regulations prohibit it, came the retort. It is merely contacting a family member. Please, I fear for my wife's safety. Chapter 72. Grave circumstances at 5:53 a.m. Zhao Yanan awoke groggily from her drunken slumber, the persistent ringing of her phone on the nightstand finally rousing her. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was Xiaowei calling. At this early hour, something must be wrong. The thought jolted her fully awake as she answered. Director Zhao. Have you seen the news about President Chu? Xiaowei's voice trembled. President Chu? What happened now? He's been accused of assault by an influencer, Xiaowei stammered. Over a dozen others from the influencer hub are publicly supporting her claims. Before Zhao Yanan could process this, Xiaowei dropped another bombshell. Xia Zhu jumped from a building. Now her mother is also accusing President Chu online. Zhao Yanan's composure shattered. Notify all department heads. Emergency meeting at the company by 7. She ordered hastily before hanging up. Her mind reeled as she reached for her phone to call Chu Yuxuan, only for him to call her first. Nan, up so early? What on earth is happening? They spoke simultaneously. Chu Yuxuan chuckled lightly. So you already know? I thought you'd still be asleep. Listen, call that big guy and have him pick you up. From now on, take him everywhere. Understood? The memory surfaced that night after Gao Ning's dinner, when Chu Yuxuan had insisted the burly man act as her driver and bodyguard. Wary of Jean and Gao's motives. So they had finally made their move against him? What can I do? Zhao Yanan forced herself to steady her voice. Let me think. Chu Yuxuan mused. For now, get up and heat some milk. Your stomach isn't strong. Zhao Yanan exhaled sharply. How can you joke at a time like this? This is serious, Chu Yuxuan. His tone remained light. It'll be handled. Just go to work as usual. The company will have its hands full today. Once this blows over, I'll treat you to a feast. No refusals. Where are you now? A distant voice calling Captain made her chest tighten. At the station, cooperating with the investigation. He replied cheerfully. Nothing to worry about. After a pause, she said quietly, I believe in you, Chu Yuxuan. You wouldn't do such things. Just cooperate fully. Of course. Your wish is my command. Ending the call, he surrendered his phone with an amused grin. Chu Muhan shot him a look. Getting along well? I see. Should I introduce you sometime? Pass. 10 minutes later, the head of Qingya's legal department arrived at the precinct. After briefing with the officers, he met with Chu Yuxuan. President Chu. How long until I'm out? Chu Yuxuan asked. The legal counsel looked troubled. You're currently the prime suspect. I'm afraid. This is quite difficult to handle. Chu Yuxuan took a deep breath, realizing that this legal advisor likely lacked the capability to resolve the situation. Moreover, Chu Yuxuan would undoubtedly employ every means possible to keep him detained. Escaping through conventional methods seemed nearly impossible. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the legal counsel. Listen carefully. When you return to the company, seek out Director Chu from the technical department. Tell him to investigate the person in charge of the influencer base. He'll know what to do. If they hesitate, have them explain it to you. Remember, only your status as a lawyer grants you access to me. Understood? The legal counsel could discern that his employer had likely never placed much hope in his ability to secure his release. His role here was merely to serve as a messenger. I understand, President Chu. Good. Above all, ensure absolute confidentiality, including from Vice President Zhao. Not a word. I got it. At 7 o'clock, the city gradually stirred to life. News about Chu Yuxuan continued to spread like wildfire, its momentum showing no signs of slowing. Several officers returning from their investigations brought back surveillance footage from outside the Blaze bar. The footage showed Xia Zhu meeting Chu Yuxuan at 1:50 a.m. Due to the distance, their conversation wasn't captured, but it was evident from the video that Chu Yuxuan appeared indifferent toward her. After he left, Xia Zhu crouched on the ground, weeping for several minutes. Meanwhile, the officers who had visited Qing Lu's residence returned with a medical report confirming her injuries, verified as genuine and classified as minor harm. This development came as no surprise to Chu Yuxuan. It was difficult to deduce that Qing Lu had initially used makeup to fake her injuries, ensuring evidence in the surveillance footage. After leaving the hotel, she had gone a step further, inflicting real harm upon herself to avoid raising suspicion during any medical examination. This girl certainly has a flair for dedication, Chu Yuxuan muttered bitterly. Chu Yuxuan had no doubts about her brother's character, but the mounting evidence against him was undeniable. The situation was spiraling toward the worst possible outcome, leaving her deeply troubled. Just then, Xia Zhu's mother arrived at the police station with a swarm of reporters in tow. Holding a sign that read, "Justice for my daughter," she knelt at the entrance, her cries piercing the air. That Chu Yuxuan is a monster. He deceived my Xia Zhu, swindling her out of money and dignity. Not only did he abandon her, but he forced her to sell her apartment to pay some absurd penalty, even pressured her into sleeping with others. My daughter. She was driven to her death by him. Open your eyes, heavens. Do the wealthy truly believe they're above the law? My daughter. She died with grievances unresolved. Whether her claims held truth or not, the raw anguish of a grieving mother was unmistakable, stirring sympathy in all who witnessed it. The scandal had escalated to an unprecedented scale, with media outlets now racing to broadcast the story. After the urgent meeting at Xingya Media, Zhao Yanan retained the heads of the legal and administrative departments. Both of you, accompany me to the influencer base. Notify the security department to maintain strict control. No journalists are to be admitted under any circumstances. Xiao Wei, call the person in charge of the influencer base again and urge him. Director Zhao, I've already called, several times, in fact. No one is answering. The head of the legal department instinctively glanced toward the office of the technology department as director, his brow furrowing slightly. Upon leaving the police station earlier, he had relayed Chu Yuxuan's message to Director Chu Xing. It was now 7:30. Why hadn't he arrived yet? Couldn't he be more reliable? Little did he know, the golden-haired, blue-eyed foreign director was currently standing outside the residence of the influencer base's manager. And inside that very home, an impassive Korean man stood waiting. Chapter 73. I have a candidate. Dressed in a leather jacket and a black baseball cap, his hands clad in white gloves. Old Four scoured every corner of the rooms, under the beds, inside the wardrobes, anywhere a person could hide. Yet, there was no trace of the elusive manager. Buzz. 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 The phone on the coffee table vibrated incessantly. Old Four glanced at the screen, where the words executive assistant flashed. He picked it up, pocketed it, and exited the room. Downstairs, in the sapphire blue GTR, Old Five sat rigidly in the passenger seat, a laptop cradled in his arms. His fingers danced across the keyboard as the screen flickered between live streams of influencers denouncing Chu Yuxuan. At the bottom, a red progress bar raced forward, and upon completion, a map would automatically appear, pinpointing locations down to the exact address. After noting several coordinates, the prodigious hacker, who had infiltrated Citibank's mainframe at 15 and provocatively transferred away only a single $1, snapped his laptop shut. Just as he prepared to step out, Old Four strode toward the car. Where is he? Old Five rolled down the window. Old Four tossed the still vibrating phone inside. Gone. Only this. Seems he really is involved. Old Five muttered, plugging the manager's phone into his laptop with a data cable. Within seconds, he tossed it back. Put it back. Old Four raised a hand to touch the cross hanging on his chest, his gaze darkening as it settled on the foreigner. A sudden chill of hostility prickled Old Five's skin. He smirked. God, the boss said you all have to listen to me. Surely you understand, right? My dear fourth brother. Old Four blinked impassively and turned back toward the building. Old Five exhaled sharply, an inexplicable sense of survival washing over him. At that moment, Old Two called. Gao's got cops around him, too risky. Remember that guy Jean the boss had me look into? He has been cozy with Gao Ning lately. Should I pay him a visit? Old Five pondered. The boss hasn't mentioned him yet. Let us not stir the hornet's nest. We need to handle the current situation first, then reassess. Then send me the addresses of those influencers you dug up. Old 2's tone suggested he was itching to vent his frustrations on a few lucky targets. Cool it. Now is not the time for recklessness, Old Five warned. We need evidence to clear the boss's name. Got it? If anything happens to those influencers, it'll only make things worse. The line went dead before he could finish. Old Five. Is leading this team really this hard? Moments later, Old Four returned to the car. Eyeing Old 5's furious typing. Can you find him? Unless he is a robot, not made of flesh. He left his phone behind. I can't track him. Damn it. There's nothing useful on it. Cash payments are rare in China now. A phone is essential. How could he just forget it? Perhaps he has another phone, one that's insignificant. Just as he was speaking, the Minister of Legal Affairs called. Minister Chu, when will you arrive at the company? Lao Wu glanced at the time and replied, Don't rush. I'm currently searching for that person in charge. Good heavens. There's no need to look anymore. He is already at the Criminal Police Division, bringing along a group of influencers. Claiming he fears retaliation from the Chu family and is seeking protection. It's already been reported by journalists. Minister Chu, could you hurry up? President Chu is. Lao Wu abruptly ended the call and searched for relevant keywords online. Instantly, numerous videos surfaced of the so-called person in charge being interviewed outside the police station. I am Jin Tianyang, the person in charge of Qingya Media's Influencer Incubation Center. I can responsibly tell everyone that the accusations against Chu Yuxuan online are all true. For over a month, Chu Yuxuan has been harassing the influencers under our company almost daily. Such incidents have long become commonplace. But these influencers are young women fresh out of society, inexperienced, without connections, and bound by exorbitant breach penalties, utterly powerless to resist his advances. To my shame, though I witnessed their suffering, I dared not speak out. Tell me, in Jiangqing, who would dare provoke the Chu family? I endured and endured, only to realize that my submissiveness pushed these girls deeper into despair. They're barely in their 20s. When I saw the news about Qinglu being assaulted this morning, my heart was torn apart. How could he bear to raise his hand against a woman? What kind of man strikes a woman? Is he even human? Now, I no longer care about the consequences. All I seek is justice for these girls. Officers, we beg for your protection. Please help us. These girls are terrified that the Chu family will come after them. I implore you, help us. The scene descended into chaos as officers struggled to maintain order against the swarm of reporters. Moments later, the police chief arrived, personally escorting Jin Tianliang's group, along with Xia's wailing mother, into the precinct. We can't let this escalate further. We must act. Lao Wu's expression darkened. Who is this Jin colluding with? Alone, he wouldn't have the courage. Lao Si, sharp-eyed, rewound the video a few seconds and pointed at the screen. He is holding a phone. Lao Wu sighed. I understand what you're implying, but hackers aren't gods. I need physical access to his phone, or at least his number, to infiltrate it. Lao Si gripped the cross around his neck, his gaze icy. Ambush him outside the station. Damn it, who knows when he'll emerge. Clearly, he is there because he fears for his safety. That wretched snake. Suddenly, Lao Wu's eyes gleamed with realization. Perhaps I have a way to obtain his phone. Lao Si frowned. You? No. I know someone. Drive quickly to number 227, Benhai Road. Please don't look at me like that. I swear I didn't mean to treat you as a driver. By heaven and earth, by the sun and moon. What? Lao Si withdrew his gaze, started the car, and said calmly, Your Chinese is excellent. Thank you. Lao Wu seemed quite pleased with this compliment from the killing machine. After expressing gratitude, he called the legal department. Listen. Anything regarding President Chu and the company must be reported to me immediately. Keep your phone line open at all times. I may contact you anytime. The legal officer on the other end acknowledged, though privately thinking this foreigner unreliable. Yet as President Chu's personally appointed choice, he dared not voice any objections. Chapter 74. Targeting me? At Xinya, every department's phone lines were overwhelmed, leaving employees breathless under the pressure. Reporters swarmed the building's entrance, while opportunistic self-proclaimed justice warriors among the media amplified the chaos, stirring emotions with loud provocations. In the deserted office of the influencer base, Zhao Yanan sat with two department heads, stacks of contracts spread before them. The administrative director spoke first. Director Zhao, I've reviewed them. The clauses are standard, but the penalty fees are exorbitant. The legal director added, these contracts are the same. The breach penalties are absurdly high, and each bears Mr. Chu's personal seal. He hesitated before continuing. Director Zhao, let me clarify. Mr. Chu previously mentioned that influencer development carries inherent risks. To avoid implicating Xinya, these contracts weren't stamped with the company seal nor reviewed by headquarters legal team. Zhao Yanan maintained a composed facade, though turmoil churned within. Closing the contract in her hands, she picked up her phone, scanning the relentless tide of public outrage. Online fury raged. As if tearing Chu Yuxuan apart wouldn't suffice, what woman would joke about her own dignity, especially when so many have bravely spoken out? Xia Zhu's tragic story reminds me of Yin Yin and K Entertainment. The entertainment industry isn't above the law, and we have no chables here. Punish Chu Yuxuan. Wealth isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card. A profound sense of helplessness weighed on Zhao Yanan. The accusations, domestic violence, coercion, attempted assault, trafficking, driving his ex-wife to suicide, each alone was a death sentence in the court of public opinion. Though unverified to the internet, truth was already decided. Or perhaps, in the realm of online justice, truth was irrelevant. Xia Zhu's death lent credibility to the claims. The undeniable fact of the 30 million yuan penalty, paired with her mother's rumors, echoing past entertainment industry scandals, made the narrative tragically plausible. Recent hardships could explain Xia Zhu's drastic choice. But why would her mother fabricate lies? Despite Zhao Yanan's distaste for Chu Yuxuan, she knew his character well enough to doubt such depravity. Even hypothetically, with his connections, would Chu Yuxuan need to pimp Xia Zhu to curry favor? This inconsistency nagged at her. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Zhu's mother's words had been fed by Gao Ning. Yet Zhao Yanan noticed a critical thread. The exorbitant penalty seamlessly tied everything together, coinciding perfectly with Xia Zhu's contract termination, as if both events were moves on the same board. Who, then, was the player? Jin Zhong and Gao Ning? If it truly was the ostensibly refined but ruthlessly calculating Jin Zhong, what was his endgame? When did the planning begin? The president of a listed company, neither a shareholder nor the owner. Where does he find the audacity to oppose Truman? Or perhaps there is someone pulling the strings behind him. It seems that uncovering the truth hinges on the now defected head of the influencer base. Only by prying open his mouth can we learn who stands behind him. Following this thread may offer a glimmer of hope to unravel the scheme. Yet, what is peculiar is that despite the prolonged escalation of events, Chu Yuxuan remains eerily silent, showing no signs of action. Could it be that the public backlash has already reached Truman's doorstep, forcing him to bide his time and wait for the right moment? President Zhao Wei rushed into the base in a fluster. Jin Shuhan posted a lengthy statement supporting President Chu and even got into an argument with netizens. Zhao Yanan's brows furrowed in irritation. What is her agent doing? Didn't I make it explicitly clear during the meeting that no artist is to involve themselves in this matter? She exhaled sharply. Go, tell her agent to handle it. If a phone call isn't enough, then go to the school in person and inform PR. No moves, no statements. We observe and wait. The elegant CEO was seething. Having one of their own artists publicly endorse Chu Yuxuan at this critical juncture would only backfire, pouring oil onto the flames. The administrative director beside her trembled inwardly, certain that the agent was doomed, though he wasn't sure which one it was. Suddenly, as if struck by realization, he murmured, "Agent," before his eyes lit up. President Zhao, have you noticed how quiet Xia Zhu's agent has been? Zhao Yanan froze, realizing she had overlooked a crucial figure. Xia Zhu was still under contract with the company. Given the scandal, why hadn't her agent reached out? The administrative director continued, President Zhao. Xia Zhu's agent isn't company employed. It's South her close friend. From what I know, they share a strong bond. Once, over a bonus dispute, Xia Zhu personally came to the administrative department to advocate for her agent. Now that Xia Zhu is in trouble, her agent neither contacts us nor joins the online condemnation. Instead, she feigns ignorance. It doesn't add up. After a brief pause, Zhao Yanan commanded, find her. Now. Whatever the reason for the agent's silence, as Xia Zhu's closest confidant, she would undoubtedly prove useful. Meanwhile, at Phoenix Manor, Chu Yuxuan leisurely sipped his morning tea while observing the online uproar. A striking woman in professional attire stood beside him, her expression tinged with concern. "Chairman, aren't you going to intervene?" "Intervene?" Chu Yuxuan glanced at her, amused. "Against whom? At the very least, shouldn't we find a way to get the young master out?" Chu Yuxuan took a slow sip of tea, unperturbed. "Why the rush? Let him spend some time with his sister. We'll stay quiet and see which big fish is stirring the waves." He chuckled. The woman frowned and sighed. Who would dare target the young master? Humph. Chu Yuxuan scoffed. A mere Gao family lacks such audacity. It seems they have been incited by someone else. Let these insignificant figures create a ruckus for a while longer. The more chaotic it becomes, the more captivating the performance will be. No sooner had she spoken than the mobile phone on the coffee table erupted into sound. "Chairman, the regulators have arrived at the company. There are issues with the project. Serious material concerns. The Discipline Inspection Commission is also here, claiming they wish to understand some matters. And the Ministry of Public Security has come as well, armed with an arrest warrant. Several other leaders have arrived too. I will go and assess the situation and report back shortly." Chu Yuxuan hung up the phone, managing a wry smile. "So, it all leads back to me? TSK. But why drag my son into this? If that little rascal finds out, he tear me apart? Alas." Chapter 75. Employed so soon at 9 o'clock, Gao Zhenxing personally arrived at the hospital to retrieve his son. Gao Ning, who had been utterly grief-stricken within the hospital walls, swiftly altered his demeanor the moment he entered the car, his face now a mask of agitation and dread. "Dad, you wretched beast." Gao Zhenxing struck his son across the face. "Look at the mess you've made." I truly didn't mean to. It was her, enough. Not another word about this." Gao Zhenxing cut him off sharply before dialing Mr. Jean. "Still haven't located that agent?" Mr. Jean chuckled darkly. "I've engaged a hacker to pinpoint her whereabouts. Results should come swiftly. Rest assured, Director Gao, my methods are immaculate. She will vanish without a trace. You schemed relentlessly to drag me into this. Do not falter now," Gao Zhenxing warned icily. "Never, never," Mr. Jean replied smoothly. "My benefactor commends your performance this morning. Once Chu Yuxuan is dealt with, he wishes to meet you in person." After a weighted pause, Gao Zhenxing ventured, "Might you reveal who this benefactor of yours truly is?" "Mr. Jean clucked his tongue. "Director Gao, it's not a matter of distrust, merely that the hour has not yet arrived. But fret not. His influence is vast enough to shield us from any reprisal by the Chu family." The car fell into heavy silence. Gao Ning had absorbed every word of the exchange. And as his father ended the call, he stammered fearfully, "Dad, what did you do this morning? Did you move against Chu Yuxuan?" Gao Zhenxing's fury reignited. "You imbecile! Just like your mother, utterly witless. Do you truly believe Jean's target was merely Chu Yuxuan? His aim was Chu Yuxuan from the outset. All that talk of joining forces against the son was merely bait to draw me into the fray." Exhaling sharply, he glared at Mr. Jean's contact on his phone screen and cursed vehemently. "Whoever stands behind that snake Jean has dissected my connections with terrifying precision. My discreet ties to the Chu family's second branch were never public knowledge. And the Oversight Committee had recently dispatched to Jiangqing, a friend of 20 years. I've avoided meeting him entirely to evade suspicion." A chill crawled down Gao Ning's spine. "Jean knows even that. Father, I was aware of any of this." "Of course you weren't. Even your mother remains ignorant." Gao Zhenxing snapped. "Were it not for these vulnerabilities, why else would Jean insist on embroiling us? No matter, there's no retreating now. This morning, I reached out to the Chu second branch. That cunning widow furnished me with ample dirt on Chu Yuxuan's smuggling, rigged bids, tax evasion, bribery, money laundering. She couldn't risk exposing it herself, so I'd become her willing blade. But," Gao Ning frowned, "why didn't Jean approach the Chu second branch directly? With the infighting among the Chu factions, wouldn't the first and second branches leap at any ally to topple the dominant third?" Gao Zhenxing scoffed. "Fool, you comprehend nothing. Old man Truman is still alive. Internal strife within the family is one thing. After all, whether it's the palm or the back of the hand, it's all flesh. As long as it doesn't go too far, the old man won't interfere. But colluding with outsiders to harm your own? That changes everything. The widow from the second branch trusts me. More importantly, she trusts my connections. I handed those incriminating materials directly to the head of the oversight team, bypassing the usual bureaucratic layers. No one will know who provided them. And old man Truman won't trace it back to her. As for our Gao family, Stay out of Chu Yuxuan's affairs from now on. Even though Chu Jiqing is in deep trouble himself, and that illegitimate son Yuxuan isn't favored by the Truman family, he still bears the Chu name. The old man won't stand idly by if things escalate. Don't get yourself entangled any further. Let the Trumans settle scores with the Janes. I'd like to see just how capable the forces behind them really are. Gao Ning couldn't suppress a shudder, his voice trembling with dread. So far, your moves against Chu Jiqing haven't been exposed, but I gave false testimony at the police station. Though all those charges were orchestrated by the Genes, surely they won't trace it back to me? Gao Zhenxing shot him a sidelong glare. His tone icy. Now you're scared? Where was this caution earlier? Gao Ning stammered, beads of sweat forming on his pallid forehead. I never thought it would lead to murder. After a pause, he timidly lifted his gaze to his father. Dad, that agent. She just wanted money. Can we just pay her off? There is no need to kill her, right? Gao Zhenxing glared at his spineless son. Seething, where was this mercy when you killed Xia Zhu? I swear it wasn't intentional. Listen carefully. Xia Zhu's agent must die. Only the dead can keep secrets. Understood, Dad. I'll do as you say. Meanwhile, at the police precinct, Jin Tianyang, the head of the influencer hub, sat across from Chu Yuxuan in the interrogation room, fabricating accusation after accusation. The influencers he'd brought along eagerly echoed his claims, tearing Yuxuan's reputation to shreds. Yuxuan remained eerily calm, no outbursts, no rebuttals. Instead, he fixed Jin with a steady gaze. What is your relationship with that advertising executive, Jin? A flicker of cunning flashed in Jin's eyes, though his face stayed contorted in outrage. Stop deflecting. Chu Yuxuan, I'm not afraid of you. For the sake of these girls, I'll fight you to the end. Expose your true nature to the world. Yuxuan smirked. Hey, have you even considered the consequences of framing me like this? Jin pressed his lips into a thin line, sneering silently. You're finished. After dictating a few more crimes to the officer transcribing the interrogation, Jin strode out confidently, only to collide with a frantic, bleach-haired youth in the bustling office lobby. Sorry. The youth blurted, what is with the crowd here? My bad, man. Jin waved it off magnanimously. No harm done. Moments later, the bleached-haired youth dashed out of the police station and approached a commercial vehicle. He retrieved a mobile phone from his coat and tossed it through the window. This brash young man was none other than the front desk attendant of the leisure bar located at 227 Benhai Road, the very same individual who had nearly been knocked unconscious by Lao San's slap earlier. In the back seat of the vehicle, Lao Wu caught the phone and swiftly connected it to his laptop. Within seconds, he flung the device back out the window. Barking at the youth, return it, quick. Don't let him notice. Seated beside him was Li Bin, the man who had previously suffered a broken arm and a missing front tooth at Lao San's hands. Now, he sat meekly, like a chastened child, watching Lao Wu's fingers dance furiously over the keyboard. The burly man, who had once commanded a certain notoriety in the underworld, offered an ingratiating smile. Brother Wu, anything else you need? My crew has got all kinds of talent, scams, cons, theft, you name it. Not for now, Lao Wu muttered absently, eyes fixed on the screen. Li Bin chuckled nervously, seizing the chance to flatter. See, I knew sticking with you guys was the right call. Just look at us, stealing right from the police station. Damn, if word gets out, my reputation is gonna skyrocket. Lao Wu shot him a sidelong glance. Best keep this quiet. Otherwise, I swear, you might lose another tooth. Instinctively, Li Bin covered his mouth and fell silent. Previously, when Chu Yuxuan realized he had targeted the wrong man, he had finished Li Bin off. Instead, he compensated him generously with a sum of money, warning him never to harass Jin Ting again. Unexpectedly, Li Bin proved himself surprisingly perceptive. He refused the money outright and insisted on befriending Chu Yuxuan, boasting about his versatile crew of talents and urging Chu to call upon them anytime. At the time, Chu Yuxuan had merely humored him, instructing Lao San and Lao Wu to save his number. He never imagined he'd cross paths with such a man again. Yet here they were, utilizing his services sooner than expected. Chapter 76, The Revelation Perusing the Stolen Data from Jin Tianyang's phone. Lao Wu swiftly uncovered a series of incriminating text messages sent to an unfamiliar number. The first message, sent by the unknown contact, read, "He didn't touch me." Jin Tianyang replied, "It's fine. Just stick to the original plan." 10 minutes later, the other party responded, "I'm starting my makeup now." But was the accusation supposed to be assault and rape? Without his DNA, the claim won't hold. Jin Tianyang reassured, "Don't worry, just proceed. We'll adjust the statement later. Say he beat you when you resisted. A few minutes passed before another hesitant reply came. Can I back out? President Chu is a good man. I'll regret this for the rest of my life. Jin Tianliang's tone turned threatening. It's too late to turn back now. Unless you want those photos of yours circulating online, obey, and you'll get a hefty sum afterward. The pictures will be destroyed. At 3 a.m. A final message arrived. I'm out. Where are you? Lao Wu's pulse quickened. Qinglu. I've got the evidence. Eagerly. He traced the number, only for his triumph to wither. The registered ID belonged to a 70-year-old man from another province. A dead end. Frustrated. He checked Jin Tianliang's number. Same result. A disposable, untraceable line. Damn it. Scouring further yielded nothing. Every call and message led to unregistered, out-of-province numbers. Fuck. The foreigner rarely swore, but the situation warranted it. Before he could strategize, Qingya's legal director called. President Zhao can't locate Xia Zhu's agent. She's gone missing. Lao Wu frowned. How did we overlook her? Send me Qing Lu's full dossier and the agent's. Include emergency contacts. Now. Meanwhile, at the precinct. Chu Muhan was summoned by the chief. To avoid conflicts of interest, she was temporarily removed from Chu Yuxuan's case. Everyone knew the unyielding detective played no favorites. But the media wouldn't care. If her familial ties to the suspect surfaced while she led the investigation, the scandal would tarnish the department. Though reluctant, she complied. Exiting the office, she first visited the tech division, then the interrogation room. Chu Yuxuan, I want to be able to see you for a while. A faint smile. I understand. Conflict of interest. Chu Muhan lifted her eyelids and remarked, those accusations from internet celebrities lack substantial evidence. They merely tarnish your reputation and affect your business. However, concerning the death of Xia Zhu, all current evidence is decidedly unfavorable to you. We possess a contract obtained from your company, the testimony of Gao Ning. In these 2 videos. As she spoke, Chu Muhan retrieved her phone and opened a surveillance video. The footage depicted the moment when Chu Yuxuan struck Gao Ning with a teacup during a previous dinner, clearly stating, I give you 2 days, 30 million, every penny. Or Xia Zhu will never be able to terminate the contract. The second video showcased the entire incident of Chu Yuxuan cracking Gao Ning's head open with a bottle. The young heir watched the video, his tongue unconsciously pressing against his molars. It seemed that after just being released from detention and having not slept for 3 days, he had overlooked critical details, allowing the petty General Jin to seize such incriminating evidence. Chu Muhan asserted, these 2 videos just surfaced 10 minutes ago. Not only the internet users, but even I am beginning to believe that you truly drove Xia Zhu to her demise. Chu Yuxuan pondered, the issue is, even if this is the case, it likely won't lead to my conviction. What are they ultimately trying to achieve? Is it merely to ruin my reputation? Is it worth sacrificing a life for that? It seems entirely unnecessary. You must tell me who is scheming against me. Chu Muhan leaned over the table, fixating her gaze intently on Chu Yuxuan's eyes. Chu Yuxuan glanced at General Jin, who sat in the corner of the video, shrugged, and replied, how would I know? If someone intends to harm me, why would they inform me? At this juncture, Chu Yuxuan was convinced that General Jin was the one orchestrating this. Especially since these 2 videos had emerged. The private room in the restaurant could not possibly have surveillance. It was evident that someone had installed it beforehand. A trick that did not align with Gao Ning's typical methods. His previous hesitation in mentioning General Jin to Lao Wu was not due to a lack of suspicion, but rather because he found General Jin exceedingly peculiar. Having no enmity with him, why would he seek to undermine him? Was there a hidden agenda, or was there someone else pulling the strings? In any case, it would be prudent to observe the developments quietly, avoiding any actions that might alert the adversaries, and to devise a plan to extricate himself first. Perhaps later, he could engage with General Jin slowly, potentially reeling in a significant catch. Taking a breath, Chu Muhan murmured, why isn't your father assisting you this time? Ordinarily, such a serious matter would implicate the reputation of the Chu family, and the family's lawyers should have arrived by now. Chu Jiqing was being personally overseen by the supervisory team, with multiple departments collaborating on the investigation, having not leaked any information at this moment. He was being interrogated at the Ministry of Public Security, while the siblings remained oblivious. Perhaps they had spent another wild night and were still in slumber. Chu Yuxuan teased. Then inquired, what did you uncover at Xia Zhu's home? Did you find any suspicious traces? Or any valuable evidence? For instance, what about her phone? Who was she in contact with before the incident? Have those inquiries been made? Chu Muhan shot him a glare, replying curtly. Do you think you were more professional than us? Humph. There were no suspicious traces at the scene, Her phone was shattered into pieces, and all data is irretrievable. The technical department has checked her number, and there are no call records prior to the incident. Chu Yuxuan, I believe in your innocence. Yet others do not. It would be best if you cooperated fully, as the officer in charge of your case will be our chief. With that, the beautiful policewoman turned and left. Chu Yuxuan fell into deep contemplation. Half an hour later, Qing Lu, lost in thought and languishing on the sofa, received a text message. Come downstairs, I have something to discuss with you. Though the number was unmarked, she recognized it immediately as Jean Tianliang's. Taking a deep breath, memories of Jean Tianliang's fierce assault earlier that morning flooded her mind, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. After a moment's pause, she donned her coat, fabricated an excuse to her mother, and left the house in a daze. However, upon reaching downstairs, she found no sign of Jean Tianliang. Instead, she encountered a handsome man with an expressionless face. The man's gaze was piercing as he stared at her, his fists clenched, muttering under his breath, "Ah, Shiba." Chapter 77. I wish to calm down. Do not be alarmed, fair maiden. We harbor no intention of causing you harm, I assure you. In truth, I am aware that you have been coerced into implicating Mr. Chu. Is that not so? Your predicament is entirely understandable, and I can empathize with your situation. For heaven's sake, Park Puching, perhaps you should release her. She appears to be on the verge of suffocation. In the fire escape, the fourth man had a firm grip on Qing Lu's throat, pinning her against the wall, while she desperately clutched his wrist, her eyes rolling back in distress. Only after the fifth man's admonition did the poker-faced one relent, his gaze icy as it bore into Qing Lu. Gasping for breath, Qing Lu coughed violently, her terrified eyes darting between the two foreigners, her body trembling uncontrollably. Listen closely, the fifth man said, fiddling with Qing Lu's phone. He opened a virus-laden message she had just sent, deleted it seconds later, and returned the phone to her, stating, I hope you comprehend that our ability to find you and coax you downstairs signifies we possess ample means to deal with you. However, I recognize that you are fundamentally a kind-hearted individual. Am I correct? Consequently, we have refrained from troubling your family and instead wish to engage in a calm discussion. First and foremost, I extend my apologies for my friend's earlier rudeness. Now, I require your assistance in clarifying matters for Mr. Chu. Do you understand? You must realize that Mr. Chu is quite affluent. Should you restore his reputation, feel free to ask for whatever you desire, and I assure you, your needs will be met. Is that agreeable? Qing Lu's face bore bruises, her expression a mix of fear and timidity, rendering her pitifully vulnerable. Despite the foreigner's imperfect pronunciation, it was comprehensible enough for her to grasp. Yet, she found herself ensnared in a path of no return. More importantly, this matter was never about money for her. It was about the unspeakable, the harrowing experiences that would forever haunt her memories. Noticing her silence, the fifth man continued earnestly, rest assured, we shall not hold your past actions against you, provided you assist us now. Or perhaps you could enlighten me about the situation concerning your photograph. I might be able to lend a hand. I believe you can surmise that I am a hacker, and dismantling certain data is a trivial task for me. Trust me. Will you? Qing Lu bit her lip, appearing exceedingly conflicted. As moments ticked by, the fifth man forced himself to remain patient while the fourth man incessantly rubbed the cross around his neck. After a lengthy pause, Qing Lu finally raised her head, trembling as she spoke. I did wrongfully accuse Mr. Chu. But before she could continue, a security guard entered the corridor, accompanied by a maintenance worker, both carrying a ladder, presumably to repair the motion sensor lights in the hallway. Upon noticing the injuries on Qing Lu's face, the guard instinctively positioned himself in front of her, questioning the two men. What are you doing here? The fourth man exchanged a questioning glance with the fifth. Old Five opened his mouth, ready to speak, when he heard Qing Lu say, they are my friends. Taking the opportunity, Qing Lu stepped out of the stairwell, paused, and turned back to say, you both should return. I need to calm down. The two brothers made their way back to the car, and without uttering a word, Old Four retrieved a gun from beneath the seat, intent on ascending the stairs. Hey, are you out of your mind? Old Five urgently grabbed him. Old Four replied calmly, I'll compel her to act. Old Five interjected, wait. From her demeanor, it seems she is hesitating. Listen to me. She must not come to harm. We cannot coerce her right now. Let her take a moment to gather her thoughts. We have more pressing matters at hand. Let's find that agent. Old Four glanced up at the upper floor. Wait, there may be developments. No, I can assure you. Old Five declared earnestly, I have hacked her phone. I will be the first to know of any updates. If she still refuses to assist us, we can resort to your methods then. All right? Old 4 blinked, returned the gun to its place, and remained silent. The two drove to the vicinity of the police station, contacting the legal department en route to relay the current progress to Chu Yuxuan. At that moment, the legal representative had just exited the police station and immediately stated, President Chu instructed not to pressure Qinglu. Find a way to encourage her to speak voluntarily. Additionally, he mentioned sending old 2 to keep an eye on someone with the surname Jean and advised to be extremely cautious to avoid detection. Also, keep a close watch on Gao Ning. He is likely responsible for Xia Zhu's death and must not fall into the hands of the police. Oh, and we must locate Xia Zhu's agent. Meanwhile, in the Qingya Public Relations Department, watching Koschan sobbing dramatically in the live stream, Zhao Yanan and several staff members wore grave expressions. Chu Yuxuan has repeatedly forced himself on me, even cornering me in the restroom and stripping me of my clothes. He has coerced me multiple times to accompany him for drinks. My family, I am now suffering from depression due to his harassment. Here is my diagnosis. The PR head shot a glance at Zhao Yanan, hesitated for a moment, then switched off the live stream and opened a video. President Zhao. This is a self-recorded video from Koschan accusing President Chu in the early hours. It has already surpassed 40 million views. And this? The PR head clicked on another video, revealing a clandestinely filmed scene of Chu Yuxuan at a bar, where he was embracing Qinglu in an intimate manner, while Koschan sat beside them with a troubled expression. At the time, everyone assumed the internet celebrity was simply envious. Little did they know it would serve as compelling evidence of her being coerced into drinking with Chu Yuxuan. This influencer portrayed the victim narrative brilliantly, garnering substantial sympathy. And her follower count surged, now exceeding 20 million. Zhao Yanan took a deep breath, and after a moment of silence, inquired, Have there been any leads on Xia Zhu's agent? None. The entire administrative department is currently searching for her. What nonsense is this, playing at being missing? Zhao Yanan muttered, pausing briefly before asserting, Allocate additional personnel. We must locate her. As soon as the words left her lips, an employee from the legal department knocked on the door. President Zhao, General Jean from the advertising company has sent over a compensation list via his assistant, claiming that the upheaval has severely harmed their company and the rights of related partners. Zhao Yanan coldly interrupted, You all handle it for now. I do not have the time to deal with him at the moment. She had long been psychologically prepared for this matter. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive. Yet, she could not comprehend the true intentions of General Jean. After weighing her options, her patience began to wane, prompting her to take the initiative to call Chu Jiqing. However, where could Chu Jiqing possibly find the opportunity to answer his phone now? This business magnate was currently ensconced in an interrogation room at the Ministry of Public Security, enduring relentless scrutiny. The interrogators were all unfamiliar faces. In truth, from the moment Chu Jiqing learned that the authorities were seeking him out, he surmised that the supervisory group had set their sights on him. Otherwise, with his extensive network in Jiangxing, how could he have not received any prior warning? Gazing at the thick stack of incriminating documents laid before him, the calm demeanor he once possessed had vanished, though he did not appear flustered. Regardless of the questions posed to him, his responses were monotonously consistent. How would I know? What does it have to do with me? I have been cooperating with you all. Chapter 78. Redemption. As noon approached, there finally emerged a lead regarding Xia Zhu's elusive agent. The situation had been fraught with complications. Lao Wu had made countless attempts to reach her, only to be met with either a powered-off phone or rejection. It was evident that she was taking precautions to conceal her whereabouts, suggesting that she harbored some unspeakable secret. Just moments ago, however, the agent had answered a call. Although the conversation was deliberately kept under a minute, it provided Lao Wu with the necessary opportunity to ascertain her location. Damn it, she is 30 kilometers away from us. Move quickly. If she changes her location and powers off her phone again, we will lose her for good. Without hesitation, Lao Si pressed the accelerator, and the cerulean GTR surged forward. Upon arrival at the designated location, fortune favored them as the agent had not relocated. However, trouble awaited. A group of individuals had arrived before them, forcibly dragging the agent into a business vehicle right before their eyes. Without a moment's pause, Lao Si positioned the GTR in front of the business car and promptly exited the vehicle. Lao Wu, however, remained seated, seemingly disinterested in joining the fray. He rested his chin on his hand, patiently awaiting the outcome. Approximately half a minute later, the sounds of struggle ceased abruptly. Moments later, the trunk was opened, and the agent was unceremoniously shoved inside. Lao Si, bloodied and battered, climbed into the driver's seat. driving away from the scene while methodically wiping his face with a few tissues. Lao Wu, unfazed by the spectacle, glanced at the map on his computer screen and remarked, "Follow the navigation. There is an abandoned building nearby." A few minutes later, they arrived at the overgrown edifice. Lao Si exited the vehicle, yanked the agent from the trunk, and carelessly tossed her onto the ground. The woman, utterly petrified, gazed at Lao Si as if he were a malevolent specter. Her trousers were damp, her face devoid of color, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by terror, she struggled to articulate her words. I will give. I will give. I don't want the money. I don't want it." As the pungent odor of urine wafted towards him, Lao Wu instinctively shot a sidelong glance at the trunk, covering his mouth and nose in disgust, muttering a curse under his breath. He furrowed his brow, continuing the agent's train of thought. "Then give it to me." In truth, he had no idea what the agent was offering. Although they belonged to the same agency, they had never met, and he surmised that she mistook him for someone else. Nevertheless, her unprompted confession saved them the trouble of further inquiries. The agent, trembling, retrieved her phone and, after fumbling, produced a video, extending it toward him with both hands. I didn't make a backup. This is the only copy. Please, let me go. I don't want the money, and I won't tell anyone. You have to believe me. Please let me go." Lao Wu pressed his lips together, accepting the phone and opening the video. His eyes widened in astonishment as he absorbed its contents. Once the video concluded, he hastily pulled out his own phone and dialed Li Bin. "Keep a close watch on Gao Ning." Without delay, he called the legal department. "We've obtained evidence of Gao Ning's involvement in a murder. Consult with General Chu on the next steps." At the same time, Gao Ning had been summoned by the police an hour prior and was now accompanying Xia's mother as they exited the criminal investigation unit. Xia's mother, with tear-filled, swollen eyes, leaned on Gao Ning, her heart shattered as she implored, "Ninger, you must help me. That scoundrel Chu Yuxuan deserves to be punished." Gao Ning bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes, uncertain of their authenticity. Taking a deep breath, she reassured, "Annie, do not worry. I will ensure justice for Zhao Zhu. My daughter is gone." "What am I to do? My daughter?" As Xia's mother sobbed, Gao Ning's phone abruptly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Gao Ning furrowed her brow and leaned in to answer the call. However, upon hearing the other party's words, her eyes widened in shock, as though the heavens had collapsed. Momentarily disregarding the distraught woman beside her, "Auntie, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must leave." With that, she dashed towards the Land Rover parked across the street. Xia's mother, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, pondered if Gao Ning was hurrying off to address matters regarding Zhao Zhu. Her heart sinking further in despair as she lamented how blissful they might have been had Zhao Zhu not encountered such misfortune. This thought deepened her animosity towards Chu Yuxuan. Once inside the vehicle, Gao Ning started the engine while dialing General Jin's number. "Is what you said true? Does my father know? What am I to do now? Who has taken her?" Unbeknownst to her, a black business vehicle trailed behind her car. Approximately 40 minutes later, beneath the Qinglu residence, a blue GTR approached. At that moment, the internet celebrity sat dazed before her computer, staring at the threatening messages from Jin Tianyang on her phone. While reminiscing about the foreign hacker's words from earlier that day, and the previous night when Chu Yuxuan had expressed both rage and tenderness towards her. It was all a façade. The charms of a flirt are always deceitful yet convincingly casual. Yet even if it's a ruse, it still unsettles me. Why doesn't Tigi touch me? Is it truly impossible? Qinglu vividly recalled Chu Yuxuan's gaze, devoid of any disdain for her. And the supposed headache he feigned was likely just an act. Thank goodness he didn't touch me. Otherwise, I would have faced imprisonment. It seems fate has intervened. Chu Yuxuan, you have saved yourself, haha. After a bitter laugh, Qinglu took a deep breath, her resolve strengthening as she opened the live streaming software. In a manner reminiscent of her previous broadcast announcing Chu Yuxuan, she held up her identification card to the camera. "Hello everyone, I am Qinglu. Thank you for your concern. But, I must apologize, I lied. Chu Yuxuan did not harm me. Everything you witnessed was a meticulously crafted fabrication." Almost immediately, a throng of viewers flooded into the stream, witnessing the scene unfold and began to voice their support for justice. Is she being coerced by the Chu family? My heavens. Someone protect our Qinglu. Confronted with these remarks, Qinglu immediately retrieved her mobile phone and played a video for the camera, a video depicting Jin Tianliang assaulting her in his car. Although the footage was surreptitiously recorded and thus somewhat indistinct, Jin Tianliang's face appeared on multiple occasions, as did his threatening words. Endure it. Who told you to apply makeup so extravagantly? This is your own doing. Do not scream. Qinglu, I warn you, if this matter comes to light, we will face grave troubles. We must deceive the police. Behave yourself, or I shall release your photos online. Upon concluding the video, Qinglu took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and with a trembling voice confided, "A month ago, I was ensnared by Jin Tianyang. And he recorded both photos and videos of me. He framed General Chu, manipulating those images and videos to coerce me into compliance. General Chu is truly innocent." The live streaming room fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos, the barrage of comments overwhelming the screen. What the hell? What a twist. Folks, do you believe this? I certainly do not. This must be Chu's scheme. At that instant, Qinglu felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over her. Regardless of what the future held, she was no longer burdened by the weight of her conscience. Could this be her form of redemption? She was uncertain. What she did not realize was that her decision had salvaged not only her own life but also that of her family. The expressionless Korean man was now standing at her doorstep, gun in hand. Chapter 79, Counterattack, Part 1. The operation was called off. Return. When he received the call from the fifth brother, the fourth brother was poised to knock on the door, his hand frozen midair for a moment. Slowly, he turned his head to gaze at the surveillance camera in the corridor, as if locking eyes with a pair of cerulean orbs on the other side. After a prolonged stare, he reluctantly turned away. In his view, it was entirely unnecessary for Qinglu to remain alive. A couple of gunshots would suffice to compel her to complete her tasks obediently, and then she could vanish without a trace. Naturally, any witnesses present would also be taken care of. After all, Xia Zhu's agent had already been located, possessing explosive evidence that rendered Qinglu's fate inconsequential. As long as she revealed the truth, the consequences mattered little. Furthermore, being threatened hardly constituted a legitimate excuse. Wrongdoings necessitate appropriate repercussions. However, with the fifth brother now in charge, he had to heed the orders given. In the police station, Chu Yuxuan had stepped into the restroom, with accompanying officers stationed outside. Shortly thereafter, Jin Tianyang entered the restroom as well, standing at the urinal, casting a sidelong glance at the second-generation heir. A hint of a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Is it amusing? Chu Yuxuan tilted his head, his smile casual and carefree. Jin Tianyang's tone dripped with sarcasm. General Chu, your composure is truly remarkable. Now that you've become a pariah, how can you still manage to smile? A smile can take years off one's age. Chu Yuxuan fastened his belt, paused, and queried, I'm quite curious, with all this commotion. What exactly are you hoping to achieve? My reputation has always been rather tarnished. Why go to such lengths to slander me? Slander, you say? Jin Tianyang immediately adopted his role, dared to act but not to acknowledge it? Huh. General Chu, you shall never lift your head in Jiacheng again. Your pristine image is doomed. The public's eyes are keenly discerning. Enough, enough. Chu Yuxuan's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he replied. Let me ask you once more, have you considered what consequences await you? Jin Tianyang's eyes brimmed with disdain. You should worry about yourself. Chu Yuxuan nodded, then abruptly laughed. Minister Jin, have you not noticed that your phone hasn't rung in quite a while? Jin Tianyang's expression gradually stiffened. It seemed that since an hour ago, his phone had ceased to sound. At Chu Yuxuan's remark, he feigned calmness and pulled out his phone to check full signal. All functions appeared normal. Chu Yuxuan sneered. Don't say I didn't warn you. You'd best run. If you delay any longer, you may find yourself unable to leave the criminal police unit. With that, he washed his hands and swaggered out of the restroom. Jin Tianyang believed that Chu Yuxuan was merely trying to intimidate him. His phone was perfectly functional, and those behind the scenes were simply refraining from contacting him. After all, everything was going smoothly, and they likely thought it unwise to discuss matters while he was at the police station. Little did he know, the phone he deemed problem-free was nothing more than a rechargeable brick, with all incoming calls intercepted by a hacker. The reason for not immediately disclosing the evidence held by Xia Zhu's agent was to observe the emergency reactions of those behind Jin Tianyang upon learning that the agent had been abducted. This also allowed for the identification of who was in contact with Jin Tianyang and whether there were other individuals lurking behind those spreading malicious rumors besides him. Although it has now become nearly certain that Mr. Jin is orchestrating this scheme, everyone involved in this incident, without exception, must be held accountable. However, the individuals backing Jin Tianyang exhibited remarkable caution. Upon the agent's abduction, they promptly made a call, only to quickly realize that Jin Tianyang's phone had been compromised by hackers. Within 10 seconds, the call was terminated, and when they attempted to return the call, the phone was already powered off. Moreover, nearly an hour had elapsed since the agent's abduction, and no one had approached the police station to inform Jin Tianliang of this unexpected twist. Meanwhile, the influencers continued their antics, oblivious to the impending calamity that awaited them. Thus, it seemed that those behind Jin Tianliang had recognized that he was under scrutiny and had abandoned him. This also confirmed that the influencers had only Jin Tianliang as their puppet master. Emerging from the restroom, perhaps unsettled by Chu Yuxuan's earlier words, Jin Tianliang casually dialed a certain influencer. However, the screen displayed that the call was connecting, yet there was no sound from the earpiece. Furrowing his brow, he was about to contact someone else when a panicked little influencer, who had accompanied him to the police station to create a spectacle, hurriedly approached. Pointing a phone at him while whispering, Minister Jin Qinglu is live streaming. She claims that you have a crush on her. And she is threatening to frame General Chu. She has evidence of you hitting her. This wretched person had been scheming against him from the very beginning. Jin Tianliang felt as if struck by lightning. After a moment of blankness, he instinctively glanced toward the interrogation room. The room where Chu Yuxuan was located was on the first floor, at the end of the west corridor. The hallway was dimly lit, and that debauched figure stood at the door, staring intently at him, resembling a malevolent spirit in a dark abyss, gazing at a dying soul. With a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What should we do, Minister Jin? Qinglu wouldn't he sell us out, would she? We don't have her in our group. Did you tell her that we conspired to frame General Chu? Minister Jin, say something. What should we do? What to do? The only thought racing through Jin Tianliang's mind was to run. At such a moment, who the hell would care about what they should do? That wretched Qinglu. Just wait, I will make you pay. In a flash, Jin Tianliang burst out of the criminal police team, dialing a number as he ran. But like before, it merely showed that the call was connecting, with no other response. At that moment, he realized that his phone had likely been tampered with. Yet, the phone had always been in his possession. What kind of sorcery was at play that could manipulate it from afar? As he pondered, a business vehicle suddenly halted beside him, driven by a young man with tousled hair. Get in. Jin Tianliang paused momentarily, contemplating whether this was a rescue sent by those behind him. In the next moment, the rear door of the vehicle swung open, and a large hand suddenly reached out, seizing his collar with decisive force and pulling him into the car. Li Bin, with one arm encased in plaster, grasped Jin Tianliang's hair with his other hand, grinning broadly despite a missing front tooth. You rascal, your grandpa has been waiting for you for quite some time, he exclaimed, yanking Jin Tianliang's head and forcefully smashing it against his knee. Alas, poor Minister Jin had yet to comprehend the origins of these individuals when he was struck with such overwhelming force that he became disoriented. Shortly thereafter, a heavy punch landed on the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. In his fading consciousness, he vaguely glimpsed another individual in the back seat, bound and bearing bruises. With tape covering his mouth, it appeared to be the young master of the Gao family. Drive, Li Bin cheerfully commanded, then promptly called Lao Wu. Brother Wu, we've got both of them. Where should I deliver them? On the other end, Lao Wu replied, there's an unfinished building nearby, a rather suitable location. I'll send you the coordinates. Remember to switch the license plates and change vehicles along the way. We mustn't allow the police to trace you. Understood. On my way. Chapter 80, Counterattack, Part 2. The live broadcast by Qinglu quickly gained traction online. However, due to the commotion within the police department, all officers were preoccupied with their duties. It was only after a while that they realized Jin Tianliang had escaped the precinct just a minute prior. Chu Yuxuan, filled with rage, disregarded any concerns about discretion and rushed to the office area to review the surveillance footage. Captain Chu, there seems to be an issue with the external cameras. They've been frozen for over an hour. It's working again. Does this mean nothing was recorded during that hour? I'll check, Captain Chu. It cannot be restored. There is no surveillance data from that hour. Chu Yuxuan furrowed her brows tightly. Pull up all the surrounding camera feeds. If we don't spot him, then investigate all suspicious vehicles that passed by the precinct a minute ago. With that, the beautiful police officer summoned 2 nearby officers and instructed, go fetch this Qinglu for me. Just then, the chief of the precinct strode in, looking somewhat embarrassed. I've already dispatched someone. You are truly a relentless spirit, never taking a moment's rest. Go rest in the office. If the director sees you, you will surely face reprimand. Chu Yuxuan pouted. That esteemed figure doesn't seem to know when to leave with him around. No one feels at ease. The chief chuckled softly and replied in a hushed tone. Given the uproar this incident has caused, how could he possibly not come? Moreover, his presence here is likely a means of seeking solace. Just think about it. With such an incident occurring, how could your Chu family not seek his assistance at the bureau? While he sips tea in our precinct with his phone switched off. He is neither giving face to anyone nor openly offending anyone, simply waiting for the dust to settle. Chu Yuxuan sighed lightly, pausing for a moment before speaking. Captain, may I meet with Chu Yuxuan? Fine, but no more than 2 minutes. Do not make things difficult for me. Chu Yuxuan nodded and headed straight to the interrogation room. Upon meeting, she cut to the chase. Chu Yuxuan, the external surveillance has malfunctioned. Was it your people who tampered with it? Chu Yuxuan feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? Chu Yuxuan inhaled deeply. The Qinglu who accused you just recanted and has now turned the blame on Jin Tianliang, with irrefutable evidence. Just now, Jin Tianliang has already fled Chu Yuxuan. Has he fallen into your hands? Chu Yuxuan shook his head with a smile. My dear sister, why do you always associate everything with me? He must have fled out of fear of punishment. Chu Yuxuan, I will say this again. Do not act recklessly. I am simply sitting here. How could I act recklessly? Chu Yuxuan took a deep breath, her expression one of skepticism. After a moment of silence, she shifted the topic. I reviewed the information provided by Xia Zhu's mother an hour ago, and there are 2 points. First, you are suspected of violently resolving marital issues. Second, you allegedly insulted and coerced Xia Zhu into actions that severely contradicted her will, resulting in her suicide. If evidence for these 2 points is established, you could face up to 3 years in prison. Chu Yuxuan shrugged. What evidence could there possibly be? Does getting married on the same day one divorces count? Chu Yuxuan stated solemnly, though insufficient, it can still be regarded as evidence. The crux of the matter is that Zhuamu has submitted several photographs taken during your marriage to Zhao Yanan, yet at that time, you had not divorced Xia Zhu. Chu Yuxuan leisurely sipped his tea, pondering who the impertinent fool was that had taken those photographs. As for how they ended up in Zhuamu's possession, it was not difficult to surmise. It must have been the handiwork of the Gao family. Nevertheless, what significance did these so-called pieces of evidence hold now? With a faint smile, Chu Yuxuan remarked, the best part is yet to come. Heh. Who says Xia Zhu must have committed suicide? Chu Yuxuan furrowed her brow. Gazing intently at Chu Yuxuan for a moment, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition, she hurriedly exited the interrogation room and instructed the team leader. Send someone to bring Gao Ning back. Regardless of the reason, he must not be allowed to leave our sight. Quickly. At this juncture, the most anxious and disordered individual was Gao Zhenxing. After a prolonged search for his agent, he was intercepted by 2 unidentified individuals. Most crucially, the moment his agent was abducted, his son had gone missing. At that moment, the old man's blood pressure was soaring, and he was furiously on the phone with General Jean. Have you still not found Ningyo? No, Jean replied impatiently. His car is parked on the roadside of the Southern Ring Road, but he is not there. My people reported no signs of a struggle at the scene. Could it be that he is scared and has hidden away? Impossible. I distinctly instructed him to go to the dock. A yacht was already arranged for him. General Jean retorted, then I truly do not know. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. Right now, the priority is to eliminate Chu Yuxuan. Do not lose your composure. You, Jean, how unprincipled can you be? Who told your son to be so foolish as to leave behind such evidence? Gao Zhenxing huffed. I have yet to place blame on you. Realizing that this was not the time for anger, Gao Zhenxing calmed himself and said, General Jean, please do me a favor and speak with your superiors. Help me find my son, will you? I would be most grateful. General Jean exhaled. Yes, I will mention it. He then hung up the phone. Gao Zhenxing, filled with frustration, called for his driver and shouted, bring more people to search. I don't care what methods you employ. You must retrieve Ningyo for me. He was utterly perplexed as to who had abducted Gao Ning. But it was easy to deduce that they were likely affiliated with the individuals who had kidnapped his agent. The Chu family was currently laboring tirelessly over matters concerning Chu Yuxuan. Even if they had the leisure to address Chu Yuxuan, it would not be so swift to uncover the whereabouts of that agent. Furthermore, should there be any stir within the Chu family, the old widow from the second house would surely inform him, yet he had received no word from Chu Xiaodian regarding Chu Yuxuan. If it were not the Chu family, then who could it be? Xingya? It was doubtful she possessed such capability. He even considered the police. After all, the agent had been taken an hour ago. Although there had been no online activity yet, it was entirely possible that the evidence had already reached the police's hands. One could inquire through connections. His own son is not in the custody of the police. He would never fathom that Chu Yuxuan has several life and death brothers who are quite formidable. Even more unfathomable is the notion that his son is presently enduring a tragically harrowing existence. Chapter 81. Counterattack, Part 3. Before long, Li Bin and his entourage switched to two different vehicles, escorting Gao Ning and Jin Tianyang to the abandoned building, with the fourth member following closely behind. The fifth member lounged lazily on a staircase, cradling a laptop as he meticulously arranged the evidence obtained from the agent. Not far away, the agent was bound tightly, sitting quietly against the wall, her demeanor previously compliant. However, upon seeing the fourth member return, her eyes instantly filled with terror, revealing the profound psychological trauma inflicted by his previous ruthless tactics during the ambush. Casting a glance at her, the expressionless face then swept over Gao Ning and Jin Tianliang before confidently striding towards the fifth member, inquiring, "Why have you not made the evidence public yet?" The fifth member replied with a grin, "Just a moment. All right, done. I've downloaded a live streaming app for her to learn from Qinglu. Oh dear. The internet will surely crash today, I guarantee it. Haha. Prepare to reel in the net. The counterattack begins." The fourth member wasted no time, taking 2 or 3 strides towards the agent, calmly stating, "Cooperate well? Do you understand?" The agent nodded frantically. "I understand. I understand." Not far away, Gao Ning, his mouth taped shut, felt engulfed by despair upon first sight of the agent. Although he was unaware of their identities, it was highly likely they were from the Chu family. Indeed, he had seen the foreign man with the laptop before, at Chen Chang's food stall, standing beside Chu Yuxuan. Despite the bleakness of his situation, Gao Ning instinctively pleaded for mercy, but with his mouth sealed, he could only emit muffled sounds, fervently praying, "Dad, please come and save me." In contrast, the recently awakened Jin Tianliang displayed a much bolder demeanor, hurling insults at Li Bin and his group, boasting about his connections and how he could navigate both the underworld and the legitimate world, spewing a torrent of nonsensical bravado. The fourth member untied the agent, then turned to the still ranting Jin Tianyang, giving a subtle wink before striding towards the GTR. Li Bin's 2 lackeys whispered among themselves, speculating about the unassuming yet deadly figure. "I don't think we've seen this person before, right? They seem rather unimpressive, just well-groomed and good-looking. Probably useless." As they spoke, the fourth member opened the trunk, retrieving a heavy hammer and dragging it along the ground towards Jin Tianyang. The fifth member's eyelids twitched in disbelief, exclaiming, "Hey, Pu Qing, where did you get that hammer?" The fourth member cast him a sidelong glance, responding calmly, "I bought it on the way. I thought it might come in handy today." Good grief. The fifth member shook his head and turned to the agent, advising, "You should probably close your eyes and cover your ears, otherwise you'll have nightmares, I swear." Trembling, the agent hurriedly complied. Jin Tianyang, his hands bound behind him, lay on the ground sideways, glaring at the fourth member with defiance. "Don't you dare try to scare me. I'm tougher than you think. If you have the guts, kill me. If you can't." Before he could finish his sentence, the fourth member swung the hammer with force, striking his chest. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding blows. Jin Tianyang was struck, spewing blood profusely, his vision blurring as he rolled his eyes. Calmly, the fourth brother remarked, "You're quite noisy." Following this, he delivered another blow, rendering Jin Tianliang unconscious. Gao Ning, clearly terrified, dared not make a sound, trembling uncontrollably, unable to even glance at the fourth brother. Li Bin and the others were equally shaken, their expressions filled with fear and trepidation. As societal dregs, they were accustomed to brawls. Yet none had witnessed such a brutal assault aimed at murder. The fourth brother glanced at them, raised his hand in a gesture for silence, discarded the hefty hammer, and approached the manager, stating, "Let's begin." 5 minutes later, at the criminal police department, Chu Muhan burst into the interrogation room. After dismissing the attending officers, she interrogated Chu Yuxuan. "Where is Gao Ning?" Chu Yuxuan chuckled softly, rising to stretch as he replied, "It seems I am free to leave?" "Chu Yuxuan, is Gao Ning in your possession?" "He is not my son. Why would you ask me?" Chu Yuxuan replied calmly, "Captain Chu, may I now take my leave?" Chu Muhan clenched her fists, her tone icy. "Must you insist on this?" Chu Yuxuan shrugged. "I am being wronged. Instead of seeking the true culprit, why engage with me?" No sooner had he spoken than the legal officer knocked on the door. "Hello, Officer Chu. Can we take our leave now? After cooperating since 5 this morning. The truth is clear, and evidence is readily available online. You may investigate at your convenience. It no longer concerns us." Chu Muhan fixed a steely gaze on Chu Yuxuan, and after a prolonged silence, she turned and exited the interrogation room. She truly did not wish for her brother to be ensnared in darkness. Upon leaving the police station, Chu Yuxuan entered the vehicle and immediately opened his phone, tuning into the live stream of Xia Zhu's manager. At this moment, the agent was reiterating for the second time, "What I say is undeniably true. You are unaware that Chu Yuxuan once cherished Xia Zhu deeply, pursuing her for an extended period. However, during that time, Xia Zhu's heart was solely devoted to Gao Ning, who was abroad, leading her to treat Chu Yuxuan with indifference. Eventually, when Gao Ning returned to the country, Xia Zhu abandoned Chu Yuxuan. Despite this, he never sought revenge. Rather, he continued to tolerate her whims. Recently, Xia Zhu discovered that Gao Ning had deceived her. His trip abroad was not for medical treatment, but rather for another woman. Consequently, she decisively ended their relationship. Last night, with the assistance of Xia Zhu's mother, Gao Ning shamelessly lingered at her home. Xia Zhu intended to conclude matters amicably over a drink, ensuring they would part ways as strangers. At 3:10 a.m., Gao Ning lay drunkenly on the sofa in the living room, while Xia Zhu confided in me via video call from the balcony, lamenting her own folly and missing out on such a wonderful man as Chu Yuxuan. While treating a person like Gao Ning as a treasure, unexpectedly, Gao Ning overheard our conversation. In his intoxicated state, he erupted like a madman, vehemently questioning Xia Zhu about her betrayal and why she preferred Chu Yuxuan over him. I attempted to reason with him, but he insulted me, accusing me of inciting discord between him and Xia Zhu. In my frustration, I activated the screen recording, thinking that if Xia Zhu were to reconcile with Gao Ning in the future, I could show her the footage as a reminder to steer clear of such a scoundrel. Soon after, as Gao Ning and Xia Zhu pushed against each other, he carelessly pushed her off the balcony. The phone was in Xia Zhu's hand, and I witnessed everything clearly. Initially, Gao Ning held onto her hand, but tragically, the unforeseen occurred. You see, this is the content I recorded last night. Watching these events unfold, Chu Yuxuan's mood grew increasingly somber. The video captured Xia Zhu's sense of helplessness, which was heart-wrenching. Although the footage was shaky, it intermittently revealed her face due to their constant shoving. At first, her expression was one of terror, seemingly in disbelief that Gao Ning could act so irrationally. Gradually, her countenance shifted to anger as she shouted for him to let her go. Then came impatience, mixed with profound disappointment. Having loved only one person in her life, she never imagined he would be so unworthy of her affection. Finally, it appeared as if her delicate hand, held by Gao Ning, relinquished its grip. In that fleeting moment of falling, a vision flashed by. She smiled while shedding tears. All arrangements in this world possess their own rationale. Chu Yuxuan put away his phone, his expression inscrutable. After a pause, he called Lao Wu. "Send me the location." Farewells, as it turns out, often require no grand ceremony, no warm embrace, nor heartfelt goodbyes. Most separations in life occur silently. Perhaps one day, an unintentional encounter will be the final meeting. Chapter 82. One and all, if the initial accusations against Chu Yuxuan stirred a tempest in the online realm, the unforeseen reversal of circumstances has now unleashed a cataclysmic tsunami. At Xinhua Media, Zhao Yanan personally presides over the public relations department, directing her staff to commence their bustling activities. They are to draft several clarifying statements to be disseminated among various agents. Except for those artists currently engaged in major endorsements, all others must share these statements, particularly the newcomers, who are encouraged to amplify their support for President Chu with multiple posts. Artists with substantial endorsements must tread carefully, for the online sphere is rife with critics devoid of discernment. Even though Chu Yuxuan has been exonerated, such individuals may still wield their sordid and narrow-minded interpretations to misconstrue the situation, potentially inflicting negative repercussions on the brand. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of consequences, which is entirely unnecessary. However, for the newcomers, such concerns are non-existent. Their sole responsibility is to rally behind their esteemed leader. Moreover, this represents a rare opportunity to capitalize on a trending topic. Undoubtedly a splendid occasion for enhancing visibility, a veritable twofold advantage. Yet, this aloof president finds himself perplexed. The situation had been poised to reach its most dire conclusion for Chu Yuxuan. Why then did Xinglu suddenly turn traitor? And what of that agent who had seemingly vanished into thin air after a prolonged search, only to reappear online? She even went so far as to restore Chu Yuxuan's reputation. If her intention was to seek justice for Xia Zhu, why did she not report the matter to the authorities at the earliest opportunity? This scenario appears decidedly anomalous. Nevertheless, regardless of any underlying complexities, the fact that Chu Yuxuan remains unscathed is indeed a momentous blessing. Zhao, there is more good news. The head of the public relations department approached Zhao Yanan, tablet in hand, brimming with excitement. Look, the influencers who accused President Chu are beginning to turn on each other. A newcomer who just signed a contract last year has posted an apology video, revealing that she and the others have been in a WeChat group with Xia Zhu. And the chat logs are simply eye-opening. In the video, the young influencer tearfully claims that as a novice in the industry, she was coerced and seduced by Xiao Zhejiang and Minister Jin of the influencer base, leading her to err in judgment. She implores the online community to grant her a chance for redemption. Zhao Yanan, however, found no interest in this insincere apology. Her curiosity was piqued by the exposed WeChat chat logs. Xiao Zhejiang, sisters, Qingya's influencer base is truly a quagmire. You all saw the contracts, right? The penalties for breach are exorbitant. We are doomed to be drained of our lifeblood for eternity. I am taking the lead to help us switch platforms. Minister Jin has already connected us with a new platform that has deep roots and offers generous benefits to its employees. A certain influencer couple, I stand with Xiao Zhejiang. Her popularity is soaring, yet over half of her hard-earned income is siphoned away by the base. Our future prospects will only worsen. Xiao Zhejiang, I'm preparing for action with Minister Jin, so sisters, stay alert. Just follow the script. Don't be afraid, even if something goes awry. Qingya can only trouble me, the top influencer, and it won't concern you. A certain internet celebrity couple, the script is pinned by my husband, who claims that Chu Yuxuan flirted with me right in front of him. Another internet celebrity. Regardless, I will assert that he forcefully kissed me. Xiao Zhejiang, my script involves him cornering me in the restroom and molesting me, even stalking me. Everyone, let us work hard. The more we tarnish his reputation, the lesser our risks will be. Let's not even mention the breach of contract penalties. Later on, we can countersue him and demand compensation. Another internet celebrity. Thank you for your efforts, Xiao Zhejiang. The group consists of 11 individuals, as indicated by their nicknames, all of whom had previously accused Chu Yuxuan, excluding Qinglu. Observing these chat records, Zhao Yanan's gaze turned icy, and she coldly stated, I have 3 points for you to arrange. The head of the PR department, understood. Zhao, please proceed. First, issue a sincere apology regarding the misuse of public resources such as the internet and police. Second, release a statement affirming that the influencer base will fully implement the training plan for newcomers, maintaining a firm attitude. Additionally, draft a statement regarding the benefits for new influencers in accordance with the standards of Qingya trainees, as well as a declaration of accountability regarding the misuse of the president's seal and alterations to contract terms by the head of the influencer base that harm the company's interests. Third, for every influencer accusing President Chu, let the legal department send out a lawyer's letter detailing the claims for defamation, emotional distress, and actual damages, especially targeting Xiao Zhejiang. By any means necessary, I intend to ensure her entire family repays their debts for a lifetime. The PR head nodded repeatedly, contemplating how fiercely protective Zhao was. Recalling how she had publicly slapped Xia Zhu and boldly warned, if you dare to touch my husband again, I will tear you apart. Now, having her own man so wronged, one could only imagine her distress. Observing Zhao Yanan's furious demeanor, the third brother stationed at the door chuckled foolishly. Hearing the laughter, Zhao Yanan turned towards the clumsy giant who had been her shadow all morning, exasperatedly asking, Are you hungry? The third brother swallowed hard, rubbed his stomach, and nodded. Not hungry. Xiao Wei couldn't help but laugh, saying, You keep nodding while saying you're not hungry. What exactly are you trying to convey? The third brother scratched his head and grinned. If my sister-in-law is hungry, then so am I. Zhao Yanan took a deep breath and instructed Xiao Wei. Order takeout for everyone. For this big guy, make it 2 portions, and I'll reimburse later. The third brother, could you get me 3 portions? The fast food you eat is too small, and I haven't eaten anything since morning. Laughter erupted in the office. Zhao Yanan smirked and said, Call your brother and check on him. Oh. The third brother made the call, and shortly after, he hung up. Sister-in-law. My brother said he is busy at the moment. Zhao Yanan nodded, pausing to ponder, before approaching the third brother and softly saying, At the company. Don't call me sister-in-law, understand? The third brother, Oh, got it, sister-in-law. Zhao Yanan, on the other side, Chu Yuxuan arrived at the abandoned building. After instructing the legal team to maintain confidentiality, he sent them back to the company and entered the structure himself. From a distance, Li Bin and a few others greeted him with enthusiasm. President Chu. It is such a relief to see you unharmed. We were all quite worried. Chu Yuxuan smiled lightly, patting his shoulder as he said, Thank you for your efforts this time. Do send me your bank account details so that I may express my gratitude. My brothers should not toil in vain. Li Bin hurriedly protested. No, no, President Chu. That would be akin to slapping my own face. We should not speak of money among ourselves. Listening to him, Chu Yuxuan raised his hand to interrupt. You all should return for now. Another day, I shall treat you to drinks. Do remember to send me your account details. If that proves inconvenient, I shall bring cash later. Li Bin appeared troubled. President Chu, you need not be so courteous. Our presence here can still be of assistance. Chu Yuxuan replied with a gentle smile. I appreciate your sentiment, but it is best for you to leave. Some matters are best not to entangle yourselves in too deeply. For your own good. With that, Li Bin found it difficult to argue further. After bidding farewell to Lao Si and Lao Wu, he departed with his group. Big brother. Lao Wu greeted, leaning against the hood of the GTR with a grin. Lao Si looked down at the unconscious Jin Tianyang at his feet and tentatively kicked him twice. Not receiving any response, he seized a heavy hammer and struck Jin Tianyang's ankle. A piercing scream echoed within the desolate building, sending shivers down the spines of the agent and Gao Ning. He is not dead, Lao Si murmured softly. Chu Yuxuan lit a cigarette and strolled over to Jin Tianliang, observing the torment etched across his face. With a wicked smile, he asked, So, do you comprehend the consequences now?